Unexpectedly transported, Lu Yao found himself in the ancient era. Armed with a survival manual, he discovered that by crafting items, he could gain experience points and unlock skills. The indigenous people here possessed various divine powers, yet still lacked basic knowledge of survival. Primitive gate constructed successfully, gained 1 attribute point, unlocked skill, rough skin. Primitive wooden bed constructed successfully, gained 1 attribute point, unlocked skill, sound sleep. Under Lu Yao's guidance, a small tribe that had fled to the impoverished snowy mountains was rapidly evolving. If you enjoy Hong Kong action fiction like this, hit subscribe to support the channel. Chapter 1. Transmigration and the Survival Manual. Lu Yao turned over, and an icy chill instantly enveloped him. He sneezed violently, his nostrils filled with the earthy scent of soil. Following that, a frigid wind swept through his throat, bringing with it a sharp sting. How strange. Why is it so cold? Is the air conditioning broken? This thought barely lingered in his mind for a fraction of a second before being shattered by another reality. It was summer summoning all his strength. He managed to pry open his eyelids, which felt as though they were glued shut. A sliver of pale moonlight streamed through the cave entrance, barely dispelling some of the darkness and allowing him to discern his surroundings. Jagged, rough rock walls were adorned with glistening icicles, while the cold wind howled at the cave's mouth, sending flurries of snowflakes cascading onto his face. He was in a cave that Lu Yao's heart raced. A profound sense of foreboding washed over him, enveloping every nerve with dread with great effort. He lowered his gaze, only to confront a body that was entirely foreign to him. A bare chest, muscular and defined, yet marred by numerous crimson scratches. A sharp itch coursed through his skin as a gust of wind blew past. Severe frostbite. This body was on the verge of collapse. What on earth is happening? He murmured, struggling to bring his face closer to a thin sheet of ice nearby. The reflection revealed a face both familiar and alien. The features were his own, yet the gaze was not. Those eyes held a primal ferocity that he had never possessed, a raw wildness akin to that of a beast. It dawned on him he had transmigrated. At that instant, Lu Yao's muddled consciousness was jolted awake. He had crossed over into the body of a primitive man who bore his likeness. Countless fragmented memories surged into his mind, depicting a prehistoric world strikingly similar to Blue Star, yet still entrenched in the barbaric tribal era. In this world, however, there existed a force known as totemic power. A select few individuals, upon reaching the age of 18, could awaken their internal totemic abilities and gain peculiar powers. The original host was already 20 years old, and evidently, he had not awakened such powers. Memories flooded back. Last month, the tribe had suffered a devastating blow from a rival tribe. The enemy wielded crude yet lethal iron weapons, while they clung to stone spears and wooden sticks. It had been a massacre. The handful of survivors, led by the female chieftain, had fled northward, clinging to life. Lu Yao forced a smile, only to realize that his facial muscles had stiffened, rendering even a bitter smile impossible. In his past life, he had been a carefree librarian, with the greatest joy derived from indulging in historical novels during work hours. Little did he expect that one day he would truly become entwined with history. However, this particular moment felt far too early. Prehistoric. Before he could ponder further, a more pressing question emerged. Why was it so cold? What about fire? Fragmented memories continued to assemble. 2 days prior, a colossal bear had attacked the tribe. This bear was nearly the size of an elephant from his previous life, its fur a deep crimson, its eyes glinting with malice. Amidst the chaos, the tribe's only source of fire had been extinguished beneath the bear's massive weight. The extinguishment of fire, in this era, signified coldness and death. The original host had been exposed to the freezing winds for 2 days and nights, ultimately succumbing to the frost, paving the way for his transmigration. Yet, it was clear that unless he devised a method to ignite a flame, he too would meet the same fate. Lu Yao swallowed hard. Friction fire? He had seen countless videos of survival experts, all of whom were well prepared and skilled. But now, the howling winds and swirling snow outside rendered the prospect of igniting even a small flame impossible. Any spark would be extinguished in an instant. Moreover, he could sense the severity of the frostbite afflicting this body. A peculiar warmth surged from his extremities, and he understood what this meant. It was not a sign of recovery. Rather, it was the final illusion, the last deceit before succumbing to the cold. Was he destined to wait helplessly for death so soon after his arrival? A sudden pang of hunger gripped his stomach. The gnawing sensation had arrived as anticipated. As an inconspicuous member of the tribe, the original host had gone 4 days without consuming any substantial food. Furthermore, the conditions between tribes were starkly different, and his tribe was evidently among the least developed. The small group of 10 or so individuals was less a tribe than a band of wanderers struggling in desperation, their survival depended solely on the relentless hunting efforts of their valiant female chieftain, who had recently returned empty-handed due to the heavy snowfall. The situation was even more dire than he had imagined. No, I cannot simply die like this. Clenching his teeth, Lu Yao's fierce will to survive overwhelmed both the cold and hunger. Since he had transmigrated, where was his golden finger? Wasn't that how these stories went? The moment this thought crossed his mind, an invisible force tugged him deep into the recesses of his consciousness. A book slowly unfolded before him. Survival Manual. It had indeed arrived. Lu Yao's heart began to race, as if hot blood surged back into his frigid limbs. The manual was divided into 4 pages. Clothing, food, shelter, and travel. Each page contained countless gray icons waiting to be illuminated, and by lighting up these icons, one could acquire corresponding skills and attribute points. Currently, the manual was in trial mode, only allowing for item recognition. Successfully identifying 5 items would activate the full version, granting the reward of Flame Technique. Flame Technique. Fire is the source of civilization. Ignite a flame at your fingertips. It could be used for illumination or ignition. Lu Yao was ecstatic, and soon his gaze fell upon his data panel. Name: Lu Yao. Strength: 5. Agility: 4. Charisma: 10. Constitution: 4. Affecting digestion, cold resistance, heat resistance. Spirit: 4. Reproductive ability: 2. Status: sleep-deprived/anemic/severe frostbite/ravenous. Skills: none. Well, aside from being handsome, this primitive man was utterly useless. Lu Yao's gaze lingered on reproductive ability, 2 for half a second before he quickly averted his eyes. However, with a golden finger at his disposal, even being a complete novice was merely a temporary setback. He moved his body slightly, and searing pain shot through every inch of his skin. He had to gather resources immediately. Evolve the golden finger into the full version and acquire the flame technique. Ignite a fire. Lu Yao struggled to twist his body, his gaze sweeping like a searchlight across the dim cave. Damp rock walls, dripping water, scattered pebbles. His consciousness flitted over each item. Damp rock, ordinary stone, no special use. Puddle, murky, not recommended for drinking. Unknown plant remnants. Decomposed. No response. None of these were what the manual required. His gaze finally settled on a pile of scattered stones on the ground. Wait, these stones seemed peculiar. Most of the rubble was grayish-white, appearing deep gray after being soaked. Yet within this pile, there were a few pitch-black stones, their texture seemingly porous. They did not reflect light. Pure black, as if capable of devouring illumination. Lu Yao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. A bold thought emerged in his mind. This object, why does it resemble coal so strikingly? He immediately focused his attention, directing his consciousness towards a piece of the black stone. In an instant, that familiar image resurfaced in his mind. Open-pit coal. A coal mine of decent quality, combustible, with moderate moisture resistance. Indeed, it was coal. Shortly thereafter, a blank entry in the survival manual illuminated brilliantly. An exquisitely detailed image of a black coal block was permanently etched into the manual. Simultaneously, numerous gray silhouettes materialized around the coal block image, indicating the items required for its synthesis. Item illuminated. Open-pit coal. Collection progress. January 5th. Reward: 1 free attribute point. It had arrived. Without hesitation, Lu Yao plunged his consciousness into his data panel. In the prehistoric world, strength and constitution were paramount. His gaze fixated on the constitution section. Constitution: 4. Affects digestion, cold resistance, heat resistance. Allocate points to constitution. As the thought settled, the muscles that had been numbed and stiffened from frostbite surprisingly regained a semblance of sensation and strength. Constitution: 4-5. Chapter 2. Official version. Activate. As his physical condition improved, a warm current surged through Lu Yao's almost lifeless body. The chilling cold seeping from his bones was temporarily suppressed. Yet, he was acutely aware that this was merely a drop in the ocean. The wind and snow outside the cave showed no signs of abating. No matter how robust his physique became, he remained but flesh and blood, and the inevitable conclusion of this depletion was death. He had to move faster. Lu Yao's consciousness transformed into a radar, frantically sweeping through the cavern. Time was the most precious and elusive commodity at this moment. Every passing second felt like a dagger slicing through his already fragile body. 10 minutes elapsed. He operated like an unyielding scanner, repeatedly casting his mental energy over every inch of the cave. The crevices in the rock walls, the debris on the ground, the stalactites above his head. Finally, His awareness locked onto an inconspicuous corner of the rock wall, where a tattered spider web hung. A cave spider, roughly the size of a palm, lay in the center of the web, its 8 furry legs slightly curled, seemingly bracing against the cold. Discovery: cave spider. An ancient arthropod. Its silk possesses remarkable resilience, suitable for stitching wounds or creating rudimentary ropes. The manual's second entry illuminated. Item unlocked: cave spider. Collection progress: 25. Reward: 1 free attribute point. Success. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Lu Yao's mind as he swiftly redirected his consciousness upward. There, several dark little figures hung upside down. Discovery: cave bat. A common nocturnal mammal, they live in colonies, and their droppings can serve as fertilizer after special processing. The third entry illuminated. Item unlocked: cave bat. Collection progress: 35. Reward: 1 free attribute point. Another 2 points secured. Without hesitation, Lu Yao's thoughts flashed across the data panel. All points allocated to physique. Physique: 5-7. He had thoroughly grasped the mechanics of the survival manual. The ubiquitous stones and soil were beneath its notice. To activate an entry, the item must possess a certain uniqueness and value. Living beings, evidently, were far more likely to meet this criterion than inanimate objects. Regrettably, within this cramped cave, the spider and bat were the last 2 living creatures he could find. Just 2 more types. If only he could escape. Once outside this cave, in the vast prehistoric world, what could he not find? However, the original body had been frozen for far too long in the snowstorm. Now, he could not even move his limbs, let alone walk. This thought swelled within Lu Yao, instilling a profound sense of helplessness. Just as he was engulfed in anxiety, a cacophony of footsteps and the indistinct chatter of primitive men abruptly echoed from the cave entrance. The faint light at the entrance was blocked by several figures. They tumbled in, wrapped in the biting cold winds and snowflakes. The foremost man was extraordinarily robust, with bulging muscles exposed, radiating explosive strength, reminiscent of a human grizzly bear. Following him was a smaller companion. Both were frozen, their lips turning purple and their bodies trembling uncontrollably. So cold, so cold. Hurry inside and take shelter. The booming voice of the burly man reverberated through the cave, as the manual autonomously translated his peculiar syllables into a language Lu Yao could understand. The companion hurried over, cautiously producing a few wild fruits from his cloak. The fruits were diminutive, displaying a dark red hue, still adorned with ice shards. I don't know when the snow will cease, Mu Hong, you have great strength, but it consumes energy. You should eat. The companion's voice conveyed a deep weariness and frustration. Lu Yao's heart sank. It seemed this tribe had truly reached a desperate impasse. The man named Mu Hong fixated on the few fruits, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. Ultimately, he picked up the smallest one, roughly tore it in half, and began to chew, as if it were not fruit flesh but stone. Leave 2 for the chief. He mumbled to himself, she hunts harder than any of us. In that moment, Lu Yao's gaze was firmly locked onto the wild fruit in Mu Hong's hand. It was a fruit shimmering with a special luster, undoubtedly extraordinary. His consciousness sharpened instantly. Buzz. The manual unfurled once more in his mind. Zhu fruit. A peculiar fruit that grows in frigid regions, containing a small amount of fire attribute energy. Consuming it temporarily wards off the cold. The 4th item collected. Item unlocked. Zhu fruit. Collection progress: 45. Reward: 1 free attribute point. Just 1 more to go. Lu Yao's heart raced with anticipation as he instinctively turned his gaze toward Mu Hong. Mu Hong seemed to sense the intensity of his stare. He turned his head, glanced at the corner where this frozen tribesman lay, then looked down at the half-eaten fruit in his hand, pausing for a moment. Then, a flicker of struggle and reluctance crossed his face, but he ultimately stepped forward and offered the half-fruit to Lu Yao's lips. "Sai, you eat it," he sighed, as if resolute in his decision. "Wait, I'll take a bite later." As he spoke, he swiftly took a small bite from the fruit, then pressed the remaining portion, roughly a quarter of the Zhu fruit, into Lu Yao's icy hand. A warm current surged from deep within Lu Yao's heart. This was not merely about the fruit. It was a testament to humanity. In such dire straits, this seemingly rugged primitive man was willing to share his life-sustaining rations. "Thank you." Lu Yao wished to express his gratitude, but found his tongue and vocal cords had long been numbed, producing only a hoarse, indistinct sound. Mu Hong waved his hand dismissively and turned to rummage through the shadows for some wood, beginning to awkwardly and vigorously attempt to create fire by friction. The stick spun rapidly in his palm, its power astonishing, as if he were literally rubbing wood. Alarmingly, under the intense friction, he managed to produce a faint spark. But as Lu Yao had anticipated, the cold wind from the cave entrance and the damp air rendered the scant spark incapable of igniting a flame. The spark flickered and extinguished, then flickered again. Sweat beaded on Mu Hong's forehead, and the last glimmer of light in his eyes faded with the extinguishing spark. Just one more item. Once I have it, I can learn the fire-making technique. I can create fire. Lu Yao was consumed by a sense of urgency, struggling to gesture to Mu Hong to reveal all the possessions he had on him. However, the bitter cold had rendered him so numb that even lifting a finger felt like an insurmountable task, and the sounds he produced were mere strange huffs. Mu Hong glanced back at him, his eyes filled with sympathy and confusion. Goodness, brother, has the cold made you foolish? No, don't. I've given you my fruits for free. Lu Yao tugged at the corners of his mouth, managing a smile that was more painful than tears. This primitive man had a kind heart and a surprising sense of humor. At that moment, a silhouette emerged against the light, as if the howling wind and snow at the cave's entrance had parted to make way for her. It was a woman. Her long, jet-black hair was neatly tied into a high ponytail with an unknown vine, swaying gently with her steady strides. Unlike the other women of the tribe, her figure was neither bulky nor emaciated, but rather balanced and athletic, with each muscle exuding a beauty of strength, akin to an elegant yet deadly female leopard. A well-tailored hide clung to her ample bosom and pert posterior, accentuating breathtaking curves. Her face bore no superfluous adornments. Her features were pronounced and profound, and her eyes, in the dim light of the cave, shone with an astonishing brilliance. The thought of female chieftain flickered through Lu Yao's mind, aligning instantly with the memories of his original self. At the same time Lu Yao scrutinized her, the chieftain's gaze fell upon him as well, calm and indifferent, as though she were observing a lifeless stone. Instinctively, Lu Yao squinted. The aura of this woman was overwhelmingly strong. Suddenly, his attention sharpened. His gaze fixated intently on the vine binding her ponytail. It was a completely white vine, appearing exceptionally resilient, and in the dimness it emanated a faint glow. It felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill in that moment. Snow vine, a rare vine that grows atop the northern snow-capped mountains, known for its toughness, suitable for making ropes and also serves as high-quality fuel. The manual in his mind erupted with an unprecedented radiance. 5 items have been successfully recorded. Survival manual, official version activated. Congratulations, host, you have received the activation reward. Flame technique, fire, the source of civilization. It allows the user to ignite an eternal flame at their fingertips. This profound stream of information surged into Lu Yao's mind in an instant. Chapter 3. And God said, "Let there be light." Mu Hong, upon seeing the female chieftain enter, instinctively straightened his posture. His earlier dejection and sighs swallowed back forcefully. He did not wish for the chieftain to witness his weakness. The condition of the female chieftain was even worse than he had imagined. Her well-fitted hide was spattered with snowflakes and shards of ice, and the exposed areas of her light wheat-colored skin were reddened by the cold, with some patches even turning purple. The eyes that were usually as sharp as a hawk now brimmed with an unmistakable weariness. The heavy snowfall had obscured all traces of prey. Even she, the strongest hunter of the tribe, had returned empty-handed. Her gaze swept across the charred sticks at Mu Hong's feet and the meager remnants of extinguished embers on the ground, momentarily pausing. She understood perfectly what Mu Hong was attempting to do. She also knew it was futile. Fire had long since abandoned them. Just then, a long wolf howl pierced through the howling wind and snow at the cave's entrance, echoing clearly inside. The expressions of several alert primitives shifted dramatically. The howl was not particularly loud, lacking the majesty and power of a great wolf, sounding instead like a pack of ordinary wild wolves. Yet at this moment, that sound was equally lethal. They were cold and hungry, each bearing severe frostbite, nearly every individual injured. In such a state, not only were they unable to confront a pack of wolves, but even a single wolf could inflict casualties. More terrifying was the fact that those who were half-frozen and nearly immobile would appear to the hungry wolves as a feast laid out on a platter. The female chieftain's gaze instinctively scanned the curled forms of her tribespeople scattered about the cave. Ultimately, her eyes fell upon Lu Yao. This young man was the quietest in the tribe, often unnoticed, yet whenever food was distributed, he silently shared with the elders and children. Now, he was on the brink of death. A deep ache finally surfaced on her resolute face. These tribespeople, who had followed her from the ruins of their homeland, struggling northward to survive, how many would remain after this unprecedented blizzard? If only there were fire. These ordinary wild wolves inherently feared flames and would not dare to approach. The female chieftain's breathing grew heavy. The wolf howls outside echoed one after another, growing closer and clearer. They had caught the scent of living beings within the cave. There was no time to waste. The female chieftain abruptly turned to Mu Hong, her voice lowered yet imbued with an unyielding determination. Mu Hong. Chieftain. Mu Hong responded immediately. I will draw them away. Her tone was calm, as if discussing the most mundane matter. You stay here and protect everyone. Mu Hong's rugged face flushed crimson as he stared wide-eyed, wanting to protest, but the chieftain's cold, resolute gaze silenced him. He understood this was a command. A command from the chieftain. Tears welled in Mu Hong's eyes as he nodded heavily, his massive fists clenched until the knuckles turned white. Yes. The chieftain spoke no further, casting a deep glance at the tribespeople who shared both joy and sorrow, as if to engrave their images in her memory. Then, she resolutely turned and stepped toward the cave entrance where the wind and snow raged. She would become the bait, exchanging her life for a glimmer of hope for her people. At that moment, Lu Yao was oblivious to the world around him. His entire consciousness was immersed in that newly awakened, profound stream of information flowing within his mind. Flame technique. It was not merely knowledge but an instinct. Like breathing, like blinking. He felt that with just a thought, he could conjure that miracle symbolizing civilization and hope out of thin air. Slowly he raised his head, seeing the chieftain's determined silhouette, hearing Mu Hong's stifled breaths, and most importantly, the increasingly near howls of death from outside the cave. Enough. Lu Yao summoned all the strength he had accumulated since his arrival, along with the meager control granted by his precious physical attributes. He fought against the stiffness of his muscles and the numbness of his nerves, battling the cold. His right hand began to rise slowly, yet with an unwavering determination, in a manner visible to the naked eye. This motion drained him of every ounce of his strength. Then, he extended his index finger, pointing towards the apex of the cave. It resembled both a judgment and a prayer. He parted his parched lips, and in a voice so hoarse it was nearly indistinguishable, akin to a fevered dream, he uttered an ancient maxim from a realm beyond, a civilization long forgotten. God said, "Let there be light." In the next instant, without warning or prelude, a soft crack echoed. A cluster of golden, warm flames, so bright they were nearly blinding, erupted spontaneously above his fingertips. The flame was small, merely the size of a fingernail, yet it shone like a miniature sun, instantaneously radiating boundless light and heat. The flickering fire was faint, yet it seemed to dispel the long-accumulated chill within the cave. Time at that moment came to a complete standstill. The cave was enveloped in a profound silence. The howling wind and the cries of wolves appeared to be severed from another world. The tragic resolve etched on Mu Hong's face froze entirely. His eyes widened, nearly bulging from their sockets. His mouth opened uncontrollably, widening to a degree that could accommodate a fist. He stared at the flame that had materialized, a phenomenon unimaginable within his comprehension, a sight even mythology had not dared to depict. His mind a blank canvas. Thud. The cherished wooden stick, revered as a treasure for igniting fire, slipped silently from his grasp and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the woman who had approached the cave's entrance, half her foot poised to step into the tempest, prepared to defend her kin with her life, the chiefess suddenly froze. Her stature, as upright as a pine, became as rigid as a stone sculpture in that instant. Slowly, inch by inch, she turned around. In her eyes, usually calm and unwavering even in the face of death, for the first time, a dazzling, pulsating golden flame was reflected. And there, illuminated by the firelight, stood the man, pale as a ghost, yet with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned, his gaze tranquil and profound. Chapter 4. Establishing a new tribe. The cluster of golden flames flickered gently upon his fingertip, small yet breathtakingly luminous. A divine miracle. A murmur escaped Mu Hong's throat. His rugged visage bore the marks of astonishment. The chiefess remained rooted in place, the snow and wind lashing against her, yet she remained oblivious. Her eyes, usually as serene as a deep pool, now trembled slightly, reflecting that point of fire and the man who had conjured it. Fire! Quickly! Find something to burn! Her voice shattered the silence first, laced with a tremor she herself had not perceived. The dazed crowd was instantly roused. Yes, fire! We have fire! Mu Hong jolted, scrambling over with urgency. He first carefully offered his treasured fire-drilling stick, then, feeling it insufficient, turned to tear at the relatively dry animal hides and dry grass scattered on the ground. Another companion emerged, producing the last remnants of a few berry pits from his pocket, along with some damp firewood unearthed from a corner, hastily piling them before Lu Yao. All able bodies sprang into action. They gathered everything flammable within the cave, constructing a small heap. Their expressions were reverent, as if they were erecting an altar. Lu Yao gazed at the heap of damp fuel before him, a bitter smile forming within. If this were ordinary tinder, it would extinguish at the mere approach of a spark. Yet the flame at his fingertips was different. The flame that never extinguished. He controlled the flicker, gently coaxing it onto the finest strands of dry grass. Hiss! A plume of black smoke rose. The grass merely darkened, not igniting. Too damp. The cave's temperature was too low, the moisture in the air nearly palpable. The freshly ignited hope seemed poised to be extinguished by reality. Mu Hong and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. Lu Yao did not relent. He maintained contact with the flame, continuously searing a single point with the small flicker. It was a clumsy method, yet the only one available. 1 second, 10 seconds, a minute. The golden flame, like a tireless sprite, persistently emitted light and heat. Finally, under the watchful gaze of all, the long-heated grass suddenly erupted with a genuine worldly orange flame. Success! It ignited! It ignited! Mu Hong was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes, nearly leaping for joy. The crowd scrambled to add more dry grass and fine wood shavings, carefully blowing upon it. The flame, under their nurturing, transformed from a flicker into a cluster, then into a roaring bonfire. Boom! The warm orange glow instantaneously filled the cave, illuminating every face with a rosy hue. The deep-seated chill was finally dispelled. A long-lost sensation, known as warmth, enveloped every individual like a tidal wave, making them feel so comfortable they could almost moan aloud. Howl! Outside the cave, the wolves' howls abruptly ceased. In their stead arose a few low growls filled with fear and unease. They sensed the presence of fire, a terror etched deep within the genes of all beasts. Moments later, the howls that signified death finally faded, disappearing into the storm. The crisis had been averted. Inside the cave, jubilation erupted. The surviving primitives, despite their frozen limbs, struggled to approach the fire, greedily absorbing the hard-won warmth. A few individuals still in possession of their senses spontaneously rose, moving to the cave's entrance to form a human barrier, blocking the encroaching cold winds, ensuring warmth remained locked within. Lu Yao was carefully moved by Mu Hong to a warm spot near the fire. The flames roasted his stiff body, a tingling warmth gradually reviving him from within. He could feel his control over his body slowly returning. Brother, is that divine power you possess? Mu Hong squatted beside Lu Yao, his eyes gleaming like bronze bells, his voice subdued yet brimming with excitement and reverence. This question piqued the interest of all present. The chiefess's gaze once again fell upon Lu Yao, filled with curiosity. Divine power? In Lu Yao's mind, a flash of memories from his original self surged forth. In this primitive and savage world, there undeniably exist extraordinary powers. A select few individuals awaken a unique ability inherent to them upon reaching the age of 18, and the tribespeople collectively refer to this incomprehensible force as divine power. Those who awaken such divine power are born leaders, entitled to establish tribes and protect their kin. Their female chieftain has indeed awakened a formidable divine power. So that is how it is, Lu Yao realized. His flame-conjuring technique, in the eyes of the people of this world, is precisely what they deem divine power. He cannot deny it. The ability to conjure fire from thin air transcends their understanding. Any attempts at concealment or deception would only serve to heighten suspicion. Yet, he cannot reveal everything. The survival manual remains his greatest secret, one that must never be exposed. After a moment of contemplation, feeling his vocal cords gradually regain strength, he spoke in a voice that remained hoarse yet discernible, murmuring, "It seems so. However, my divine power appears not to be very strong." He exhibited a sense of confusion and uncertainty typical of one newly awakened to power, simultaneously adopting a posture of humility. This was both a truth and a protective strategy. Upon hearing his response, the female chieftain's gaze softened perceptibly. Meanwhile, Mu Hong clapped his thigh with enthusiasm, grinning broadly as he exclaimed, "No worries, brother. Whatever divine power you possess, you are already our savior." His words elicited a chorus of nods from those surrounding them. The gazes directed at Lu Yao were filled with gratitude and reverence. On this desolate snowy night, it was this near-death youth who had rescued them all with his divine power. The female chieftain then approached the fire and took a seat, the warm glow finally bringing a hint of color back to her frostbitten face. She glanced at the tribe members gathered around the fire, some reclining and others seated, her eyes reflecting a blend of exhaustion and resolve, which ultimately coalesced into a deep sigh. Within that sigh lay both despair and relief. Those who had escaped with her from the ruins of their homeland now numbered only 10. Her voice was soft yet clear, reaching every ear in the cavern. The lively atmosphere that had just permeated the cave fell abruptly into silence. A wave of sorrow swept through the group. Indeed, only 10 remained. Lu Yao felt his heart sink. The chieftain did not allow the sorrow to linger for long. She turned her head, her gaze now formally and equally fixed on Lu Yao. "Your name is Lu Yao?" Lu Yao nodded. It was only at that moment, illuminated by the bright firelight, that he truly beheld the face of the chieftain. It was far younger than he had anticipated. Her skin bore a healthy wheatish hue. Her features were pronounced and deep. Perhaps the hardships of life had rendered her more mature and resolute than her actual years. Yet, the lingering hint of youth in her visage suggested she might even be younger than himself. Her eyes swept across each tribal member's face. Her voice regained its firmness, imbued with strength. "Trust in me, everyone. Since I have brought you all out, I will ensure our survival. Here, we shall establish a brand new tribe that truly belongs to us." In that moment, the flickering flames cast a sacred glow upon the young and resolute face of the chieftain, as if cloaking her in an aura of divinity. Inside the cave, the rumblings of hunger still echoed persistently, an unrelenting reminder of their plight. Yet, in their eyes, the flames of hope reignited. They looked upon their leader, the warm bonfire, and the man who had wrought miracles. Then, with all their might, they nodded emphatically. Survive. Establish a new tribe. Chapter 5. Destination: Ice Lake. The flames licked at the dry wood, crackling with life. Warmth was no longer a luxury. Leaning against the fire, Lu Yao basked in its warmth for a full half-hour, until the rigid chill that had penetrated to his bones was thoroughly dispelled. Control of his body returned. A tingling itch radiated from the depths of his frostbitten skin, yet he distinctly sensed that he had survived. "Brother, have a fruit." Mu Hong squatted nearby, grinning as he offered a bright red fruit, polished to a shine with clean animal hide. This was the last of the tribe's provisions. Lu Yao did not hesitate. "Thank you." He accepted the fruit, his voice still hoarse but considerably stronger than before. The sweet flesh instantly quenched his parched throat, warm liquid flowing down his esophagus and into his stomach, bestowing a precious surge of energy upon his near-exhausted body. The atmosphere in the cave, enveloped in warmth, began to lift from its previous despondency. However, new concerns quickly pressed upon everyone's minds. Hunger. Gurgling sounds reverberated throughout the cave, each echo striking at their nerves. The warmth dispelled the cold but hastened the loss of heat, making the gnawing hunger feel as sharp as a blade. All eyes involuntarily turned towards the chieftain. "Chieftain, you." She was stirring the embers with a stick, the firelight casting flickering shadows on her profound features. "The mountain paths are blocked by heavy snow." Her voice was heavy, breaking the silence that had settled in the cave. "To find food, we must venture into the forest and try our luck." Mu Hong immediately stood, thumping his chest. "Chieftain, I'll go. My strength has returned somewhat." Another robust man named Sher struggled to rise as well. "I shall go too." You shook her head, her gaze sweeping across the group. Including herself, 10 individuals remained, and more than half were still in a weakened state from frostbite, hindered in their movements. Only she, Mu Hong, and a silent man named Shan possessed the true capability to hunt in the snow. Yet, in such weather, large beasts were equally rare and immensely dangerous. A single misstep could lead to loss. As for smaller animals, they had long retreated to their burrows, rendered invisible beneath the blanket of snow. What to do? The despair that had just been dispelled seeped back in silently, like the wind and snow outside the cave. Lu Yao observed all of this. While nibbling on the fruit, he frantically searched his mind for memories of his original self. Fractured and chaotic images flashed rapidly. Forests, streams, wild beasts. Suddenly, one image crystallized. It was a vast lake, covered with a thick layer of ice, reflecting blinding white light under the sun. A lake? Lu Yao's eyes suddenly brightened. Aha! In the depths of his original memories, this tribe only ventured to the lakeside for fishing during the spring and summer months. In their understanding, once the lake's surface froze, it transformed into a forbidden zone of life. They were unaware of ice fishing. Oh, how fortunate! A surge of ecstatic joy flooded Lu Yao's mind, nearly overwhelming him with tremors of excitement. Wait a moment, Lu Yao spoke, his voice soft yet successfully capturing the attention of Yu and Mu Hong, who were about to grasp their stone spears. Once again all eyes were drawn to him. Is there not a lake to the north of this mountain? Yu and Mu Hong exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Yu's gaze bore a hint of curiosity. Yes. However, it would be futile to go there now. The surface is frozen solid enough to walk upon. The fish have long since retreated to the deepest parts of the lake, making them impossible to catch. Mu Hong added, articulating the thoughts of the group. Indeed, a sense of certainty settled within Lu Yao. He refrained from elaborating on the behavioral patterns of the fish beneath the ice. For these primitive individuals who revered the divine and trusted ancestral wisdom, any overly elaborate explanation would only invite skepticism. Action would serve as the most compelling proof. Lu Yao turned to you, inquiring with a tone of negotiation. When you venture out to hunt or gather firewood, could you perhaps bring back a few sturdy, straight pieces of wood for me? Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Wood? What we lack most is food. What need do we have for excess wood? Yet, as she gazed into Lu Yao's calm and profound eyes, she recalled the flames that had appeared out of nowhere. After a moment of silence, she ultimately nodded. Perhaps he possesses a method beyond her comprehension. Very well. This simple affirmation allowed Lu Yao to exhale in relief. Wait here, little Lu, we shall return shortly. Mu Hong proclaimed as he grasped a rough stone spear and, alongside the other two, made their way to the cave's entrance. You cast a deep glance at Lu Yao, refraining from further inquiries, before turning to follow. The cold wind swept in, swirling with snowflakes, causing the flames of the bonfire to flicker violently. The remaining individuals in the cave promptly shielded the entrance with their bodies, keeping the chill at bay. As Lu Yao watched the trio vanish into the storm, his mind gradually sank into contemplation. The once elusive survival manual resurfaced in his thoughts. He observed a new, dim gray icon appearing on the page representing action within the survival guide. It was a rudimentary fish spear. Beneath the icon, a line of small text read, Life skill, fish spearing locked. Unlock condition. Successfully craft the first fish spear. A silent smile crept upon Lu Yao's lips. The wood was the key to unlocking a new world, and that barren land, perceived as desolate by all, that frozen lake, would become the inaugural and most vital granary for their fledgling tribe. Chapter 6. Crafting the Fish Spear and the Chieftainess's Doubts. In the depths of the cave, darkness intertwined with warmth. The bonfire served as the sole heart of this small realm, each flicker sending orange-red light to illuminate every corner of the cave walls. Most had succumbed to slumber, weary bodies curled beside the fire, their breaths forming a rhythmic symphony. Only two remained awake. Mu Hong huddled by the fire, cradling his knees, fighting to keep his chin up and stave off sleep. He was determined to guard this hard-won flame. Meanwhile, Lu Yao sat cross-legged at the edge of the firelight's reach. Engrossed in his tasks, the nocturnal rhythms imprinted from his past life had now become an advantage. He felt no inclination to sleep. His focus was exceptionally sharp. In his hands were the pieces of wood brought back by Yu and Mu Hong. The rough edge of the stone axe scraped against the hard timber, producing a soft rustling sound. As Lu Yao immersed himself in his thoughts, the survival manual had already provided annotations on the wood. Snow mountain fir. Hard wood, high density, but poor toughness. Prone to breaking under strong impact, unsuitable as a long-handled weapon. Unsuitable as a weapon, you say? Lu Yao mused as he examined the stick gradually taking shape in his hands. The manual specified its unsuitability, yet it did not declare it unusable. However, he glanced at the unlocking conditions for the fish spearing skill. Unlock condition. Successfully craft the first fish spear. The manual did not possess a synthesis function. To grow stronger, he would have to rely solely on his own hands to continuously create various items. This realization instilled a sense of pressure in Lu Yao, yet it also ignited a stronger fighting spirit within him. He cast aside these distracting thoughts. The immediate priority was the fish spear. He meticulously stripped away the excess branches and rough bark from the stick, revealing the pale wood within. The thicker end was shaped into a relatively rounded grip, while the thinner end became the focus of his detailed work. Holding the stone axe, he adjusted his angle, patiently crafting the tip of the stick into a long and sharp spearhead, reminiscent of sharpening a pencil from his memories. This frail body struggled with the effort. Merely performing this action caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Next came a crucial step. He picked up several fallen, relatively sturdy fir twigs from the ground and sharpened them one by one with the pointed edge of the stone axe. Then, at the side of the main spearhead, he laboriously chiseled out 3 shallow grooves that slanted inward using a sharp stone shard. This process demanded both strength and skill. Any misstep could cause the stick to crack. Lu Yao held his breath, sweat trickling down his cheeks and splattering onto the ground, instantly absorbed by the cold rock. At last, 3 perfect grooves took shape. He embedded the sharpened twigs like venomous fangs into the grooves, ensuring that their pointed ends faced the rear of the spear. Barbs. This way. Once they pierced a fish's body, any struggle would drive the barbs deeper into the flesh, making it nearly impossible to escape. Subsequently, he retrieved the damp bark he had stripped off earlier in the day and, using his hands, repeatedly rubbed and twisted the fibers into a crude yet sturdy rope. He bound the bases of the 3 barbs tightly to the main spear with the rope, circling it again and again until the entire junction was tightly wrapped, finally securing it with a knot that took all his strength to tie. Upon completing this task, Lu Yao felt his arms trembling uncontrollably, yet he did not relent. He held the nascent spearhead close to the roaring bonfire, allowing the flame's tongue to repeatedly lick at the spear tip and barbs. Sizzle. The moisture within the wood rapidly evaporated. The surface began to carbonize, transforming from pale white to burnt yellow, finally settling into a deep brown. This was the most ancient and effective method of reinforcing wood, flame tempering. The hardness and piercing capability of the wooden spear can be significantly enhanced, while also providing a degree of anti-corrosive properties. Finally, when the spear tip revealed a hardened texture, Lu Yao let out a long sigh of relief, removing it from the flames. Success. Despite the bone-chilling cold, his back was already drenched in sweat. He gazed at the spear he held, which, though somewhat rugged in design, was imbued with primal wisdom and strength, and a hint of satisfaction graced his face. At that very moment, a page from the ethereal tome in his mind silently turned. Ding! Item unlocked. Simple harpoon. Reward: Fishing skill LV1. Reward: Free attribute point. 1 point. Lines of information flowed past, and a warm current surged through his body, dispelling the fatigue brought on by crafting. Lu Yao immediately immersed himself in his attribute panel. Name: Lu Yao. Strength: 5. Agility: 4. Charisma: 10. Constitution: 9. Fertility: 2. Status: sleep-deprived, anemic, frostbitten, ravenous. Skill: Fishing skill LV1. Without hesitation, he allocated the previous 5 attribute points to the essential constitution for survival. This time, considering the weight of the harpoon in his hand and the need to break ice on the thick surface while accurately thrusting the harpoon into a fish's body, he added points to strength. With a mere thought, the numbers on the panel changed instantaneously. Strength: 5-6. A subtle yet distinct sensation of power blossomed from deep within his muscles, and his arms, once fatigued from exertion, seemed to regain their vigor. Lu Yao, what on earth are you making? Came the voice of Mu Hong, who had approached unbeknownst to him, his eyes wide with curiosity. Lu Yao raised the accomplishment in his hand and smiled broadly. This is called a harpoon, meant for fishing. With that, he offered no further explanation and picked up a second piece of wood. 1 harpoon was insufficient. In this life-and-death endeavor, a backup plan was imperative. Should the first break or be lost in use, he needed to ensure the hunt could continue. This time, armed with experience, his movements quickened considerably. Mu Hong watched in astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging. Their tribe also crafted fishing spears, but merely sharpened sticks. Lu Yao's method, which involved adding barbs to the spear and binding it with tree bark, followed by toasting it over the fire, was an intricate approach he had never heard of before. To him, every action Lu Yao executed radiated an indescribable mystery. Was this also a manifestation of divine power? The sky, unbeknownst to them, transitioned from pitch black to a pale dawn. The wind and snow outside the cave seemed to have lessened, allowing a faint glimmer of light to seep through the crevice of the entrance. As Lu Yao tightened the last strand of rope on the 3rd harpoon, he heard a subtle movement behind him. Yu had awakened, standing quietly, her gaze sweeping over Lu Yao before settling on the 2 completed harpoons at Mu Hong's feet. Her eyes conveyed a mixture of fatigue and a hint of unrecognized hope. The previous day, she, along with Mu Hong and another, had ventured out, braving the wind and snow in search of sustenance for several hours, yet returned empty-handed. Aside from a few pieces of wood Lu Yao required, not a single animal had been sighted. The tribe's food supplies had been entirely depleted. Silently, she picked up the stone spear leaning against the cave wall, preparing to set out once more. As the clan leader, she had to find food before her people awoke, even if only a morsel. Just as she was about to step outside the cave, Lu Yao's voice called out. Wait, you halted, turning back. Lu Yao stood, aligning the 3 brand-new harpoons against the rocky wall, then picked up the one that felt most comfortable in hand, nodding towards her. His actions exuded confidence, his eyes sparkling with remarkable brilliance. Let's go to the ice lake. Yu's brows furrowed instantly. To the ice lake? Now? Her voice bore the weight of suppressed exhaustion and a hint of confusion. What for? Lu Yao hefted the harpoon, feeling the steadiness brought on by the boost in strength. A smile curving his lips. Meeting the chieftainess's scrutinizing gaze, he enunciated deliberately, "To fish." Chapter 7. Astonishment. Fishing at the ice lake. Lu Yao, that lake is not nearby. Keep close. Mu Hong's gruff voice echoed through the wind as he and the chieftainess, Yu, forged a path through the snow. Lu Yao trailed behind, his chest feeling as if he were hauling a broken bellows, gasping for breath. Despite having bolstered his physique through several attribute enhancements, he still felt pitifully weak in comparison to these two true primitives. Each of their steps sank into the snow, which reached above their ankles, rendering the trek a harrowing drain on their stamina. After nearly half an hour, an expansive white plain finally emerged at the horizon. The ice lake. The vast surface resembled a colossal mirror covered in dust, reflecting the gray sky above. "We've arrived," Mu Hong exclaimed, pointing ahead, his voice brimming with excitement after their long journey. Yet, in the next moment, the excitement on his face froze. He watched as Lu Yao approached the lake's edge, scanning the surroundings before straining to lift a stone the size of a human head. With all his might, he began to smash it against the thick ice. "Lu Yao, what on earth are you doing?" Mu Hong's expression was filled with disappointment and confusion. He had expected Lu Yao to possess some miraculous method to entice the fish beneath the ice to jump out. After all this, he was merely breaking ice? What kind of strategy was this? Even if he managed to create a hole, the fish were not foolish enough to swim over and let themselves be caught. With such a commotion, it was a miracle the fish at the lake's bottom wouldn't be scared away entirely. Lu Yao disregarded his doubts, channeling all his strength from his core through to his arms, striking down fiercely. Thud! The stone collided with the ice, producing a deep, resonant sound. Only a faint white mark remained on the surface. This ice was thicker than he had anticipated. Lu Yao's gaze sharpened, and he regulated his breathing, lifting the stone once more. Thud! Thud! He continued to hammer down, each strike delivered with unreserved force. Yu remained silent, her deep-set eyes betraying no emotion. Yet, as she observed Lu Yao's arms tremble from exertion, she unexpectedly spoke up. "Let us strike together." Mu Hong cast a skeptical glance at Lu Yao, then shifted his gaze to the female clan leader. Perhaps there truly existed some esoteric knowledge beyond his comprehension? Abandoning further contemplation, Mu Hong mimicked Lu Yao's actions, hauling a larger stone from the riverbank, and aimed it squarely at the white spot Lu Yao had struck, bringing it down with considerable force. Yu soon joined in. Instantly, Lu Yao sensed that the combined strength of these two individuals far surpassed his own. Especially Yu. Though she appeared agile and lacked the muscular build of Mu Hong, each strike she delivered was heavy and precise, surpassing even Mu Hong's in intensity. The synergy of their efforts dramatically increased their efficiency. With a sharp crack, after a relentless assault lasting several minutes, the seemingly impervious ice surface finally revealed a network of spiderweb-like cracks. Bang! Yu summoned all her strength for a final blow. Ice shards scattered, and a hole the size of a basin appeared before the trio, as the dark green lake water surged forth, exuding a chilling aura. Breathless and exhausted, Mu Hong wiped the sweat from his brow and gazed at the small ice hole, unable to restrain his curiosity. Is this really going to work? Before he could finish, his eyes widened in astonishment. Beneath the now tranquil water surface, a silvery shadow darted past. Following closely were another, then a third. Several fish, each roughly the size of a palm and entirely silver, were indeed drawn to the vibrations of the ice being broken and the light filtering through, curiously gathering at the edge of the hole swimming nearby. Fish! There were truly fish. Mu Hong's voice trembled with excitement as he fixated on the water, as if witnessing the most incredible spectacle imaginable. A few audacious ones even poked their heads above the surface, blowing bubbles. Lu Yao felt a surge of certainty. It worked. The presence of fish signified the promise of sustenance. The art of spearfishing. The relevant knowledge and skills instantaneously transformed into instinct, melding into his muscle memory. Lu Yao immediately raised his spear, holding his breath, every detail of body posture, angle of thrust, and timing of the strike crystal clear in his mind. He targeted the slowest moving fish, his arm thrusting down with vigor. Splash! A small spray of water erupted. The unfortunate fish, just peering above the surface, was swiftly pierced by the spear with precision. With a flick of his wrist, the barbed tip snagged the fish's body, and with a strong tug, a lively silver fish was flung onto the ice. The winter fish were sluggish, making them far easier to catch. With the spearfishing technique enhancing his prowess, he resembled a seasoned angler. Mu Hong and Yu, eyes wide with astonishment, immediately followed suit, gripping their own spears and positioning themselves by the ice hole. Splash, splash. As fish were speared and tossed onto the ice, the smiles on Mu Hong and Yu's faces grew brighter, increasingly difficult to contain. In a mere 10 minutes, they had already caught over a dozen fish. They floundered in the frigid air for a moment before quickly succumbing to the cold, transforming into natural fish popsicles. Lu Yao seized another opportunity, thrusting his spear once more. Crack! The spear shattered with a resounding snap. He looked down at the half-broken shaft in his hand, recalling the description of the snow mountain fir. Hardwood, yet lacking in flexibility, prone to breaking under strong impact. Indeed, that was the case. Simultaneously, Mu Hong and Yu's spears also sustained varying degrees of damage. The barbs secured with bark had loosened and fallen into the water after repeated thrusts and swings. Observing the broken spear in his hand and noticing Mu Hong and Yu's arms turning a deep shade of purple from the cold, Lu Yao decisively spoke. That will be enough for today. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. It's not worth risking frostbite. With that, Lu Yao shivered himself, feeling the chill creeping back into his body after standing still for too long. Enough is enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. 15 fish. My heavens. 15. That's enough to feed a multitude. Mu Hong beamed as he surveyed his catch, his face flushed red from the cold, radiating pure, unadulterated joy. Lu Yao instructed Mu Hong to lay out his animal hides, wrapping all 15 frozen fish within. The natural low temperature served as the best preservation method. On their way back, Mu Hong carried the large bundle of fish, his steps light as if he were flying, repeatedly exclaiming, "This is fantastic. We have meat to eat." Upon their return to the cave entrance, all eyes instantly turned toward them. Under the expectant and anxious gazes of the entire clan, Mu Hong strode to the fire pit, akin to presenting the most cherished offering, and with a dramatic flourish, shook open the animal hide. 15 straight, frozen silver lake fish tumbled to the ground. The cave was immediately engulfed in a profound silence. All conversation and the sounds of stone tool crafting ceased abruptly. Those who were lying or seated, frail and weary, struggled to prop themselves up. Every gaze was fixated on the miraculous pile of fish, their expressions reflecting an indescribable shock. Following that shock was an eruption of ecstatic joy. Chapter 8. The Taste of Hope. The bonfire blazed brightly. Fat dripped from the fish skin, sizzling as it fell into the flames, sending up a shower of sparks, a rich aroma mingling with the fishy scent wafting throughout the cave. This smell was not particularly pleasant. Yet for these primitive people who had endured days of hunger, it was akin to the most exquisite fragrance imaginable. They gathered around the fire, each clutching a skewer adorned with roasted fish, their eyes sparkling as they fixated on the golden-brown fish flesh, their throats involuntarily swallowing. When you announced that they could eat, a frenzied feast began. Without regard for the heat, they tore into the steaming fish with their hands, stuffing their mouths full and emitting satisfied, muffled sounds of chewing. There was no salt, no spices, and the fish entrails, left unprocessed, carried a hint of bitterness and fishiness. Lu Yao tore off a small piece of fish, placing it in his mouth. A raw, coarse flavor, tinged with earthiness, instantly filled his palate. It was unpalatable. This was the worst fish he had ever tasted since birth. Yet when he lifted his head, he beheld a different scene. Mu Hong was eating with grease coating his mouth, a glimmer of tears brimming in the corners of his eyes. The man named Shi was devouring hungrily while carefully feeding the largest piece of meat to a companion beside him, who was more severely frostbitten and unable to move. Even the usually stoic and composed clan leader, Yu, had laid aside all defenses, focused intently on the roasted fish in her hands, the firelight reflecting in her bright eyes, revealing a long-lost emotion known as satisfaction. They feasted as if to consume all the hunger, cold, and despair of the past few days along with the fish meat. Lu Yao gazed at them, and suddenly the piece of fish in his mouth, which had been so difficult to swallow, seemed less unpalatable. He had never experienced such a sensation before. A feeling of indescribable accomplishment surged from the deepest recesses of his heart, washing over his limbs like a warm tide. This was not mere virtual data from a game, nor historical text from a book. These were living, breathing individuals, filled with joy and hope. And all of this was brought forth by him. "Brother Lu Yao, why aren't you eating?" Mu Hong's boisterous voice rang out beside him. He had already finished his fish and was licking his fingers with delight. Seeing Lu Yao holding the fish motionless for quite some time, he thought it must have been burnt. "Is yours bitter? Eat mine. Mine's delicious." Without a second thought, Mu Hong offered Lu Yao the best fish he had just pulled from the fire. Lu Yao smiled, shaking his head and pushing it back. "I'm fine. Just lost in thought." Mu Hong scratched his head, Though he couldn't fathom what could be more important than eating, he took back his fish, grinning foolishly. At that moment, a figure approached, exuding a faint, delicate fragrance. It was Yu. She had finished her meal, and a hint of color had returned to her face. In the firelight, her striking features appeared even more vivid and enchanting. She said nothing, merely reached into her bosom and retrieved 2 items, placing them in Lu Yao's hands. They were 2 red fruits, warm to the touch, imbued with her body's lingering warmth. Lu Yao was taken aback and looked up at her. Yu's gaze was serene yet seemed to contain a myriad of unspoken words. She had evidently noticed his aversion to fish. This seemingly coarse woman possessed a sensitivity that far surpassed anyone's expectations. "Thank you," Lu Yao murmured softly. Yu simply nodded slightly, then turned and walked away to tend to the severely injured members of her tribe. Holding the red fruits, the warmth within Lu Yao intensified. He directed his gaze towards the survival manual in his mind. The icon for the simple harpoon had lit up, and above it a more intricate, metallic glimmering icon for the iron harpoon remained gray. Iron smelting? The thought flickered briefly before he extinguished it. Such a process required extremely high temperatures, stable furnaces, and ample iron ore, an endeavor as fantastical as a dream for them at this moment. His eyes swept over the people gathered around the fire. Though they had fire and food, the howling cold wind that surged through the cave entrance still felt like an invisible blade scraping against every individual. Several tribe members, including himself, still bore frostbite with no significant improvement, the biting itch a constant reminder that danger had not yet receded. This issue must be addressed. Lu Yao's consciousness raced through the manual. Clothing, food, shelter, transportation. His gaze ultimately settled on the page for shelter. An icon depicting a rudimentary door made of planks slowly materialized in his mind. Primitive door. A simple portal made from wood and vines, capable of warding off the cold winds. Crafting reward. 1 free attribute point. Unlocks entry. Coarse skin. Your skin will become more resilient, slightly enhancing physical defense. A door. Lu Yao's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, they needed a door. A barrier to keep the cold and danger at bay. Just as he resolved this, Yu stood up. She walked to the center of the cave, her shadow elongated by the firelight. All eyes turned to her. From today onward, we shall no longer worry about food. Her voice echoed within the cave, resolute and powerful. She turned, pointing at Lu Yao, who sat quietly in the corner. It was Lu Yao. He led us to the fish. He has brought us hope. After a brief silence, a wave of exclamations erupted. Oh, 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 Lu Yao! Lu Yao! The cave resonated with cheers akin to a tidal wave. Mu Hong led the charge, and all, regardless of age or injury, shouted his name with all their might. Each heartfelt cry, filled with gratitude and reverence, surged into Lu Yao's heart like a scalding torrent. He beheld the myriad eyes, bright as stars in the firelight, and the pure, sincere smiles gracing their faces. For reasons unknown, his heart, so accustomed to the detachment and indifference of modernity, felt a long-lost warmth in that moment. Perhaps this place could become his new home. Chapter 9. A door is needed. The cheers gradually subsided. The air in the cave felt as though it had been thoroughly transformed. Previously, it had been filled with cold and despair. Now, it was imbued with the tranquility after a hearty meal, the satisfaction illuminated by the firelight. More importantly, it was filled with hope. Each person's eyes sparkled with newfound light. Lu Yao did not linger long under the nearly reverent gazes. He understood well that a single hearty meal could only provide a fleeting sense of ease. To truly survive and thrive, there remained much to be done. He stood up and walked directly to Yu. We need a door. His voice, though soft, fell clearly into the depths of Yu's heart like a pebble. Yu, who was tending to the wounds of her tribe members, momentarily paused. She lifted her gaze, her amber eyes reflecting the flickering flames, carrying a hint of pure inquiry. A door? Lu Yao gestured towards the cave entrance, where the wind and snow howled mercilessly, then pointed to those huddled by the fire, still shivering. The fire could not dispel the cold wind within the cave. Following his direction, Yu's understanding dawned instantly. In their previous tribe, they would use reeds and stones to block the entrance against the wind and sand. However, in this place, even the meager reeds would likely be scattered by a gust of wind. Without a moment's hesitation, she stood up decisively. How do we do it? Her gaze was intense, filled with curiosity about the unknown and unreserved trust in Lu Yao. I need tools and manpower. Lu Yao's response was equally succinct. One person's strength has its limits. To rebuild a home in this wild land, he needed to ignite the flames within everyone. He surveyed the surroundings and found a relatively flat stone slab. Then, he retrieved a piece of charred wood from the fire. Under the curious gazes of all the tribe members, Lu Yao knelt down. The charcoal glided across the stone slab, producing a soft scratching sound. A few robust straight lines form a sturdy framework. Several rows of parallel lines are neatly arranged within this structure. On one side, he has drawn 2 circles, connected to the framework by curving lines, representing the hinges he envisioned, crafted from resilient vines. Finally, a thick line capable of being threaded through became the latch. Thus, a rough yet distinctly structured design with clear intent was born in the primitive cave. What is this cryptic symbol? Mu Hong leaned in, his eyes wide like copper bells, yet his face was etched with confusion. He could not comprehend a single line. However, he was profoundly astonished. You approached as well, refraining from asking questions. Instead, she mimicked Lu Yao's posture and slowly crouched down. Her gaze meticulously scanned the lines on the stone slab, her brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently. Suddenly, her breath caught. Something ignited in her bright eyes, shining with astonishing brilliance. She understood. Though she had never encountered such a thing before, she could visualize, through those simple lines, a tangible object in her mind. One that could open and close, capable of shielding against wind and snow. The impact of this moment overwhelmed her, far more intense than Lu Yao conjuring fire from thin air. Fire was a miracle, a power belonging solely to Lu Yao, incomprehensible to mortals, who could only revere it. But this was wisdom, a wisdom that could be drawn, understood, learned, and even passed down. Mu Hong, you slowly rose, her voice imbued with an unprecedented strength that brooked no dissent. Gather 2 individuals to find wood. It must be thick and straight, just like this. Her finger emphatically pointed at the doorframe etched on the stone slab. And procure some flat boards to create this. She gestured towards the door panel. Then, she turned to another man named Shi, whose craftsmanship was relatively refined. Shi, you take a group to find the sturdiest vines. Also, gather all our animal hides. Yes. The named tribesmen felt a sudden spark of excitement ignite in their eyes. They were no longer mere lambs awaiting their feed. They had been given a clear objective. Finally, U.S. gaze returned to Lu Yao, her voice involuntarily softening, laced with a hint of respect she herself did not fully recognize. You will teach us how to turn them into a door. In that moment, Lu Yao's role subtly transformed. He became the first chief engineer of this nascent tribe. Wait, just as everyone was eager to set off, Mu Hong raised his stone axe, his face a mask of concern. Chief, our stone axes can manage smaller trees, but we cannot fell those thick ones depicted in the drawing, nor can we shape them properly. The freshly ignited enthusiasm was doused as if by a bucket of cold water. A new challenge lay starkly before everyone. To excel in craftsmanship, one must first possess the right tools. Without appropriate instruments, even the most perfect blueprint was merely a collection of cryptic symbols on a stone slab. Lu Yao furrowed his brow as he glanced at his survival manual. Simple stone axe. Unlock reward. 1 free attribute point. Lumberjack skill level 1. Advanced direction. Sharp stone axe. Requires harder stone and polishing skills. His gaze swept across the ordinary stones scattered throughout the cave, and an answer formed in his mind. Let us not rush to cut down trees, Lu Yao called out to Mu Hong, who was about to lead the others. First, we need to create something. He picked up the stone slab depicting the door and, using charcoal, sketched a simpler image beside it. A single axe. Before we construct the door, Lu Yao spoke steadily and assuredly, we must first have a better axe. Chapter 10. Lumberjacking. With fire. Lu Yao said little more. Directly approaching the pile of stones meant for polishing the axe, crouching down to select carefully. His movements were focused, fingers gliding over the rough surfaces, assessing their texture and grain. Mu Hong and you edged closer, puzzled by the differences among the stones. To them, a stone was simply a stone. At last, Lu Yao's hands stilled. He lifted a piece of rock with a shell-like fracture and a texture far superior to ordinary stone. Granite. Hard and brittle, with sharp edges. It is an excellent material for crafting Stone Age tools. This is it. Lu Yao then found a relatively flat sandstone to serve as a grinding stone. Unlike others in the tribe who merely struck stones to create sharp edges, he held the granite, placing its thinnest edge against the sandstone at an incredibly slight angle, patiently grinding in a single direction. The rhythmic sound of friction filled the cave, a monotonous yet captivating melody. Everyone stood transfixed. They had never witnessed such meticulous polishing. In their understanding, tools were merely stones used to strike one another, a blunt method of achieving a sharpened edge. Time passed minute by minute. Sweat beaded on Lu Yao's forehead, and his arms began to ache, yet his movements remained steady. Finally, he paused, lifting the axe toward the firelight. A sharp glint flashed across the blade. What is this? Mu Hong's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he pointed at the axe, stammering, unable to articulate a single word. Is this still a stone? This is clearly a weapon. Lu Yao did not stop. He took a sturdy wooden stick, as thick as his arm, and carefully carved a notch into one end with the stone axe. Then, he firmly embedded the polished axe head into the groove. In the final step, he used the prepared, resilient vines to tightly bind the axe head and wooden handle together in a crisscross pattern. Round after round, he exerted all his strength, tightening each knot to its utmost. When he tied the final knot, a perfectly shaped, powerful and efficient sharp stone axe was officially born. At that moment, a brilliant light emanated from Lu Yao's manual. Ding! Successfully unlocked item. Sharp stone axe. Reward. Life skill, Lumberjack level 1. Reward. 1 free attribute point. A surge of new knowledge flowed into his mind like a stream. How to determine the direction in which a tree would fall. How to strike with the least effort. How to utilize the tree's weight. Various techniques transformed into instinct in an instant. Add to strength. Lu Yao thought. Strength. 67. A surge of formidable strength emanated from the depths of his muscles. He weighed the brand new stone axe in his hand, feeling it considerably lighter than before, a sense of profound mastery enveloping him. Mu Hong extended his rough, calloused hand, cautiously caressing the smooth wooden handle, glancing at his palms, marred with blisters and minor wounds, his eyes filled with astonishment. With this wooden handle, the risk of cutting his hands while felling trees would be eliminated. In the past, they had always gripped the other end of the stone axe directly, which not only made it difficult to exert force but also frequently resulted in cuts from the sharp stone shards. This minor improvement by Lu Yao was, in Mu Hong's eyes, nothing short of a revolutionary transformation. Lu Yao weighed the axe in his hand, sensing a subtle, almost imperceptible instability at the junction of the rattan and the wooden handle. He understood all too well that while this axe appeared imposing, the way the rattan was bound was still quite primitive, incapable of withstanding even a few vigorous strikes. Attempting to fell a large tree with it would be tantamount to chasing a delusion. Yet that was never his intention. Mu Hong, follow me, Lu Yao called out, leading the way out of the cave with his new axe in hand. Mu Hong immediately followed, while Yu silently picked up the stone spear, bringing up the rear. The snow and wind had lessened considerably. At the forest's edge, Lu Yao quickly selected a fir tree that was not too thick, but undeniably sturdy enough for door frames and planks. Under the puzzled gazes of Mu Hong and Yu, Lu Yao did not immediately swing the axe. Instead, he crouched down, extending his index finger. Crack! A golden flame ignited once more at his fingertip. He directed the flame toward the base of the fir, beginning to scorch it back and forth as if wielding a flamethrower. Mu Hong's mouth fell open in astonishment. Is this really possible? After about 2 minutes, the roots were charred black, even producing genuine flames. Lu Yao casually scooped up a handful of snow, spreading it around to create a makeshift firebreak, preventing the flames from spreading. Watching the fire consume the structure of the roots, he finally stood up, took a deep breath, and raised the sharpened stone axe in his hand. Ha! The techniques of lumberjacking unfolded naturally. He did not rely on brute strength. Instead, he slightly angled his body, engaging his core to drive his entire arm, striking the axe blade into the weakened, charred roots at a perfect diagonal. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the blade sunk into the wood. Mu Hong's blood surged with excitement, wishing he could snatch the axe and take over. Lu Yao did not pause. He extracted the axe and delivered another precise strike. Crack! Boom! On the third blow, the fragile axe blade shattered under the immense impact. However, it was sufficient. The first foundation had been thoroughly compromised by the flames and the 3 heavy strikes. In the astonished eyes of Mu Hong and Yu, the massive trunk emitted a spine-chilling creak before crashing down in the direction Lu Yao had anticipated. Snow flew in all directions. They had succeeded. Lu Yao gazed at the fallen tree, then at the axe in his hand, now reduced to just the handle, a smile of mastery gracing his face. Meanwhile, Mu Hong stood utterly dumbfounded. He stared at the colossal tree, then at the composed Lu Yao, feeling completely overwhelmed. To burn it, then to chop it, Lu Yao mused, brushing off the wood shavings from his hands, preparing to call Mu Hong to help disassemble the tree for transport. In the next moment he was left speechless. Mu Hong strode towards the fallen fir with purpose, taking a deep breath, his sinewy muscles bulging instantly. To Lu Yao's astonishment, he bent down and, with both hands, embraced the massive trunk weighing hundreds of pounds, emitting a beastly growl. Lift! The entire tree was hoisted as he forcibly carried it off the snowy ground, resting it upon his broad shoulders, as sturdy as a fortress wall. He then trudged forward, each step leaving deep impressions in the snow, making his way back toward the cave. Lu Yao and Yu exchanged a glance, both recognizing a shared sense of incredulity and astonishment in each other's eyes. Chapter 11. Who are you really? Lu Yao and Yu returned to the cave, one after the other. Their expressions bore traces of lingering bewilderment. Inside, the tribe members, recently satiated and lazily resting by the fire, fell into a profound silence upon seeing Mu Hong enter, shouldering an entire tree. His towering figure cast a shadow over the entrance, reminiscent of a mountain. The robust fur nearly blocked half the cave's entrance, snowflakes cascading from its crown, carrying an icy chill. Every movement froze in place. Someone had just popped a piece of roasted fish into their mouth, momentarily forgetting to chew. Another, mid-crafting a stone tool, held their arms suspended in mid-air. Boom! Mu Hong dropped the massive log heavily onto the ground, causing the entire cave to tremble. He clapped his hands, wiped the sweat from his brow, and grinned widely, displaying a row of white teeth, much like a child seeking praise. Brother Lu Yao, the chief, I've brought back the tree. The silence shattered with this earnest declaration. In the next instant, roar! Someone let out a primal yell, triggering a thunderous uproar that echoed throughout the cave. Mu Hong! Mu Hong! Everyone rushed forward, surrounding the fur, leaping and bouncing in excitement. They reached out, touching the rough bark, feeling the astonishing weight as if they were caressing a living totem, a symbol of the tribe's future hope. Lu Yao stood apart from the throng, observing the fervent tribe members and the grinning Mu Hong, now hoisted aloft by the crowd. His heart raced, not from excitement, but from a deeper, more profound shock. He abruptly glanced at his data panel. Strength, 7. After 2 consecutive enhancements, his strength had only reached 7. Yet Mu Hong's strength undoubtedly surpassed this figure. 20? 30? Perhaps even more. A clear realization dawned upon Lu Yao. The physical prowess of these primitive people far exceeded that of Earth. The so-called divine strength might not be entirely ethereal superpowers. An extreme, pure physical strength, surpassing mortal comprehension, was, in the eyes of these primitives, also divine power. This revelation offered Lu Yao a fresh perspective on the power dynamics of this world. After the shock and celebration, a new challenge loomed like a mountain before everyone. How to dismantle an entire tree into flat planks. Mu Hong seized a stone axe and struck the trunk with force. Clang! Sparks flew. Upon the stout trunk of the tree, only a faint white mark remained. Yet, the edge of the stone axe had shattered, creating a gaping notch. The atmosphere, once vibrant and bustling, abruptly turned cold. The crowd exchanged glances, their earlier excitement swiftly replaced by a sense of powerlessness. Abundant resources lay before them, yet the means to exploit them were lacking. At that moment, Lu Yao's calm voice broke through the tension. We need not chop. All eyes refocused on him. Unhurriedly, Lu Yao approached the trunk, instructing everyone to gather several hard stones. He then picked up a pristine stone axe and began to patiently strike and grind the stones. This time, he was not crafting an axe. Instead, he shaped the stones into a wedge, broad on one end and sharp on the other. What is this? You squatted beside him, observing the strangely shaped stones with a look of confusion. A wooden wedge, Lu Yao replied succinctly. He picked up one of the completed wedges and approached the thick cross-section of the trunk, scrutinizing the wood's natural grain. Then, he aligned the tip of the wedge with the crevice in the grain and forcefully hammered it in. Mu Hong, Lu Yao called back with all your strength. Find a large stone and drive these wedges in one by one. Although Mu Hong did not fully understand, he unconditionally followed Lu Yao's command. He lifted a nearly 100-pound boulder, took a deep breath, aimed at the first wooden wedge, and struck down with force. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated through the cave. The wooden wedge was driven an inch into the trunk. Bang! With a second strike, the wedge sank deeper. A series of agonizing tearing sounds echoed from within the trunk. Everyone held their breath. Yu's eyes were fixed on the crack being pried open by the wooden wedge, which was visibly extending along the tree's natural grain. Continue, Lu Yao urged. Mu Hong's eyes widened, letting out a roar as he exerted all his might to strike the third and fourth wedges. Rip! A thunderous noise erupted. It was as if an invisible giant hand had forcibly torn the entire trunk apart. Amidst the flying wood chips, the thick spruce trunk was neatly split in two. Though the fracture was rough, it was far more even than any axe could achieve. The cave fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. Yu abruptly turned her gaze to the man who remained composed. This man seemed to possess eyes that could see through the essence of all things. Under Lu Yao's guidance, The entire tribe was mobilized. An ancient and primitive engineering team was born. Mu Hong and several strong men were tasked with using the innovative wedge-splitting technique to break the massive trunk into thick wooden planks. The more skilled stoneworkers, accompanied by a few others, patiently polished the edges of the planks with sandstone, rendering them smoother. The women were not idle either. Under Yu's leadership, they gathered all the animal hides in the tribe, meticulously cutting them with stone knives, and sought out the sturdiest vines, repeatedly twisting and kneading them into robust ropes. The cave was no longer a place of stagnant waiting. Instead, it was filled with the rhythmic sounds of wedge hammering, the rustling of polishing, and the barely suppressed whispers of excitement among the people. Each individual was striving towards a common goal. The fervent passion for building a home dispelled the final remnants of cold and despair. Standing at the center, Lu Yao resembled a true chief engineer, methodically directing everything. He personally sketched designs, instructing the stoneworkers on how to create large wooden dowels that could interlock horizontally. He also took animal hides and vines, demonstrating to you how to wrap and intertwine them to create hinges that were both resilient and flexible. You learned swiftly, her gaze focused and bright, akin to a dry sponge eagerly absorbing this newfound knowledge. The complexity of her emotions towards Lu Yao deepened. Respect, curiosity, and inquiry intertwined in her eyes. The hours flew by in the heat of labor. Through everyone's concerted efforts, a robust, weighty, yet structurally sound wooden door miraculously emerged within the cave. It was constructed from 3 thick planks, tightly bound with resilient vine ropes. On either side were flexible hinges crafted from vine wrapped in animal hides, designed by Lu Yao. The center of the door featured a large square opening, beside which lay a wooden dowel as thick as an arm. Everyone paused their work and gathered around. They gazed at the door, their expressions filled with tension and anticipation, as if beholding a divine artifact about to descend from the heavens. Install it. Yu's voice trembled slightly, barely perceptible. Mu Hong and Shi exchanged glances and nodded firmly. Together, they lifted the heavy wooden door. Under Lu Yao's careful direction, they cautiously embedded the door frame into the uneven cave entrance, filling the gaps with rubble and wet mud. They then secured the animal hide hinges to the door frame with sharpened wooden pegs. The installation process was fraught with difficulties. Primitive tools and coarse materials rendered every step challenging. Yet no one complained. All hearts were united as one. Finally, as the last wooden peg was driven into the crevice of the rock wall, the door, bearing the hopes of the entire tribe, stood firmly at the cave entrance. Close the door. Lu Yao issued the final command. Mu Hong took a deep breath, extending his calloused hand to grasp the edge of the door. Under the watchful gaze of all the tribespeople, he slowly, almost reverently, pushed the heavy wooden door towards the frame. Creak. The rough wood scraped against the stone frame, producing an agonizing sound. The howling winds and snow outside diminished rapidly as the door gap narrowed. The flickering flames within the cave ceased their dance. Click. The door panel and frame did not fit perfectly, but they sufficiently covered most of the entrance. Mu Hong took hold of the thick wooden dowel, aimed it at the square opening, and forcefully inserted it. Clack. A sound, not entirely crisp, resonated as the lock engaged. At that moment, the entire world fell silent. The howling winds and snow that had ravaged for days, the roaring cold, all sounds representing chill and danger were completely severed. An unprecedented sensation of warmth and safety enveloped everyone in the cave, like the thickest animal hide gently wrapping around them. The temperature within the cave began to rise at a visibly rapid pace. A young child, gazing at the colossal door that kept the biting wind and snow at bay, felt a long-lost warmth enveloping him, and could not help but weep with overwhelming joy. His cries resonated like a signal. "We have a home! Oh, oh, oh!" After a brief silence, a volcanic eruption of elation and cheers followed. People embraced, weeping and laughing, jumping in the most primal and sincere manner, expressing the exhilaration bubbling within their hearts. At that very moment, a brilliant light erupted from the manual in Lu Yao's mind. Successfully unlocked item. Primitive door. Reward, 1 free attribute point. Unlocked entry. Rough skin, your skin will become more resilient, slightly enhancing physical defense. A warm current surged through him. Without hesitation, Lu Yao focused his thoughts. Add it to strength. Strength, 78. A more potent sense of power surged from deep within his being. Simultaneously, he distinctly felt as though an invisible, resilient layer of keratin had formed over the surface of his skin. When he grazed it with his fingernail, it felt akin to scraping against tough leather. Just as all his kin rejoiced over this miraculous door, a figure weaved through the jubilant crowd, approaching his side. It was Yu. She stepped in front of Lu Yao, wordlessly fixing him with a gaze of profound complexity. At last, she slowly spoke, her voice hushed to a level only they could hear. Your divine power. She paused, seemingly searching for the right word. Is it wisdom? After posing this question, she took a half-step forward, her eyes, astonishingly bright, locking onto Lu Yao's, asking deliberately, Who exactly are you? Chapter 12 The Wolf Attack. Inside the cave, the echoes of celebration lingered. Outside, the wind and snow were cleaved by the door into another realm. Warmth and safety felt so real it brought one to tears. Yet at this moment, Yu's inquiry before Lu Yao was colder and sharper than the tempest outside. Who exactly are you? Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet it pierced like an invisible icicle, precisely resting against Lu Yao's throat. The cheers of the surrounding kin receded, becoming distant and distorted. Lu Yao's breath caught for a moment. He stared into Yu's eyes. Those lively orbs, illuminated by the firelight, shone with an alarming intensity, devoid of malice, only a pure and profound thirst for truth. Any lie would be pierced by those eyes. To lay everything bare would be akin to courting death. Countless thoughts exploded in Lu Yao's mind, only to be instantly extinguished. He met Yu's gaze, unwavering, his expression calm. His voice, similarly subdued, carried an oddly soothing power. I am Lu Yao, and your divine power? Yu pressed on, her body slightly leaning forward from the tension. Lu Yao did not respond immediately. He extended a finger, tapping his temple. My divine power resides here. He gestured towards Mu Hong, who was laughing heartily not far away. Mu Hong could lift massive trees. His power was strength. He then pointed to the heavy wooden door. And I can see a collection of timber that can be transformed into a door. I can envision sharpened stones tied to sticks, capable of becoming axes. I can perceive spearheads scorched by flames, designed to pierce the flesh of prey with greater ease. His words flowed steadily, each syllable dropping like a pebble, sending ripples across the lake of Yu's heart. My divine power does not concern itself with combat or hunting. It solely focuses on perceiving the principles underlying existence and then creating. Lu Yao gazed into Yu's pupils, which contracted violently in shock, and with a single statement, defined himself. If strength is the authority bestowed upon mortals by the divine, then wisdom is the very essence of divine power. Wisdom, this word struck like a thunderbolt, cleaving through the fog of confusion in Yu's mind. She attained clarity. Indeed, to conjure fire from nothing is miraculous. Yet the barbs of a fish spear, the hardened tips of axes, and this very door before them, all of it did not emerge from thin air. They adhered to some principle she could not comprehend, yet undoubtedly existed, and Lu Yao was the one capable of seeing these principles and manifesting them into reality. The scrutiny and sharpness in Yu's gaze gradually faded, replaced by a reverence that emanated from the depths of her soul. I understand now. The crisis averted, life began to settle into a new rhythm. With the door, the cave finally transformed into a true home. However, new challenges soon arose. The ground remained cold and damp, rendering the application of animal hides futile, as the chill seeped into bones, particularly hindering the recovery of those frostbitten. Lu Yao directed Shi and Mu Hong to bind the remaining planks with vines, constructing several raised wooden beds. The structure was exceedingly simple, consisting of a few planks joined together, supported by short wooden stakes beneath. He instructed the women to gather all the dry reeds within the cave, roasting them by the fire until thoroughly dried, layering them thickly upon the wooden beds. When the first frostbitten tribesman was laid upon the warm bed piled with hay, he sighed contentedly. At that very moment, ding! Successfully unlocked item. Primitive wooden bed. Reward. 1 free attribute point. Reward. Living skill. Sound sleep LV1. Your sleep quality will improve, accelerating the recovery of stamina and spirit. This skill is quite excellent. Lu Yao thought, focusing his thoughts to allocate the newly acquired attribute point once more to strength. Strength. 89. In the following days, the tribe settled into a tranquil yet fulfilling routine. Mu Hong and Shi ventured daily to the frozen lake to fish, while Yu led the women in mending animal skins, processing the catch or foraging for dry twigs nearby the cave entrance. Inside, the bonfire never extinguished, and the aroma of roasted fish perpetually filled the air. Each face bore a flush of color and smiles. Lu Yao too remained industrious. His primary task now was contemplation, pondering the next steps for this nascent tribe. Though food and shelter were temporarily secured, clothing remained a critical shortfall. Everyone was still wrapped in tattered, flimsy animal skins. He glanced repeatedly at his survival manual. On the page for clothing, the icon for animal skin garment radiated an enticing glow. Animal skin garment. Crafted from tanned animal hides and stitched with bone needles, it effectively wards off the cold. Unlock rewards. 2 free attribute points, unlocked entry. Resistance LV1, your body's resistance to germs and infections is slightly enhanced, making it less prone to infection from animal bites. 2 attribute points, and an exceptionally precious resistance trait. Lu Yao's eyes gleamed with envy. Yet, a skilled artisan cannot fabricate without materials. The combined pelts within the tribe fall woefully short of crafting a complete garment, let alone the tools for tanning hides and the bone needles for sewing. He could only await the subsiding of the storm to venture out for a hunt. Lu Yao temporarily set this plan aside. Mu Hong had now become his devoted follower, returning each day from fishing, finding the greatest joy in sitting beside Lu Yao, listening to his unheard-of philosophies. Lu Yao, do you truly believe we can eat fish every day in the future? Mu Hong, clutching a fish bone to pick his teeth, wore a blissful, greasy smile. Of course, Lu Yao replied, leaning against the warm stone wall. When spring arrives, we can grow our own food. Grow food? Mu Hong's eyes widened, resembling copper bells. Just as Lu Yao prepared to enlighten him about primitive agriculture, a familiar howl erupted outside the cave without warning. Awoo! The happiness on Mu Hong's face instantly froze, and he seized a nearby stone spear. It's those damned wolves. Lu Yao furrowed his brow. Something was amiss. This howl was different. The previous howls had been chaotic, greedy, and cunning. Yet this time, amidst the cacophony, a singular voice stood apart. That voice was not the loudest, yet it possessed a terrifying penetrating power, as if it could pierce through eardrums and shake the very soul. It exuded an air of authority, high and unwavering, filled with the undeniable essence of a ruler. Inside the cave, silence enveloped them in an instant. A primal fear, rooted deep within their bloodlines, gripped each heart. You darted to the entrance, peering through the crack. In the storm, pairs of glimmering green eyes illuminated the dark forest's edge one after another. At the pinnacle of that sea of green glimmers, a pair of colossal eyes fixated intently on their cave entrance. Those eyes were cold, devoid of warmth, a chilling pallor. Chapter 13, The First Battle. Those eyes, pallid and hollow. Just being under their gaze caused Lu Yao's breath to hitch, a chill coursing from his spine to the crown of his head, as if his entire being had been filled with shards of ice. The Wolf King. It did not howl. It simply stood there, its immense shadow consuming the storm, emanating a suffocating silence that compelled all to submit. The ordinary giant wolves surrounding it were far larger than Lu Yao had ever imagined. Standing tall, they reached nearly the height of an adult, their bulging muscles resembling stone, drool dripping from their sharp fangs, melting the snow into dark holes. They have returned. A trembling voice from one of the tribesmen ignited the frozen fear within the cave. Bang! 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 The heavy, relentless thudding echoed from the newly crafted wooden door. The giant wolves were slamming against it with their bodies. The sturdy door groaned under the strain, splinters and dirt cascading down. Yu's expression turned grave. She did not attempt to barricade the door. It would be a futile endeavor. Instead, she grasped a wooden spear tempered by fire, its tip gleaming ominously in the flickering light. She positioned herself beside the door, her body taut, melding with the shadow of the wall. Lu Yao, stand behind me. Mu Hong had long since swallowed the fish meat, standing before Lu Yao like an iron tower, wielding the heaviest wooden spear. The remaining 7 tribesmen, including a child of merely 10 years, also armed themselves. The laughter that once graced their faces had vanished, replaced by a steely resolve born from countless life and death struggles. They were warriors. Boom! A thunderous crash. The thick wooden door shattered under an overwhelming force, exploding into a flurry of debris. A foul wind surged forth, and the most impatient of the giant wolves roared as it burst into the cave. Just as it crossed the threshold, the shadow that had melded with the darkness sprang into action. Yu's silhouette moved with incredible swiftness, her arm muscles surging, the spear in her hand tracing a straight black line through the air, releasing a piercing shriek as it flew from her grasp. Lu Yao's retina registered only a straight black line. The spear moved with such speed that it was silent, devoid of any murderous intent, until it struck true. Thud! A dull thud of flesh meeting flesh. The giant wolf that had just entered the cave staggered, its massive head jolting violently. Its mournful howl was cut off abruptly. The tempered spear had precisely penetrated its eye socket, traversing its entire brain. The enormous body collapsed with a resounding thud, convulsing twice before falling silent. A single strike to kill. Lu Yao's heart raced fiercely. This was the power of the female chieftain. However, this bloody scene did not deter the wolf pack. Instead, it ignited their ferocity. A thunderous roar reverberated. The Wolf King moved. It did not charge. Rather, it swayed slightly and tore through the storm, instantly covering a distance of several meters, disregarding Mu Hong and the other tribesmen in its path. Its target was clear, lunging directly at Yu. Fire ignited in Yu's eyes as she swiftly snatched another wooden spear from the ground, advancing rather than retreating, boldly confronting the specter of white death. Clang! The spear tip clashed violently with the claws, erupting into a shower of dazzling sparks. A man and a wolf were instantly embroiled in a fierce struggle. The battle erupted in full force. Roar! Mu Hong let out a furious bellow, swinging his stone axe into a whirlwind of death, shattering the bones of two attacking giant wolves, sending them flying. He even succumbed to a frenzy, seizing one giant wolf by the hind leg, lifting the several hundred-pound beast as if it were a mere toy, and smashing it down upon the wolf pack like a meteor. The other tribesmen exhibited astonishing combat prowess. A man named Shur and another tribesman stood back to back, forming a makeshift spear formation, calmly blocking and striking. Even the youngest child nimbly navigated the battlefield's periphery, occasionally delivering finishing blows to the wounded wolves. There were no weaklings here, except for Lu Yao, despite having raised his strength attribute to 9. In the face of such a genuine life-or-death struggle, his body still felt clumsy. His brain roared with urgency, but his body moved like rusted machinery, always a beat too slow. The instinct for battle cannot simply be acquired through attributes. Soon, the wolf pack discerned this vulnerability. They were born hunters, adept at exploiting the weak points of their prey. 3 giant wolves abandoned their tussle with Mu Hong and the others, lunging toward Lu Yao from 3 directions. Be careful. Mu Hong's eyes were filled with a desperate fury, yearning for reinforcements. Yet he found himself ensnared by the relentless grasp of several wolves. The stench of blood assaulted his senses. Lu Yao's pupils dilated in terror as he caught sight of the 3 gaping maws, the nauseating odor permeating the air. The shadow of death loomed over him in an instant. A wolf's fang grazed his cheek, a fiery sting coursing through his skin. Yet thanks to the resilience of his rough exterior, he remained unscathed. At that perilous moment, Lu Yao's mind sharpened to an extraordinary clarity. 3 wolves, 3 directions. It appeared they were lunging at him. However, the twist of their torsos, the power in their hind legs, the point of convergence was not him. It was Mu Hong's neck, which would be exposed as he turned. It was a trap, luring Mu Hong to defend his vulnerable spot, then striking with lethal intent the moment he revealed an opening. Mu Hong, retreat! Lu Yao bellowed. Instead of retreating, he surged forward, grasping Mu Hong's shoulder with all his might, yanking him back. The force of his pull caused Mu Hong's massive form to stumble backward, retreating 2 or 3 steps. Meanwhile, the 3 wolves that had targeted Lu Yao twisted midair. Their true fangs were now bared. Their objective was clear: Mu Hong's neck, which would have been exposed had he turned. With a sickening sound, blood erupted. A wolf's claws tore open Mu Hong's shoulder, flesh rolling back. Simultaneously, another wolf clamped down on Lu Yao's arm, its sharp fangs piercing deep. The excruciating pain was unbearable. Yet, Mu Hong's neck was spared. Shaken, Mu Hong stood frozen, acutely aware of the agony in his shoulder, glancing down at the gaping wounds on Lu Yao's arm, recalling the deadly trajectory of the wolf's assault. A chill shot up his spine. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for Lu Yao's roar and that crucial pull, he would have been a lifeless corpse. Chapter 14. Survive at all costs. The agonizing pain of the wolf's fangs tearing through flesh rendered Lu Yao's mind a blank slate. He couldn't even muster a scream. A more formidable force yanked him from his suffering. It was Mu Hong. This towering man glanced at the claw marks on his shoulder, then fixated on the 2 bleeding punctures on Lu Yao's arm, instantly grasping the gravity of the situation. The frail Lu Yao had used his own body to shield him from the lethal fangs. He had saved his life. A roar, primal and inhuman, erupted from the depths of Mu Hong's throat. His eyes were consumed by a crimson haze. Die! He relinquished all defense, allowing a wolf's claws to carve 3 deep gashes across his chest without a second thought. He didn't even glance at the beast. With his wooden spear shattered, Mu Hong seized a crude stone axe, swinging it with a devastating ferocity. Crack! The spine of the attacking wolf was shattered on impact. The foul stench of blood and shattered organs splattered across Mu Hong. Yet he remained unfazed, wielding the stone axe like a weapon, striking down upon the 3rd wolf with unrelenting fury. An exchange of injury, a gamble of lives. Amidst the relentless tide of wolves, he carved a sanctuary for Lu Yao behind him. Lu Yao, shielded by Mu Hong, felt the throbbing pain and loss of blood cloud his vision. He gritted his teeth, refusing to succumb. He watched as Mu Hong's formidable silhouette surged through the pack, every injury causing Lu Yao's heart to clench. This pain should have been his own. Just then, a piercing, childlike scream shattered the air, abrupt and heart-wrenching. Then silence. Mu Hong's rampage halted momentarily. Instinctively, he turned. In that fleeting instant, a wolf, lying in wait in the shadows, seized the opportunity, silently lunging for the exposed vulnerability of his back. The shadow of death loomed once more. Lu Yao's pupils constricted to pinpricks. He longed to scream, yet his throat, weakened by blood loss, betrayed him. He wished to move, but the searing pain held him fast. It was over. In that moment of despair, a shadow burst forth from his side. It was Shan, the stoic warrior of the tribe, steady as a mountain. He was closest. There was no time for thought, no time to throw a weapon. He made the most primal, resolute choice. Like a raging bull, he hurled himself against Mu Hong's side with all his might. Thud! The immense force knocked Mu Hong off balance, narrowly evading the fatal assault. However, Shan, propelled by momentum, lost his footing entirely, presenting his unguarded back to the wolf's fangs. With a sickening sound, the razor-sharp teeth pierced his throat without resistance. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Lu Yao watched in horror as the blood splattered against the rocks before him, staining his face. Warm, sweetly metallic, Shan's body trembled violently, life draining rapidly. Yet, in his final moments, his eyes, dulled by blood loss, ignited with a remarkable brilliance. With his last ounce of strength, he thrust the broken wooden spear upward, driving it into the soft underbelly of the giant wolf with precision. The wolf howled in agony, releasing its grip. Shan delivered the final, glorious blow of his life. His towering form collapsed heavily backward. In the last second before his consciousness slipped into eternal darkness, his gaze, piercing through the chaos of battle and the menacing wolves, fixed unwaveringly upon Lu Yao, who stood aghast at the unfolding scene. In that look, there was no hatred, no fear, only a weighty, silent charge, as if to say, "Survive, carry us forth." "No!" Mu Hong let out a heart-wrenching scream, as Lu Yao gazed upon the mountain collapsing before him, fixating on those lifeless, unblinking eyes and the silent bequest they represented. An unprecedented wave of humiliation and rage erupted from his chest. Wisdom? Foresight? In this blood-soaked world, wisdom devoid of power to protect is but the most pallid and impotent jest. It cannot even safeguard the life of a single companion. Meanwhile, the fierce struggle between you and the Wolf King had reached its most sanguinary phase. At the moment the mountain fell, the Wolf King momentarily faltered, affected by the anguished cries of its comrades. An opportunity. Fire ignited in Yu's eyes. Rather than retreating, she surged forward, twisting her body at an unimaginable angle, deliberately colliding with the Wolf King. She relinquished her weapon and, in the fleeting instant of their intersection, forcefully propelled herself upward, mounting the broad back of the Wolf King. The Wolf King howled in agony, thrashing wildly. Yet Yu's legs clamped around its waist like iron vices. She drew forth the bone dagger, forged from the hardened bones of bears, that she had yet to employ, aiming for the immense cranium of the Wolf King. It was the eyes. With every ounce of strength she could muster, she plunged the bone dagger into the Wolf King's vast, ghastly eye socket, inch by inch penetrating deeply. Thud! Time came to a standstill at that moment. The colossal form of the Wolf King froze, its frantic struggles abruptly ceasing. Those pale eyes instantly lost all glimmer. With a resounding crash, the Wolf King, as monumental as a mountain, collapsed to the ground. Witnessing the demise of their leader, the remaining giant wolves were instantly consumed by an abyss of terror, their green eyes wide with dread. They emitted desperate, heart-wrenching whimpers, abandoning their fight, turning tail and fleeing frantically into the blinding snowstorm outside. The battle had concluded. Inside the cave, chaos reigned. The stench of blood flowed like a stream across the uneven ground. 7 enormous wolf carcasses lay strewn amidst the crimson pool. Beside the wolf corpses lay Shan and the child with a severed neck, their lifeless bodies cold to the touch. The ecstasy of victory never arrived. Silence enveloped them. Only the heavy breathing and suppressed, low sobs filled the air. The home, once alive with the aroma of grilled fish and laughter, had transformed into a bloody inferno. From a tribe of 10, only 8 now remained. Mu Hong knelt beside Shan, extending a trembling hand to close his unblinking eyes. He understood. Shan had sacrificed his life for him. Lu Yao struggled to his feet, approaching Shan's lifeless form. He lowered his gaze upon the man who had died to protect him and Mu Hong, staring into the eyes that held a frozen weight of responsibility. He then glanced at Mu Hong, who, usually a simpleton, was now overwhelmed with grief. A resolute thought surged within him. He must survive. He would ensure the remaining members lived on. Chapter 15. The first combat skill, freezing technique. The joy of victory had long been washed away by the icy grip of death. The 8 survivors sat in silence around the flickering fire, its glow illuminating their faces, revealing their sorrow and exhaustion. Mu Hong, with his imposing frame, knelt on the ground, speechless. The wound on his shoulder, torn by wolf claws, was raw and swollen. The flesh curled back, though the bleeding had ceased. Yet the skin surrounding the injury bore an ominous dark purple hue. Lu Yao's own arm was hastily bound with strips of cloth, the searing pain ever present, a constant reminder of the reality of recent events. His gaze fell upon Mu Hong's darkening wound. Infection. In this primitive world devoid of antibiotics and sterilization, what appeared to be a non-fatal injury could claim the life of even the strongest warrior. Lu Yao immediately delved into the recesses of his mind, searching through the survival manual. With urgency, he sought anything related to healing. Soon, within the miscellaneous section beyond daily necessities, a gray icon, woven from herbs and vines, slowly materialized in his consciousness. Primitive bandage, crafted from specific herbs crushed and wrapped in clean linen or tree bark, suitable for initial wound treatment, effectively reducing infection risk. Unlock conditions. Successfully create the first primitive bandage. Unlock reward. 1 free attribute point. Beginner healing technique LV1. This was it. Lu Yao's eyes sparkled with hope. The beginner healing technique. This was precisely the ability he needed at this moment. But what specific herbs were required to make the bandage? The manual lacked a diagram. Lu Yao desperately rummaged through fragmented memories of his past life. Images, shattered and belonging to another soul, flickered rapidly in his mind. Eureka! On the way to the ice lake, he recalled a plant with serrated leaves and small purple flowers he had seen in a shaded area at the forest's edge. In his memories, he had previously used it to treat wounds. I must go out. Lu Yao stood up, his hoarse voice shattering the cave's stillness. All eyes were instantly drawn to him. Yu, who was using a warm piece of animal skin to wipe the congealed blood from Shan's face, froze at his words. Are you mad? The wolf pack has just retreated. Who knows if there are ambushes lurking outside? Who knows if the Wolf King has kin still around? You stood abruptly, confronting Lu Yao, nearly pointing a finger at his nose. You are the hope of our tribe. Your divine power lies in wisdom, not combat. You cannot take such risks. Her reaction was fervent, even tinged with fear. The tribe had already lost Shan and the child. She could not bear the cost of losing Lu Yao as well. Lu Yao shook his head. He did not argue. Instead, he lifted his injured arm and gestured towards Mu Hong's shoulder, which had begun to darken. His gaze swept across the wounds, large and small, on each person present. We are all wounded. In this frigid weather, our injuries will not heal. He refrained from uttering the word infection, instead awakening within them a deeper, primal fear through a more relatable narrative. Did we not have tribe members who, after being bitten by beasts, bore seemingly minor wounds, only to develop fevers days later, mumbling incoherently, and ultimately succumbing in agony? Yu's pupils constricted sharply. Mu Hong's sorrowful face paled in an instant. They certainly remembered. The despair of watching a comrade's wound fester, rot, and their body weaken day by day until they perished in anguish was a nightmare etched into the very marrow of their beings. As Lu Yao met the piercing gaze of Yu, he spoke slowly and deliberately. I know of a herb that can heal our wounds. Mu Hong's injury cannot be delayed any longer. His voice, though soft, resonated with an unwavering determination to spare no effort. Yu stared intently at him, and in his eyes, she recognized the same resolute commitment to their tribe, a willingness to risk everything for their home. This man was not merely a strategist lurking in the shadows. His heart bled for their newly formed sanctuary, just as theirs did. Silence enveloped them, a long, drawn-out silence. The howling wind outside the cave began to echo in their ears once more. Finally, Yu closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, all emotion had dissipated, leaving only the cold ruthlessness and resolve of a warrior. She picked up her sharp bone dagger from beside the wall and approached Lu Yao. I will accompany you. Chief, let me go. I am tough and resilient. Mu Hong struggled to rise but was forced back down by the excruciating pain in his shoulder and a sudden wave of dizziness. Everyone stay still, Yu commanded, her voice calming the restless atmosphere. Protect our home. She glanced at Mu Hong and the others before her gaze finally rested on Lu Yao. Let us proceed. Just as the two were about to step out of the cave, Lu Yao halted. His eyes fell upon the lifeless body of the Wolf King, sprawled in a pool of blood like a small mountain. Even in death, its pale eyes remained open, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. Wait, he urged, suppressing the unease that stirred within him as he approached. You followed closely behind, remaining vigilant. Lu Yao crouched down, extending his hand, hesitating just before making contact with the Wolf King's cold fur. Ultimately, he gently laid his palm upon it. In that instant, a brilliant light erupted in his mind. Lines of golden text flooded his consciousness. Successful contact with a level 2 creature. Icefield Wolf King, mutated. Unlocked Beast Compendium. Icefield Giant Wolf. Icefield Giant Wolf. A pack-hunting carnivore, extremely dangerous. Its blood and flesh contain trace amounts of frost poison. Long-term consumption can lead to bodily rigidity, deemed inedible. Upon reading the words inedible, Lu Yao's heart lurched violently. He abruptly turned to look at the corpses of several ordinary giant wolves within the cave. If he had not acted unnecessarily, the starving tribesmen would undoubtedly resort to consuming these wolf carcasses once their food ran out. At that point, the entire tribe would silently face utter disaster. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Meanwhile, more information continued to unfold in the manual. Detected host's involvement in the defeat of the Wolf King, triggering special reward. Reward, combat skill, freeze level 1. Freeze level 1. You can expend mental energy to condense a small sphere of cold air in your palm, usable for freezing objects or slowing down enemies. A rush of icy, refreshing energy surged from his palm into his body, ultimately converging in his mind, momentarily alleviating the pain in his arm. A brand new skill icon, radiating a blue glow, was illuminated in the manual Freeze. This was a true, extraordinary power that belonged solely to him. Suppressing the exhilaration and shock within, Lu Yao slowly stood up. Its flesh is toxic. It cannot be consumed, he calmly informed you behind him. Let us go. Without further delay, Lu Yao stepped out of the cave alongside you. Outside, the snowstorm had ceased. The blood-stained snow appeared strikingly vivid under the pallid light of the sky. The air was as sharp as a blade. The two trudged through the deep snow, which reached their knees with you leading the way, holding her bone spear and vigilantly scanning every shadow around them. Lu Yao followed closely, guided by the memories of his former self and the directional instincts of a traveler, discerning the path toward the ice lake. He immersed his mind in his thoughts, attempting to activate that newfound power. Freeze. He spread his left palm, focusing his spirit. A peculiar energy surged from his mind, coursing through the meridians of his arm, converging in his palm. With a hum, a visible sphere of cold mist, exuding wisps of white vapor, materialized above his hand. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Chapter 16. Crafting bandages. The Watcher in the Snowy Forest. Tiny water vapor in the air was drawn toward that sphere of cold mist, condensing into visible fragments of ice crystals that swirled above his palm. He had succeeded. Though the power of this chill may be modest, its significance sent Lu Yao's heart racing. For the first time in this untamed land, he possessed the ability to inflict harm at will. This was a divine power uniquely his own. I found it. Just as Lu Yao was lost in the astonishment of his new ability, Yu's cool voice called out from ahead. Lu Yao regained his focus and looked up. Beneath a snow-covered cliff, several resilient plants emerged from the crevices of snow. Their leaves bore finely serrated edges, and clusters of inconspicuous dark purple flowers blossomed at their tips. Precisely as he remembered from his former self. Lu Yao hurried forward, extending his hand to lightly touch one of the plant's leaves with his fingertips. Ding! Successfully identified item. Purple flower ditting, hemostatic herb. Properties. After being crushed and applied externally, it possesses the efficacy of clearing heat, detoxifying, cooling blood, and reducing swelling, with preliminary effects in suppressing wound infection. Optimized method. After crushing, heating it with flames can activate its deeper medicinal properties. Applying heat to the wound will enhance its efficacy by more than threefold. Joy surged within Lu Yao. Indeed, it was the herb. More importantly, the manual provided an optimization method unheard of by his former self. Heating with flames. He and you immediately set to work, carefully harvesting each miraculous life form from the snowy ground. In the primitive age, this was the lifeline that could determine life and death. However, after a moment of gathering, Lu Yao suddenly paused. He noticed that the root of one purple flower ditting bore clear signs of having been cut with a stone tool, the incision still fresh. You also recognized this, crouching down to pick up a bit of soil, her gaze sharpening like that of a wolf. Someone has been here and not long ago. They exchanged a grave look, both understanding the urgency of the situation. Without delay, they must return immediately. Just as they turned, A chilling malice pierced into Lu Yao's neck like a needle. An aggressive gaze shot from the depths of the dense forest, locking onto him with deadly intent. He suddenly turned around, only to behold a forest of swaying snowflakes in the wind. "Don't move." Yu's voice was low and commanding as she seized Lu Yao's shoulder. Her muscles taut as she pulled him behind her. The bone spear she had been holding had somehow found its way across her chest. Its tip aimed menacingly at the encroaching darkness. The feeling of being watched did not dissipate. Rather, it intensified, drawing closer. That gaze clung to them like a shadow, imbued with an unsettling, predatory scrutiny. In the next moment, Yu made an unexpected decision. Rather than confronting the threat, she bent low and effortlessly hoisted Lu Yao onto her shoulder. "Hold tight." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, the muscles in her legs bulged, propelling her forward like an unleashed cheetah, racing towards the cave. The wind howled in their ears as the trees flanked them, retreating at a dizzying pace. Lu Yao, perched on Yu's seemingly slender yet powerfully explosive shoulder, was jostled about, yet he distinctly felt the terrifying strength coursing through the female chieftain. Time lost its meaning as they ran. The sense of being stalked finally began to fade. Yu halted behind a massive tree, gently setting Lu Yao down, her chest heaving slightly as she exhaled a long plume of white vapor. "There are others on this mountain," she spoke, her tone laced with a chilling edge. This was far from good news. Resources in the wild were limited. If they were merely scattered wanderers, there might be a chance to integrate them into the tribe. However, if it were an established tribe defending their territory and resources, once their cave was discovered, a bloody war would be inevitable. They dared not linger any longer, hastening back to the cave. Upon their safe return, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Lu Yao, disregarding his exhaustion, immediately placed the purple flower he had gathered on a flat stone slab, meticulously grinding it into a dark green medicinal paste with another stone. "Lu Yao, quickly apply it to Mu Hong," an anxious tribesman urged. Everyone could see that Mu Hong's face had taken on an alarming reddish hue. His lips cracked, and his breathing had become labored, like a bellows. The wound on his shoulder had swollen to the size of a darkened bun. Yet Lu Yao shook his head. Under the puzzled gazes of his companions, he carefully brought the slab of medicinal paste to the fire, patiently warming it from a distance. "What is he doing? How can herbs be cooked? They are not food." Mu Hong struggled to open his eyes, confusion written across his face as he looked at Lu Yao. In their understanding, it was akin to wasting precious herbs. Lu Yao offered no explanation, simply stating calmly, "Trust me." Those 3 words seemed to carry an extraordinary power, silencing all doubts. He observed as the paste deepened in color under the flames, releasing an unusual herbal fragrance. Simultaneously, he instructed Shur to fetch the remaining dried bark from the fir tree, which he also roasted briefly over the fire for primitive sterilization. Finally, he applied the warm, aromatic medicinal paste evenly onto the inner side of the bark. Several primitive yet effective makeshift bandages were thus created. And in that very moment, ding! Successfully unlocked item. Primitive bandage. Reward: 1 free attribute point. Reward: life skill. Basic healing technique LV1. A warm, life-affirming current surged into Lu Yao's mind. He immediately rushed to Mu Hong's side. The torn flesh, the darkened wound, the mingling of pus and blood emitted a foreboding aura. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yao firmly placed the still-warm bark bandage over the wound. The moment the heated herbs made contact with the injury, Mu Hong shuddered and let out a pained gasp. Having completed this, Lu Yao took a deep breath, gently pressing his uninjured left hand atop the bandage. Basic healing technique, he silently intoned in his mind. The next instant, a miracle occurred. A soft, emerald-green light, akin to new sprouts, erupted from his palm. This radiance was not blinding, yet it brimmed with an indescribable, overwhelming vitality. The green light permeated the bandage, enveloping Mu Hong's shoulder. A faint sizzling sound, reminiscent of spring rain falling upon parched earth, emanated from the wound. All eyes widened, collectively transfixed by the green glow, forgetting to breathe. They watched as Mu Hong's previously contorted face began to slowly relax, his erratic breaths stabilizing. The fever-induced flush on his forehead faded at a visibly rapid pace. Just as Lu Yao felt a wave of dizziness from the expenditure of mental energy and withdrew his hand, the silence in the cave was shattered by a gasp of astonishment. He peeled back a corner of the bandage. The once fearsome dark swelling had diminished by nearly half. The edges of the torn flesh even began to show hints of new life, pale pink skin emerging. Oh my heavens, a miracle! Lu Yao paid no mind to the awe surrounding him, decisively allocating his newly acquired attribute point to Constitution. A wave of warmth surged through his body, swiftly alleviating the pain in his arm and the fatigue in his spirit. Then, he delved deep into his mind, examining his rejuvenated data panel. Name, Lu Yao. Strength, 9. Constitution, 9. Agility, 4. Reproductive ability, 2. Charm, 10. Free attribute points, 0. Life skills, Firestarter LV1. Fishing LV1. Logging LV1. Sleep induction LV1. Combat skills, Rough skin, passive. Frost technique LV1. Basic healing technique LV1. Gazing at his increasingly powerful panel, an unprecedented sense of control welled within him. Frost technique as his primary offensive skill, healing technique as his support. In this perilous, primordial world, he finally possessed a genuine trump card for survival. Chapter 17. The Direction of a New Home. A handful of emerald light flowed serenely in Lu Yao's palm. Beneath the glow, Mu Hong's dark, swollen shoulder was recovering at an unnatural pace. The jagged edges of his wound were shedding dark purple necrotic flesh. New pink tissue sprouted with visible tenacity, spreading forth. The fever-induced flush from Mu Hong's heated forehead quietly dissipated. His labored breaths gradually transformed into a steady, rhythmic cadence. In the cave, one could hear a pin drop. Everyone had forgotten to breathe, their gazes fixed intently upon the radiant green light that symbolized a miracle. This represented the very essence of life. Lu Yao felt a wave of mental fatigue wash over him, yet he did not falter. Employing the same method, he meticulously treated the wounds of the remaining 6 injured tribesmen. Whether it was flesh torn by wolf claws or joints twisted in battle, under the illumination of that emerald glow, they all experienced significant relief. After completing this task, Lu Yao felt a slight dizziness in his mind. He then picked up a roasted herbal bandage, looked at the crowd, and calmly explained, "This herb, when roasted over fire, enhances its efficacy." He paused, surveying each tribesman. "In the past, when we applied it directly, there were still those who succumbed to minor injuries, were there not?" His words awakened everyone. Indeed, while applying this herb brought a cooling sensation to the wounds, there had still been warriors who perished despite its application. The crowd gazed at him, their eyes filled with an awe that had reached its zenith. At that moment, Yu stood up. She walked to the center of the cave, the flickering firelight casting dancing shadows upon her resolute face. "When Lu Yao and I ventured out, we discovered signs of others in the snowy forest." Her voice was soft, yet it instantly froze the atmosphere within the cave. The warmth of having just triumphed over the wolf pack dissipated, replaced by an icy dread that surged up each person's spine. Panic silently gripped everyone's throats. They had fled here after being vanquished by another tribe. Would that nightmare replay itself? Must we flee again? A woman's voice trembled with despair. Yu's sharp gaze swept across each person, sensing the fear that was permeating the space. She suddenly raised her voice, filled with conviction. "Listen to me. In the past, we had only one warrior awakened to divine power. But now," she pointed to the still-breathing Mu Hong. "Mu Hong is gradually awakening his divine strength. And I am here as well." Finally, her finger solemnly pointed at the man who stood quietly to the side. "We also have Lu Yao. His awakened divine power is wisdom. As long as we are alive, as long as we stand together, no one can defeat us. We will surely rebuild our homeland here." Yu's words shattered the ice encasing the hearts of the crowd. Yes, they had Mu Hong who could lift an entire tree. They had a chieftain capable of slaying a giant wolf with a single spear. And they had Lu Yao who could conjure fire from thin air, fish beneath the ice, and heal wounds. All eyes converged upon Lu Yao and Yu in unison. It was a gaze that entrusted all hope upon them. Yu also looked at Lu Yao, her resolve softening slightly. "Lu Yao, the door has been broken, and the wind has blown in. Can we make another?" Lu Yao's gaze traversed the crowd, landing upon the chaos at the cave entrance. Shattered wooden planks and congealed blood were intermingled, with the wind and snow pouring in through the large breach. He shook his head. "The door can be remade." His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly with everyone. "But we cannot remain in this cave any longer." Yu was taken aback. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Lu Yao walked over to the newly crafted fish spears, picked one up, and felt the sharpness of the tip with his fingers. A wooden door, standing at the entrance of this icy cave, was far too conspicuous. The cave's entrance was too large, yet the interior too shallow, allowing the cold wind to invade, leaving them with no place to hide. Furthermore, should the enemy block the entrance, they would have no space to retreat or counterattack. The truth of his words was not lost on Yu. Yes, if members of other tribes searched the mountains and spotted an obviously man-made wooden door, they would immediately discover their location. Lu Yao's gaze swept across the stone slab marked with a rudimentary map drawn in charcoal. We gathered herbs in a place that was observed, located to the west of the snowy mountains. This indicates that those individuals are also to the west. His finger pressed firmly and decisively across the slab, tracing a line to the opposite side. Therefore, we will head east, to the eastern woods, in search of a more concealed and safer cave. He looked at everyone, his gaze ultimately resting on you. You nodded emphatically and immediately spoke. Lu Yao is right. Starting tomorrow, I will go with Lu Yao to the ice lake to catch enough fish to freeze. I will also search for a new cave to the east in the coming days. Once everyone's injuries have healed sufficiently, we will set off to our new home. Inside the cave there was a profound silence. Everyone watched the chieftain Yu and the man holding the fish spear who had charted a path for the tribe. On their youthful faces, there was no confusion, no fear, only tranquility and confidence. The sorrow of battle, the dread of the unknown, were at that moment replaced by a more powerful force. That was hope, all right. Mu Hong was the first to struggle and shout, his excitement causing his wounds to throb, yet he paid it no mind. We will heed the chieftain and Lu Yao. Yes, we will go to our new home. The suppressed emotions finally found an outlet. The resounding roar echoed through the cave, dispelling the shadows of death and igniting boundless aspirations for the future. Chapter 18. A sudden encounter, the chieftain's frantic dash. With the decision to migrate firmly established, the lingering sorrow of the tribe was replaced by a fervent urgency to build a new home. The objective was clear. During the days that Mu Hong and the other injured recuperated, Lu Yao and you had to stockpile as much food as possible. The fish from the ice lake was their only option. However, new problems soon arose. Though the fish spear was efficient, the quantity of fish they could carry back by hand severely hampered their efficiency. In the survival manual, one entry titled Primitive Backpack lay quietly waiting. Primitive Backpack. Unlock reward. 1 free attribute point. Lu Yao's gaze fell upon the vines that remained after binding the wooden door in the corner of the cave. Without further ado, he picked up the vines and walked to the fire. As the flames licked over them, the barbs on the vines curled and charred, yet their resilience improved. He then began to weave clumsily with techniques that you could not comprehend. The vines danced through his fingers, intertwining, crossing, and knotting together. His fingers were not exceptionally dexterous, but the memories of watching elders weave bamboo baskets in his childhood were vividly clear at this moment. A sturdy structure, narrow at the top and wider at the bottom, with an opening gradually took shape in his hands. You squatted nearby, her bright eyes filled with curiosity. This object resembles a meticulously crafted nest. As Lu Yao firmly tightened the last vine and secured it with a knot, a primitive yet functional original fish basket was officially born. At that very moment, ding! Item unlocked. Original backpack. Reward. 1 free attribute point. No skill rewards were granted. Lu Yao instantly understood. The backpack was merely a container, its creation requiring minimal effort, unlike the harpoon and stone axe, which could directly instigate a transformation in production methods. The criteria established in the manual were perhaps linked to the depth of technological change or its impact on productivity. This reasoning was indeed sound. Lu Yao ceased to dwell on it, his consciousness sinking into the attribute panel. Agility, 4. In the fierce battle against the wolf pack, he had been able to discern the trajectory of his foes, his brain keeping pace, yet his body felt like a rusty machine, hampered at every turn. Strength and constitution were the cornerstones of survival, but speed delineated the boundary between life and death. Comprehensive development was imperative. He allocated his points to agility. Agility, 45. A tingling lightness surged from the Yongquan acupoint at the soles of his feet, swiftly permeating through his limbs. The heaviness in his body dissipated, each joint seemingly infused with lubricant, granting him an unprecedented sense of coordination. In pursuit of ultimate efficiency, Lu Yao fashioned a second fish basket. Fully prepared, he and you set forth. The two, bearing empty fish baskets and wielding harpoons, re-entered the silent snow-laden forest. The atmosphere had palpably shifted. With every gust of wind rustling through the treetops, the falling snowflakes sharpened Yu's gaze to a razor's edge. She led the way, each step silent and poised, embodying the vigilance of a mother leopard patrolling her territory. Lu Yao followed closely, his senses heightened, alert to any signs of movement. Soon they arrived at the icy lake. The surface remained as smooth as a mirror, the hole they had previously carved still evident. Wasting no time, they immediately began fishing. Yu had completely mastered the art of spearfishing, her decisiveness surpassing even Lu Yao's. With each thrust, she was swift, precise, and fierce, the icy water barely having time to settle before the spear pierced its prey. With his agility enhanced, Lu Yao's dynamic vision and bodily coordination skyrocketed. His speed and accuracy in thrusting dramatically improved. 1 fish, 5 fish, 10 fish. The school surrounding the hole was swiftly depleted. 25 plump fish filled both baskets to the brim, heavy with the hope of the tribe's continuity. Let's go, Lu Yao urged in a low voice. This part of the lake lay closer to the western side of the snow-capped mountains. The lurking predator could re-emerge at any moment. They had to race against time. Yu nodded in determination, adeptly slinging one basket onto her back while gripping her harpoon tightly, turning to leave. Lu Yao did the same. However, just as he straightened up, a gaze ensnared him. It was here. Lu Yao's heart constricted suddenly, and he turned sharply towards the source of the malice. This time he saw clearly. On the distant hillside's forest edge, a shadowy figure stood, a dozen dark silhouettes lurking. They were scattered along the tree-line, motionless, like specters rising from the snow, exuding an unmasked malevolence as they surveyed their prey. A dozen people. This was not merely 1 or 2 wanderers. It was an organized tribe. Yu's concerns had materialized into the worst reality. This was dire trouble. Lu Yao's heart sank. In that moment of adrenaline surging, a sharp pain suddenly pierced through his mind. After treating 7 injuries, his mental fortitude had been pushed to its limits. Now, the heightened tension of the hunt and the imminent, overwhelming threat had ignited the fuse of this explosive situation. The repercussions of his mental exhaustion erupted with a vengeance. The world before him began to violently sway and tear apart. Yu's vigilant silhouette fragmented into countless afterimages within his vision. This was bad. Lu Yao could only emit a faint cry before his body lost all control, plunging into darkness. Lu Yao! Yu sensed the disturbance behind her immediately. She whipped around just in time to see Lu Yao topple backward. Her expression changed drastically. Without a moment's thought, she lunged forward, catching him securely before he crashed into the snow. He felt feverishly hot to the touch. His forehead radiated an alarming heat. His vitality was drained. Yu's heart was gripped by an invisible hand. She glanced at the dark figures in the distance that had begun to move, then back at the unconscious Lu Yao in her arms. Without a shred of hesitation, Yu made the most resolute decision. With a fierce shout, she bent down and hoisted Lu Yao, along with his heavy fish basket, onto her slender right shoulder. Then, with her left hand, she firmly grasped another fish-laden basket. A grown man, 25 hefty fish, weighing over 200 pounds, now rested upon her frail shoulder. Hold on, she shouted at the unconscious Lu Yao, as if commanding him and herself simultaneously. In the next moment, Yu's leg muscles bulged, and the snow beneath her feet erupted. She shot forth like a blood-red arrow, sprinting away from the cave. The howling wind and snow were torn apart beside her, creating a piercing scream. The trees on either side morphed into a blur of retreating shadows. Yu's chest heaved violently, each breath releasing plumes of white mist, the frigid air searing her lungs, inflicting a pain akin to slicing. The weight on her shoulder pressed down with every step, leaving half-foot-deep impressions in the snow. Yet her speed never waned. Her gaze remained sharp and resolute, fixated on the path ahead. She could sense the shadows behind her closing in. Chaotic footsteps and shouts echoed through the snow-laden forest. Drawing nearer, Yu gritted her teeth, flames of fury igniting in her bright eyes. She could not lead the enemy back to the cave. Whoosh! A sharp whistle sliced through the air behind her. A bone arrow thudded into her left shoulder with a sickening thud. Agony surged through her, and she let out a muffled grunt, nearly stumbling. Yet, harnessing the ferocity born from the pain, she squeezed out the last remnants of her strength. Her speed surging once more. Gradually, the footsteps behind her began to fall behind. As dusk fell, when she finally circled back, carrying Lu Yao and all the fish, bursting into the cave, her entire body was already drained of energy. Boom! She carefully set down the fish basket and knelt on one knee, gasping for breath like a beast on the brink of death. Chieftain, what has happened to Lu Yao? The tribespeople within the cave exclaimed as they gathered around. He is fine, merely fatigued. Yu waved her hand dismissively, her voice raspy as if gravel were scraping against stone. The night deepened. The campfire crackled quietly, casting soft sounds into the stillness. Lu Yao's eyelids fluttered and slowly opened, revealing the familiar, uneven contours of the cave ceiling. The warm glow of the fire dispelled the chill that had settled in his body, and the air was fragrant with the aroma of roasted fish mingled with a hint of herbs. He had returned. Struggling to sit up, he noticed a soft hide draped over him, and his arm, previously wounded, had been tended to anew. He turned his head. On the opposite side of the cave, Yu sat quietly by the fire, her back turned to him. She had shed half of her hide garment. In the firelight, the arrow wound on her shoulder was jarring to behold, surrounded by fresh gashes inflicted by forest branches. Mimicking Lu Yao's earlier actions, she clumsily applied a piece of bark, roasted and smeared with a dark green salve, onto her shoulder wound. Her movements were slow yet intensely focused. The firelight outlined the resolute profile of her face. Perhaps sensing the commotion behind her, Yu paused, turning her head. Their eyes met. You are awake. Chapter 19. Why are you blushing? It is my divine power. Lu Yao's heart was gently pricked. How far had she run to evade those pursuers and return here? He hoped fervently that nothing had befallen this female chieftain. In that fleeting moment, the survival manual in his mind illuminated without warning. A line of fresh, faintly golden text appeared clearly within his consciousness. Objective: use arrow wound. Nature of the wound: a high-velocity puncture injury caused by a bone-blown arrowhead, non-toxic. The wound has torn due to vigorous movement, showing slight signs of infection. Optimized treatment suggestion: employing basic healing magic could expedite recovery, but the host currently lacks sufficient mental energy. Alternative: ensure the wound remains clean. Apply warm compresses with purple flower herb salve twice daily, and refrain from strenuous activity for 3 days, allowing it to heal naturally. Lu Yao was momentarily stunned. What new function was this? The manual could directly analyze injuries and provide such detailed treatment plans. Could it be that his genuine concern for Yu's injury prompted this response from the manual? This golden finger seemed far more intelligent than he had anticipated. Perhaps sensing the movement behind her, or perhaps it was Lu Yao's overly focused gaze that alerted her. Yu's actions froze. She turned to look back, their eyes meeting once more. The cave was enveloped in silence, the only sound being the crackling of the flames. You are awake. Yu's voice remained cool, yet Lu Yao discerned a hint of barely perceptible panic in her eyes. She quickly pulled up the hide to cover her shoulder and back, concealing the ghastly wound. Then, somewhat awkwardly, she averted her gaze from Lu Yao, silently turning away to retrieve a charred fish from beside the fire, which she offered to him. Her gesture bore an air of forced nonchalance. My injuries are not severe. Lu Yao accepted the roasted fish, his voice a bit hoarse as he observed the slight flush of her ears illuminated by the firelight, an overwhelming sense of apology swelling within him. This time, I have burdened you. Had he not fainted due to the exhaustion of his mental energy, she would not have had to face such peril. I do not blame you. You seemed to perceive Lu Yao's remorse, shaking her head as she looked back at him, her gaze regaining its usual sincerity and resolve. I just hope you remember, your divine power is precious, but your body is equally so. Do not push yourself too hard. When faced with difficulties, we shall share the burden together. She paused, then spoke a phrase that once again stirred Lu Yao's heart with its profound significance. We are family. These 3 words, if uttered by a leader from his past life, would have only repulsed him. Yet now, from the lips of this chieftain of a primitive tribe, they bore no artifice, only the most genuine sincerity. Clutching the warm fish, Lu Yao felt a rush of warmth within him. My injury should be of little consequence, correct? You seemed reluctant to linger on the topic, adjusting her injured shoulder and casually inquiring. After all, Lu Yao's green light, which facilitated healing, had become a new miracle within the tribe. There is an issue, but it is not grave. Lu Yao gazed at her, calmly echoing the manual's conclusions. A flicker of confusion crossed Yu's eyes. Lu Yao explained, in the coming days, it would be best for you to remain in the cave to recuperate, avoiding any unnecessary movement. Otherwise, the healing process will be prolonged. Fortuitously, the fish we brought back should suffice for everyone's sustenance for several days. His gaze swept across the cave, finally landing on the stone tablet marked with a map, his tone growing resolute. The task of seeking a new cave shall be entrusted to Stone and me. But your body. Yu's brow furrowed immediately, concern etched across her face. Lu Yao had just fainted, a sight she had witnessed firsthand. I am fine. He shook his head, fully aware that his fainting was purely due to the continuous use of basic healing magic on 7 individuals, exhausting his mental energy to its limits. This indeed served as a wake-up call. Such skills, requiring active deployment, must not be used excessively within a short time. After employing them, one must ensure ample rest to recover mental strength. I merely need to rest. I have already recuperated. Lu Yao spoke with confidence, assured that by tomorrow, his energy would be restored. Seeing the unwavering determination in Lu Yao's eyes, Yu remained silent for a moment before ultimately choosing to trust him. She nodded. All right. The cave returned to its tranquil state. Leaning against the warm stone wall, Lu Yao took small bites of the roasted fish, feeling his strength and spirit gradually rejuvenate. Yu, on the other hand, leaned against the opposite side, closing her eyes as her breathing became steady and even. She was utterly exhausted. The campfire flickered, casting the shadows of the two upon the rough stone wall, stretching them long, sometimes separating, sometimes intertwining. Chapter 20. In the dawn, the first rays of sunlight broke through. Lu Yao donned a coarse hide and tightly grasped a fire-roasted wooden spear in his hand. Following closely behind, Stone, similarly armed with a spear, carried 2 roasted fish that barely sufficed for their hunger. 2 individuals embarked on a journey towards the eastern woodlands, bearing the weight of their tribe's future upon their shoulders. Lu Yao walked alongside Shi, his youthful visage tinged with a hint of perplexity. You were once a member of our tribe. Why does it seem that so many memories elude you? This inquiry had long been anticipated by Lu Yao. He had expected it to be you who would pose such a question. It appeared that this young man named Shi possessed a keen perceptiveness. Lu Yao nodded slightly, his tone imbued with an almost imperceptible wistfulness. Perhaps it is due to the awakening of my divine powers. Some of my memories have indeed become rather hazy. This was not entirely a fabrication. The memories of his original self were but fragmented pieces of a puzzle, and even after their fusion, many gaps remained. Shi did not press further. Seizing the moment, Lu Yao inquired, "Could you share with me the tales of our past?" Shi agreed, having grown up alongside you. He recalled the tribe's history vividly. Our former tribe consisted of no less than 50 individuals. The chieftain was a highly respected elder. Our dwelling was nestled in a picturesque location, blessed with a perennial water source and abundant game. At the foot of the great mountain to the south, there lay a particularly vast cave. Shi's voice grew subdued, tinged with sorrow. Alas, a member of the neighboring tribe suddenly awakened the power of the bear god. That individual was far too formidable. We stood no chance against them. Even you was utterly incapable of matching their strength. Lu Yao's heart jolted. He had assumed that you was sufficiently powerful, and that their survival thus far was no small feat. However, the mention of the bear god's power and the notion of complete awakening ignited a spark of realization in his mind. Perhaps the divine powers in this world could indeed grow. The two continued their conversation as they jogged along the mountain path, swiftly arriving at the eastern slope. As they rounded the bend, Lu Yao instinctively furrowed his brow. Their former dwelling was situated on the southern slope, where the terrain was gentle and sheltered from the wind. In contrast, the eastern slope was undeniably more exposed to the elements. The frigid wind howled, swirling the snow upon the ground and producing an eerie wailing sound amidst the trees. Shi, too, sensed the abnormality. He halted his steps and looked at Lu Yao, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. Lu Yao, with such fierce winds, must we truly seek a new home here? Doubts also lingered in Lu Yao's mind. Yet, they had traversed nearly half a day. Returning empty-handed was not an option. He glanced at the sky, noting that the sun had been risen for some time, but the illumination on the eastern slope was markedly inferior to that of the southern slope. Let us search for now. Lu Yao maintained his composure. They needed to ascertain whether any suitable caves existed. They began to meticulously search along the edge of the eastern slope's forest line. Soon, a massive figure entered their line of sight. It was a colossal bull, adorned with a pair of sturdy horns, bent low as it grazed on some vegetation buried in the snow. "Is that a longhorn bull?" Shi exclaimed in hushed tones. "They typically inhabit the forests much further south. How could one have wandered here?" Lu Yao's mind stirred. The presence of the longhorn bull suggested that the local vegetation might be more abundant than anticipated, potentially sustaining larger herbivores. This was a favorable sign. However, the subsequent caves only deepened Lu Yao's frown. The first cave's entrance sloped steeply downwards, leading directly underground. Too perilous, Lu Yao dismissed. The incline is too steep. Should it rain or snow, water and melted snow would flood in. Moreover, its depth complicates entry and exit, necessitating a rope ladder. Should the latter fail, anyone attempting to enter or exit could meet their demise. The second cave featured a low entrance that required one to crouch to enter. The space within was exceedingly cramped, unsuitable for accommodating the entire tribe. "It is too low and too narrow." Lu Yao shook his head repeatedly. The third cave appeared promising at first glance. Its entrance was level, and the interior seemed sufficiently deep, potentially providing adequate shelter. Lu Yao and Shi cautiously explored within the flickering light of their torches. However, within 5 minutes, they found themselves compelled to retrace their steps. "There are far too many passages." Lu Yao's expression grew grave. "This cave is a labyrinth. We nearly lost our way navigating the forks." He paused, adding, moreover, my intuition suggests that there may be perilous entities lurking deep within. In the primal world, intuition often served as an instinct for survival. The two continued their search until the sun began its descent towards the west. The light on the eastern slope grew dimmer, and the cold wind became increasingly biting. Shi glanced at the sky, worry etched across his features. Lu Yao, we must return. Once the sun sets, unknown dangers may emerge upon this mountain. Lu Yao also felt the intensifying chill. He surveyed the surroundings, a glimmer of reluctance flashing in his eyes. The winds on the eastern slope indeed posed a significant challenge, and the labyrinthine cave was fraught with uncertainty. Yet time was of the essence. Very well, let us return. Lu Yao inhaled deeply, arriving at a decision. However, we must conduct a thorough examination of that maze-like cave once more. Perhaps we can discover a relatively safe passage or mark our route. He understood that the quest for a new homeland was destined to be fraught with challenges. The trials ahead had only just begun. Chapter 21. The Perilous Labyrinthine Cave. On the return journey, both Lu Yao and Shi bore heavy hearts. The winds on the eastern slope were indeed far stronger than those on the southern slope, posing a considerable disadvantage for their primitive tribe. Lu Yao, Shi walked alongside him, his voice tinged with fatigue and concern. Can that labyrinthine cave truly serve as a habitation? Lu Yao shook his head. I am uncertain myself. Yet, if we can uncover a safe main passage that does not intersect with other routes, perhaps it may suffice. Regarding the winds, he gazed upward at the darkening sky. We can devise a means to address that at the cave's entrance. Already, rudimentary ideas began to form in his mind, utilizing vines and animal hides to construct a simple windbreak at the cave's mouth, or even attempting to fashion a sturdier wooden door. Of course, all of this was contingent upon the cave's safety. The two quickened their pace, returning to their tribe's cave before the sun completely vanished from the horizon. The tribe members within had long awaited their return with bated breath. Upon seeing Lu Yao and Shi return safely, Yu approached them, her eyes filled with evident concern. How did it go? Did you find a suitable cave? Lu Yao shook his head and candidly admitted, I found a cavern spacious enough and sufficiently deep. Yet the multitude of passages within resembles a labyrinth, and I sense there may be perilous entities lurking inside. Yu's expression shifted as she glanced at Shi and then back at Lu Yao. Danger? What kind of danger? I cannot say for certain, Lu Yao replied frankly. It is merely an intuition. Shi interjected, Lu Yao is correct. That cave is exceedingly complex. We nearly lost our way. Furthermore, the winds from the east are indeed fierce. Yu fell into contemplation. The cave to the south had already been claimed by the previous wolf pack and was too distant from a water source. Although the eastern cave was windy, it offered ample space and was in proximity to an area they had previously discovered, where longhorned cattle might roam. We must reach a decision swiftly, Yu spoke softly. Their food supplies were dwindling, and those people could arrive at any moment. Tomorrow, Lu Yao and I shall revisit that labyrinthine cave. Yu resolved. We must venture in to investigate thoroughly. Lu Yao nodded, aware that this decision was fraught with risk. Yet, as he had stated, they had no alternative. Those individuals were already aware of their presence. In their current state, should the cave be uncovered, they might face nothing but death. You cannot go. Tomorrow, it shall be Shi and I. He gestured toward the wound on Yu's shoulder, which had yet to heal. Yu paused, looking at Lu Yao, and nodded. The night descended amidst the howling winds and snow. Lu Yao lay on a rudimentary wooden bed, feeling the gradual restoration of his vitality and the faint warmth emanating from the wound on his arm. He closed his eyes, and the interface of the survival manual reappeared in his mind. Name, Lu Yao. Strength, 9. Constitution, 9. Agility, 5. Reproductive ability, 2. Charm, 10. Free attribute points, 0. Life skills, fire manipulation LV1. Fishing techniques LV1. Logging techniques LV1. Deep sleep LV1. Combat skills, rough hide, passive. Frost manipulation LV1. Basic healing LV1. Lu Yao meticulously reviewed the information on the panel. His strength and constitution had both reached 9 points, forming the foundation for his survival in this world. With agility raised to 5 points, his dynamic vision and bodily coordination had significantly improved, though still distant from true combat agility. He was no longer the defenseless weakling he once was. Frost manipulation and basic healing were currently his primary combat and support skills. Meanwhile, rough hide served as a crucial passive skill that could save his life in critical moments. Tomorrow, they would explore the cave brimming with uncertainties. Lu Yao understood that the true challenge was only just beginning. He took a deep breath, acknowledging his fatigue while anticipating the exploration of the unknown. Then, He fell into a deep slumber. The night remained heavy. Deep within the cave, only the crackling of the campfire and the steady breaths of the 8 survivors could be heard. Everything was gathering strength for the exploration to come. Chapter 22. Intent to kill. The morning chill still bit at the skin, yet the rare sunlight dispelled some of the icy air. Lu Yao and Shi set off once more, their destination the eastern woods known as the Labyrinth. On Lu Yao's back was a newly fashioned wicker fish basket. Sturdy and ample, Shi carried a small basket containing several charcoal blocks for marking. Lu Yao, wait up. Shi hurried to match Lu Yao's pace, curiosity mingling with an unspoken unease in his voice. Can that labyrinth cave really be habitable? Feels ominous to me. Lu Yao, while discerning the faint traces in the woods, responded without turning back. Any location can be rendered suitable for habitation if we discover the right key. The crux lies in the method, not in luck. He paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the withered leaves beneath their feet. Just as our former chieftain must have endeavored to make that great cave safe. Shi nodded. Indeed, the chieftain once said our ancestors survived countless dangers by relying on the wisdom within their minds. So, Lu Yao, is your divine power merely the wisdom in your mind? Shi's eyes sparkled with the thirst for knowledge. Lu Yao felt a stir within. He understood that the divine power Shi referred to encompassed his abilities to conjure fire, craft tools, and heal wounds. One could interpret it that way, Lu Yao admitted calmly. My divine power allows me to perceive the principles behind the operation of things and then take action. He did not delve deeper into the matter, merely attributing this ability to wisdom and creativity. Shi seemed to grasp a fragment of understanding, his gaze toward Lu Yao growing increasingly admiring. The two quickened their pace. Soon, the entrance of the labyrinthine cave they had discovered the previous day reappeared before them. The cave's mouth was ominously dark, with the cold wind howling from within, carrying a foul, damp stench. This is the place. Lu Yao pointed at the cave entrance, addressing Shi. I marked it yesterday. He produced a charred wooden piece from his pocket. The rudimentary map sketched with charcoal was clearly visible. This is the route I mapped out based on yesterday's exploration. Lu Yao handed the wooden piece to Shi. We shall only take this main path and avoid the side passages. Shi took the wooden piece, studying the lines with wide-eyed wonder. Lu Yao, you actually managed to draw the cave's layout? This is documentation, Lu Yao explained. Only by recording it can we remember and avoid losing our way. The two cautiously stepped into the cave, now better prepared. Lu Yao held a torch aloft while Shi gripped a stone axe, vigilant of their surroundings. Inside the cave, the chill was more intense, and the air was tinged with a faint, rancid odor. They advanced along the main passage marked by Lu Yao. At intervals, they used charcoal blocks to leave conspicuous markers on the stone walls. After approximately a quarter of an hour, they emerged into a spacious stone hall. In the center of the hall lay several enormous, long-dried skeletal remains. What kind of beast do these bones belong to? Shi's voice trembled. Lu Yao stepped closer, examining the remains intently. The size of the skeleton was truly immense, far surpassing the giant wolves they had encountered. One of the skulls still bore several large fangs, glinting ominously. This must have belonged to some colossal beast that inhabited this place long ago, Lu Yao speculated. It may have perished here in old age, or succumbed to some malevolent force. A cacophony of alarm bells rang in his heart. The existence capable of vanquishing such a colossal beast was surely no ordinary creature. We must hasten our departure. The unmistakable tremor of fear laced Stone's voice. Lu Yao nodded, sharing the same foreboding sentiment. This stone chamber, despite its spaciousness, was suffused with an ominous aura. The two dared not linger, pressing onward along the main corridor. After a brief interval, a gaping chasm loomed ahead, its depths unfathomable. Faint, ethereal sounds emanated from within, reminiscent of some creature's slow, deliberate breathing. Stone's voice quivered with trepidation. Brother Lu Yao, I feel a bit frightened. Lu Yao perceived the bone-chilling cold that seeped from the crevice, a coldness that transcended mere temperature. It felt akin to a tremor emanating from the very depths of their souls. Fear not, Lu Yao urged, suppressing his own unease as he patted Stone's shoulder. Let us mark the spot and depart swiftly. This place is far too perilous. He understood that this cavern was ill-suited to serve as the tribe's new abode, at least, not at this moment. The two turned, retracing their steps with urgency. Just as they were about to exit the cave, Lu Yao's pace abruptly halted. He spun around, gazing into the inky blackness of the cavern's depths. Though obscured from view, he felt an unsettling presence, as if something lurked in the shadows, fixated upon them. A frigid, malevolent gaze, palpable as substance, weighed heavily upon his back. What is it, Brother Lu Yao? Stone inquired, Bewildered, Lu Yao remained silent, his focus riveted on the darkness. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "We must move quickly," he exclaimed, seizing Stone's arm. "We need to leave this place immediately." The two nearly tumbled out of the cave in their haste. Once bathed in sunlight again, Lu Yao still sensed that icy gaze lingering in the shadows. "Brother Lu Yao," Stone remarked, observing the pallor of his countenance with concern. "Are you unwell?" Lu Yao shook his head, steadied his thoughts, and endeavored to recall that disquieting sensation. "I am fine," he managed to smile. "It simply feels as though that cave is not suitable for us." He withheld from Stone the truth. The malevolence he sensed was a purer, more terrifying intent than that of the Wolf King. This ominous aura seemed to emanate from an ancient and formidable presence. "Let us seek another refuge." Lu Yao's tone bore an unprecedented gravity. Stone nodded. Though the reason for Lu Yao's apprehension eluded him, he chose to place unwavering trust in him. The two walked in silence toward home. The sunset cast elongated shadows of their figures, yet failed to dispel the lingering gloom that clung to their hearts. The eastern forest appeared far less tranquil than they had imagined. Chapter 23. Danger approaches, the decision to move east. 8 survivors sat in a circle, the air thick and oppressive, stifling their breaths. The news brought back by Lu Yao and Stone struck each heart like a heavy stone. The winds from the eastern slopes were wilder than they had anticipated, swirling snowflakes that set their nerves on edge. The few caverns available to them were unequivocally unsuitable for survival. With Lu Yao's herbal remedies and careful bandaging, Mu Hong's injuries were now largely healed. He picked up a glowing ember of a wooden stick and poked the fire, shattering the silence. "The winds from the east are fierce, and the caves are dilapidated. Should we not just stay put?" No sooner had he spoken than a young female tribeswoman interjected, her voice tinged with a reluctant hopefulness. "Indeed, this place is close to the ice lake, making fishing convenient. If we remain vigilant, they should not be able to find us here, right?" This question struck at the heart of the uncertainty shared by all present, a flicker of hope amidst their fears. Leaving this familiar yet worn home for an unknown, windswept terrain was enough to send shivers down the spine of the faint-hearted. However, Lu Yao and Stone exchanged a glance, both shaking their heads. Stone's face still bore the fatigue of exploration. He addressed the assembly, his voice strained with tension. "It is not that simple. They may already be quite close to us." Lu Yao took the lead in the conversation. His voice, though soft, possessed an undeniable steadiness. "When we returned, we discovered fresh footprints in the snow less than 5 miles from this cave. The tracks were chaotic, indicating multiple individuals searching. This revelation struck the group like a hammer, a weighty realization that settled heavily upon their hearts. Yu, with her perpetually half-closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide, her gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto Lu Yao. "Is it them? Did the tracks come from the west?" Lu Yao nodded slowly, his expression grave. "I cannot say with absolute certainty that they have discovered this cave. But one thing is clear." His gaze swept over the pale faces of his fellow tribesmen, fear etched upon their features. "The risk of exposure is exponentially increasing. Remaining here would be tantamount to wagering everyone else's lives on a threadbare hope." An eerie silence enveloped the cave. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. "I understand." Mu Hong suddenly spoke up. A seriousness, strikingly incongruent with his usual demeanor, crossed his face. He lowered his head, tracing patterns in the ground with the glowing stick, mirroring Lu Yao's thought process. Then he abruptly lifted his head, slapping his sturdy thigh. "If the winds from the east are so fierce and the conditions so dire, then logically, they would be far less likely to pursue us eastward." Thus, the most perilous location had ironically become the safest haven. A glimmer of approval flickered in Lu Yao's eyes. This once naive tribesman had begun to embrace reverse reasoning. Perhaps this was the seed of wisdom quietly taking root within their small tribe. Indeed, Lu Yao affirmed Mu Hong's insight. "Our immediate concern is not whether we can find the perfect cave on the eastern slopes, but rather that we must swiftly depart from this area that has already been compromised by the enemy." All eyes converged upon you. The female leader rose, advancing to the cave entrance, feeling the biting cold wind seeping through the damaged wooden door. She turned back to survey the faces of her tribe, each etched with a blend of fear and hope. Without hesitation, she declared, "Lu Yao is right." Her voice was resolute and indisputable, instantly dispelling the doubts and hesitations that clouded the minds of all present. This cave was no longer a sanctuary. "We must depart without delay." She cast her gaze towards Lu Yao and Sure. "Aside from the labyrinthine cavern, were there not also 2 smaller openings? If necessary, we shall take refuge there for a night and devise our next steps. We can wait no longer." Yu's determination embodied the will of the tribe. Lu Yao nodded firmly. Very well. Everyone, prepare swiftly. At the break of dawn we shall set forth. Unlike the others, he did not seek rest. Throughout the night, he rummaged through the remaining vines and, by the flickering firelight, deftly wove sturdy yet simple backpacks with his nimble hands. Silence reigned through the night. As the first light of dawn pierced the heavy darkness, the entire tribe stood ready to embark. Each individual bore a backpack brimming with their possessions. Smoked frozen fish, the last remnants of charcoal, sharpened harpoons, and the bark bandages and herbs crafted by Lu Yao. At the cave entrance, Lu Yao took one final glance at the dark open coal seam in the corner. Under their current circumstances, extraction was impractical. They could only relinquish it for the time being. Let us go. With U.S. command, 8 figures resolutely stepped into the vast, swirling snowstorm. They journeyed eastward, towards the rising sun, undeterred. By midday, the group finally reached the edge of the eastern slope. The biting wind arrived on cue, whipping up a flurry of snowflakes that lashed against every face like countless tiny ice needles. One tribe member instinctively halted, pointing towards the entrance of a cave not far off, the very one Lu Yao had explored the previous day, low and narrow. Tribe leader, should we take shelter from the wind there? All eyes turned to Yu and Lu Yao at the front of the line. Yet, Lu Yao's steps showed no sign of faltering. He did not even glance back. Keep moving. His voice pierced through the howling wind, clear and resolute. Yu merely exchanged a brief glance with him before unwaveringly matching his pace. The others, exchanging looks of uncertainty, ultimately gritted their teeth and pressed on against the fierce winds. They passed by the low, narrow cave and the sloping entrance of another cavern. Lu Yao understood that these places could never serve as a long-term refuge. More importantly, he wished to keep the tribe's new home at a safe distance from the terrifying presence lurking within the labyrinthine cave that sent shivers down his spine. They needed to venture further. Chapter 24. The hidden refuge in the snowstorm, a new home. The mountain winds of the eastern slope whipped at them like countless icy blades, striking their faces with a stinging pain. Snowflakes swirled high into the air, obscuring their vision. Every exposed inch of skin throbbed with pain and numbness in the biting cold. The group trudged onward, each step sinking into the soft snow, only to be pulled back out again. Their strength ebbed away at an alarming rate. The eastern slope was vast, yet a suitable refuge remained elusive. Time passed second by second. The tribe members bowed their heads, their heavy breaths ringing clear amidst the howling wind. The unease that had been suppressed began to spread. This wind is ferocious, one murmured. Are we truly expected to find a new home in such a wretched place? That narrow cave, while small, might at least shield us from the wind. Though spoken lightly, the words rippled through the crowd like pebbles cast into a lake. You walked at the forefront. She remained silent, gripping her bone spear tightly. Her sharp gaze frequently swept over the tribe members behind her, ever watchful of their previous direction. Her brow was furrowed. The narrow cave, offering but a sliver of hope, was not far from the icy lake and could indeed provide temporary windbreak. Yet this was hardly a lasting solution. Lu Yao forged ahead, his stride steady, the weight of the fish basket on his back seeming to meld with his very being. He too dismissed the notion of the narrow cave. It was far too close to the labyrinthine cavern that filled him with trepidation. Should they be discovered by adversaries, that constricted entrance would become a deadly trap, leaving them with no means of escape. In that moment, a young tribe member slipped, crashing heavily into the snow with a startled cry. This incident felt like the last straw, plunging the morale of the group to a freezing point. Lu Yao abruptly halted. His movements were precise, devoid of any superfluous action. Everyone instinctively followed suit, their gazes drawn to the hill above where he had lifted his head. There, the light was dim, and the rocks jutted sharply. A few protruding stones and tangled dry vines melded almost seamlessly into the mountain. Yet, in this overlooked corner, a dark entrance lay quietly concealed. The opening was small and irregular, cleverly obscured by rock and vine. Had Lu Yao not stopped, no one would have noticed this entrance, expertly camouflaged by nature. What is that? Someone exclaimed in bewilderment. Yu's breath quickened. A faint smile graced Lu Yao's lips. Look, he said, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable certainty. This cave boasts an excellent vantage point. He pointed towards the entrance, elevated and defensible. Moreover, his gaze fell upon its orientation. It faced south, perfectly sheltered from the winds of the eastern slope. Just a few brief words ignited a spark of hope in the hearts of the tribe, akin to a flicker of flame in the depths of winter. A windbreak, defensible and hard to attack. This was precisely what they had longed for. Lu Yao, shall we go inside to take a look? U.S. voice brimmed with incredulous anticipation. Lu Yao nodded firmly, showing no hesitation. A bright flame flickered to life at his fingertips, illuminating the dim entrance and seemingly igniting hope for the path ahead. He exchanged a knowing glance with you. Then they approached the hidden opening in unison. Lu Yao led the way, with you closely following. The deeper they ventured, the quicker Lu Yao's heart raced. The entrance was indeed narrow, accommodating only two side by side. This provided an undeniable defensive advantage. Inside, the cave resembled a pocket artfully sculpted by nature itself. The entrance is a gentle slope, where the gravel beneath one's feet produces a soft crunching sound. Gradually, the incline lessens. Before them, a vast expanse opens up. A spacious, flat circular area unfolds, with an estimated diameter of at least 10 meters. The ceiling is equally ample, soaring to a height of no less than 4 meters. Even the most imposing member of the tribe, Mu Hong, would feel no sense of confinement here. What delights Lu Yao even more is that the main space extends further inward. The flickering flames cast their glow. On the side of the main space, 3 distinct sections are visible. 2 are horizontal and slightly smaller, adequate for resting or storage. The third, positioned on one side of the main space, resembles a vertical passage. Ascending seems to lead to a more secluded independent nook. Most exhilarating to Lu Yao, however, is the fact that this cave shows no signs of habitation by any wild beasts. There are no droppings, no gnawed bones, no traces of blood from fights. This truly is a perfect sanctuary tailored for them. Lu Yao exchanged glances with you, their eyes sparkling with incredulous joy. He beckoned the tribe to enter. Lu Yao's voice carried a hint of barely concealed excitement, but more so a sense of profound relief. You immediately turned and waved to the tribe members outside, calling them in. Guided by Lu Yao's flickering flames, the tribe members cautiously entered this newfound refuge, one by one. As the last member, Mu Hong, safely stepped inside, he immediately sensed the stark difference. There was no biting cold wind, no damp chill eroded by snow and wind. Though it remained cold compared to the outside, felt akin to paradise. The tribe members eagerly set down their burdens, their weary faces illuminated with exhilaration. They surveyed their new home, with some unable to resist reaching out to touch the smooth, cool interior walls. Meanwhile, in that crude, windswept cave, a ragged group of rough-looking savages huddled around a now-extinguished campfire. They were the very foes who had previously pursued Lu Yao's tribe. A particularly burly man, his face marred by a vicious scar, touched the remnants of the charcoal fire. They had only departed today. His voice was hoarse and tinged with resentment, the warmth of the fire still lingering. A gaunt savage sniffed the air, excitement gleaming in his eyes. I can smell them, faint but still present. The scarred man's eyes flashed with ferocity. Find them. We must locate them. Only then shall we stave off hunger. His gaze fixated on the traces left by Yu's tribe as they departed, his tone resolute. Chapter 25. The Spear Throw. Within the cave lies another world. The howling winds are completely swallowed by the thick rock walls, leaving behind a spine-tingling absolute silence. We truly have a home now, one tribe member uttered, a suppressed sob escaping as tears streamed down their cheeks. No words were exchanged, yet the frozen, purplish faces of all present reflected a dreamlike ecstasy. Lu Yao did not linger in this emotional moment. He set down his burden, and the flames at his fingertips flared brightly, casting light onto the flattest area of the main hall. Everyone, gather around. His voice, though not loud, served as an anchor, instantly steadying the hearts of all present. Let us ignite the fire. The tribe members immediately sprang into action. Mu Hong and Shi busily transported the rubble within the cave, while the others cleared the ground with their hands. Soon, a rudimentary circular fire pit was established in the center of the main hall. This would be the heart of their new home. Lu Yao carefully stacked the precious firewood they had brought, worth a life, within the fire pit. With a flick of his finger, a spark landed precisely on the dry grass. Whoosh! The flames erupted. The orange-red glow instantly filled the entire cave, dispelling the eternal chill and darkness. Warmth was finally no longer a luxury. Everyone instinctively huddled closer to the fire, greedily extending their hands to absorb the warmth that seeped into their very bones. A young tribe member even let out a comfortable hum, akin to a hibernating beast being awakened. With the imminent danger averted, an overwhelming fatigue and hunger surged over them like a tidal wave. Yu and Mu Hong took the initiative to handle the grilling of fish. 12 previously frozen fish were replaced over the fire, their congealed fat sizzling and crackling under the heat. The overpowering aroma swiftly permeated every corner of the cave. 8 individuals sat around the campfire, sharing this hard-earned feast. Outside the cave, a blizzard capable of shattering bones raged on. Inside, the warm, flickering light of the fire and the sizzling fish created a stark contrast. A warm current of happiness flowing through each parched heart. In that moment they felt truly alive. After the meal, Lu Yao did not allow the others to rest. He stood, his gaze sweeping over the faces that bore a hint of fatigue from their satiation, and began to announce the plan he had contemplated throughout their journey. From this day forth, everyone will be divided into 3 groups. All spirits perked up, their eyes intently focused on him. Lu Yao pointed to Shi, along with 2 other young men, Lin and Hua, and the youngest boy, Feng. Shi, Lin, Hua, Feng, you 4 will form the materials group. Each day, I will inform you of our needs, and your task will be to venture out and gather supplies. To conserve energy, only 2 will go out each day, while the other 2 remain behind, rotating duties. The 4 straightened their backs, affirmatively responding with a hearty yes. Next, Lu Yao's gaze shifted to Yu and Mu Hong. You, Mu Hong and I will form the food group. Our task is to ensure the tribe has sufficient food. Yu and Mu Hong exchanged a glance. This arrangement was within their expectations. The strongest 3 members of the tribe should indeed shoulder the responsibility of hunting. Finally, all eyes converged on the last member of the tribe, a young woman with nimble hands and a quiet demeanor. Lu Yao regarded her kindly. The woman, addressed by name, nervously lifted her gaze. You will remain in the cave. Lu Yao's voice was gentle. I will teach you weaving and mending. You will help us create and repair tools and clothing. Her eyes instantly brightened, and she nodded vigorously. Shortly thereafter, you stood up, her gaze sweeping over everyone once more, her voice turning serious. During your outings, absolutely avoid approaching the west slope. Though this place is well concealed, danger has not dissipated. Remain vigilant. The crowd nodded in agreement. A well-structured and highly efficient prototype of a tribe has officially emerged in just a few brief sentences. In the eyes of the clansmen, confusion has dissipated, replaced by an eager desire and determination for a new life. Once all was arranged, Lu Yao began to take stock of the possessions they had brought with them during their migration. He meticulously laid out their belongings on the ground. 2 freshly skinned ice wolves' pelts, 4 rolls of primitive bandages crafted from crushed tree bark and herbs, a small pile of firewood sufficient for only 2 days, 3 worn spearheads of fish harpoons, and 4 wooden spears with tips tempered by fire. Finally, his gaze fell upon a massive, roughly edged fur board, which you had insisted that the strongest among them, Li Hong, carry throughout the journey. She harbored an extraordinary obsession with this object. As if sensing Lu Yao's attention, you crouched beside him, gazing at the meager possessions before them. What are you thinking? She asked softly. I'm contemplating what we still lack, Lu Yao replied, shifting his gaze from their supplies to the flickering flames. The firelight danced in his pupils, illuminating the grotesque outline of the arrow wound on Yu's shoulder blade. His voice grew somber. What we lack most are weapons capable of striking our enemies from a distance. Ranged weapons? A hint of instinctual confusion flickered in Yu's eyes. Indeed, Lu Yao answered, his tone resolute, reminiscent of the weapon that had previously wounded you. At the mention of the blowgun, Yu's expression abruptly turned icy. Lu Yao's consciousness plunged into the survival manual within his mind. In the section labeled Craft, an icon radiated an enticing glow. Primitive bow, a ranged weapon crafted from resilient wood and animal sinew. Unlock reward, 3 free attribute points, passive skill precision level 1. 3 attribute points, and a passive skill. Such a reward was indeed extravagant. Yet, after a mere glance, Lu Yao decisively shook his head. A bow is a precision instrument. The selection of materials, the drying and shaping, the crafting of the string, and the weighting and balancing of the arrows, all must be executed flawlessly, or the result will merely be a decorative failure. Given their current circumstances, the likelihood of failure in forcibly unlocking this was far too high. His gaze swept to another dim icon, depicting a weapon that appeared exceedingly rudimentary, a sharpened short wooden stick. Throwing spear, a short spear adjusted for weight and balance, one of the most effective ranged attack methods of primitive tribes. Unlock condition, successfully craft a qualified throwing spear. Unlock reward, 1 free attribute point, active skill throwing level 1. This is it. Compared to the complexity of a bow and arrow, the threshold for crafting a throwing spear was negligible. Simple, straightforward, and effective. More importantly, the active skill, throwing, could be immediately transformed into combat prowess. I have an idea. Lu Yao's voice, though quiet, resonated like a stone cast into a still lake, capturing the attention of all. Yu and Li Hong immediately turned their gazes toward him. Without hesitation, Lu Yao picked up a charred stick and drew a rudimentary outline of a short spear on the dry stone ground. Our current weapons, whether fish harpoons or wooden spears, can only engage in close combat. If we are outnumbered or surrounded, we will find ourselves in dire straits. He emphasized the drawing with the tip of the stick. We need a weapon that can be thrown. He paused before adding, like the one that previously injured you. Upon the mention of the blowgun, Yu's body tensed. A chill emanating from her. Throwing spear. Lu Yao uttered the two words. Its crafting was straightforward, yet to throw it effectively and accurately required precise weight and balance. He rose, directing his gaze toward the 4 members of the material group. Sure, your task tomorrow is to find straight and resilient wood. Lu Yao gestured the approximate length and thickness of a man's wrist. It need not be overly thick, but must be perfectly straight. The more, the better. Additionally, gather as much dry vine and firewood as possible. The fire in the cave must never extinguish. Finally, he glanced at the fir board that you had insisted on bringing back. Also, seek out sturdy vines suitable for making hinges. Our new home requires a proper door. Sure, and the other 3 young ones nodded vigorously, their eyes sparkling with the excitement of their important mission. Once all was arranged, you approached Lu Yao and lowered her voice. Though this place is good, she said, glancing towards the dark cave entrance, her attractive brows slightly furrowed. Food may be hard to come by nearby. This was precisely the concern that had been weighing on Lu Yao's mind as well. The cave was near perfect, save for its distance from the icy lake on the western slope. The round trip would nearly consume an entire day. More critically, the western slope was within the search range of their enemies. We cannot return, Lu Yao stated firmly. The west is too perilous. We cannot gamble the lives of everyone on mere luck. He recalled the sight he and Shur had witnessed on the eastern slope the previous day. When I came with Shur, I saw longhorn cattle. The presence of large herbivores indicates a complete ecosystem here. Lu Yao's thoughts were remarkably clear. Where there are large creatures, small ones are bound to exist as well. They simply had yet to find them. A new source of food must be discovered on the eastern slope. A night of silence passed. When Lu Yao opened his eyes, only Yu and Li Hong remained in the cave. The fire blazed brightly, crackling cheerfully, while the material group, Shur and the others, had already departed with the dawn. Lu Yao felt somewhat embarrassed as he sat up. He had slept far too deeply. Why didn't you wake me? Li Hong, diligently sharpening the tip of a wooden spear with a whetstone, scratched his head sheepishly at the question. Seeing you sleep so soundly, I didn't have the heart to disturb you. You sat nearby, carefully polishing her bone dagger with a small piece of soft hide, and without looking up added, I just woke up as well. Li Hong cast an odd glance her way but refrained from speaking further. Lu Yao understood that Yu was covering for him. On this uneven stone ground, if it weren't for the effects of sound sleep level 1, who could sleep peacefully? It seemed imperative to prioritize making elevated wooden beds for everyone. Lu Yao mentally noted this and moved on, picking up his fish harpoon and a spare wooden spear before standing up. Let us go, we need to find something to eat. The 3 exited the cave. In the crisp morning air of the eastern slope, a refreshing sweetness tinged the coolness as it filled their lungs. Li Hong, following closely behind Yu, couldn't help but ask, Chief, where are we going today? Yu's gaze was fixed upon the vast expanse of the snow-laden forest, and she shook her head, harboring no desire to return to the icy lake in the west. Lu Yao shared a similar sentiment. Let us search in this vicinity, he suggested, gesturing towards a relatively gentle thicket not far away, and see if we can uncover any traces of small creatures. The 3 of them traversed through the woods, meticulously scanning their surroundings. Soon, Lu Yao's steps came to an abrupt halt. He pointed to the base of a withered tree, where an inconspicuous hole, roughly the size of a bowl, was nestled. The earth around the entrance bore distinct signs of having been repeatedly excavated and smoothed. There is something dwelling here, Lu Yao asserted. He crouched down and probed the hole with a few dried grasses, only to retract them immediately. A faint, earthy odor mingled with a pungent scent invaded his nostrils. Perhaps we could use smoke? Mu Hong suggested, yet Lu Yao shook his head. Creatures that dig holes typically have intricate burrow systems with numerous exits. If we only smoke one entrance, they will escape through another. He turned to Yu and Mu Hong. We must split up and identify all possible exits in the vicinity, sealing them off, leaving only one. This task was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack for Lu Yao and Mu Hong. However, Yu's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination. Without uttering a word, she silently sheathed her bone dagger at her waist. In the next moment, she seemed to transform into a shadow seamlessly merging with the forest. Beginning her silent search centered around that entrance. Her movements were swift and keen. Her footsteps barely made a sound upon the snow, and her gaze no longer swept aimlessly but meticulously dissected the ground, leaving no potential depressions or traces hidden beneath the snow unexamined. Within 10 minutes, she began to call out, "Here's one. There's another. This one is well concealed." Her voice was calm and resolute. Lu Yao and Mu Hong rushed over to inspect, and they were taken aback. The entrances you had uncovered were hidden beneath thick layers of fallen leaves, obscured by entangled vines, and one was even nestled within a narrow crevice of a massive rock. Had she not pointed them out, they could have walked by 100 times without ever noticing. Lu Yao felt a surge of astonishment. This was not merely skill. It was a gift. Yu's prowess extended far beyond the realm of combat. In no time, they had located a total of 7 entrances, including the initial one. "Seal 6 of them," Lu Yao commanded, and the trio immediately set to work, using hefty stones and damp earth to securely block 6 of the entrances. Finally, they returned to the first entrance, where Lu Yao instructed Yu and Mu Hong to take positions on either side, weapons at the ready, steadfastly guarding the sole avenue of escape. He himself piled up a small mound of damp leaves and grass before the entrance. With a flick of his finger, he invoked a spark. A vibrant yellow flame ignited the kindling. However, this time, rather than a roaring fire, a thick, acrid smoke billowed forth. Lu Yao vigorously fanned the smoke with 2 large leaves, directing it into the dark abyss of the hole. Time trickled by, each second stretching out. Inside the burrow, there was a profound silence. After a good 10 minutes of smoke, Mu Hong, unable to contain his impatience, leaned in and whispered, "Lu Yao, do you think this will work? What if it's empty?" Doubts flickered in Lu Yao's mind as well. Could it be that this den of creatures had fortuitously vacated their home today? Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, a faint, terrified squeaking sound, accompanied by the frantic scratching of claws against the earth, emanated from the depths of the burrow. Occasionally, sharp cries pierced the air. The sounds grew nearer, clearer, and increasingly frantic. They were coming. Lu Yao felt a rush of adrenaline. Instantly, he recalled the creature from his memories and knowledge from a past life. It was a marmot. Chapter 27. A bountiful return. Squeak. A piercing shriek that could shatter eardrums surged forth from the depths of the burrow, mingled with the frenzied sound of claws scraping against the earth. They were here. Every nerve in Lu Yao's body tensed instantly. In the next moment, a plump, brownish-yellow figure, propelled by a gust of wind, burst forth from the entrance with abandon. It was akin to a mass of waddling fat, and as it sprinted, the layers of fat quivered, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. Yet Yu's reaction was swifter than that shadow. Without any unnecessary flourish, her expression turned icy. At the very instant the rotund figure erupted from the hole, she released her bone spear, transforming it into a white line that sliced through the air, striking true. Thud. The sound of the weapon piercing flesh was heavy and distinct. The marmot's plaintive wail was abruptly silenced, its massive body impaled with irresistible force, firmly pinned to the snow, its limbs twitching involuntarily. One strike, and it was dispatched. Almost simultaneously, a second similarly rotund figure surged forth in swift pursuit. Terrified by the death of its companion, it abruptly veered towards Mu Hong in a frantic escape. Mu Hong watched in shock as the yellow mass darted towards him, his wooden spear too late to adjust for an effective thrust. In that life-and-death moment, the burly man's mind went blank, completely overtaken by primal combat instincts. With a thunderous roar, he arched his hefty frame backward, forming an exaggerated arc. Then, with every ounce of his strength, he plopped down. Thud. An indescribable, thick, and muffled sound erupted. Following that was the grotesque wail of the marmot, crushed and contorted to its limits. As Mu Hong, standing at just over 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds, descended with the force of gravity, the impact was akin to a mountain of flesh crashing down. When he finally peeled himself off the ground, the once lively marmot had been reduced to a pulpy mass, devoid of any life. Lu Yao's temples throbbed. Simple, brutal, yet undeniably effective. Just at that moment, a third marmot shrieked as it dashed from the burrow. This one was far more cunning than its predecessors. As it burst from the entrance, its corpulent body twisted in the snow, tracing a strange arc that deftly circumvented Yu and Mu Hong's frontal blockade. Lu Yao's pupils constricted. This time, his body reacted with a swiftness that matched the speed of his thoughts. He channeled all his strength into his legs, muscles taut, and with a fierce step to the side, he swept his wooden spear downward, erecting a solid barrier that lay directly in the path of the marmot. Bang! The marmot collided with the hard wooden spear, producing a dull thud, and its rapid advance was interrupted for that fleeting fraction of a second. It was precisely in that moment, Before Lu Yao could execute his next action, a sharp sound sliced through the air, whistling past his ear. It was Yu. Her second spear had arrived. The tip of the bone spear, imbued with a chilling intent to kill, struck first at an utterly cunning angle, piercing fiercely into the vulnerable side of the marmot's neck. Squeak! The final cry was abruptly silenced. The third marmot, too, was firmly pinned to the snow. The battle concluded all too swiftly, mere moments passing, just a few breaths. Mu Hong stood in a daze, gazing at the three plump corpses on the ground, then glanced down at his own backside, smeared with dirt and blood, and an uncontrollable roar of laughter erupted from his chest. Ha ha ha! Meat! It's meat! Such succulent meat! He rushed forward, as if lifting sacks, hoisting each of the marmot's bodies one by one, each heavy and weighing down his arms. His face flushed. A mixture of ecstatic joy and reverence etched across it. He turned to Lu Yao, his voice trembling. Lu Yao, how did you know there was something in this burrow? And three of them, all so plump. Lu Yao exhaled deeply, a wave of intense joy washing over him. He crouched down, examining these hard-won prey with great care. The size of these marmots was indeed extraordinary. Each one was nearly the size of a medium dog he had seen in his past life, round and corpulent. The lightest of them likely weighing 30 to 40 pounds. Combined, even after skinning and bleeding them, they would still amount to nearly 30 or 40 pounds of meat. This was more than sufficient for the 8 of them to feast without any reservations for several days. This creature is known as the marmot. Lu Yao stood up, meeting the curious gazes of Mu Hong and Yu, and explained in a calm tone. They are accustomed to nesting on hillsides, their bodies rich in meat. Yet they are inherently wary and exceedingly difficult to catch. He pointed to the north, indicating that this animal typically resides in the colder mountainous regions further north, and that their tribe had never encountered them in the south before. You cast a deep glance at Lu Yao. She said nothing, but the trust that had just begun to form in her usually tranquil eyes deepened further. The immense joy was infectious among the three of them. This harvest signified far more than mere sustenance. It proved that even in this region deemed barren and desolate by all, there lay hidden a bountiful vitality capable of sustaining them. They continued their trek through the forest. This time, the mindset of everyone had shifted dramatically. As Lu Yao walked, he meticulously observed everything along the way. He collected a substantial amount of resilient vines, essential for crafting tools and rudimentary doors. He also unexpectedly discovered a small patch of purple flowers, gathering every last one without hesitation. This unassuming herb could serve as a life-saving anti-inflammatory in critical moments. He selected several hard stones with naturally sharp edges, preparing to bring them back to create more stone tools. Just then, Yu, who was leading ahead, suddenly halted. She pointed towards the roots of another gnarled dead tree not far off. There, lo and behold, was an entrance identical to the one they had previously discovered. The three exchanged knowing glances, smiles of unspoken understanding gracing their faces. The same tactic, once more. Block the burrow, release the smoke. This time, their coordination was seamless. Minutes later, accompanied by the frantic sound of digging, another equally plump marmot charged out of the sole exit. Yu, already poised and ready, didn't he grant it even 3 steps of escape. She hurled her spear, cleanly pinning it to the spot. A wave of elation surged within Lu Yao. Another one. This utterly confirmed his hypothesis. In the eastern slope, these plump marmots were by no means an anomaly. They formed a vast population here. This signified that they had discovered a source of meat far safer, more stable, and efficient than fishing through the ice at the frozen lake. An inexhaustible underground meat depot. As dusk approached, the weight of the 4 marmots had filled 2 woven baskets to the brim, and the 3 returned triumphantly. When Lu Yao, Yu, and Mu Hong appeared at the cave entrance, a wave of warm air, mingled with the scent of burning wood and human warmth, greeted them. Inside the cave, flames danced. A quiet woman named he sat cross-legged by the fire, meticulously sharpening a wooden spear with a whetstone. Beside her, 5 freshly completed wooden spears were neatly stacked. Although the spearheads were still somewhat rough and irregular, they undoubtedly bore the hallmark of Lu Yao's teachings. She had begun to learn and was practicing independently. The corners of Lu Yao's mouth quirked up, unable to suppress a slight smile. This was hope. Just then, the sound of weary, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the cave. It was Shi and Lin returning from their material-gathering expedition. Lu Yao were back. Shi's voice was thick with fatigue as he carried a nearly overflowing basket of firewood, ready to collapse upon entering the cave. But in the next moment his gaze froze. He stared intently at the enormous basket that Mu Hong was unloading from his back. And from the basket rolled out 4 massive rodents, as plump as pigs. Shi's eyes widened gradually, until they began to sting. He rubbed them vigorously and took another look. The absolute richness that could be felt even through their fur, the glossy sheen of their pelts, the heavy sensation of their flesh, an overwhelming impact, indescribable in words, instantly obliterated all his weariness. The youth's mouth gaped open, his Adam's apple bobbing furiously, yet no sound escaped his lips. Finally, he summoned all his strength and erupted into a pitch-altered shout from his chest. What the hell? What on earth are these? How can they be so fat? Chapter 28. The aroma of meat fills the cave. The spear of destiny emerges. Sher's voice went hoarse. That utterly pitch-altered exclamation served as a spark, igniting the entire cave in an instant. Lin and Feng, just entering, rushed over, their eyes fixated on the four glisteningly plump marmots. Their throats convulsed violently, saliva pooling uncontrollably at the corners of their mouths, as if about to burst forth at any moment. What are these creatures? Rats? How could there be such fat rats in the world? Can these things be eaten? Yet when they caught sight of Lu Tiao's calm demeanor, all their doubts evaporated. If Lu Tiao said it was meat, then it must certainly be meat. The feathered hands have already begun their work. The sharp bone dagger danced expertly in her grip, precisely slicing through the thick fur of the marmot. Beneath the fur lay a layer of snow-white fat, thick enough to send shivers down one's spine. Mu Hong, standing nearby, lent a hand, observing the congealed dark red blood with a sense of regret. What a pity! The blood has solidified within the flesh. Lu Yao took note of this. Next time, blood must be drawn on the spot. Such treatment would yield superior meat, and perhaps the fresh blood could serve his purpose. Amidst the fervent gazes of all present, Yu swiftly dealt with the first marmot, slicing away large chunks of fat-laden meat, skewering them on a sharpened wooden stick, and placing them over the fire. The high heat forced the fat from the meat, dripping into the flames. With a sizzling sound, a rich aroma of meat erupted, instantly filling every crevice of the cave. The scent ensnared the souls of all, save for Lu Yao. He approached Sher, who was transfixed, gazing dreamily at the roasting meat, saliva trickling down his chin in a glistening strand. Don't get distracted. Lu Yao gently tapped his shoulder. The marmot's meat must be thoroughly cooked before consumption. Otherwise, could harbor pathogens. Let us focus on our tasks first. Startled, Sher snapped back to reality, his gaze following Lu Yao's finger to the sizable spruce plank. Let us make a door. All right, Sher exclaimed, wiping his mouth, as if infused with boundless energy, charging towards the task. This entrance was even smaller and more irregular than the last, making the creation of the door panel a true test of skill. Lu Yao directed Sher to lift the heavy plank next to the fire. He did not immediately wield the axe. Instead, he allowed one side of the plank to bask in the fire's even warmth from a safe distance. The wood's surface gradually charred, emitting a distinctive smoky aroma. Brother Lu Yao, what are we doing? Sher asked, his face a canvas of curiosity. Carbonizing, Lu Yao replied succinctly. It enhances the wood's durability, making it resistant to decay and insects. Sher, bewildered, listened intently. Once both sides were evenly carbonized, Lu Yao grasped the stone axe and began to refine the edges of the plank. The axe, in his hands, danced with precision, each strike deftly shaving away excess material, shaping the plank to fit the irregular doorway. Sher diligently collected every scrap Lu Yao trimmed, treating them with utmost care, unwilling to waste a single fragment. The next crucial element of the door was the hinge. Lu Yao procured a sturdy short stick, sharpening one end. He twisted resilient vines into a thick rope and, using a complex arrangement, securely bound the stick to the left side of the top of the door panel, allowing the pointed end to protrude upwards. At the corresponding position on the bottom of the panel, he skillfully carved a rounded blunt tip with the stone axe. Let us attach the handle, Lu Yao called, and together with Sher, they lifted the heavy wooden door to the entrance. He instructed Sher to firmly place the blunt tip at the bottom into a natural fissure in the ground. Next, they aligned the protruding sharp wood at the top with another crevice in the cave's ceiling. Heave, Lu Yao commanded softly. With synchronized effort, they lifted the hefty panel upwards and forcefully pushed it inward. A resounding thud echoed as the two hinges embedded themselves into the rock, albeit not perfectly. Lu Yao gently nudged the door. To their astonishment, the substantial wooden door began to swing smoothly on those 2 points of pivot. It moves! It moves! Sher exclaimed, his cheeks flushed with excitement. The inhabitants of the cave were drawn to the commotion, gathering around in curiosity. Lu Yao continued without pause. He fetched a robust crossbeam and propped it against the door's rear, its ends fitting snugly into the jutting rocks on either side. A sturdy door bolt, yet, it was still insufficient. Lu Yao shook his head and had Mu Hong bring over the thickest wooden stake, angling it against the bolt, its other end firmly wedged into the ground. A double layer of security, with the door completely closed, bolted, and reinforced with the stout stake. The howling winds and snow outside fell silent. The world embraced an unprecedented tranquility. Warmth, weight, and solidity enveloped every individual within the cave, a comforting wave of security wrapping around them all. Roar! Someone began, and a suppressed cacophony erupted from the chests of all present. They embraced, leaped, and howled in a frenzy of jubilation and newfound life after their ordeal. A smile graced Lu Yao's face, yet he did not linger. His gaze fell upon the substantial bundle of straight, slender wooden sticks that Sure had brought back, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. The main event was just beginning. He approached the timber, selecting one and examining it carefully in the firelight. The stick, approximately 1.7 meters long, was slightly short for a spear, but sufficient nonetheless. He brought the curved section near the fire to heat it evenly. Then, using his knee to press against the protruding part, he grasped both ends with his hands, bending his waist and exerting force to slowly twist it in the opposite direction. The wood fibers softened under the high temperature, emitting a faint creaking sound. Cooling, then reheating and bending again, he repeated the process. The initially curved stick gradually straightened beneath his skilled hands, ultimately becoming as straight as an arrow. The onlooking tribespeople were left in awe. In their understanding, forcibly straightening a bent piece of wood would only lead to its ruin. Yet Lu Yao managed to make it straight. Once the spear shaft was rectified, Lu Yao picked up a piece of coarse sandstone, meticulously polishing the surface of the shaft, removing any splinters that could hinder grip. He held the smooth shaft in his hand, weighing it gently, then took up the stone axe to make fine adjustments to the tail end. He shaved repeatedly, weighing it each time, until the center of gravity was precisely located at 1/3 of the front segment. That was the golden point for transmitting force during a throw. "Bring me the leg bones of the marmot," Lu Yao commanded without looking up. He Lien promptly handed over the thickest thigh bones. "Everyone, use stones to shape them like this." Lu Yao drew a sharp outline of a spearhead on the ground. The tribespeople immediately sprang into action, and the cave was filled with the sound of grinding bones. Soon, gleaming bone spearheads, flashing with a lethal cold light, were fashioned. The final step, assembly. Lu Yao used the stone axe to carve a precise notch at the front end of the straight shaft. He securely embedded the base of the bone spearhead and, using soaked resilient vine fibers, wrapped it tightly in a spiral, pulling it taut and tying an unyielding knot that would never come undone. Thus, the first spear was completed in its entirety. As Lu Yao grasped it, a chilling and sharp aura of lethal intent emanated from the spear shaft. It was no longer merely a sharpened stick. It had transformed into a genuine weapon. After a full 2 hours, when the sixth identical spear was neatly arranged upon the ground, on the other side, the first marmot had finally been roasted to a golden, crispy exterior, dripping with succulent fat. The intoxicating aroma of the meat, overwhelming to the senses, had reached its zenith. The largest and most fragrant piece of roasted meat was solemnly presented to Lu Yao. The tribe's rebirth commenced with this first bite of meat and these 6 spears. Chapter 29. The Art of Throwing. The crackling of the campfire resonated in the air, its warm glow caressing the weary yet satisfied faces of the tribespeople. The last morsel of roasted marmot had long been devoured. The rich, wild, charred fragrance lingered in the cave, refusing to dissipate. This was their first true feast in this unfamiliar land of ice and snow. Lu Yao sat by the fire, observing the gathered tribespeople, his emotions surging within him. The modern palate found it difficult to truly appreciate this rugged roasted meat. The strong, gamey scent still left him with a slight unease in his stomach. Yet, he understood that for them, it was a divine dish sufficient to banish their hunger. Yu silently offered him the most charred piece of meat, her gaze betraying a subtle concern. Lu Yao did not decline. It was a recognition of the tribe's hard work and a silent response to her thoughtful gesture. He sensed that since his last injury, there was something ineffable in Yu's eyes when she looked at him. "Thank you," he murmured. Yu merely nodded slightly, her gaze shifting from his face to the flickering flames, then glancing at the newly completed, tightly fitted wooden door at the cave's entrance. A smile of relief finally graced her face. As night deepened, the wind and snow outside grew increasingly ferocious, as if intent on consuming the entire world. Yet within this warm cave, the tribespeople's breaths became steady and elongated. Lu Yao knew it was time for everyone to rest. "Sure, Lin," he instructed. "First gather the remaining firewood and materials, as well as those wooden spears." He gestured toward the few newly crafted spears neatly lined up nearby. "Store them in a dry place." Once the arrangements were made, Lu Yao returned to sit by the fire, beginning to mentally organize the day's gains. 6 crude yet lethal spears, a sturdy wooden door, and 4 plump marmots. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully crafting 6 spears. Unlocked. Throwing skill LV1. Reward. 1 free attribute point. A shiver ran down Lu Yao's spine as he unhesitatingly allocated the newly acquired attribute point to agility. He felt his body lighten, and the sense of coordination in his movements seemed to improve significantly. He spoke again. Tomorrow I'll have Sure and the others gather more wood, and find some straw and leaves. You lifted her head, a look of curiosity in her eyes. We need to make wooden beds for everyone, Lu Yao explained. Sleeping directly on the ground is far too cold and damp. With beds, everyone will rest more soundly and conserve more strength during the day. As you listened, a glimmer of admiration flashed in her eyes. She understood Lu Yao's intention. It was not merely for comfort but also for the health and future combat readiness of the tribe. All right, she replied, and then her gaze swept over Lu Yao before glancing at the fire. Seemingly burdened by the weight of guarding the cave entrance, or perhaps for another reason, she stood and settled down not far from Lu Yao, leaning against a warm rock, embracing the warmth of the fire. Lu Yao noticed her actions and understood. Although the new home had a door, it remained chilly. Positioning oneself near the fire was undoubtedly the wisest choice. He chose not to say anything further, simply sitting in silence, savoring this hard-won tranquility. Meanwhile, about 5 miles away from the cave, at the edge of an icy lake, the biting wind lashed like a tangible blade against the night. Dozens of figures congregated around the ice hole that Lu Yao had smashed open, their faces etched with anxiety and resentment. Chief, a gaunt primitive man murmured, his voice hoarse against the wind. This is the place. This is where they spear fish. The leader, a burly man with a face marred by cruel scars, glared at the occasional fish swimming through the ice hole. His brow furrowed in frustration as he waved his hand dismissively. How can we catch so many fish from such a shallow ice hole? We've struggled all night just to gather this much. He pointed to the few frozen fish stacked nearby. This is barely enough to fill our teeth. Moreover, another subordinate added, our wooden spears are utterly ineffective in the water. Whenever we approach a fish, they slip away. The scarred man's expression darkened. The fact that they found this icy lake means they are not far from us. And every time they manage to catch so many fish. The scarcity of food in these snowy mountains was already dire. If we allow them to establish a foothold, it will become even more difficult for us to find sustenance. He clenched the stone axe in his hand, producing a harsh clattering sound. We must locate them. The scarred man's voice carried an undeniable ferocity. They are not ordinary people. They seem to possess considerable knowledge. We cannot allow them to continue to grow stronger. Otherwise. His gaze swept over his equally famished and cold tribesmen, and his tone grew increasingly menacing. The lords of these snow-capped mountains may no longer be us. Continue the search. We must dig 3 feet deep if necessary to find them. The command echoed like a chilling blade across the desolate snowfield. The night passed quietly, teetering between calmness and the undercurrents of unrest. Lu Yao awoke from a state of drowsiness, realizing he had slept exceptionally soundly, a result of his sleep level 1 skill. Even amidst the harsh and frigid environment, he had managed to achieve a quality rest. Beside him, Yu appeared to be asleep as well, her breathing soft and steady. The fire crackled vigorously, maintaining a relatively comfortable temperature within the cave. Mu Hong and Feng were on watch, taking turns leaning against the newly crafted wooden door at the cave's entrance, alert to every sound from the outside world. With the door in place, the burden of guarding had undoubtedly lessened considerably. Lu Yao stretched gently, feeling invigorated. He was aware that there were many tasks awaiting him today. It was time to construct a wooden bed, he mused, realizing he needed more timber and suitable straw or leaves for bedding. In this forest dominated by pine and cedar, the quest for soft bedding material would prove to be quite a challenge. Chapter 30. The Bedstead and the Enemy's Trail. Lu Yao opened his eyes, the deep slumber granted by sleep level 1, leaving him refreshed and exuding an air of tranquility. Mu Hong and Feng, leaning against the wooden door, had already awakened, their gazes vigilantly fixed on the gray-white world outside. Yu remained propped against the rock wall, eyes closed in serene repose, her breathing deep and rhythmic, resembling a statue seamlessly fused with the stone. Seemingly sensing Lu Yao's movements, her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. Awake, her voice carried the unique rasp of morning. Lu Yao nodded, moving to the fire to add a few sticks, watching the flames eagerly lick the wood, dancing joyfully. Did you keep watch all night? He inquired, glancing at Mu Hong. Mu Hong grinned broadly, revealing his earnest white teeth, and patted the door behind him. No worries with this barrier, the wind is much less harsh. It's not cold at all. Lu Yao's gaze shifted to you, just as he was about to inquire about her injuries. Superficial wounds, she interjected in a calm tone, preempting his question. After a brief pause, her eyes fell upon Lu Yao, the ever-watchful gaze softening slightly. You slept very deeply last night. The words carried an imperceptible note of concern. Warmth spread through Lu Yao's chest. Today, we must craft the bed. He redirected the conversation, his tone becoming brisk and decisive. We need more dry grass or leaves. The gradually awakening young ones, Shi, Lin, Hua, and he, gathered around, their eyes alight with anticipation for the new day. Lu Yao began to delegate tasks, his voice clear and robust. Shi, Lin, come with me. We'll gather the timber for the bed and look for bedding materials. Mu Hong, you're in charge of today's food. The preferred choice is the marmot. He nodded toward the youngest girl in the corner. Continue crafting the spears. We can never have too many of those. The group responded in unison, the small tribe functioning like a well-oiled machine, ready to operate efficiently. Lu Yao, accompanied by Shi and Lin, re-entered the snowy expanse of the forest, this time with a clear objective. He required straight timber for the bed legs and sought out broad-leaved, fluffy plants to serve as a mattress. Under his guidance, the two quickly learned to discern suitable materials, dragging back a few stout saplings bent under the weight of snow, while also collecting several bundles of dry twigs and grass, still dry and fluffy within, despite being covered in snow. Upon returning to the cave, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Mu Hong and you had worked efficiently, bringing back 2 marmots. Although smaller in size, they were sufficient for a hearty meal. In the corner, he was intently sharpening a wooden rod with a stone shard, 3 rudimentary spears taking shape beside her. Though their tips were not yet sharp enough, they exuded a sense of latent menace. Without pausing for rest, Lu Yao immediately set to work on the bed. He enlisted the strongest Mu Hong's help, using a stone axe to cut the wood into 4 roughly equal lengths for the bed legs. Next, he bound several relatively flat planks to the legs with sturdy vines, resulting in a rudimentary yet stable bed frame. Subsequently, Shi and Lin layered the collected dry grass and leaves thickly atop the bed board. Done, Lu Yao proclaimed, brushing off the wood shavings and grass remnants from his hands. We'll make 2 beds. 1 for Mu Hong and 1 for you. Mu Hong gazed at the bed before him, excitement written all over his face. Previously, Lu Yao had crafted a bed in another cave, but they had been unable to take it with them upon relocating. He cautiously lay down and although it was still somewhat hard, the sensation of being completely separated from the cold, hard ground, enveloped in softness and dryness, made him instantly squint his eyes in satisfaction, letting out a contented sigh. This is so much more comfortable than sleeping on the ground. You remained silent, quietly picking up a sizzling, oil-dripping leg of marmot. She approached Lu Yao and offered it to him. Yours, she said softly. Lu Yao accepted the roasted meat, the warmth of the oil coating his fingers, and nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, as Lu Yao and the others reveled in the joy of their achievements, a mere 5 miles away, by the icy lake's edge, another group was being tormented by hunger and jealousy. The scarred-faced chieftain's features twisted grotesquely, his scars resembling frozen centipedes. He glared at the meager catch of a few small fish at his feet, his chest heaving violently. Useless, he erupted in a suppressed roar, seizing the stone axe beside him and smashing it into the ice beneath, shards flying in all directions. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Can't even catch a few fish. The glint of ferocity ignited in the chieftain's eyes, only to be swiftly overtaken by insatiable greed. He fixated on the ice hole that Lu Yao had smashed open. The fact that they could catch so many fish indicated that the lake was teeming with them. We cannot wait any longer, he bellowed, rising abruptly and releasing a primal growl that split the silence of the desolate ice field. Find them, capture them, seize their fish spears, their fire-making methods, everything they possess. His voice was laced with reckless madness. Otherwise, we shall all starve to death here. His bloodshot eyes swept over each similarly distorted face, starved by hunger. Search for me. Scour every inch in the direction they left. Even if we have to turn this snow-capped mountain upside down, we will find them. Dozens of dark figures, driven by desperation, scattered like a pack of wolves, following the traces left by Yu's tribe. The wind and snow intensified abruptly. The wooden door, recently erected with great effort, along with the newly sharpened spears, were soon to face their true test. Chapter 31. The Hunt for the Great Elk, the Art of Throwing in Display. A new day dawned amid a stifling grayness. Lu Yao pushed open the heavy wooden door. A gust of frigid wind, laced with ice and snow, surged in, slicing across his cheeks like a knife, causing his eyes to squint into narrow slits. The snowstorm had intensified several-fold compared to yesterday. The world outside was enveloped in a blinding whiteness, with visibility reduced to a terrifying degree. Large flurries of snow descended from the heavens, and overnight, the accumulation had risen to his ankles at the cave's entrance. He extended his hand, and the snowflakes landed in his palm, not melting but instead rapidly piling up, sending a bone-chilling cold through him. The distant sky was a leaden gray, oppressive enough to incite unease. Thick clouds pressed down on the mountain contours, devouring all traces of light. Lu Yao, the voice of Mu Hong, came from behind, stripped of its usual simplicity and imbued with an unusual gravity. The burly man stood beside Lu Yao, his towering figure casting a vast shadow at the cave's mouth, gazing out at the raging snowstorm, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. "We need to stockpile more firewood." Lu Yao turned to him, puzzled. "Why?" Mu Hong glanced back, his expression peculiar, as if he were looking at someone who had posed a foolish question. "Have you forgotten? Once the sky turns this color, the heavy snow will last at least 3 or 4 days, sometimes even longer. Everything in the mountains will be buried, and we won't be able to find anything." The statement cleaved through Lu Yao's memory. He recalled the last images that he had deliberately locked away, belonging to the original owner of this body. It was indeed a tempestuous blizzard like this. The tribe's fire had extinguished, survivors huddled in the cold cave, helplessly watching as the snow sealed off all signs of life. The original body had gradually stiffened in the relentless cold and despair, ultimately succumbing to freezing death. Had it not been for his arrival, activating the survival manual, this body would have long since become a mere ice sculpture. Lu Yao's heart tightened suddenly. He turned his gaze back to the seemingly endless storm, his expression transforming entirely. This was not the picturesque snow scene of modernity. "Everyone," Lu Yao abruptly turned, his voice, though not loud, possessed a metallic resonance that instantly silenced all noise within the cave. "Stop everything. All eyes, you sure, Lin?" He immediately converged upon him. Mu Hong was correct. This heavy snowfall could persist for many days. Lu Yao's tone was resolute. "We must gather sufficient supplies before the mountains are completely sealed off. From this moment forth, everyone has but one task." He extended his finger, emphatically pointing towards the white hell outside the cave. "Frenziedly collect firewood, hay, and food. We must fill this cave to the brim." The atmosphere within the cave tightened to a breaking point. Everyone discerned the lethal threat concealed behind the storm from Lu Yao and Mu Hong's expressions. "Go." Yu was the first to rise. Seizing her bone spear and a throwing spear, Lu Yao and Mu Hong promptly armed themselves as well. Despite the fact that 4 prepared marmots still hung in the corner of the cave, seemingly enough to last 4 or 5 days, Lu Yao understood well that if the heavy snow continued for a week or longer, this meager meat supply would not suffice. More reserves were imperative. The 3 of them pushed open the door and plunged into the tempestuous storm. The snowflakes fell densely like a descending curtain, striking their faces like countless tiny ice needles. They trudged through the accumulated snow, each step a challenge. Lu Yao quickly recognized the problem. The marmot burrows, once clearly identifiable, were now entirely concealed beneath thick layers of snow, leaving no trace. Under the cover of the heavy snowfall, finding those underground stores of meat had become nearly impossible. The trio searched for over half an hour, yielding nothing. Mu Hong's face began to show signs of agitation. The frontmost Yu suddenly halted, lowering her body and raising a finger. "Silence." Lu Yao and Mu Hong immediately held their breath, following her gaze. Not far ahead, on a snow slope, a group of massive creatures was bent down, nibbling at the dry grass concealed beneath the snow. They were robust as horses, their thick brown-gray fur seemingly impervious to the harshest chill. Most striking were the enormous, upward-growing antlers atop their heads, branching intricately like the crowns of dead trees. The eyes of the 3 lit up simultaneously, shimmering with the thrill of discovering a great treasure. Lu Yao's focus instantly locked onto one of the creatures. Name: Snow Mountain Giant Elk. Category: Level 1 creature, common. Description: social herbivores, highly vigilant, with dense, energy-rich meat. Their antlers are excellent materials for crafting tools and weapons. This was no mere deer. It was a veritable moving treasure trove. Yet, hunting them proved far more challenging than anticipated. The vigilance of these giant elks was astonishing. The moment the trio edged closer, the entire herd raised their heads in unison, ears swiveling, scanning their surroundings warily. The slightest rustle would send them galloping away in an instant. The three could only maintain their distance, patiently biding their time amidst the snowstorm. Time slipped away, second by second. They trailed the elk herd for an entire half-day. The sun slid weakly towards the west, the sky growing ever darker. Just as Lu Yao feared they would return empty-handed, Yu, who had been lying in wait within the snow, sprang into action. A relatively young elk, having strayed slightly from the center of the herd to nibble at a patch of grass shielded by rocks, presented an opportunity. Now, without a hint of forewarning, Yu's body surged forth, her arm muscles taut, forming a perfect bow. The throwing spear in her hand transformed into a lethal arrow at that moment. Whoosh! A sharp sound cut through the air. The spear, expertly crafted by Lu Yao himself and perfectly balanced, transformed into a deadly black line, tearing through the storm and hurtling towards the lone elk. Thud! The spearhead sank deeply into the elk's abdomen. The creature let out a pained cry, its massive body shuddering violently, yet its instinct to survive propelled it to bolt madly into the distance. The entire herd erupted in chaos, scattering in all directions. They were too far away. Although the spear had struck true, it hadn't penetrated a vital spot. Mu Hong let out a frustrated growl, taking off in pursuit, but the elk's speed was too great to match. As the wounded elk began to fade into the storm's depths, Lu Yao's pupils constricted sharply. Instinct overtook rational thought. Acting on impulse, he hurled another spear with all his might towards the swiftly moving silhouette. Throwing technique LV1. A mystical sensation emanated from his arm. An invisible hand subtly adjusted the angle and force at the last moment of the spear's release. The spear, imbued with a determination and precision that even Lu Yao had not anticipated, traced a straight trajectory through the air, carrying with it a hint of fortune and the inevitability granted by skill. The fleeing elk, sensing the breath of death behind it, suddenly turned its head. It was this very turn that exposed its most vulnerable spot completely. Thud! A sound, even more muffled and lethal than before, reverberated. The spear struck true, penetrating directly through the elk's enormous eye socket, burrowing deep into its brain. The massive body surged forward for several meters due to inertia before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. It rolled twice in the snow, its four hooves twitching a few times before falling utterly still. A fatal blow. The entire snowy slope fell into an instant silence. Chapter 32. Crafting smoked meat. Unlocking rough skin LV2. Mu Hong's footsteps came to a halt as he stood, mouth agape, staring in disbelief at the colossal creature that had fallen in the distance. Then he turned incredulously to Lu Yao. For the first time, a flicker of uncontainable shock crossed Yu's usually impassive face as she slowly turned, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Yao. Lu Yao himself was momentarily stunned. He looked down at his empty hands, a tumultuous wave of ecstatic disbelief crashing against his heart. Did I really do it? Ding! Precision kill. Snowy mountain elk. Illustration collected. Reward. 1 free attribute point. New skill unlocked. Elk call LV1. Elk call? What is that? Lu Yao had no time to ponder, his thoughts racing. He allocated all available attribute points, including those earned from crafting the spear, to agility. Ding! Allocation successful. A warm, buoyant sensation coursed through his limbs, as if an invisible shackle had been lifted, rendering his movements more graceful and agile. Lu Yao accessed his status panel. Name, Lu Yao. Strength, 9. Constitution, 9. Agility, 7. Reproductive ability, 2. Charm, 10. Free attribute points, 0. Life skills. Firestarter LV1. Fishing technique LV1. Lumberjack LV1. Throwing technique LV1. Sleep induction LV1. Elk call LV1. Combat skills. Rough skin passive. Frost spell LV1. Basic healing LV1. When the three returned to the cave, the sun had completely vanished. Mu Hong, flushed with excitement, hoisted the entire weight of the elk, its massive frame a sight to behold, and knocked on the wooden door with its antlers. The door was opened by Sure. Upon seeing the trio, the boy's face lit up with joy. However, as his gaze drifted past them to the elk resting on Mu Hong's shoulder, his smile froze instantly. His eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open. Elk? Inside the cave, the bonfire blazed brightly. The warm light danced upon the piled wood, hay, and leaves, creating a small mountain of supplies. All the tribe members were contributing their utmost strength to withstand the deadly blizzard. The arrival of the elk was like a potent stimulant, invigorating every heart. The wind howled outside. The entire world beyond the cave resonated with a dull roar. The heavy spruce door groaned under the onslaught of the tempest. Mu Hong's usually amiable face turned grave. He fell silent, moving to a corner of the cave where his muscular arms flexed like gnarled roots of an ancient tree. With surprising strength, he lifted a boulder weighing hundreds of pounds, stepping heavily towards the entrance with a thud, thud, thud. Boom! The boulder was forcefully placed against the double-secured wooden door. The entire cave seemed to tremble in response. The previously precarious door now stood firm and immovable. The heart-stopping noise outside was effectively suppressed. Inside the cave, only the crackling of the fire remained, mingled with the muffled wails of the wind and snow from another realm. All right. Lu Yao clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Now let's redistribute the supplies. His commands were clear and precise, imbued with an inherent authority that brooked no dissent. Sure. You and Lin, take those inferior, damp woods and the excess hay to the adjacent side room. He pointed towards a dry, isolated space deep within the cave. Firewood. Leave only what is needed for a day in the main chamber. This is the most fundamental fire safety measure. In this frigid environment, Lu Yao feared not the flames, but the possibility of a raging fire consuming all their wood and hay. What if the fire goes out? The young firewood worker asked anxiously. Lu Yao smiled, raising his right index finger. A flicker of orange flame ignited at his fingertip, dancing quietly and casting shadows across his resolute face. A collective gasp filled the cave, interspersed with suppressed gasps of awe. Indeed, how could they have forgotten? Lu Yao's fire was divine power. Now let us tend to this elk. Lu Yao's gaze fell upon the immense snowy mountain elk. It was their greatest assurance of survival against this apocalyptic blizzard. You come. Lu Yao addressed the former chieftain. The hide must remain intact, all the meat must be processed, and the bones should be saved. You nodded, drawing forth a sharp bone dagger, her expression unwavering. Her movements were swift and precise, akin to a coldly efficient master of dissection. With the assistance of the tribe members, the massive elk was soon dismantled. Brother Lu Yao, shall we roast it now? Mu Hong gazed at the large chunks of fresh red meat, swallowing hard, unable to restrain his salivation. No. Lu Yao shook his head. We will smoke it. Smoke? The term was as foreign as an ancient script to all within the cave. Lu Yao offered no explanation. Instead, he issued commands through action. Under his guidance, the group quickly constructed a simple rack above the fire using wet sticks and vines. You hung the prepared elk meat piece by piece on the rack. Lu Yao personally added some pine branches and slightly damp wood to the fire. The flames have waned, yet a dense smoke infused with the scent of pine resin billows forth, completely enveloping and devouring the hanging venison. The temperature within the cave is not particularly low. If left unattended, this deer meat would, at most, rot and emit a foul odor within 3 days. The stench of blood and decay serves as an invitation for the predators of the night. The act of smoking, in Lu Yao's mind, is the only magic of this era that can rival time itself. Why not smoke the meat of the marmot? The meticulous, he quietly voiced the collective doubt of the group. An astute question indeed. Lu Yao regarded her with approval. He picked up a piece of sizzling, fatty marmot meat and explained, fat is energy. Smoking would render it dry, thus wasting it. Therefore we shall consume it first. He then gestured towards the venison shrouded in smoke. The deer meat, devoid of fat, consists solely of lean flesh. By smoking it to remove its moisture, it will last for an extended period. The group, though somewhat perplexed, gazed at Lu Yao with eyes that had transformed from mere belief to profound reverence. Under Yu's direction, the tasks of butchering and smoking were executed with precision. The cave was filled with the enticing aroma of roasted meat, the smoky scent of pine resin, and the soft murmurs of the clan members. A sense of warmth and bustling activity infused the space with hope for survival. Lu Yao's gaze swept across the cave. In a corner, he had crafted several rudimentary wooden beds. 8 beds were arranged side by side, with thick layers of hay, simple yet effectively isolating them from the cold, damp ground. At last, they had their own sleeping quarters. The moose, combined with the marmot, alongside the fruits retrieved by Shi, Hua, Feng, and Lin over the past 2 days, amounted to a substantial supply of food, sufficient to sustain them for over 10 days with careful rationing. As Lu Yao gnawed on the richly flavored marmot meat, he mentally perused the golden tome titled Survival Manual. Weapons acquired, food secured, shelter established. Yet it was still insufficient. His gaze ultimately settled upon a newly unlocked item. Name, wooden shield. Category, tool armor. Description, a primitive shield crafted from sturdy wood, capable of effectively withstanding most clawing, biting, and stabbing attacks. Unlock conditions, successfully create the first wooden shield. Unlock reward, 1 free attribute point. Entry rough skin, level 1. Rough skin, Level 1. Lu Yao's pupils constricted sharply. The agonizing memories of his last encounter with the wolf pack lingered vividly. Were it not for rough skin, his arm would have been shredded to the bone by the fangs of that vicious wolf. In this world where life is as fragile as a blade of grass, even the slightest enhancement in defense signifies a life preserved. It must be crafted. He set down the roasted meat and rose to his feet. In a corner of the cave lay a substantial pile of thick wooden planks left over from the disassembly of giant trees. Lu Yao selected a piece of moderate size, dense in texture. Armed with a stone axe, he began to carve. The night deepened. After a hearty meal and a day of toil, the clan members reclined on their respective beds, drifting into a deep slumber. Only the bonfire continued to burn tirelessly. Lu Yao sat alone in the flickering glow, intently chiseling the wooden plank in his hands. He patiently roasted the initially shaped circular plank by the flames, evenly applying heat. The surface gradually carbonized under the high temperature, turning black and hard. He pressed the shield against the ground and, using his body weight, gently bent it to achieve a perfect arc. Carbonization would fortify it, enhancing its resistance to moisture and decay. The curvature would disperse the force upon impact. The laws of physics, too, hold truth in this realm. A faint sound of footsteps approached. It was Yu. She remained silent, simply sitting not far from Lu Yao, quietly observing. She watched as he transformed a rough wooden plank into a curved circle using fire and the stone axe. She observed how he fashioned straps from beast sinew and vines on the back of the shield, allowing for an arm to pass through and grip. Her gaze, initially one of curiosity, gradually transformed into understanding. She comprehended that this object was meant for defense, to block claws, to ward off teeth, to shield against all lethal assaults. Her eyes ultimately returned to Lu Yao's profile, illuminated by the firelight, deeply focused. Lu Yao remained undistracted, feeling the weight of her quiet gaze. He found solace in the stillness. When he secured the final vine, a rugged, substantial circular wooden shield, infused with primal strength, came to life in his hands. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully crafting the first wooden shield. The catalog has been unlocked. Reward: 1 free attribute point. Entry: rough skin level upgraded to LV2. Chapter 33, Yu's Smile. Ding! A crisp system notification resonated within Lu Yao's mind. He felt a warm current surge through his body, eliciting a tingling sensation upon his skin. The roughness that had accompanied the awakening of his rough skin skill began to undergo a wondrous transformation. The coarseness faded, replaced by an indescribable resilience and smoothness. Rough skin LV2. Defense power once more elevated. Lu Yao resolved to allocate that precious free attribute point decisively toward strength. Instantly, an explosive force surged through his muscle fibers, akin to Titan's steel cables. Strength: 10. A whole number. A milestone. Lu Yao clenched his fist, reveling in the unprecedented surge of power, his lips involuntarily curling into a slight smile. So it is. 10 points mark a new stage. He could distinctly feel that with his strength elevated to 10, he was significantly stronger than before. He glanced down at the wooden shield that had just taken shape in his hands. The shield, having undergone carbonization, was hard and dark, its arc beautiful, yet its surface remained wooden and somewhat rough. An idea flickered through his mind. Lu Yao extended his left hand, palm facing the shield surface. Ice spell LV1. A wave of icy blue energy erupted from his palm, swiftly enveloping the entire arc of the shield. Crackle, crackle. The moisture in the air instantaneously froze, coalescing into a delicate yet sturdy layer of ice upon the darkened carbonized wood. Under the firelight, this primitive wooden shield reflected a crystalline sheen. What is this? Mu Hong approached, his large head a tapestry of curiosity and bewilderment. He extended his hand to touch the icy surface of the shield, the slick texture causing him to retract his fingers slightly. Lu Yao threaded the straps behind the shield through his arm, securing it firmly. This shield, he explained, is used to block the weapons of adversaries during combat. Upon hearing this, Mu Hong picked up the shield to weigh it in his hands, yet his brow furrowed in skepticism. Is this merely a piece of wood? He questioned, doubt creeping into his voice. It appeared rather thin. Wouldn't a spear easily pierce through it? Lu Yao opened his mouth, intending to demonstrate, but immediately envisioned Mu Hong, a behemoth of a man, effortlessly shouldering a massive log. Perhaps it was best to refrain. With such a colossal figure, should he miscalculate his strength, not only would Lu Yao's newly crafted treasure be ruined, but he might also find himself grievously injured. At that moment Yu, who had remained silent until now, approached. Without a word, she took the ice shield from Mu Hong's hands. Her fingers glided over the shield's curvature, savoring the smooth, icy shell. The flickering flames danced, casting reflections in her profound eyes, which sparkled with understanding. She comprehended its purpose. You strapped the shield onto her left arm, then lifted her gaze to Mu Hong, who wore a look of utter bewilderment. You shall strike me with your spear. Her voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Mu Hong stood frozen, momentarily speechless. Huh? Chief, this. Do not worry, you replied, her tone unwavering. You may proceed. After a prolonged hesitation, Mu Hong, under Yu's insistence, finally grasped a practiced wooden spear and took a deep breath. Here I come, he shouted, stepping forward, muscles tensing, as he thrust the spear with a fierce wind aimed directly at the shield in Yu's grasp. Although Mu Hong tempered his strength, the blow was still sufficient to pierce through the thick hide. Every heart in the cave raced to their throats. Just as the spear tip was about to make contact with the shield's surface, Yu moved. Rather than meeting force with force, she merely rotated her wrist slightly, angling the shield's curvature. With a piercing sound, the spear slid off the hard, smooth ice as if it had lost all sense of direction, veering sharply aside. Mu Hong's full-force strike landed nowhere, the sheer momentum causing him to stagger. He was left dumbfounded. Within the cave, everyone stood in stunned silence. Again, Yu's voice remained tranquil. Unfazed, Mu Hong roared in defiance, this time channeling even more strength as the spear lunged forward once more. Yu's movements mirrored those of before. With a flick of her wrist, she tilted the shield again. The spear slid away once more, its violent force effortlessly redirected. Mu Hong gazed at the empty space before him, then at Yu's unscathed shield, his expression shifting from disbelief to sudden realization. He understood now. This object was not meant to absorb blows but to deflect attacks. With this, the likelihood of injury from beastly claws or enemy weapons would be significantly reduced. Ecstasy flooded the rugged man's face. At that moment, Yu slowly lowered the shield and turned to face Lu Yao. The firelight illuminated her face, which was always marked by resoluteness and vigilance. Then, she smiled. It was not the customary polite or reassuring smile, but rather a radiant expression born from the depths of her heart. Her eyes sparkled with an astonishing brightness, resembling two obsidian stones submerged in a clear spring, filled with admiration, awe, the joy of shared creation, and something else that Lu Yao could not decipher, yet made his heart skip a beat. In that instant, Lu Yao was taken aback. He realized for the first time how enchanting the usually stoic chieftain appeared when she smiled. The atmosphere within the cave reached its zenith with the birth of the shield. The tribespeople feasted on the aromatic roasted marmot meat, their faces aglow with the happiness of survival and hopes for the future. As night deepened, the howling wind and snow outside continued their relentless roar, as if countless behemoths were bellowing across the land. Yet within the cave, warmth and tranquility prevailed. After a long day of toil and satisfaction, the tribe members returned to their humble yet dry wooden beds, sinking into a deep slumber. The fire crackled quietly. Mu Hong and Shi leaned against the sturdy wooden door, keeping watch while speaking in hushed tones. Unlike his usual late-night vigils, Lu Yao prepared to enjoy a restful night's sleep, listening to the howling winds and the crackling flames. Just as he turned, he noticed Yu standing beside him, clutching a large bundle of soft hay. Her face, illuminated by the flickering firelight, bore a faint blush, her eyes darting away, avoiding his gaze. Lu Yao felt a twinge of confusion. Lu Yao, Yu's voice was soft, tinged with a subtle nervousness. Could you assist me in moving my bed into that small alcove above? She pointed to a secluded space on the cave sidewall, elevated above the ground, accessible only by climbing. It was the most private and independent area within the main cave. Chapter 34. The Knocking in the Snowstorm. A new day dawned amidst the fury of the storm. The heavy wooden door divided the world in two. Outside lay a white hell, devouring all in its path, as the fierce winds whipped snowflakes into a dull, continuous roar, akin to the mountains themselves groaning under an unbearable burden. Inside, however, was an entirely different realm. The orange glow of the campfire burned steadily, banishing every inch of darkness and cold. The smoky aroma of deer meat mingled with the scent of crispy fat, creating a comforting essence of stability. The tribespeople did not awaken shivering in the biting cold. Instead, they lay on their wooden beds, cushioned by thick, dry mats that insulated them from the frozen ground. The rhythmic sound of their steady breaths filled the air, each face adorned with tranquility. Lu Yao opened his eyes. The effects of deep sleep LV1 had granted him a night devoid of dreams, leaving him invigorated, every limb brimming with vitality. He sat up quietly, careful not to disturb anyone. At the cave's entrance, Yu leaned against the rock wall, cradling the ice shield in her arms, eyes closed in a feigned slumber. Her breathing was shallow, blending seamlessly with the shadows and stone, resembling a leopard lying in wait, maintaining a deadly vigilance even in sleep. Lu Yao's gaze lingered on her for a brief moment before he nonchalantly looked away. The enchanting scene from the previous night involuntarily resurfaced in his mind. As Yu clutched the hay and stood before him, her vigilant eyes, always tinged with wariness, bore a hint of shyness as she inquired if he could assist her in moving the bed into the intimate little side chamber. Indeed, his heart skipped a beat. That small alcove was the most secluded and secure spot in their new abode. She wished to move in herself but sought his help. An adult could naturally grasp the underlying implications. Before he could respond, Yu seemed to sense his silence. Or perhaps the demure reserve befitting a chieftainess rendered her unable to utter another word. Clutching the hay, she flusteredly declared that she would manage on her own and scrambled into the little cave. Her retreating figure bore a semblance of hasty escape. It was at that very moment she concealed herself that a long-forgotten notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Detected explicit signs of dependency and affection from the opposite sex. Charm 1. Lu Yao instinctively summoned his status panel. Name, Lu Yao. Strength, 10. Constitution, 9. Agility, 7. Reproductive ability, 2. Charm, 11. So, this is how charm increases. A peculiar sensation stirred within him. He certainly harbored feelings for you. That woman was resolute, formidable, and wise, possessing all the most enchanting qualities of femininity in the savage era. Moreover, she was undeniably beautiful, especially under the glow of last night's fire, her radiant smile, and those captivating eyes that seemed to draw one in. Shaking his head, Lu Yao sought to quell these distractions. The image of the mountain being torn apart by a wolf's vicious jaws, the lifeless body of a child, was still vividly etched in his memory. In this world where lives were as expendable as grass, any lapse in vigilance could spell disaster. He had to devote all his energy to enhancing the survival capabilities of the tribe. Matters of the heart were trivial, although his body was honest. He approached the cave's entrance and gently pushed open a narrow gap. A rush of icy cold air surged in, mingled with countless tiny ice crystals, invigorating his senses. The snowfall outside was heavier than the day before. The world was a blinding white, almost overwhelming. He reached out, scooping a handful of pristine snow from the crack and placing it in his mouth. It was chilling to the bone. Yet, the snow quickly melted in his mouth, transforming into a refreshing sweetness that alleviated the parched sensation akin to a hangover. Lu Yao, what are you doing? Mu Hong's hearty voice chimed from behind. He had awoken at some point and was now curiously watching Lu Yao. Lu Yao gazed out at the white expanse and said to Mu Hong, once the snow ceases, we need to create some containers. Containers? Mu Hong scratched his head, looking puzzled. What are those? Things that can hold water, Lu Yao explained, and we can boil water in them. But why boil water? Mu Hong asked, even more confused. If you're thirsty, can't you just eat snow? Lu Yao shook his head. He found it impossible to explain the concepts of bacteria and parasites to a primitive man. Yet he knew that since the advent of fire, boiling water could prevent 90% of intestinal diseases. In this prehistorical world, where medical resources were scarce, a bout of diarrhea was no trivial matter. Boiling water with wood was impractical. It seemed he would have to devise a way to create pottery. I don't understand. Mu Hong chuckled at Lu Yao's contemplative expression. But whatever you say, I'll follow your lead. Lu Yao smiled in return. He held the purest regard for this burly man. When he was on the brink of death, Mu Hong had shared half of his precious fruit, a kindness more valuable than any divine power. Weapons had been established with the throwing spear, defenses with the shield, and for the moment food and shelter were secured. The next step was to fashion fur garments during this blizzard. That would grant them an additional 2 points in freedom attributes, along with a resistance trait. Just then, a soft yet rhythmic knocking echoed unexpectedly. The sound was faint but struck each heart within the cave like an invisible hammer. In an instant, the tranquil air of the cave was shattered. Yu, who had been dozing, suddenly opened her eyes, without a moment's hesitation. Her right hand quickly grasping the spear beside her, her gaze fixated on the door. Mu Hong, Shi, and Lin, all those who were awake, instinctively grabbed their weapons, muscles taut, intently staring at the wooden door from which the sound emanated. The howling wind and snow continued to rage outside. Yet, that subtle knocking resonated clearly in each person's ears, carrying an unsettling eeriness. Lu Yao's breath hitched. Was it that group? Impossible. This blizzard was fierce enough to deter even him from venturing out. How could the enemy possibly locate this cave, concealed by rocks and withered vines, in such weather? He held his breath, stealthily edging toward the door, pressing his eye against the crack to peer outside. The storm was too fierce, severely obstructing his view. He could only vaguely discern a white figure swaying before the door. Knock! Another sound. This time he saw clearly. The white figure was persistently nudging the heavy wooden door with its two small, just emerging horns atop its head. It was not human. A stir of realization coursed through Lu Yao as he cautiously eased the door latch open a crack. Through the widening gap, he finally beheld the full appearance of the unexpected visitor outside. It was a calf. Its coat was pure white, long and thick, almost dragging on the ground, with sturdy legs that appeared somewhat awkward. Most endearing were the tiny horns, resembling obsidian, just breaking through the skin on its head. It seemed to have been frozen by the wind and snow, trembling as it huddled at the barely sheltered door, using its horns to nudge against it, as if pleading for a warm refuge. At that moment, as Lu Yao studied it, the system's notification blared in his mind. Ding! Detected a level 3 biological juvenile, the Highland white yak. Description: weak offensive capability, long fur, exceptional defense. As an adult, it can reach a size of 3 meters and is one of the premier herbivorous species inhabiting the frigid alpine meadows. Level 3 creature. Lu Yao's pupils constricted sharply. He recalled distinctly that even the formidable Arctic Wolf King, which had posed a challenge for you, was merely a level 2 creature. Chapter 35, Moo. Lu Yao's focus sharpened like never before, his gaze piercing through the storm, firmly riveted on the little white calf outside the door. In the next moment, rows of data unfurled directly within his line of sight. Name: Highland white yak, juvenile. Category: Tier 3 creature. Strength: 10. Agility: 5. Constitution: 10. Temperament: friendly, trainable. Condition: frostbite. Hunger: weak. Lu Yao's breath caught sharply in his throat. He stood frozen in place. Strength: 10. Constitution: 10. Since his traversal, he had battled on the brink of life and death for nearly half a month, pouring all his attribute points into his capabilities. And yet he had only just managed to attain the threshold of 10 points in strength. The seemingly innocuous calf before him had been born with the very power he had struggled to achieve with all his might. Was there no justice in this world? Yet, what made his heart race even more were the last two words on the panel. Trainable. The previous Icefield giant wolf and the elk had lacked this designation. This signified that it was not merely a wild beast. It represented a living, manageable entity, a potential top-tier combat force for the future. With the system giving such a clear indication, neglecting to raise it would be a disservice to himself. Moreover, with a friendly temperament, even if it turned out to be ineffectual, it would merely result in an additional large consumer of resources, risk manageable. Lu Yao no longer hesitated, forcefully pulling the door latch and swinging the heavy wooden door wide open. Moo! The calf, upon seeing the open portal and the warm glow emanating from within, emitted a weak call tinged with a milky tone. It hesitated at the threshold, seemingly intimidated by the shadowy figures within, but the yearning for warmth and survival ultimately triumphed over its fear. It took a few clumsy steps forward, stumbling into the cave. Inside, everyone had already gripped their weapons, muscles taut. Yet, when they beheld the true nature of this unexpected guest, they all stood in stunned silence. Mu Hong leaned forward, his eyes, as large as brass bells, suddenly ablaze with a wolfish green light, and a glistening liquid began to rapidly seep from the corners of his mouth. A cow! A calf! He exclaimed excitedly, rubbing his hands together, his voice rising in pitch. Lu Yao, we're going to have beef. Those words ignited a firestorm of appetite within the cave. Beef. Merely contemplating the term caused mouths to water. Lu Yao, however, wore a look of helplessness, raising his hand to block Mu Hong's advance and shaking his head. This cow, perhaps, was more formidable than any of us could imagine. The previously silent Yu approached at this moment. She gazed at the calf making its way toward the fire, her lovely brow furrowed tightly, her eyes reflecting a mixture of gravity and nostalgia. I have seen this kind of cow before. Her voice was low yet clear, penetrating the ears of everyone present. When I was quite small, I accompanied my father to hunt in the northern snowy mountains. An adult of this white cow stands twice the height of Mu Hong, its coat cascading like a white waterfall, and its horns could easily pierce through a tree that a person could wrap their arms around. My father said it was a deity of the snowy mountains, one that must never be provoked. Inside the cave, an instant silence fell, allowing the crackling of burning firewood to be heard. The sound of swallowed saliva came to an abrupt halt. Twice the height of Mu Hong? That would mean it stood over 4 meters tall? All gazes once again converged upon the calf, which had yet to reach their waists. Thus, Yu turned her head, fixing her gaze upon Lu Yao, passing the final decision to him. What do you wish to do? This question was starkly pragmatic. Although this cow was merely a juvenile, its weight was substantial, and the meat it bore would undoubtedly surpass that of an adult marmot. In a prehistoric world where food was never deemed excessive, this was an immense temptation. Lu Yao's gaze fell upon the calf. The little creature had already reached the fire, clumsily lying down, comfortably squinting its eyes, even beginning to nibble on the remnants of dried grass scattered on the ground. It displayed not a hint of wariness towards the humans wielding sharp weapons around it. Lu Yao voiced a decision that left everyone astounded. I wish to raise it. Raise a cow? Mu Hong was the first to exclaim, his face a mask of incredulity. The others exchanged baffled glances, unable to comprehend. Lu Yao nodded, his gaze unwaveringly resolute. Yu was correct. It would be exceedingly powerful once it matured. If we could raise it, it could become the strongest combat force of our tribe, a living guardian deity. This notion was both audacious and distant. Doubt and confusion were etched upon the faces of all. In truth, Lu Yao himself felt uncertain. Friendliness did not equate to intelligence. A docile cow that could not comprehend commands was merely a larger cow, devoid of any combat capability. Yet, he was willing to take the gamble. Lu Yao slowly approached the calf and crouched down beside it. The calf seemed to sense his goodwill, lifting its head and letting out a couple of soft moos, as if greeting him. Lu Yao extended his hand, gently stroking the warm little horns that had just begun to emerge from its head. The moment his palm made contact with the horns, the familiar system notification chimed once more. Ding! Successfully made contact with Tier 3 creature Highland White Yak. The pictorial record has been unlocked. Unlock reward. Life skill, Cow Mu LV1. Lu Yao's expression momentarily froze. Again, previously, he had received deer call from petting a deer. Now, petting a cow had granted him Cow Mu. What on earth was the use of this skill? Learning to moo like a cow? At that moment, everyone gathered around, curiously observing the little creature warming itself by the fire. It seemed to be frostbitten, with its entire body nearly pressed against the flames, its long white fur glowing in the firelight, as though it might ignite at any second. Oh no, it's too close, exclaimed he, whose thoughts were meticulous and concerned. Sure attempted to nudge the calf's rear, hoping to coax it away a bit, but the calf merely flicked its tail impatiently, remaining unmoved. Hey, you little thing. Mu Hong joined in to pull, but the calf's hooves seemed rooted to the spot, and despite his exertion, he could only make it sway slightly. The cave was thrown into disarray. Just then, Lu Yao chuckled. He looked at the group gesturing toward the cow, and said with a calm demeanor, You speak to the cow in human language. How could it possibly understand? You seemed quite fond of the snowy white calf, gently stroking its head. Hearing his words, she lifted her gaze, her bright eyes sparkling with a hint of playful mischief as she looked at Lu Yao. Then you should use the cow's language to make it move, and see if it understands. Her words carried a playful undertone. The others in the cavern burst into laughter, instantly lightening the atmosphere. Lu Yao, gazing at the mirth in Yu's eyes, felt a playful spirit awaken within him. He cleared his throat and addressed the blissfully unwitting calf with a tone of earnest gravity. Dear calf, heed my words. If you continue to linger near the fire, you may very well find yourself transformed into roasted beef. Moo moo. After his jest, Lu Yao mimicked the sounds of a cow twice, eliciting uproarious laughter from Mu Hong, who was the first to erupt into thunderous mirth. The others soon followed suit, laughing so hard that they nearly fell over. The entire cavern resonated with joy. However, in the next moment, the laughter of all ceased abruptly. The once motionless calf, having heard Lu Yao's words, suddenly stiffened in alarm. It seemed to grasp the terrifying implication behind the phrase roasted beef. With a jolt, it leapt to its feet, retreating several large steps in evident panic, distancing itself from the fire. In fact, it even mooed in Lu Yao's direction, the sound imbued with a sense of grievance and a hint of appeasement, as if to respond to Lu Yao's warning. I understand. Please don't roast me. Lu Yao stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. The cavern was enveloped in a profound silence. Everyone's eyes widened, their mouths agape as if they could fit a fist inside, staring in astonishment at the obedient calf that had retreated to a safe distance, then back at Lu Yao, who appeared remarkably unfazed. An indescribable chill crept up their spines. He truly could communicate with cows. After a brief moment of astonishment, a thought surged through Lu Yao's mind, connecting all the dots. It dawned upon him, As long as he conveyed his thoughts through mimicking the sounds of a cow, the creature would comprehend his words. Mooing. So that was the secret. Chapter 36. The Gluttonous Calf. Crafting leather garments. Inside the cavern it felt as warm as spring. Compared to the world outside, ravaged by wind and snow, this place was nothing short of paradise. Above the fire, a row of slightly curled venison, smoked to perfection, emitted an aroma that was utterly foreign to the primitive inhabitants. The scent filled their nostrils, providing an inexplicable sense of security. The arrival of the calf breathed unprecedented vitality into their small tribe of 8. Lu Yao bestowed upon it a simple name, Big White. At that moment, Big White lay not far from the fire, its large head resting on its forelegs, long white eyelashes drooping down as it slept soundly. Mu Hong resembled a child with a new toy, repeatedly approaching to fondle the calf's thick fur with his large hands, provoking Big White to flick its tail in annoyance. The others in the cavern also regarded the snowy little creature with kindness and curiosity. Yet, this joy lasted merely 2 days. Lu Yao observed the pile of dwindling fuel reserves in the corner of the cavern, the veins in his forehead beginning to throb uncontrollably. 2 days prior, the mountain of hay, leaves, and small twigs had been sufficient to weather a blizzard lasting 10 days to half a month. Now less than half remained. The culprit was none other than the white glutton, Big White. This creature had no discernment in its appetite. Whether it was tender leaves or dried roots fit for kindling, even thorny branches, it devoured everything without hesitation. Its thick lips moved up and down with a crunching sound that made one's teeth ache just to hear. Its voracious consumption was nothing short of terrifying. Each day upon waking, it would either doze by the fire or tirelessly feast. Lu Yao, look, Big White is eating again. Shi pointed at the calf that was voraciously munching on a bundle of dried vines, a look of astonished amusement gracing his face. Lu Yao merely smiled wryly. He could not find joy in the situation. If this continued, they might have to resort to using their wooden spears for food and their wooden shields for firewood. This was no guardian spirit they had summoned. It was, quite clearly, an ancestral burden. On the 3rd morning, Lu Yao awoke to the faint sound of cracking. As he opened his eyes, the first thing he beheld was a fluffy white backside. Big White was enthusiastically digging into the hay spread across his bed. Lu Yao's expression darkened instantly. He shot up, delivering a sharp slap to Big White's rear. Hey! Startled, Big White turned abruptly, still clutching a piece of grass, its large, clear eyes gazing innocently at Lu Yao. You're still eating, Lu Yao exclaimed, exasperated, pointing at the nearly gnawed bed. If you keep this up, we'll have to sleep on the ground, and we'll run out of firewood. Do you believe I'll roast you first? He half joked, half seriously imparting this lesson. The ability of Mu LV1 quietly activated, effectively conveying his meaning. Big White's massive body froze, the piece of grass plummeting to the ground with a soft thud. It looked at Lu Yao, its large eyes quickly filling with tears, brimming with an indescribable sense of grievance. Moo! It emitted a low, sorrowful moo, reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing, shuffling its sturdy limbs to Lu Yao's side, gently nudging his arm with its great head. Subsequently, it curled up into a ball, refusing to glance at the food any longer. Lu Yao could sense that this creature was genuinely feeling wronged and frightened. He shook his head helplessly. This little being had noticeably grown larger than when it first arrived 2 days ago, its growth remarkable. Clearly, once the snow ceased, the priority would be to find a suitable diet for this insatiable eater. Lu Yao chose to ignore the pitiful creature and picked up the garment he had been crafting over the past 2 days. This was his latest creation. Leather garment. The unlock reward was a generous 2 points of free attributes, along with a brand new attribute, resistance. Such temptation was impossible for him to refuse. Using a whole pelt from an adult groundhog as the primary material, though small, this hide possessed exceptional toughness and richness in oils, naturally offering a degree of water resistance. He painstakingly utilized a sharp stone to cut the hide into the desired shape. Next came the smoking process. By employing wet wood and pine branches to produce dense smoke, the hide was smoked for an extended period, not only preventing decay and insect infestation but also softening the originally stiff leather. At this moment, he was engaged in the final and most crucial step, sewing. He used an exceptionally sharp animal bone to pierce small holes along the edges of the leather. Then, utilizing the resilient fibers of the tough vines, a rudimentary coarse thread was meticulously woven, stitch by stitch. This labor was exceedingly tedious and intricate, testing one's patience to its limits. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. It was Yu. She had emerged from her secluded chamber situated high above. Ever since moving in 2 days prior, she seemed to have taken a liking to her private sanctuary. Today, Unlike her usual routine of arming herself to inspect the entrances, she approached Lu Yao directly and quietly crouched beside him. She observed the peculiar garment in Lu Yao's hands, watching intently as he transformed a piece of beast hide into something wearable using a bone needle and vine thread. Her gaze shifted from initial curiosity to deep focus. On the other side of the cave, Mu Hong was diligently grooming the long fur of the great white, who appeared to revel in the attention, occasionally emitting contented grunts. The warm glow of the fire, the concentrated man, the tranquil woman, the sturdy giant, and the gentle giant beast cub created a scene imbued with the warmth of home. Immersed in his task, Lu Yao finally pulled the last vine thread taut, tying a secure knot. In his hands, a rugged, albeit somewhat unsightly, sleeveless jerkin came to fruition. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully crafting your first primitive beast hide garment. Illustration unlocked. Reward: 2 free attribute points. New entry: Resistance LV1, unlocked. Success. Lu Yao's heart soared with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he allocated those precious 2 points, adding one to Constitution and the other to Agility. Ding! Allocation successful. A surge of warmth coursed through his entire being. The enhancement in his constitution made him feel as though his internal organs had been nourished, brimming with boundless energy. Meanwhile, the increase in agility rendered his body lighter, elevating his reflexes to a new pinnacle. He promptly summoned his status panel. Name: Lu Yao. Strength: 10. Constitution: 10. Agility: 8. Reproductive capability: 2. Charm: 11. Free attribute points: 0. Life skills. Combat skills entries: Rough Skin LV2, passive. Resistance LV1, passive. Frost spell LV1. Basic healing spell LV1. His constitution had also reached 10 points. Another milestone. Lu Yao could distinctly sense that upon both constitution and strength reaching the threshold of 10, his body underwent a qualitative transformation, as if he had broken through an invisible barrier. The new entry, Resistance, further solidified his confidence. Resistance LV1. Your body has gained a basic resistance to toxins, diseases, curses, and other negative states. In this perilous primitive world, teeming with unknown dangers, the value of this entry was immeasurable. Just as Lu Yao reveled in his burgeoning strength, suddenly Yu, who had been quietly crouching beside him, lifted her head without warning. Her deep-set eyes fixated on the heavy wooden door at the cave's entrance, her pupils constricting in an instant. Her brow furrowed tightly, and her demeanor shifted abruptly from that of a silent observer to a taut bowstring. What was amiss? Lu Yao immediately sensed her unease. You did not respond immediately. Instead, she tilted her ear, intently listening to the relentless howling of the wind and snow outside the door. The cozy atmosphere of the cave was instantly shattered by her subtle movement. The air now bristled with tension. Mu Hong ceased his grooming of the great white, slowly rising, his muscles taut like a bear poised to pounce. All eyes instinctively converged on the wooden door that separated life from death. After a tense silence lasting several seconds, Yu gradually shook her head, her furrowed brow relaxing. It's nothing. Her voice returned to calm, yet Lu Yao detected an undercurrent of uncertainty. Perhaps it was just the wind. She glanced outside and softly uttered, in such heavy snow, how could anyone be out there? Yet in the depths of her gaze, her vigilance remained undiminished. Chapter 37. An unexpected visitor. Though Yu claimed there was nothing to worry about, the wariness radiating from her very core was unmistakable. She approached the stout wooden door, her body pressed against the frigid rock wall, peering through the narrow gap between the wooden slats to scrutinize the outside. Her actions shattered the warmth and tranquility that had just enveloped the cave. Mu Hong set aside his task, his imposing frame rising slowly, muscles tensed under the firelight, his gaze fixed intently on the door. Lu Yao stood up as well. The newly crafted marmot hide jerkin clad his body, the thick fur insulating against the cold, a comforting warmth enveloping him. He moved next to you. What do you see? He whispered, the urgency in his tone barely masked. You did not turn, her voice barely above a murmur, as if afraid of alerting something outside. Only the snow. The wind continued to roar, as if intent on devouring the entire mountain. Outside, it was nothing but white, an expanse of blinding snow. Just as Lu Yao prepared to withdraw his gaze, a near imperceptible detail at the edge of his vision caused his pupils to constrict sharply. Outside the cave, not far down the slope, stood a small patch of resilient fir trees. These had been intentionally left by Lu Yao for use as an emergency fuel reserve. At that moment, those fir trees swayed violently in the gale, The snow blanketed everything, leaving no trace of footprints. However, one fir tree bore a small patch where the dark green needles that should have been entirely concealed by snow were conspicuously bare. It appeared as though someone had recently stood there, shaking off the snow from the branches. That spot offered a clear view of the cave's entrance. You had evidently noticed this too. She slowly withdrew her gaze and locked eyes with Lu Yao. No words were needed. The icy understanding reflected in their eyes conveyed the same message. Just moments ago someone had been there, the one who had been lurking in the snowy woods. Compelling them to abandon the southern cave, had come in pursuit. In the center of the cave, the campfire crackled softly, emitting sporadic pops. 8 figures formed a circle, silence enveloping them. Even the drowsy great white seemed to sense the oppressive atmosphere, uneasily wagging its tail, burying its large head deeper into the warmth. Have the enemies found us? Shur's voice, hoarse and dry, shattered the stillness. His words unearthed the deepest fears harbored within every heart. But why? The expression on Shur's face was one of utter bewilderment. How had he traversed such an immense expanse of snow? This was also a conundrum for Lu Yao. The primal physique of this world far exceeded that of earthlings, yet they were still flesh and blood. The hostile tribe lay on the western slope, separated by hundreds of miles of treacherous mountain paths, and yet, amidst such a terrifying blizzard, they had managed to find their way here with uncanny precision. This was beyond the realm of mere physical prowess. It was divine power. The ever-silent Yu exhaled 3 words softly. Instantly, all eyes converged upon her. If some could harness the strength of a bear and others the speed of a leopard, it was only natural that there might be those who awakened a divine power that rendered them impervious to the cold. Divine power. Lu Yao grasped the implication in an instant. Fortunately, the heavy snowfall had sealed the mountains. He forced himself to remain calm, analyzing with a steady voice that even if the enemy knew their location, they could not possibly approach in large numbers. His words eased the tense nerves of those around him. Indeed, no matter how strong an individual may be, they could not breach the defenses of their easily fortified cave. Yet, Mu Hong's brow furrowed with fresh concern. But we cannot venture out to gather materials and forge more weapons. What shall we do once the snow ceases? His words fell like a bucket of icy water upon everyone's hearts. The blizzard served as both their shield and their prison. Once the snow abated, with the enemy's forces at their doorstep, what would they do? Generally speaking, a tribe led by one who had awakened divine powers would have no fewer than 20 members. Moreover, they could not ascertain how many awakened individuals the enemy possessed. And they had only 8. Were they to abandon this hard-won refuge and continue fleeing like lost dogs? A sense of unwillingness and struggle surfaced on every face. They had grown too fond of this warm, spacious, and secure new home. Lu Yao remained silent. Evading the issue would not yield solutions. If the enemy could find this place once, they could surely do so again. Passive defense would lead to doom. A clear yet audacious plan began to take shape in his mind. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over each member of his tribe. The enemy knew only that they were here. They had no inkling of their numbers, nor of the weapons they possessed. This uncertainty was their weapon. Lu Yao's voice, though soft, resonated with an undeniable authority. Thus, they would undoubtedly send someone to scout again in the near future. After all, he was unafraid of the cold and would utilize the cover of the blizzard. He stood, his eyes devoid of hesitation, replaced by a chilling resolve. We cannot wait for the snow to cease and for them to come to us. We must strike before they ascertain our strengths and weaknesses, tearing away their pawns and extracting everything we desire from their lips. Proactive assault. These 4 words momentarily left everyone breathless. Mu Hong Yu. Lu Yao called out their names directly. Both responded in unison, their bodies instinctively tensing. You must prepare immediately. We shall spend the night in the grove of cedar trees at the cave entrance. Huh? Mu Hong scratched his large head, his face a mask of disbelief. Spend the night outside? We'll freeze to death. He instinctively shivered, merely imagining it sent chills through his bones. Yet, in an instant you comprehended Lu Yao's intentions, her eyes igniting with astonishing brilliance. A hunter's fervor for battle. Lu Yao nodded. Venturing out directly was indeed too frigid. His gaze fell upon the freshly skinned marmot pelts that had yet to be processed. Then he looked at Mu Hong, Shur, Lin, Hua, Feng, and the dexterous He. It was time to craft each member of our tribe a genuine garment. Chapter 38. The First Captive. 8 figures encircled the fire. Mu Hong and Yu donned rugged yet substantial sleeveless leather capes made from marmot pelts. Under Lu Yao's direction, the resourceful he led the tribe in stitching the softened animal skins together using sharpened bones as needles and resilient vine fibers as thread. The stitches were crooked, the design simplistic. Yet, when this garment, a culmination of the tribe's collective effort, was worn, a surge of warmth enveloped their limbs where the fur met skin. It was astonishingly warm. Mu Hong thumped his chest, the thick fur producing a muffled sound as he felt the icy chill entirely repelled, his facial muscles twitching with excitement. You felt similarly. Bowing her head, her fingertips repeatedly brushed the edge of her cape, her eyes reflecting the wonder and reverence akin to discovering a rare treasure. This was the first true garment of their lives. No longer merely wrapping animal skin around themselves, they had crafted something with form, liberating their hands entirely. Observing the joy on their faces, Lu Yao felt a warmth blossom within him. The marmot pelts were still insufficient. Once the snow ceased, we will catch more to ensure everyone has one. At his words, pure anticipation blossomed on their faces. Lu Yao rose, grasping a freshly sharpened throwing spear, its tip glinting with a ghostly light in the fire's glow. You, Mu Hong, and I will venture out. His voice was low, yet it instantly froze the warm atmosphere within the cave. All gazes turned toward him, filled with concern. Lu Yao, sure, was the first to speak, his voice gravelly. The snow outside can be lethal. Precisely because the snow can kill, it becomes our finest weapon. Lu Yao's gaze swept across the group, finally resting on you and Mu Hong. Don your garments, arm yourselves, and prepare to depart. Mu Hong grinned widely, displaying his white teeth, as he seized his ice shield and a wooden spear as thick as his wrist, slamming it onto the ground. The resounding thud echoed in every heart. You, however, was more succinct. She silently secured two of the sharpest throwing spears crossed behind her back and tucked a pristine bone dagger at her waist, her eyes reflecting the calm and sharpness unique to a hunter ready for the fray. The three of them donned their gear and approached the cave entrance. Lu Yao unlatched the door, and the heavy wooden door creaked open a crack. A white storm, laced with ice shards, burst into the cave like a roaring beast, nearly extinguishing the flames. Outside lay a chaotic, indistinct white hell, visibility reduced to mere 5 meters. Without a moment's hesitation, the three slipped outside in succession. The massive wooden door swiftly shut behind them, sealing off the two worlds entirely. The night was as dark as thick ink. The wind and snow showed no signs of abating. Instead, they grew ever more violent, as if determined to engulf the entire mountain. A staggering figure struggled forward through the snow, which rose above his knees. His name was Shui, a member of the mountain wolf tribe. His divine power allowed him to manipulate the air currents within a limited range, a gift that enabled him to evade the storm. Yet, this did not mean he was immune to the cold. The chill penetrated him deeply, each breath feeling like swallowing icy blades, causing sharp pains in his lungs. He muttered a curse under his breath. After returning last time, he had failed to report the location of the new cave to the tribe leader, Scarface, resulting in yet another order to scout. His heart brimmed with resentment and fear. He did not wish to be here. The silhouettes of the three figures by the ice lake lingered in his mind. The man named Lu Yao used incomprehensible methods to extract so many fish from the solid ice. The woman moved with the swiftness of a hunting leopard. The large figure resembled a giant bear walking upright. He had intended to approach them for fishing techniques, but he lacked the courage. All he could do was return with intelligence, only to meet the tribe leader's crazed, greedy gaze and a chilling command. Find them, kill them, and seize everything they possess. Shui sighed and lifted his gaze towards the fir trees that appeared hazy amidst the storm. The cave was right there. What could he possibly discover by going again? Merely confirming that they still hid within. Dragging his weary body, he entered the grove of firs. Here the wind was indeed gentler. The snow crunched beneath his feet, the sound piercingly clear amid the howling wind. Everything was as it had been last time. Suddenly, something flickered across the snow before him. A small stone spun and slid several meters away, eventually coming to rest beneath a fir tree. Who threw it? Shui's pupils dilated, and every hair on his body stood on end as a chill surged up his spine. He spun around, looking toward the direction from which the stone had come. There was no one. Just as he turned, a shadow descended silently from the treetops above, swift as a wraith. At the same time, a massive figure sprang forth from behind another tree, resembling a giant bear. He sensed it, but his body, stiffened by the prolonged cold, refused to respond. All he felt was a sudden chill at the nape of his neck, followed by a blow that felt as if the world had collapsed beneath him. In an instant, everything turned upside down. Just before his vision plunged into darkness, he heard one last phrase, thick with nasal tones and extreme impatience. Finally arrived, freezing me to death. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. Shui regained consciousness amidst excruciating pain. He opened his eyes abruptly. The first thing he beheld was a ring of flickering orange flames, illuminating the sharply defined, cold expressions of faces around him. He lay in a warm, dry cave, his hands and feet bound tightly by resilient vines, rendering him immobile. 7 or 8 primitive men, armed with gleaming bone spears, surrounded him in silence, as if observing a prey awaiting slaughter. Before him, a towering man, as massive as a mountain, slowly raised a wooden club thicker than his own arm, its tip stained with blood. Even more unsettling was the sight of a large, pure white calf nearby, staring at him with clear, icy eyes, its newly sprouted horns aimed precisely at his own. "Speak, who sent you?" The booming voice of Mu Hong reverberated through the cave, the wooden club swirling with a menacing wind, poised to strike. The shadow of death instantly enveloped Shui. "Don't hit. I'll tell you everything. Please don't kill me." Chapter 39. Interrogation. "Speak, who sent you?" Mu Hong's voice erupted within the cave, his bloodied club whipping up a fierce wind, ready to descend. "Don't hit. Don't." Shui's scream was shrill and distorted. "I'll tell you everything. Please don't kill me." Fear gripped his heart like countless icy hands, rendering him incoherent as he shouted, his body trembling uncontrollably. He genuinely believed he was on the brink of death. He nearly shouted out everything, desperate to purge the terror from his chest. He had not disclosed the location of the new cave to Scarface. The first time he had seen Lu Yao and the others extract fish from beneath the solid ice, he had intended to approach them for lessons, but Mu Hong's bulging muscles had instinctively made him shrink back. He had never anticipated that merely the information that someone could easily catch fish would ignite the greedy fire in the tribe leader's eyes, resulting in a ruthless command. Shui's voice trembled with a hint of tears as he spoke, unconsciously inching closer to the warmth of the fire, greedily absorbing every ounce of heat. You furrowed her brow, her cold gaze fixed upon him. "Isn't your divine power supposed to make you immune to the cold?" This had been her long-held suspicion. Shui paused, a bitter expression crossing his face. "No," he replied weakly, "my power is to manipulate air currents." To prove his point, he struggled to concentrate. A faint air current materialized out of thin air, swirling above his bound palms, forming an almost invisible vortex. "I can divert the wind and snow when they approach my body, but I cannot dispel the cold." "I see." Lu Yao understood. No wonder this fellow could move freely in a blizzard yet still be half frozen. He stepped forward, towering over the captive, bombarding him with questions. "How many people are in your tribe? What weapons do you use? Where is your location? How long does it take to get here?" Each question struck at the very heart of the tribe's existence. Shui's face drained of color. His lips moved several times, but ultimately, he bowed his head, choosing the silence of death. Lu Yao smiled, a smile devoid of warmth. "You may consider this a test of your loyalty." His voice was soft, yet it caused Shui's body to tremble anew. "But you must understand, your tribe leader wishes to kill us, and we have every right to kill you." Lu Yao's tone paused, his gaze fixed on Shui's uncertain eyes, his voice lowered further. "And you believe us to be weak. Yet we have 3 individuals who have awakened divine powers." 3? Shui's body stiffened suddenly, his gaze instinctively darted between you and Mu Hong. The woman moved with the speed of a predatory shadow. The hulking man appeared as fierce as an enraged beast. But who was the third? Under the bewildered gaze of Shui, Lu Yao slowly extended his right hand, opening his palm. A flicker of orange-red flame leapt into existence from thin air. It danced at his fingertips, quietly yet defiantly burning. There was no firewood, no flint. The flame was born of flesh and blood. Shui's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, struggling to contain the gasping sounds emanating from his throat. A miracle. This was a true miracle. To wield fire. This was closer to divinity than controlling the winds, surpassing mere strength and speed. With a swift grasp of his fingers, the flame extinguished in an instant, and his voice turned as frigid as the ice and snow outside the cave. "You had best speak the truth. Otherwise, should your tribe find us, I assure you, before you meet your end, I will ensure you experience every conceivable agony." He leaned closer to Shui, whispering almost inaudibly into his ear, "Moreover, is a chieftain who forces you to your doom, leaving your kin to starve, truly worth your loyalty?" This statement pierced Shui's heart, striking at its softest, most vulnerable core. He recalled the eternally unfulfilled gaze of the scarred-faced man, and the emaciated children within the tribe. For the first time, his conviction began to fracture. Just then, a rich, almost insatiable aroma of meat wafted into his nostrils. Shui abruptly looked up. The formidable female chieftain was holding a piece of succulent, glistening deer meat, sizzling as she expressionlessly brought it to her mouth, biting down with fervor. The crunch echoed as the fat burst between her teeth, the sinews yielding to her brute strength. The overpowering scent, mingled with the distinct sound of chewing, gripped Shue's throat like an invisible hand, stifling his reason. Meat. Real meat. He was on the verge of forgetting what meat tasted like. His throat convulsed violently, his eyes glued to the piece of meat in Yu's hand, unable to look away. Saliva uncontrollably trickled from the corner of his mouth. Lu Yao observed the scene with narrowed eyes. It appeared that food was scarce in the previous tribe. Shue's voice was hoarse, akin to two stones grinding against each other. Cannot speak. He shut his eyes in anguish. The chieftain, when I was on the verge of starvation, was the one who provided me with food, who rescued me from the brink of death and brought me back to the tribe. I have not revealed your location, but I cannot betray them. You are so powerful. What if you kill them all? His last words were almost a plea. Lu Yao exchanged a glance with you, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Mu Hong, however, lacked their patience. Not speaking. Fine, he sneered, swinging the wooden stick down without hesitation. Crack. The sickening sound of dislocated bones sent shivers down the spine. The stick struck Shue's shoulder with precision, the immense force instantly dislocating his joint. Shue let out a beastly howl, the excruciating pain causing him to thrash on the ground like a fish out of water, convulsing. Lu Yao approached expressionlessly, grabbing more vines to bind the immobilized Shue tighter. This young man, inherently not malevolent, even somewhat naive, clung stubbornly to the gratitude for that morsel of food. Inside the cave, only Shue's muffled groans of pain and heavy breaths remained. Yu moved to Lu Yao's side, silently inquiring with his gaze. Shall we kill him? Lu Yao squinted, shaking his head. No. His voice was soft yet carried a chilling clarity. He was not an evil man. If someone could be compelled to reveal everything under slight duress, such a person would need to be eliminated immediately. Lu Yao gazed at Shue, curled up on the ground, and continued. His abilities could be immensely useful. If we can win him over, it would greatly aid us. Yet, we shall not harbor a potential enemy. He turned to you, articulating his decision. Let us starve him for 3 days. If he remains unyielding after that, we shall kill him. Lu Yao's eyes were as cold as ice. Furthermore, I refuse to believe that a living person can simply vanish without a trace, and that tribe would not react. If they dare send someone to find this place, we shall capture one. If 2 come, we shall seize a pair. If 1 refuses to talk, I do not believe we cannot extract what we seek from 3 or 5. While Lu Yao spoke, his mind was already devising another plan. He indeed intended to capture, yet he also intended to release. Chapter 40. The Price of Loyalty. The sky, bathed in the first light of dawn, pierced the gray-white canopy above. The wind and snow continued their relentless assault upon the earth, showing no sign of respite. Shue stepped out of the cave, warm as a sanctuary, only to be met with a bone-chilling cold that immediately permeated his limbs. The words spoken by Lu Yao before his departure echoed repeatedly in his mind. I will not kill you, but your tribe will only leave you perpetually famished. Follow us and I can ensure you will eat your fill at every meal. Shue stumbled, nearly collapsing into the snow. The taste of the marmot meat still lingered on his tongue, rich and savory. The warmth that exploded in his mouth from the fat, that pure bliss, was something he had not experienced since Winter's arrival. A mere taste was far from sufficient to satiate his empty stomach. Yet it awakened an instinctual, fervent craving for food deep within him. Return and tell them you have seen us, and there are only 8 of us. Perhaps your scarred-faced chieftain will come with people once the snow ceases, to kill us and feast, only to leave you all starving again. He paused, then added, of course. You could also say it is warm here with food piled high, and that the female chieftain is a good person. Follow us, and you shall no longer worry about hunger or cold. Lu Yao's voice remained calm, yet each word burned into Shue's mind like a searing iron. He recalled the flames that had risen into the air. But could following them truly ensure a perpetual supply of food? Shue's insides twisted and churned in turmoil. If he returned with intelligence, by the tribe's customs, the scarred-faced chieftain would reward him with ample meat. But what then? What would follow would be leading everyone to slaughter the very tribe that had offered him sustenance and spared his life. With clenched teeth, Shue plunged forward through the snow, frantically navigating the knee-deep drifts. Inside the cave it was as warm as spring. Mu Hong was tearing into a piece of roasted marmot meat, grease dripping from his mouth, his bewildered gaze fixed on Lu Yao, unable to comprehend. Did you really let him go? Why? The others in the cave, save for you, wore similar expressions of confusion. He is a scout. An enemy that could bring about their utter destruction at any moment. You remained silent, seated quietly by the fire, diligently scraping a freshly stripped hide with a sharp flake of stone, her movements focused and steady. Yet, her bright eyes reflected the flickering flames, revealing a depth of contemplation. Lu Yao remained silent as well, adding a robust log to the fire. The flames licked at the dry wood, producing a series of crackling sounds. Keeping him with us would indeed grant us a few more days of safety, but it would be futile. You have seen for yourselves. He is deeply loyal to his tribe. Mu Hong's mind was utterly befuddled as he tossed the bone aside. So what? Loyalty, and yet you would let him go? Lu Yao chuckled, his gaze sweeping across the faces of each clan member. For the tribe to flourish, it cannot consist solely of the 8 of us. We require more hands, trustworthy hands. Yu's scraping of the hide paused momentarily. She lifted her gaze towards Lu Yao, her eyes conveying an unspoken understanding. Indeed, war is merely a means. Strength is the ultimate aim. Though war is always necessary, relentless slaughter does not yield genuine power. Are we to rely solely on these 8 individuals to eradicate everyone on this snowfield? Sherwing spoke up, his voice resonant with newfound clarity. You wish for him to return, to bring others to our side. But if he is so loyal, how could he possibly do that? Lu Yao's eyes appeared particularly profound in the firelight. Precisely because of his loyalty, we cannot employ force. We let him go unharmed and provided him with meat. As long as he is not foolish, he should weigh which side offers warmth and which can fill his belly. You nodded, her voice low yet imbued with a chill. Loyalty? What is that? Only the living can speak of loyalty. Look at him, starved for who knows how long. Even the most steadfast loyalty is but an illusion. Now we wait. We wait for hunger, for cold, and for his brutal chieftain to gnaw away at that pitiful loyalty of his, bit by bit. Snow returned to its own tribe. A cold wind rushed through the cave entrance, stirring up the dust on the ground and carrying a nauseating stench. Inside the cave, more than 30 shadows huddled in the darkness. Some gnawed on grass roots frozen as hard as stone, while others numbly stuffed snow from the entrance into their mouths, relying on body heat to melt it. The chieftain, scarred and fierce, leaned against a rock. His face, marred by scars, resembled a beast poised to devour. Upon seeing the snow, his furrowed brow twisted into a knot. How long has it taken you to return? Snow's heart skipped a beat. He hesitated for a moment, ultimately lowering his head, afraid to reveal the truth. The snow was too deep. He had searched for a long time and found nothing. In that instant, as the lie slipped from his lips, an overwhelming panic and an unfamiliar sense of guilt nearly consumed him. He was uncertain whether to heed Lu Yao's counsel. There was an inexplicable allure in that man's voice, compelling him to believe. Yet, instinctively, he felt that attacking Lu Yao and his group was wrong, foolish even. They possessed such a vast cave, such warm flames, and an abundance of food piled high. A hope that could save everyone from the harsh winter. Why couldn't he, the chieftain, have a proper discussion with them? Haven't you found anything? The chieftain's voice suddenly turned sharp, his gaze fixed on Snow, and he beckoned with a curl of his finger. Come here. Obediently, Snow approached, stopping before the chieftain, his head bowed, only daring to glance at his frostbitten toes. The next moment, the wind howled. Crack. A stinging slap, fueled by the chieftain's rage and strength, landed squarely on Snow's face. The force made his head ring, plunging him into an instant void. He lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. The icy, hard surface struck his tailbone, sending a jolt of pain through him, and his vision filled with stars. A warm liquid spilled from the corner of his mouth, the acrid taste of blood exploding in his mouth. The chieftain loomed over him, his gaze devoid of warmth. Don't think I don't know you've been slacking off. The chill emanating from you is so faint. You must have been hiding in some cave, sleeping soundly, right? Snow pressed his hand against the stinging side of his face, his teeth clenched tight, remaining silent. The gratitude for that piece of groundhog meat, the promise that following us would spare him from hunger and cold, had lodged itself like a burning seed in his frozen heart. Meanwhile, the loyalty instilled in him since childhood towards the chieftain and the tribe wavered violently in the face of pain and humiliation, teetering on the brink of shattering. His silence ignited the chieftain's fury completely. At dawn, go search again. If you can't find anything, you might as well die out there. Don't come back. Chapter 41. Crafting Traps. Inside the cave, He Ling's nimble hands moved swiftly. She had fully mastered the stitching techniques Lu Yao had taught her, and a new groundhog fur shoulder piece was rapidly taking shape in her hands. The wooden door at the entrance was pushed open slightly, allowing cold air to rush in, which was immediately countered by a wave of warmth. Lu Yao stood at the entrance, his gaze piercing through the swirling snow, resting on the snow-covered ground before the cave, and further on, the cedar forest. Releasing snow was a perilous gamble, yet it was a move that had to be made. He wagered that hunger and cold would shatter a person's will far more effectively than mere loyalty. However, Lu Yao would never place the safety of everyone in a game of human hearts. Even with victory seemingly assured, vigilance must never wane. He had to set a trap, a true first line of defense for this new home. A trap? I'm familiar with that. Mu Hong approached, brandishing a sturdy wooden spear, his head shaking vigorously as he listened to Lu Yao's plan. Dig a large pit, fill the bottom with sharpened stakes, cover it with branches and snow, and wait for animals to fall in. They'll all become skewers of meat. As he spoke, he excitedly stomped his heel against the ground. Thud! A dull sound echoed as the ground remained as hard as iron, unmoving. Instead, the tremendous recoil numbed his entire leg. The excitement on Mu Hong's face froze instantly. He scratched his head, his tone wavering. But Lu Yao, the ground is frozen solid. Can we really dig it? This question was quite pragmatic. In the depths of winter, attempting to excavate a large trap in frozen soil with merely stone axes and wooden sticks was utterly impossible. Lu Yao shook his head. A pit trap is effective against large beasts. His voice remained calm, devoid of any ripple. However, it is impossible to accomplish here. Moreover, such a trap is too simplistic and conspicuous, suitable for only a single use. What he needs to devise is an entirely different kind of trap, one that is more intricate, more concealed, and meticulously tailored to the current environment. His gaze shifted once more towards the silent cedar forest engulfed in the swirling snow. If we were to suppress the enemy with a spear throw, what would their immediate reaction be? Lu Yao did not voice the answer directly but instead posed the question back to Mu Hong. Mu Hong paused for a moment, following Lu Yao's line of sight, and then slapped his thigh in realization. They would seek refuge in that thicket. Precisely. A chill underscored Lu Yao's voice. Thus, that cedar forest shall serve as the grave I have prepared for them. Half an hour later, Lu Yao, Yu, and Mu Hong trudged through the relentless snowstorm, entering the desolate cedar forest. Yu led the way, moving like a snow leopard, her feet touching the ground soundlessly, her sharp gaze scanning every inch of terrain in search of the perfect ambush point. Mu Hong followed closely behind Lu Yao, tightly gripping a bundle of resilient vines, his face brimming with barely contained curiosity. Lu Yao came to a halt before a young cedar tree, its trunk as thick as a bowl, straight and remarkably elastic. This is the spot. He crouched down, clearing away the thick layer of snow to reveal the ground concealed beneath a blanket of dead leaves. Mu Hong, bring down the treetop. Right away. Mu Hong responded, stepping forward and wrapping his arms around the cedar, summoning all his strength. With a low roar, his muscles tensed, and he forcefully bent the defiant cedar into an arched shape, creating a massive bough ready to unleash its potential. The treetop nearly touched the ground, groaning under the strain. Lu Yao swiftly extracted the thickest vine, securing one end firmly to the bent treetop. Meanwhile, you had already fashioned a short wooden stick, about the length of a finger, and a wooden post with a groove using her stone knife. Lu Yao took the post, using a stone hammer to drive it forcefully into the frozen earth, leaving the top of the groove level with the ground. Next came the most crucial step, crafting the triggering mechanism. Lu Yao fashioned the other end of the vine into a slipknot, the size perfectly suited to encircle a foot. He carefully laid the noose on the ground, skillfully concealing it with surrounding twigs, leaves, and snow, leaving only an outline nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. He then positioned the short wooden stick acting as the trigger, with one end lodged in the groove of the post and the other end precisely securing the taut vine noose. A simple yet lethal interconnected device was completed. The moment any living being stepped into the noose, even with the slightest touch, the fragile balance would be shattered instantaneously. The trigger would snap open. That terrifying force, long suppressed by Mu Hong's brute strength, would erupt within a fraction of a second. The taut vine would whip upwards with the noose, seizing the ankle of the intruder and, with an irresistible might, suspend them helplessly in mid-air. Under such rapid tension, a broken ankle would be the least of their worries. Even more dreadfully, the suspended individual would utterly lose their balance and ability to resist, becoming a living target dangling above, helplessly struggling beneath the onslaught of spears. Mu Hong released his grip, staring at the cedar tree, still maintaining its terrifyingly bent posture, its immense power locked by that small wooden stick. A shiver coursed through him. He could vividly imagine the grim fate that awaited anyone who stepped upon it. This trap was 100 times more insidious than digging a pit. Yu's pupils also constricted slightly. One trap was far from sufficient. In the following hour, the trio replicated their method. He was tasked with scouting the most probable paths of their prey, Mu Hong provided the brute force, and Lu Yao focused on crafting the most vital killing mechanisms. One after another, deadly snare traps were silently laid throughout the tranquil cedar forest. They resembled an invisible net, lying in wait for unsuspecting prey to ensnare themselves. When the final trap was set, Lu Yao brushed the snowflakes off his hands and stood up. At that very moment, a familiar voice thundered in his mind. Warning! Detection of an epic-making lethal tool. The snare trap has been created by the host. Illustration unlocked. Reward: 1 free attribute point. Success. A thrill coursed through Lu Yao as he allocated this precious point directly to agility. Ding! Allocation successful. A warm current surged through his limbs, making his body feel lighter and his reflexes sharper. Name: Lu Yao. Strength: 10. Constitution: 10. Agility: 9. Reproductive ability: 2. Charm: 11. Observing his increasingly balanced and powerful attribute panel, Lu Yao wore a satisfied expression. Strength, constitution, agility. These 3 pillars of survival were steadily ascending to a new echelon. He turned to face Yu and Mu Hong behind him. Let us go home. His voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable confidence. Our guests should be arriving soon. Chapter 42. The Deceptive World. Snow once again fell as he stepped into that familiar cedar forest. Ahead lay a stretch of flat snow, pristine and flawless. He lifted his foot. Just as his soul was about to descend, a shadow suddenly sprang forth from behind a tree. A hand seized his arm, yanking him backward with a roughness that nearly sent him stumbling. Don't move. A calm voice whispered in his ear, devoid of any tremor. Snow's body became rigid with fear. Slowly, he lowered his gaze to where he had intended to place his foot. A dry leaf was swept aside by the breeze he had stirred. Beneath it lay a noose woven from vines, perfectly concealed beneath the snow. At the edge of the noose was a short wooden stick acting as the trigger, precariously wedged at an angle that was almost painfully fragile, tightly securing a taut vine. The other end of the vine was attached to a young cedar tree, forced into a bend, its treetop nearly grazing the ground. The entire tree was strung like a mighty bow at full draw, and he had nearly stepped right into it. He could feel the terrifying power stored within that tree, capable of tearing him in half in an instant. Death had never felt so imminent. A chill, colder than the howling snowstorm, surged from his soles to the crown of his head, freezing his very blood. He had not perished, not due to vigilance nor sheer luck. Snow stiffly turned his head and beheld that composed face. It was Lu Yao. This man had been waiting for him all along? But how could he know he would return? Lu Yao released his grip and gestured toward the trap, as if it were a trivial matter. He walked to the other side. In the throat of the snow, it felt as if a smoldering ember had been stuffed inside, rendering him speechless. He merely stared blankly at Lu Yao, regarding this man who should have been his mortal enemy, and then silently circumvented that perilous abyss of death. A warm wave of heat enveloped him. Inside the cave, it remained as warm and bright as ever. The campfire flickered, the meat sizzling audibly, its rich aroma assertively infiltrating his nostrils. Everything here was a stark contrast to his former cold, dark, and fetid cave, a world apart. He was not bound. The burly man, Mu Hong, cast him but a fleeting glance before returning to hone his spear. The formidable and frigid chieftain, Yu, did not even acknowledge him, focused instead on scraping animal hides with a shard of stone, embodying a primitive elegance. No one perceived him as an enemy requiring vigilance. Lu Yao pointed to the vacant spot by the fire. Sit. Snow complied, his muscles still quivering from the lingering terror. A piece of roasted, golden, and oily marmot meat was placed upon the stone slab beside him. Snow fixated on the meat, then raised his gaze, regarding Lu Yao with the eyes of one who beholds a monster. His voice trembled as he posed the question that had bewildered him. You waited for me outside? Just to prevent me from stepping into the trap? Lu Yao did not respond. Beside him, Yu paused momentarily in her task of scraping the hide. Though she did not lift her gaze, that slight hesitation was an answer in itself. Yes, they had waited long in the wind and snow. Lu Yao picked up a piece of firewood and added it to the flames, causing them to leap higher, casting flickering shadows across Snow's pale and astonished face. Finally, Lu Yao spoke, posing a counterquestion. What was the scarred man's reaction when you returned? This inquiry precisely pierced the faint warmth that had just begun to rise within Snow. His expression dimmed instantly, and he instinctively touched the swollen half of his face. The searing pain felt as if it were still branded upon his skin. He recalled the scarred man's suspicious eyes and the ominous words. If you cannot find him, you shall perish outside. Snow's lips moved, and ultimately, in a voice barely louder than a whisper, he recounted how he had been slapped and coerced into returning to face death. The cave was enveloped in silence, save for the crackling of the fire. Lu Yao listened intently, his expression betraying no surprise. He regarded Snow and calmly asked the second question. So this time, do you intend to deceive him again? Snow froze abruptly. Lu Yao's gaze seemed to penetrate the depths of his inner turmoil and lies. Before Snow could respond, Lu Yao shifted the conversation, tossing out a question that sent a reverberation through Snow's mind. Or perhaps, do you still wish to return? Snow's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils constricting in shock. You still intend to let me go back? He had thought that being captured once more would mean facing true death. Yet Lu Yao was offering him freedom? Why? What was this man truly contemplating? Lu Yao looked at him, his gaze as profound as the night beyond the cave. Human beings are the sum of their relationships. His voice was low yet resonated like a heavy hammer striking the heart of Snow and every clan member present. Ears perked to listen. Your past, your memories, everyone you have known, are there. If I were to forcibly detain you now, it would be no different from killing you. This statement shattered the dam Snow had built within himself, fortified by loyalty and gratitude. He recalled the kind old man who had brought him back to the tribe, whom he called Abba. He also remembered how, 3 years prior, that very man had perished during a senseless tribal conflict instigated by the scarred man, all for the sake of seizing a water source. They had emerged victorious from that battle, yet half of their number had perished. The water source they claimed had dried up the following year, and Abba would never return. Snow's eyes brimmed with tears, and he bit his lip fiercely, his body trembling violently from the weight of repression. He finally posed the question that had haunted him for countless nights. I have never understood. His voice was hoarse, tinged with the tremor of impending tears. Why, when life could be preserved, does the chieftain always resort to killing and plundering to resolve issues? Lu Yao regarded him, observing this young man who, despite the brutality of the world, retained a glimmer of confusion. Because he possesses nothing but violence. And you? Lu Yao's gaze sharpened, revealing another possibility. Snow was taken aback. Another possibility. He thought of fish easily caught beneath the thick ice, of doors that could be opened and closed, of the warm leather vest upon his shoulders, of the unquenchable fire before him, and of the tantalizingly aromatic roasted meat. Indeed, he saw it now. A better way to live. Lu Yao fixed his gaze upon Snow, knowing the moment had arrived. He proposed a revolutionary idea. I will let you return. But not to deceive him. Rather, to bring back an answer. Snow was utterly bewildered, struggling to grasp Lu Yao's line of thought. Lu Yao rose, looking down upon him and all his kin. In that moment, his voice became clearer and more resolute than ever. Return and tell your friends, tell those who, like you, are starving, freezing, and barely enduring under the violence of the scarred man. Tell them that here, there is an abundance of meat. Here, there is an unquenchable fire. Here, there is a new home willing to embrace them. Lu Yao's gaze swept over Snow's astonished face, adding the most crucial phrase. But the condition is that they must be like you, grateful and benevolent individuals. Will they continue to follow that chieftain, who knows nothing but slaughter and plunder, towards their demise in cold and hunger? Or will they come to me and choose a different way of life? Let them decide. Lu Yao's voice echoed within the warm cave, each word imbued with strength. He turned to Snow, articulating each word with intent. Of course, this includes you. The choice lies with you. Chapter 43. The Scavenger. All noise faded away, leaving only Lu Yao's words reverberating within Snow's mind, colliding and resonating. Return, tell his friends, let them decide for themselves. His gaze slowly shifted. The bright flames flickering in the cave dispelled the pervasive chill. The primitive onlookers, their gazes wary, lacked the numbed brutality characteristic of the Scarface tribe. In a corner, a languid white calf flicked its tail, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding scene. Ultimately, its gaze settled upon a piece of warm roasted meat, and its throat convulsed violently. As if expending its last ounce of strength, it nodded heavily towards Lu Yao. I'll do it. These 2 words drained the final vestige of hesitation from its being. A genuine smile finally graced the corners of Lu Yao's mouth. Excellent. Without further ado, he turned and ventured deeper into the cave. There, a row of dark-hued, smoked deer meat hung enticingly. Lu Yao selected a piece, carefully wrapped it in a large, sun-dried leaf, and retrieved a newly sharpened bone dagger from the weapon rack embedded in the stone wall. The dagger, crafted from the sturdiest leg bone of a marmot, glinted with a chilling white light under the fire's glow. He returned before Snow, pushing the dagger forward along with the bundle of jerky and the piece of roasted meat. Take it. Snow's pupils constricted slightly. This is jerky, a sample. Lu Yao's voice was calm, devoid of any tremor. Take it back, let those you trust sample it, so they know that my words of endless meat are not mere empty promises. He gently tapped the sharp bone dagger with his fingers, producing a sound reminiscent of teeth clashing. This is for self-defense. Your chief could strike you once, he could strike you again. If he truly lays hands on you, use this to resist. The cold sensation from the dagger sent a shiver through Snow's fingertips, momentarily halting his breath. Finally, Lu Yao fixed his gaze into Snow's eyes, casting down his final, most weighty chip. Also, tell them that my understanding of divine power extends beyond fire. I can heal their wounds, whether by blade, arrow, or the ravages of beasts. These words did not strike like lightning but detonated with the force of thunder within his mind. Healing. In this brutal world, where a mere gash could lead to death, the weight of those 3 words far surpassed the importance of mere sustenance. Really? Snow's voice trembled as he recalled a companion who had succumbed to the wild boar's goring, wailing for 3 days and nights amid filth and stench before finally passing. Lu Yao nodded, saying no more. Instead, he grasped the bone dagger and drew a deep cut across his own arm, blood flowing forth instantly. Then, he placed his fingers over the wound, invoking a basic healing spell. In less than 10 breaths, the injury had vanished as if it had never existed. Lu Yao felt a wave of emptiness wash over him again, but he saw Snow's eyes instantly redden. Indeed, his actions were worthwhile. Remember, Lu Yao's voice pulled him back from the tumult of emotions. The jerky do not give to the scar-faced man, only to those friends who can discern right from wrong, who are worthy of salvation. Snow abruptly lifted his head, deeply engraving Lu Yao's face into his memory. He carefully stowed the jerky and bone dagger close to his chest, feeling the dagger's chill against his own feverish heart. Rising to his feet, he said nothing. He merely bowed awkwardly and deeply towards Lu Yao and all within the cave. Then, he turned and stepped into the swirling snow outside. This time, his steps were steady, no longer wavering or lost. The slender figure, gradually receding into the tempest, stood tall and resolute. The cave of the mountain wolf tribe resembled a festering wound, rotting and oozing. Cold, damp, the air was tainted with the stench of blood, excrement, and the foul odor of despair. As Snow's figure was thrust into the cave's mouth by the howling wind, dozens of vacant, hollow gazes flitted towards him like will-o'-the-wisps. The scar-faced chief, leaning against the rocky wall, stirred in the dim light, his grotesque visage snapping upright as his fierce gaze locked onto Snow. His voice was harsh, filled with the irritability of hunger. Did you find them? Snow's heart lurched. He lowered his head, forcing out the familiar lie with a tone soaked in fear and fatigue. I found them, Chief. They are in a very high cave, difficult to ascend. The entrance is quite narrow, allowing only one person at a time. The scar-faced man's eyes gleamed with sudden brightness, a greedy light nearly spilling from their sockets. However, Snow's next words froze that radiance in an instant. There are many of them. I counted from a distance. At least 18 capable men. Moreover, 3 of them have awakened divine powers. The entrance is guarded by a massive white bull, as large as a small mountain. Snow unleashed this exaggerated information in a single breath, feeling as though his heart might leap from his throat. 18 strong men? 3 divine power users? A giant bull? The scar-faced chief's brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of hesitation crossing his gaze. His tribe, including the near-starved elders and the whimpering younglings, barely numbered 30, with barely a score able to fight. If the enemy truly possessed such strength, a direct confrontation would surely result in heavy casualties. Yet, the mountain of fatty fish piled upon the icy lake, the aroma of roasted meat that could make one's mouth water, and that lithe, stunning female leader, whose arrow had merely grazed her shoulder. Her wild and powerful form was the most perfect prey he had ever beheld. Food, women. 2 greedy beasts instantly tore asunder the last remnant of rationality tethered in his heart. What is there to fear? The scar-faced chief suddenly stood, kicking a nearby stone, sending shards flying. They have divine powers. Do I not possess any? He surveyed the gaunt faces of his tribe, pale from hunger, and let out a beast-like roar. When the snow stops, everyone will follow me. We will trample that cave, seize their meat, take their women. Anyone who dares to resist, I will be the first to snap their neck. Watching the scar-faced chief descend into madness, the last flicker of light in Snow's downcast eyes extinguished. He understood. This tribe was fundamentally rotten to the core. There was no salvation. That night, as the darkness deepened and everyone curled up in corners, using slumber to mask their hunger, Snow silently moved to the far side of the cave. There, two young men, roughly his age, leaned against each other, their bodies trembling uncontrollably from cold and starvation. These were the last two individuals he could still call friends. Amu and Jinzi. Amu, Jinzi. The sound of Snow fell to an almost inaudible whisper, akin to a secret murmured by the wind. Slowly, the two opened their eyes, their gazes dull and devoid of light, reminiscent of a bottomless pool of stagnant water. The Snow made no sound. With utmost solemnity, he extracted from his bosom the object wrapped in leaves. In the dim light, he untied the vine. A rich, overpowering aroma of meat, infused with the scent of smoke and fire, surged forth like an invisible hand, instantly tightening its grip around the throats of the three. Mu and Shitu's eyes widened in shock. Their gazes were fixated on the piece of jerky in Shue's hand, which gleamed with a deep hue and a slight sheen of oil, their throats convulsing violently as they emitted guttural sounds. Shue tore the jerky into 3 portions, offering one to each of them. They did not take it with their hands. Rather, like ravenous wolves, they lunged forward with their mouths, devouring it greedily. As the combination of rich fat, salty savor, and the fragrant essence of what exploded upon their tongues, Mu and Shitu wept. There was no sound. Their bodies convulsed violently as large, scalding tears cascaded from their sunken eyes, mingling with the jerky in their mouths as they swallowed it down. They could scarcely recall the last time they had tasted genuine cooked meat. The overwhelming bliss brought forth by this morsel of jerky shattered the ice that had long encased their hearts, frozen by hunger and despair. Where did Shue procure this? Amu's voice trembled uncontrollably, laden with the resonance of tears. Shue observed the flicker of hope rekindling in their eyes, and his heart jolted painfully. That was the most primal desire for existence, a spark capable of igniting a conflagration. He leaned in closer and articulated Lu Yao's words, precisely as they had been spoken, in a voice only the three could hear. The following day, Shue employed the same method to reach out to 2 more oppressed tribesmen within the clan, both equally starved. He discovered that this tribe, seemingly ruled by the iron fist of a scarred face, was rife with undercurrents of discontent and resentment. The so-called loyalty was nothing more than a castle in the air, long since devoured by the relentless cycle of hunger and cold. He chose only these 4 trustworthy individuals of kind disposition, for he firmly remembered Lu Yao's admonition, that new home shall not harbor evildoers. Chapter 44. Nihility. The tempest of wind and snow began to wane. After days of brutal onslaught, it finally showed signs of fatigue. Yet, within the cave, the atmosphere tightened incrementally as the storm subsided. Lu Yao understood well that the blizzard served as their natural barrier. Once the snow ceased, the scarred-faced tribe could emerge at any moment. His gaze swept over the 7 tribesmen within the cave. They bore solemn expressions, gripping newly fashioned spears, sitting around the fire, silently honing the tips. However, Lu Yao contemplated a critical issue. Should combat erupt in the cedar forest outside, the complex terrain would render shouting commands inefficient. Sounds would be swallowed by the wind and the din of battle, exposing his position and making him the first target of concentrated fire. A more efficient and covert means of communication was imperative. Lu Yao's mind delved into the depths of his consciousness, rapidly flipping through the survival manual. An item he had previously overlooked sprang into view. Item: bone whistle. Description: a hollow, hard bone can be fashioned into a tool capable of emitting a sharp, high-frequency sound through drilling and polishing. Unlock condition: successfully craft the first bone whistle. Unlock reward: 1 free attribute point. Living skill: sound hearing LV1. This was it. Lu Yao had found the solution. He immediately rummaged through the stored supplies, retrieving the stoutest leg bone of a snow-capped elk. The bone was hard, with an exceptionally high density, far surpassing that of a groundhog's bone. Lu Yao called out. The dexterous girl promptly set aside her task and approached swiftly. What are you going to do, Lu Yao? Make this. Lu Yao marked several points on the bone where holes needed to be drilled with a small piece of charcoal, then handed her the sharpest shard of stone. Here, grind a hole, but take your time and be patient. Lu Yao recognized that the girl's finesse far surpassed his own. Had it not been for his previous life experiences, he would not have been as skilled in crafting these items as she was. The girl accepted the shard, her eyes focused. She did not inquire why but merely followed his instructions, using the pointed edge of the shard to begin the tedious and meticulous polishing on the iron-hard bone. The soft sound of friction echoed clearly in the stillness of the cave. The first attempt failed. The girl, too eager, exerted excessive force, The shard slipped, leaving a long scratch on the bone, disrupting the intended airflow. The second attempt also ended in failure. A hole was drilled, but the inner surface was rough, producing a hoarse, unpleasing sound that could not carry far. Beads of sweat emerged on the girl's brow, her petite face etched with frustration. Don't rush. Lu Yao's tone was gentle as he picked up another bone. You see, this part needs to be more rounded, like this. The girl concentrated intently, imprinting every detail into her memory. On the third attempt, she inhaled deeply, her expression becoming remarkably focused. The shard seemed to come alive beneath her fingertips. After an hour, when the last grain of bone dust was blown away, a whistle, ancient in form and smooth to the touch, finally appeared in her palm. The moment the bone whistle was completed, a crisp sound exploded in Lu Yao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully unlocking the item. Bone whistle. Reward: 1 free attribute point. Reward: living skill. Sound hearing LV1. Sound hearing LV1. You can concentrate and hear sounds from further away. It worked. Lu Yao's heart surged as he decisively allocated that precious attribute point to agility. Ding! Allocation successful. Name: Lu Yao. Strength: 10. Constitution: 10. Agility: 10. Fertility: 2. Charisma: 11. All 3 fundamental attributes reached 10 points. An unprecedented sense of coordination and strength surged through Lu Yao's limbs. He even felt as though he could distinctly perceive the subtle tremors of every muscle within his body. Here, the girl handed the bone whistle to Lu Yao, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lu Yao took it, but instead of keeping it for himself, he turned and offered it to you. You use it. You paused for a moment. Your hearing is the most acute, and your reflexes the swiftest. Lu Yao explained that it was most fitting for you to scout and issue commands. Subsequently, he swiftly taught them several sets of signals, each representing different meanings. A single long whistle signified the discovery of an enemy's trace. 2 long whistles called for a full assault. A single short whistle indicated to remain stationary. 2 short whistles followed by a long one meant to maintain a distance for spear throwing. A rapid succession of short whistles represented the highest command for a full retreat. Thus, a simple yet efficient battlefield communication system was established. He led Shi, Lin, Hua, and Feng, tirelessly crafting spears day and night. On the eve of the storm's cessation, 30 brand new spears, perfectly balanced and with sharp points, stood neatly against the cave wall, exuding a chilling aura of lethality. Mu Hong, under Lu Yao's guidance, practiced shield blocking repetitively. He no longer met the wooden spears thrust by you head-on with his shield. Instead, he learned to rotate his wrist, utilizing the smooth arc of the ice shield to deflect the fierce force aside. Clang! With each collision, he transitioned from initial clumsiness to barely being able to block 70% of Yu's attacks. Meanwhile, Lu Yao expended considerable mental energy, casting a basic healing spell on each member of the tribe. He erased the fatigue and hidden injuries accumulated from days of labor, restoring their bodies to peak condition. Finally, he allocated the remaining few strips of raw bandage to Yu and Mu Hong, who were to charge to the front lines. This would be their last safeguard for survival. After accomplishing all this, Lu Yao felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He did not rest. Grasping a spear, he approached the cave entrance, feeling the coldness converge at his fingertips. He discovered that he could imbue the freezing spell's chill onto the spearhead, forming a thin layer of frost. This ice spear, upon striking an enemy, would unleash a burst of coldness, impeding their movements. However, each enchantment would drain nearly 30% of his strength, a significant toll. This would be his ultimate trump card. Everything was ready. 2 days later, the snowstorm ceased. The white tempest that had raged for nearly 10 days had exhausted its final strength. The first ray of morning sunlight pierced through the heavy clouds, illuminating this silver-clad world. In the cedar grove atop the cave, a figure, like an ice sculpture, lay hidden among the highest treetops. It was Yu. She had vigilantly stood guard throughout the entire night without rest. The sunlight brought not only illumination but also a deadly threat. Suddenly, Yu's pupils constricted to pinpoints, her gaze fixating on the base of the slope at the far horizon. There, a line of moving dark figures appeared. They had arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately brought the bone whistle hanging at her chest to her lips. Tweet! A sharp, urgent whistle, laden with extreme vigilance, instantly shattered the morning tranquility. Enemies sighted. Within the cave, the moment the whistle sounded, everyone jolted awake from their respective states. Mu Hong snatched up the ice shield and wooden spear beside him, his towering frame blocking the entrance like a mountain. Shi, Lin, Hua, and Feng each grabbed 2 spears, their eyes fierce, muscles taut. He who remained behind rushed to the pile of damp pine branches, tightly clutching a piece of burning charcoal, his small face set with determination. Lu Yao dashed to the cave entrance. Peering through the narrow gap in the door, there were 4 gaunt figures struggling through the snow. 3 men and 1 woman. The leader Lu Yao recognized at a glance. It was Shui. Behind him trailed 3 similarly ragged, emaciated tribespeople. They bore no weapons, merely leaning on rudimentary wooden staffs, laboriously moving through the snow. 100 meters behind these 4 figures, several large snow wolves lingered, moving at a leisurely pace. They did not attack, merely maintaining a safe distance, their green eyes glinting with a cruel and patient light. It was as if they were toying with a meal on the verge of exhaustion, waiting for their prey to expend its last ounce of strength. Just then, Shui finally spotted the cave concealed by rocks and dead vines on the slope. He paused for a moment, and then a spasm of euphoric relief contorted his frostbitten face. There, right there. He expended every bit of strength to shout to his companions, his voice altered by excitement. We have arrived. There is hope. Like a potent stimulant, his words injected life into his 3 companions. They lifted their heads and, upon seeing the unobtrusive cave entrance glimmering in the sunlight, their dim eyes suddenly ignited with hope. The 4 no longer hesitated to expend their dwindling energy, frantically rolling and crawling towards the cave. 1 man, too weak, stumbled, collapsing into the snow with a splash. He struggled for a moment but could not rise. Shui immediately turned back, yanking him from the snow and hoisting him onto his shoulder, continuing to stagger forward. This was an act of surrender. Shui, accompanied by his defecting tribesmen, braved the risks of being hunted by their chieftain and devoured by beasts to seek refuge. This was a pledge of allegiance. Chapter 45. Crafting bone whistles for defectors. Mu Hong, with his towering physique like an iron tower, stood before Lu Yao, his muscular arms bulging with tension, gripping the spear poised for action, its tip locked onto the cave entrance. A beastly growl rumbled from his throat, his gaze fierce. Don't move. Sure, Lin, Hua, and Feng had also assumed battle stances, muscles tensed, the cold light reflecting off their spears mirroring their fierce expressions. The atmosphere at the cave's entrance was charged to the utmost tension. Wait, a hand firmly pressed down on Mu Hong's ready arm. Lu Yao's voice was calm yet carried a soothing authority. His gaze pierced through the door's gap, landing on the leader's frostbitten face. That visage, a tapestry of extreme fatigue and exhilaration intertwined. Such eyes cannot be feigned. Lu Yao deduced that at least the Shui was genuinely here to surrender. Lower your weapons. His command was succinct and clear. Mu Hong's muscles tensed, confusion clouding his expression. Yet he quelled his rising battle fervor and slowly lowered his arm. Open the door. Sure hesitated, glancing at you. The female chieftain merely gazed calmly at Lu Yao's profile, her face betraying no emotion, as if she had everything under control. She nodded slightly. Sure and Lin immediately understood, working in unison to shift the massive stone blocking the door, unlocking the heavy bolt. Creak. The heavy wooden door was pulled inward, creating a narrow crevice. In the next moment, a powerful wave of warmth, mingled with the rich aroma of roasted meat, surged forth as if it were a tangible entity. The foremost among them, Snow, was jolted as if colliding with an invisible warm wall. His 3 companions, A Mu, Jin Zi, and a frail girl named Xiao Ye, stood frozen in place. The 4 of them resembled drowning souls grasping at a lifeline, desperately flaring their nostrils and greedily inhaling the scent that seemed to belong only to a dream. Then they beheld the scene within the cave. The bright, flickering bonfire cast a warm glow throughout the spacious cavern, making it feel like spring. On the fire pit, a massive piece of roasted meat sizzled and oozed with juice, its intoxicating aroma wafting continuously into the air. In the corners of the cave, wood and hay were neatly stacked, while rows of smoked meat and weapons hung from the stone walls. This place was clean, warm, and abundant, a veritable paradise. In stark contrast to their own cold, damp sanctuary, rife with the stench of decay and despair, it was as if they had stepped into another world. Thud! Snow's knees could no longer support his weight, and he fell heavily onto the icy ground. Following suit, his 3 companions knelt in unison. This overwhelming assault on their senses shattered their taut nerves. They spoke not a word, merely burying their heads deep in the snow, their shoulders trembling violently. Lu Yao did not urge them onward. He simply observed in silence. This profound shock transcended any words that might have been spoken. At that moment, Yu, who had remained silent, did not fix her gaze on the roasted meat. Instead, her eyes, like ice picks, skimmed over the unfamiliar faces, capturing a detail with precision. Snow, Amu, and Jean Z were all fixated on the meat, their eyes revealing an unmasked, primal hunger. Only Xiaoya, the girl, in the instant she knelt, allowed her gaze to linger on the meat for but a moment before swiftly glancing away and scanning the depths of the cave. Her eyes precisely noted the cave's structure, the entrance to a side chamber, the number of weapons, and finally settled on Lu Yao. Her movements were swift, tinged with a hint of panic. Yet they did not escape Yu's keen observation. Let them in. It's cold outside, Lu Yao's voice shattered the silence. The four of them nearly tumbled into the cave, and as the warm air enveloped them, they felt an overwhelming urge to moan in comfort. He handed over several pieces of warm roasted meat. Instantly, the four transformed into ravenous beasts, devouring the steaming chunks of meat and hot water with reckless abandon, seemingly oblivious to the heat. It wasn't until a large piece had been swallowed that the sensation of fullness began to calm their frayed nerves. Snow set down the cleanly gnawed bone, his face flushed with excitement as he turned to Lu Yao, his voice trembling with anxiety. Lord Lu Yao. He struggled to find the appropriate form of address, resorting to the most primal expression of reverence. The scar-faced man has gone mad. Fear flickered in Snow's eyes. He believed my falsehood. I told him there were 18 men and 3 empowered beings here, yet he felt no fear. He rallied all his tribesmen, declaring that as soon as the snow ceased, they would storm in and seize everything from you. This revelation cast a dark shadow over the faces of Mu Hong and the others. They intend to swarm us. A battle to the death. Snow took a deep breath and released a more dire piece of news. The scar-faced man's power is bloodlust. Once he is wounded and smells blood, his strength and speed will multiply several-fold. Moreover, he will lose all sense of pain, transforming into a relentless beast that will attack furiously until either he tears his enemy apart or bleeds out. Bloodlust? A grave expression flashed across Lu Yao's eyes. A typical berserker ability, extremely troublesome. This meant that he must not be allowed to be easily injured or see blood. If blood were to be shed, it must be done with a single fatal strike. Understood, Lu Yao nodded, his calm demeanor swiftly calming the previously agitated tribesmen. He turned his gaze to the 3 behind Snow, gently inquiring, "What are your names?" "I am Amu. I am Jean Z. I am Xiaoya." The girl's voice was as faint as a whisper, her head bowed, unable to meet their gaze. Lu Yao's eyes swept over the 3 faces before casually posing a question. "I heard from Snow that your tribe fought a brutal battle 3 years ago over a water source. Correct?" This detail had been mentioned inadvertently during the interrogation. Amu immediately nodded, his face a mask of sorrow and rage. "Yes. 7 brothers died fighting for that wretched water source. My father perished in that battle. And the following year, the water source dried up." Jean Z gritted his teeth. The scar-faced man delights in such deeds. He cares not for our lives. Their reactions and statements aligned perfectly with Snow's account. Their emotions were genuine. Lu Yao's gaze ultimately fell upon Xiaoya. "And you, Xiaoya? Do you remember?" The girl visibly stiffened. She sank her head lower, her hands twisting the frayed edges of her tattered beast skin garment, her knuckles turning white. I was still young then. I can't remember clearly." Her answer was vague, her eyes darting away, completely unwilling to meet anyone's gaze. The atmosphere within the cave subtly shifted. Lu Yao beckoned Snow to a secluded corner of the cave. "There's something amiss with that girl named Xiaoya," he stated plainly. Snow was taken aback, his expression one of bewilderment. "Huh? How could that be? Xiaoya is very kind, extremely timid. She hardly dares to speak loudly. If she hadn't been utterly famished, she wouldn't have had the courage to come out with me." Lu Yao shook his head, his penetrating gaze fixed on Snow. Timidness and a reluctance to speak do not equate to kindness. Kindness does not imply intelligence. He rephrased his inquiry. "Snow, let me ask you this. If the scar-faced man arrives with 20 warriors and you 4 are inside the cave, working in tandem, what would transpire here?" Snow's face blanched instantly. The men would be slaughtered. The women would become spoils of war. Everything here would be seized, transforming back into a bloody hell. "I understand." Snow's lips were parched as he looked toward Xiaoya, his expression now immensely complicated. Lu Yao placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Snow, I trust you 7 parts. However, behind me lies the fate of the entire tribe. I cannot wager their lives on the remaining 3 parts." His voice was calm yet resolute. "Thus, for the time being, you 4 need to be temporarily housed in the adjacent side chamber. Rest assured, I will regularly provide food and water, ensuring you do not go hungry. When the time comes to emerge, I will make the decision." Shui stared at Lu Yao, his gaze unwavering. He did not perceive any malice in the other's eyes. Instead, He discerned an icy calmness that bore the weight of absolute responsibility for the entire tribe. He understood. This was the trial that must be endured before trust could be established. Shui nodded gravely. Very well, I shall heed your arrangements. Lu Yao then instructed Mu Hong to lead the four of them into the independent side chamber closest to the cave entrance. Amidst the complex expressions of Shui and his companions, Lu Yao and Mu Hong carried a heavy wooden board, sealing the entrance of the side chamber with meticulous precision. A sharp click echoed through the quiet cavern as the heavy bolt fell into place, marking the separation of two worlds. It also severed the fragile trust that had yet to be fully formed. Chapter 46. The last one to escape. Mu Hong's imposing figure cast a colossal shadow in the flickering firelight as he approached Lu Yao, a hint of suppressed agitation lacing his voice. What shall we do? Over 20 individuals, including a monstrous figure with a scarred face. With 8 against 20, even with this bull we have but 9 on our side. A direct confrontation would be tantamount to throwing an egg against a stone. Even with superior equipment, spears and shields, once we become embroiled in chaos, casualties are inevitable. This fragile tribe cannot withstand another loss. Yu, polishing her bone dagger, bore an expression devoid of emotion, merely stating in a soft tone, "Leave the chieftain to me." Her voice, though quiet, resonated with confidence. Lu Yao nodded. He trusted in Yu's capabilities. Yet, this alone was insufficient. What he sought was a victory that would incur minimal casualties while maximizing gains. Lu Yao's gaze swept over the cedar forest he had personally arranged. The snares formed the first line of defense. The spears provided mid-range firepower. The ice shields ensured close combat security. However, these were merely tools, compared to the primitive people of this era. His greatest advantage had never been brute strength or physical prowess. It was knowledge. It was strategy. His gaze ultimately rested upon the side chamber, sealed off by wooden boards. Within lay 4 individuals who had surrendered, and therein resided the key to breaking the stalemate. You seemed to sense his thoughts as she approached, lowering her voice. The girl named Xiao Ye is problematic. Lu Yao turned to her, noting the sharpness of her eyes. He had indeed noticed. I am aware. Rising to his feet, Lu Yao commanded Mu Hong, bring out Shui, Amu and Jin Zi. Leave Xiao Ye inside. Mu Hong hesitated briefly but asked no further questions, promptly moving to remove the wooden board and calling forth the 3 men. As the side chamber was sealed once more, unease was etched across the faces of Shui, Amu and Jin Zi. Lu Yao regarded them, the flickering fire casting shadows across his face. He spared no time in beating around the bush. Your friend, Xiao Ye, is likely a spy sent by the scarred face. The declaration struck them like a thunderbolt, reverberating in their minds. Impossible, Amu exclaimed first, disbelief etched on his countenance. How could Xiao Ye be that way? Jin Zi shook his head repeatedly, unable to reconcile the notion that the usually gentle girl could be an enemy informant. Lu Yao did not engage in debate. His tone remained calm but bore an undeniable weight of authority. You must answer truthfully to any questions I pose henceforth. Otherwise, you will not be aiding her. You will be sealing her fate. The 3 men shivered under the intensity of Lu Yao's fathomless eyes, understanding that he was not jesting. I ask you, who does Xiao Ye associate with most closely in the tribe? Shui strained to recall, stammering, apart from us 3, Xiao Ye has a very good friend named Yu. You? Lu Yao seized upon the unfamiliar name. Shui's expression shifted to one of unease. Yu has always been with the scarred face. The air in the cave grew heavy with tension. They share a close relationship. Xiao Ye often seeks her out to talk. Lu Yao pressed further. So, this woman named Yu, does she have feelings for the scarred face? The question left the 3 exchanging glances. Amu hesitated before speaking. We don't know if she has feelings, but we all know the scarred face is brutal and suspicious towards the women in the tribe. Yu often bears injuries, coercion, or perhaps a more intricate exchange of interests. Lu Yao chose not to delve deeper into this matter, shifting his approach. When you escaped, was it smooth? Did anyone impede your passage? Shui nodded immediately. I was ordered to scout. No one would stop me. Amu continued. We 3 took advantage of the darkness, using the excuse of needing to relieve ourselves, and then regrouped at the designated spot. Lu Yao fell into contemplative silence. Beside him, Yu's elongated eyes narrowed slightly as she interjected, her voice cold as ice. So, you 4 emerged one after the other? Shui and the others instinctively nodded. Yes. To avoid detection, we acted separately. Each of us waited less than 10 minutes. Yu's gaze fixed intently on Shui's face as she posed the crucial question. Then, which number was Xiao Ye in the sequence of exits? Shui was momentarily taken aback. His mouth opened, his complexion draining visibly. His lips moved, but a lump in his throat stifled his voice. Amu and Jin Zi, realizing the implications simultaneously, turned as pale as Shui. Indeed, they had escaped first, while Xiaoya was the last to emerge. Lu Yao and Yu exchanged a knowing glance. Would a brutal and suspicious chieftain allow such a clumsy escape plan to succeed? The answer was glaringly evident. Inside the side chamber, the light was dim. Xiaoya huddled alone in a corner, and at the sound of the wooden board being shifted, her body stiffened noticeably. She looked up to find Lu Yao entering, alone. The board behind them was sealed again, cutting off all external influence. Xiaoya regarded him warily, her eyes now devoid of the previous timidity and panic. Instead, they reflected the vigilance and ferocity of a cornered beast. She had shed all pretense. Lu Yao observed her, calmly inquiring, "What favors has the scarred face bestowed upon you?" Chapter 47. Regardless of victory or defeat, she would perish. The wooden door of the side chamber was firmly shut. The light and warmth of the main cavern were completely severed. A chill and darkness enveloped the confined space in an instant. Xiaoya regarded Lu Yao with caution, the timidity and panic in her eyes having vanished, leaving only the ferocity of a cornered beast. She no longer feigned composure. Lu Yao appraised her, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. "What benefits has the scarred face provided you?" Xiaoya's lips twitched, forming a cold arc, her voice hoarse and laced with self-mockery. "Benefits? Do you think in a place like ours, besides being able to breathe, there could be any benefits?" She attempted to adopt a hardened demeanor, striving to secure some invisible leverage for herself. Lu Yao did not express anger. He merely shifted to a more comfortable stance, leaning against the cold stone wall, his voice devoid of fluctuation. "Shui, Amu, Jinzi, the three of them are outside. They know what you have done." Xiaoya's body trembled almost imperceptibly. Lu Yao's words continued, unhurried yet piercing to the core. "Do you know how they look at you? It is not with anger, but with sorrow, struggling to comprehend why the person they risked everything to bring along would stab them in the back. You trampled upon the trust they wagered their lives for. Do you think if you walk out now they would still recognize you? You cannot go back. You know the scarred face for what he is. You understand he treats you like a dog. You cannot return to Shui and the others. Now no one wants you." Lu Yao's voice was soft yet carried an icy chill. With just a few words, he severed all her avenues of retreat. Xiaoya could no longer maintain her facade. The hard shell of pretense shattered, and she curled up, clutching her knees, her sobs escalating from suppressed whimpers into uncontrollable despair. "It's not me. It's not what I wanted." Her voice was filled with desperation. My brother is still in his hands." Lu Yao's gaze shifted slightly. Indeed, using a loved one as leverage is far more aligned with the scarred face's suspicious and brutal nature than winning hearts. Xiaoya raised her head, tears mingling with dirt, carving two ravines down her face. "My brother is ill, burning with fever, and the scarred face won't give him food. He said that as long as I obey him, infiltrating your ranks, he would provide my brother with meat to eat. I had no choice. I truly had no choice." She wept heart-wrenchingly. In this era where lives are worth less than grass, a morsel of meat equates to a life. Lu Yao fell silent for a moment before continuing his inquiry. "So, he sent you here merely to gather intelligence?" Xiaoya's cries halted, fear flickering in her eyes. "He fears death. He heard you have 18 people and a divine bull, and he himself is wavering. He does not dare to launch a direct assault. He instructed me to blend in, memorize everything here, and then seek an opportunity to slip back and inform him of your defenses. When you are all sound asleep, he will lead a night raid. An unremarkable stratagem. Yet now, all the details of the scheme lay bare before Lu Yao. Since he lacks confidence, why must he strike here?" Lu Yao narrowed his eyes. "This defies logic. It seems he desires her." Xiaoya's gaze timidly drifted towards the cave entrance. Unbeknownst to her, you had silently taken position there, her silhouette outlined by the firelight. Both Lu Yao and you were momentarily taken aback. It turned out to be a case of lust clouding judgment. Gazing at the now broken girl before him, Lu Yao swiftly made a decision. He crouched down to meet her gaze. "I can save your brother." Xiaoya abruptly looked up, disbelief etched across her tear-streaked face. What did you say?" "I said I can cure his illness and ensure he lives." Lu Yao's voice held an undeniable power. "My divine abilities extend beyond mere fire." He extended his hand. "However, you must do something for me. A task that will truly allow both you and your brother to survive." As Lu Yao and Xiaoya emerged from the side chamber, all eyes instantly turned towards them. Shui, Amu, and Jin Zi exchanged complex glances filled with rage, disappointment, and a trace of uncontainable pity. Mu Hong stepped forward, fists clenched, bones cracking softly. Xiaoya flinched at the sudden tension, instinctively retreating behind Lu Yao. Everyone stand down. Lu Yao's voice, though not loud, silenced all commotion. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on Xue's face. I am fully aware of the Scarred Face's plan. From this moment on, Xiaoya is one of us. His declaration left everyone in stunned silence. Mu Hong, agitated, exclaimed, Lu Yao, she was coerced. Lu Yao interrupted. Her family is in the hands of the Scarred Face. The anger etched on Xue's trio's faces swiftly faded, transforming into understanding and sympathy. They were all too familiar with the Scarred Face's methods. Now heed my plan. Lu Yao's gaze sharpened. Our enemy is singular, the Scarred Face. Once he is dead, the remainder is merely a rabble driven mad by hunger. His focus shifted to Xiaoya, his tone turning cold and clear. Xiaoya, I will allow you to return. Inform him that our defenses are lax. A few people could easily break down the wooden door. At night, only 1 or 2 patrol, while the rest are in deep slumber. And the most perilous section, the cedar forest, Lu Yao did not mention. Xiaoya's body trembled. She understood that each lie she told would push the Scarred Face further down the path of death. Lu Yao discerned her hesitation, his voice devoid of warmth. Of course, you could return and tell the truth. But before we perish, I will eliminate them first. Lu Yao's finger slowly raised, pointing at Xue, Jinzi, and Amu. Those 3 once familiar faces now bore expressions of terror and pleading. Xiaoya's pupils dilated. He was leveraging the lives of her companions, whom she also cared for, to compel her to betray the one who held her brother's life in his hands. Regardless of her choice, her hands were destined to be stained with blood. I. Xiaoya's lips drained of color. She finally comprehended that she had never had a choice from the very beginning. I will do it. She squeezed out those 2 words through clenched teeth. Yu had remained silently by, observing as Lu Yao orchestrated everything, her narrow phoenix eyes flickering with indecision. She approached Lu Yao's side and whispered in a tone only they could hear, Are we really letting her go back? If we emerge victorious, how will you handle the girl? The smile on Lu Yao's face faded, leaving only a mask of indifference. His gaze traversed the flickering campfire within the cave, penetrating the profound darkness outside. Regardless of the outcome, her fate is sealed. Yu's breath momentarily halted. Lu Yao's voice continued, flat and devoid of emotion. If we win, the scar-faced man will perish at our hands, and his tribe will believe that it was Xiaoya who betrayed him. She and her brother will not survive. If we lose, we are all doomed, and she too will meet her end. From the moment she chose to become a traitor, her destiny was unwritten. The one who will kill her is not us, but the scar-faced man, and herself. Chapter 48. The Spear Thrower Power 11. Xiaoya's slender figure was soon engulfed by the wind and snow, vanishing from sight. The cave was enveloped in an eerie silence. The impending battle loomed like an invisible boulder, pressing heavily upon everyone's hearts. Mu Hong restlessly paced back and forth, his grip on the spear tightening until his knuckles turned white. However, Lu Yao's gaze swept over the neatly arranged spears on the cave's stone walls. Weapons. Yet they remained woefully inadequate, relying solely on brute strength for throwing. Their range and penetrating power were severely limited. Once the enemy closed in, they would be forced into the most brutal and savage hand-to-hand combat. He could not accept such a fate. Since yesterday, Lu Yao's mind had repeatedly scoured through the illustrations in his memory, and finally, a primitive yet efficient weapon of war vividly materialized. He shattered the silence. We still have time. Lu Yao's voice captured everyone's attention. Before they arrive, we can create one more thing. A new weapon that can amplify the power of the spear severalfold. He extracted a straight wooden stick, as thick as his arm, from the pile of firewood, and then picked up a resilient vine. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Lu Yao took the wooden stick and, using a sharp stone axe, carved a shallow groove at one end. The size of the groove was just right to securely accommodate the tail of the spear. Then, he tied one end of the vine to the front of the stick, wrapping the other end around his wrist several times to form a makeshift wristband. Thus, an oddly shaped, seemingly inconspicuous, even somewhat ridiculous tool was born. Mu Hong scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Lu Yao, what is this? A spear thrower. Lu Yao offered no further explanation, for the most direct demonstration surpassed 1,000 words. He motioned for everyone to step back, then walked to the center of the cave, taking a spear identical to the previous one, securing its tail firmly in the groove of the spear thrower. Watch closely. He exerted force with his wrist, his arm snapping forward like a whip. There was no thunderous spectacle, only a sound, sharper than before, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. Whoosh! The spear seemed not to be thrown, but rather propelled by an invisible giant bow. It transformed in the air into a nearly imperceptible black line. In the next instant, thud! A terrifying sound erupted, akin to the instant tearing of tough animal hide. The crowd watched in astonishment as the spear effortlessly pierced through a thick wooden board that served as a table against the cave wall. With shavings scattered, the spear, with unrelenting force, crashed against the rock wall behind the board. Clang! Sparks flew. A significant portion of the spear remained firmly lodged in the cracks of the rock wall, leaving only the bare spear tail, which quivered violently in the air, emitting a mournful buzzing sound. Everyone appeared as if enchanted, their gazes fixed in a daze upon the perforated wooden board and the quaking spear shaft. At that moment, a long-awaited voice thundered in Lu Yao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully unlocked the illustration. Simple spear thrower. You have created a lever-based weapon, significantly enhancing the tribe's ranged attack capabilities. Reward: 1 free attribute point. Skill upgrade. Throwing skill LV1 to LV2. A warm current surged through Lu Yao's body. He felt his understanding of throwing elevate to an entirely new level. The exertion of muscles, the flick of the wrist, the calculation of angles. Countless pieces of information converged in his mind, forming an almost instinctual intuition. Without hesitation, he allocated that precious point to strength. Ding! Allocation successful. Strength 10 to 11. Boom! Lu Yao distinctly felt a surge of power within him, as if it had shattered an invisible, resilient barrier. Muscles, bones, and fascia resonated with jubilant harmony at that moment. If 10 points represented the limit of a mortal's physique, then 11 marked the onset of the extraordinary. He slowly clenched his fist, the joints cracking in a symphony of sharp pops. An unparalleled sense of strength, capable of commanding everything, flooded his being. Stop dawdling. Lu Yao's voice, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, roused everyone from their stupor. Before nightfall, we must ensure that everyone obtains this. Meanwhile, in the cold, damp cave of the mountain wolf tribe, Xiaoya tumbled in, drenched in snow and mud, her face marked with several cuts from branches, presenting a picture of utter disarray. Chief! As soon as she entered, she collapsed at the feet of the scar-faced man, emitting a heart-wrenching cry. His fierce eyes bore into her, filled with suspicion and scrutiny. Speak. What did you see? Xiaoya trembled violently, seemingly terrified out of her wits. She lifted her tear-streaked face, her voice tinged with the quivering relief of survival. Chief, I have returned. I almost didn't make it. She recounted the carefully fabricated lie, her tone steeped in fear. The cave's defenses are lax. At night, only an old man dozed off, while the others sleep like dead pigs. Their wooden door I examined is quite flimsy. A few people could easily break it down, and Xiaoya's voice faltered, and a glimmer of insatiable greed flickered in her eyes. A look born of hunger pushed to its limits. Their cave is filled with meat, rows of smoked meat hanging, and on the fire, a large marmot is roasting. The aroma is unlike anything I've ever encountered. Food. Those 2 words struck like a burning iron, searing into the hearts of everyone in the cave. Dozens of ravenous gazes instantly turned crimson. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva reverberated through the cave, echoing in a disconcerting rhythm. At last, Xiaoya seemed to recall something, casting a timid glance at the scarred face, only to quickly lower her head again, her voice barely a whisper. Yet I had seen Shui and the others. They appeared to have truly found refuge and were feasting on meat. A flicker of a cruel smile passed over the scarred man's face. Merely 3 worthless souls. If they wished to become dogs, so be it. He cared not for the fate of those 3. His only concerns were flesh and women. Xiaoya's report perfectly corroborated his most avaricious imaginings. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the gaunt faces twisted by hunger within the cave. Outside, the blizzard had ceased. The scarred man bared his yellowed teeth in a grotesque grin, his voice rumbling like that of a beast. No one sleep. Tonight we shall act. Let us reclaim the meat that belongs to us. Chapter 49. Dimensional downscaling, the spear throw. The snow had stopped, yet the chill grew increasingly biting, the air so frigid that each breath felt like swallowing shards of ice. Outside the mountain wolf tribe's cave, over 20 dark figures stealthily assembled in the snow. Their faces bore no solemnity of impending battle, only the grotesque greed twisted by hunger. Each pair of eyes glinted with a ghostly green light, the unmistakable gaze of ravenous wolves. Did you hear that? The scarred man lowered his voice, his words dripping with cruelty and excitement. The defenses are lax. Only an old man stands guard. Inside, there are mountains of meat, and women. He licked his cracked lips. His gaze fixated on the dark silhouette of the cave's entrance not far away. There lay their paradise. Charge. Break through that wooden barrier. Everything inside is ours. He emitted a suppressed roar, the first to leap from behind the concealing rocks. A howl erupted from the 20-plus clansmen, igniting their spirits as they brandished crude stone spears and wooden clubs, transforming into a filthy tide surging towards their imagined paradise. Driven by desperation, they could even smell it, the warmth and scent of meat that awaited them beyond the wooden door. However, just as they burst from the cedar trees onto the open expanse of snow, a piercing and elongated whistle, completely foreign to human sound, sliced through the still night air. This sound was an invisible command. The scarred man, charging at the forefront, felt his eyelids twitch violently, a primal instinct of impending doom making his hair stand on end. He instinctively halted. In the next moment, at the very front of their charge, flanking the dark entrance, 8 silhouettes rose silently from behind massive boulders. Leading them was Lu Yao. He bore no spear, merely a crude wooden stick. Behind him Yu Muhong, Shi, Lin, Hua, Feng, and he each held a similar weapon. The mountain wolf tribesmen were momentarily stunned. What is this? Fighting with sticks? The mockery and confusion on their faces lasted barely a second. For the 8 men on Lu Yao's side simultaneously executed an action that left them utterly bewildered. They inserted slender, throwing spears into the backs of their wooden sticks. Then, with an upward swing of their arms, they thrust forward with great force. Lu Yao's gaze was frigid, devoid of any emotion. His eyes were already locked onto the enemy closest to the scarred man. Release. One word was the harbinger of death. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 8 spears, empowered by the terrifying mechanism of their launching device, possessed strength that transcended this era. They were no longer mere throwing weapons. They transformed into arrows of death launched from a colossal crossbow. The air was rent asunder, emitting a shrill, bone-chilling shriek. That sound was the wailing of infernal demons. 8 indistinguishable black lines traversed nearly 50 meters in an instant. The rushing tide of attackers collided violently with the black lines of death. Thud, thud, thud. The first 3 mountain wolf tribesmen, their expressions still painted with greed and excitement, had not even registered what was coming. They merely felt an irresistible force strike their chests with brutal impact. The horrific power tore through their thin animal skins, piercing their hearts and exploding a bloody hole through their backs. They stared down, dazed, at the spear shaft that protruded from their chests, still vibrating with energy. Then, the immense force sent their bodies flying backward. Bang, bang, bang. 3 corpses were firmly pinned to the snow behind them. Scalding blood instantly stained the pure white snow. This gruesome, bizarre scene, entirely beyond comprehension, fell like an invisible hammer upon the hearts of every mountain wolf tribesman. The entire charge froze as if spellbound. Everyone was in shock. They stared blankly at the 3 impaled bodies, then glanced down at the ludicrous stone spears in their hands. Their maximum throwing range barely exceeded 30 meters. Yet their adversaries, 50 meters away, had executed a massacre in a manner they had never encountered. How could they fight? This was not a battle. It was an execution. Scatter, scatter, into the woods. The scarred man finally snapped back from his stupor, unleashing a hoarse roar. His eyes bulged, his heart raced as if it would explode. He knew they could not remain as live targets in the open. The remaining dozen tribesmen, jolted from their daze, screamed in terror, losing all courage to charge, turning to flee towards the only cover, the cedar woods behind them. However, what they rushed toward was not an escape route, but another layer of hell. One tribesman, sprinting at the front, suddenly found his footing gone as he dashed into the woods. Ah! He barely had time to emit a short cry. In the next moment, a vine snare hidden beneath the snow ensnared his ankle. An irresistible force surged from above. The resilient cedar tree, bent by Mu Hong's strength, snapped back into place in an instant. Whoosh! Ah! With a heart-wrenching scream, the tribesman was violently yanked upward, his body dangling in the air. The rapid pull caused his bones to emit a chilling crackling sound. He resembled a tattered rag, wildly swaying mid-air, utterly bereft of any capacity for resistance. That heart-wrenching scream served as a harbinger. Ah! Save me! My leg! The cacophony of anguished cries reverberated through the cedar forest in a relentless succession. One fleeing clansman after another fell prey to those snares, artfully concealed beneath the pristine snow. They were hoisted upside down, becoming pitiful prey, futilely struggling against their fate. The scar-faced man charged into the woods, only to come to an abrupt halt. He gazed in horror at the hellish scene before him. Traps. Everywhere traps. He had been deceived. That wretched woman. Beep. Lu Yao blew the bone whistle once more. 2 sharp notes were followed by a prolonged sound, signaling the command to fire at will. Yu's gaze was frigid, devoid of any emotion, as she swiftly loaded a new spear onto the throwing apparatus and with a flick of her arm. Whoosh! The spear flew with deadly accuracy towards an enemy dangling from the tree, still thrashing in desperation. Thud! The spear's tip pierced through his back, emerging from his chest, killing him instantly. The battle had devolved into a one-sided massacre. The morale of the mountain wolf tribe crumbled in the face of death and the unknown terror. Devils! They are devils! Run! The few survivors, driven to madness, fled recklessly in the direction they had come from. The scar-faced man watched this unfold, his eyes burning crimson, his entire body trembling, not from fear, but from sheer, unbridled rage. He spun around, his fierce gaze locking onto the paralyzed Xiaoya, who lay in the snow not far away, gripped by terror. Wretched woman! He let out a primal roar, leaping forward, his large hand grasping Xiaoya's slender neck, lifting her into the air. On her face, there was no plea for mercy, only a tragic smile that suggested a sense of release. Crack! The scar-faced man couldn't be bothered to utter another word, twisting his arm with force. The crisp sound of her neck breaking echoed painfully in the stillness of the snowy night. He carelessly discarded the rapidly softening body onto the ground, as if it were mere refuse. Defeated, utterly routed, the scar-faced man observed as the remaining clansmen were methodically picked off by Yu and Mu Hong, his gaze drifting to the young man in the distance, who commanded the scene with calm detachment. He realized that if this continued, they would all perish here. A surge of frenzied crimson welled up in his eyes. No longer would he hide, nor would he direct others. He channeled all his fury, resentment, greed, and desire into a primal urge to kill, fixating it upon 2 individuals. The man who had destroyed everything he held dear, Lu Yao, and the woman beside him, Yu, whose athletic form ignited an immediate desire to possess her. Roar! The scar-faced man let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the forest. His muscles swelled with visible intensity, veins bulging grotesquely beneath his skin, as he seemed to grow taller before their very eyes. His gaze was consumed entirely by a bloodlust. The divine power surged forth. He forsook all his tribesmen, intending to charge headlong into battle with nothing but his own strength, to slay that man, to seize that woman. Chapter 50. You lack divine power. That roar no longer resembled that of a human. It was the final inferno of a cornered beast, igniting life and reason into a furious blaze. The scar-faced man's muscles writhed and bulged, tearing through his tattered pelt. His skin flushed with an abnormal hue as the sinewy veins twisted beneath, elevating his form with raw power. The rationality in his eyes was incinerated, leaving only a bloodthirsty madness, craving to devour life whole. Roar! The ground trembled beneath his feet. He abandoned all defense, forsaking his tribesmen, charging like a frenzied behemoth towards Lu Yao and Yu, intent on annihilating those who had ruined him. Yu's gaze turned as cold as ice in an instant. She gripped the throwing apparatus tightly, her body sinking slightly, a tremendous aura rising from within her, as if she were preparing to meet the oncoming assault head-on. Do not move. A steady hand pressed firmly on her shoulder. It was Lu Yao. His voice revealed not a hint of fluctuation, as if the monstrous figure charging towards them was merely a moving stone, just a madman. At this distance, he was merely courting death. Lu Yao's gaze swept over Yu and Mu Hong, his orders clear and icy. We have 7 spears left, specifically prepared for him. I will take 2, Mu Hong 2, and you 3. The rest of you return to the cave and close the door. Sure, Lin, and the others did not hesitate for an instant, immediately turning back towards the cave as the heavy wooden door slammed shut behind them, leaving only a narrow gap for peering through. On the battlefield, only the 3 of them remained, a triangular formation of deathly traps. I shall go first. Mu Hong let out a beastly growl, raising the throwing apparatus first. Faced with the charging scar-faced man, he showed no fear, channeling all his strength into his arm and striking out fiercely. Whoosh! The spear flew through the air with tremendous force. However, Mu Hong ultimately lacked precision. The spear did not strike a critical point, instead plunging deeply into the scar-faced man's left arm with a sickening thud. The horrific force penetrated his rock-like muscles, bursting forth in a spray of blood. Pain surged through him. Yet, the scar-faced man's charge showed no signs of faltering. On the contrary, The sting of blood was akin to pouring oil onto a raging fire. Roar! He emitted an even more inhuman roar. His bloodlust ignited to its fullest extent. His skin flushed an unnatural red, muscles swelling once more, as the blood flowing from his wounds became his fuel, further amplifying his already astounding speed. He was faster and stronger. Just then, a second dark line shot through the air. It was you. Her movements lacked the explosive force of Mu Hong's but were imbued with a lethal elegance and precision. With a slight flick of her wrist, she wielded the throwing apparatus with ease. Thud! The spear struck true. It pierced directly into the scar-faced man's right chest, the immense force causing his forward momentum to come to an abrupt halt. However, it was merely a brief pause. The scar-faced man, in his frenzy, had completely lost his sense of pain, glancing down at the two spears embedded in his chest and arm, and a grotesque smile twisted across his face. He disregarded the wounds and continued his charge. The two trembling spear shafts made him appear as though he had risen from the depths of hell. For the first time, a grave expression appeared on the faces of Yu and Mu Hong. What manner of beast is this? The scarred face is now less than 30 meters away from them. Lu Yao, who had remained silent until now, finally moved. He refrained from hastily striking. Instead, he patiently awaited the moment. He awaited the scarred face to enter the range where he held absolute confidence. He awaited the opponent's complete loss of evasion instinct due to madness. He awaited that one fatal opportunity. Now, Lu Yao's eyes narrowed slightly, and the data within his field of vision instantaneously coalesced into a straight trajectory. The endpoint of that line was the center of the forehead. He swung his arm. Whoosh! The sound of the rush was sharper and more piercing than any before. It was the clarion call of death. A beam of black light, honed to perfection, tore through the night sky. The scarred face, in a frenzied sprint, felt his blood-soaked pupils constrict sharply. The shadow of death loomed overhead. He attempted to evade, but it was too swift. That black light crossed the final distance, striking precisely at the center of his forehead. Thud! A muffled, profound sound of penetration echoed. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The madness and ferocity etched on the scarred face became instantly fixed. The tremendous inertia from his forward charge was abruptly seized by an even more terrifying force. Subsequently, he was struck as if by a battering ram, his feet leaving the ground as he was sent hurtling backward. Bang! He was pinned brutally to the snow-covered ground. A spear lodged deep into him several meters away. The shaft protruded from the back of his head, embedding itself into the frozen earth, leaving only a portion quivering in the air. The battle was over. Yu and Mu Hong gazed at the corpse that lay impaled. Exhaling deeply, Mu Hong was about to step forward. Halt! Lu Yao's voice rang out again, cold and cautious. He advanced slowly, taking the remaining spears from Yu and Mu Hong's hands. He feared not the waste. What he feared was the possibility that this monster had not yet perished completely, that a dying counterattack would be the most foolish loss. Thud! Thud! With an expressionless face, Lu Yao delivered two more strikes. One spear accurately pierced the scarred face's lower abdomen, while the other once again penetrated his already still heart. 3 spears pinned him firmly to the earth. Behind the crack of the cave's door, Shui, Amu, and Jinzi witnessed everything with crystal clarity. They trembled not from the cold, but from a profound tremor rooted deep within their souls, a mixture of dread and reverence. Overwhelming, this was a crushing victory, devoid of suspense. The once formidable and despair-inducing leader of the Scarred Face tribe had been effortlessly impaled to the ground by 3 individuals and a few spears, as if hunting a wild boar. That man named Lu Yao was indeed terrifyingly powerful. In that moment, the last trace of hesitation regarding joining the tribe evaporated from the 3 of them. Lu Yao approached the body of the Scarred Face. Remarkably, he had not yet drawn his final breath. He merely exhaled more than he inhaled, his vitality swiftly waning. Lu Yao mused to himself that the so-called divine power ultimately succumbed to the fate of slaughter in the presence of epic-defining weapons and tactics. Technology is the primary productive force. The Scarred Face emitted raspy sounds from his throat, laboriously lifting his head, his bloodshot eyes beginning to dull as they fixated on Lu Yao. Suddenly, he smiled. That smile bore no anger, only a strange mockery. Cough, cough. This time I've met my match. Blood and fragments of internal organs gushed from his mouth. But you won't live long either. Lu Yao's gaze remained indifferent. You needn't worry about that. Do you know why I came? The Scarred Face's eyes swept over Yu and Mu Hong, ultimately returning to Lu Yao, his gaze akin to that of one surveying 2 pieces of flesh awaiting consumption. Shui and Xiaoye both told me you have 3 individuals with divine power. As long as I consume your blood and flesh, my divine power will advance. Divine power advancement. Lu Yao, Yu, and Mu Hong exchanged glances, shock evident in each other's eyes. This intelligence was worth its weight in gold. The scarred face's grin widened, laced with malice as he neared death. He cast one last look at Lu Yao, appraising him from head to toe, as if attempting to see through him entirely. Then, with his final ounce of strength, he uttered the words that would freeze the entire snowy night. But both of you have deceived me, quite obviously. His gaze remained fixed on Lu Yao's face, his voice hoarse yet resolute. You bear no scent of divine power. Chapter 51. The Fall of the Scarred Face, the Winner's Choice. The scarred face's voice was hoarse and certain. You bear no scent of divine power. The moment the words left his lips, his head tilted, and the last flicker of light in his eyes extinguished completely. The pupils of Mu Hong and Yu both contracted slightly. Mu Hong was momentarily stunned, then sneered dismissively. Nonsense. He kicked the corpse of the scarred face and spat. If Lu Yao lacked divine power, we would have long since become wolf dung. Mu Hong's words resonated with conviction. Yu nodded slightly, retracting his gaze. Indeed, if Lu Yao possessed no divine power, then what was that flame that appeared from thin air? What was that verdant glow that healed wounds? Lu Yao offered no explanation. Yet, a ripple of unease stirred within him. No scent of divine power? How had the opponent discerned that? Was it possible that divine power possessed some form of scent-like identifier? Moreover, from the words of the scarred face, Lu Yao realized that divine power could indeed be detected and consumed. At that moment, in the distant cedar forest, the surviving members of the mountain wolf tribe were in utter disarray. Their leader had fallen. He was pinned to the ground by 3 individuals in a manner they could not comprehend, akin to nailing a beast. All their greed, desire, and courage transformed into the purest form of fear in that instant. The leader is dead. Run. It's a demon. It was unclear who let out the first desperate wail, but the remaining 7 or 8 adversaries scattered like birds and beasts, abandoning all formations, frantically turning to flee deeper into the dark forest. They sought only to distance themselves from this hell, to escape even further. A fierce glint flickered in Mu Hong's eyes as he grasped his spear, ready to pursue. Do not chase. Lu Yao's voice rang out in time. Do not pursue a cornered foe. His gaze swept over the fleeing figures, issuing his final command. Capture them alive. Bind those who run slowly or are injured and bring them back. It would be easy to eliminate them all. However, for a tribe that has just begun its journey, every captive represents a precious source of labor. Indeed, in an instant, Mu Hong comprehended the gravity of the situation and let out a furious roar, charging out of the cave alongside Shi, Lin, and others. With little effort, they swiftly subdued the slower or slightly injured enemies trapped in the snares, binding them tightly with vines. The battle had concluded decisively. The snow-covered ground before the cave lay in utter disarray. Bodies, blood, and broken weapons transformed the serene landscape into a scene of carnage. Lu Yao did not cast his gaze upon the captives. Instead, he hurried to Yu's side. The female chieftain bore a wound on her left shoulder, a gash made by an arrow that continued to bleed, a result of her pursuit of the fleeing enemies, where she was struck by their desperate counterattack. Do not move. Lu Yao's voice was low and commanding as he extended his right hand, positioning it above Yu's wound. Yu's body momentarily stiffened, as she acutely sensed the warmth of his palm, separated from her icy skin by a mere breath. A strange, tingling sensation emanated from her shoulder, prompting an instinctive urge to retreat, yet she remained still. In the next heartbeat, a verdant glow cascaded from Lu Yao's palm. Within mere breaths, the wound scabbed and fell away, revealing a patch of tender, new skin. Yu gazed intently at Lu Yao, who was focused on channeling his divine power. In the flickering firelight, his chiseled profile appeared particularly serene, with his deep-set eyes reflecting the emerald luminescence. Yu's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. At that moment, the triumphant anthem of victory echoed in Lu Yao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for leading the tribe to a flawless victory in your first external conflict with 0 casualties. You have safeguarded your kin and displayed exceptional leadership. New skill unlocked. Basic Intimidation LV1. Basic Intimidation LV1. Your demeanor, actions, and even a glance will exert a psychological pressure on other beings, making them more inclined to submit or feel fear towards you. Reward acquired. 3 free attribute points. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Lu Yao's heart. This was the most significant gain from the war. Without hesitation, he directed his thoughts to allocate all 3 precious attribute points to Spirit. Ding! Allocation successful. Spirit, 47. A refreshing breath of energy surged from the depths of his consciousness. Lu Yao felt as though the world around him had become clearer and more transparent. The fatigue from casting the healing spell dissipated, restoring his mental acuity to its peak. He withdrew his hand and looked at you. It is done. You instinctively touched her shoulder, now smooth and unblemished, and then looked up at Lu Yao. Ultimately, she merely pressed her lips together and gave a soft hum of acknowledgement before turning away, no longer meeting his gaze. Yet, the faint blush of her ears flickered in the firelight. Outside the cave, when Shui, Amu, and Jinzi emerged from the side chamber at Lu Yao's signal, they were met with a gruesome sight. The ground strewn with corpses, the scarred face of a slain enemy, and their own kin, bound together, trembling in the snow. Meanwhile, Lu Yao's group stood unscathed. The trio gazed in bewilderment at the scene, then turned their eyes to the tall young man standing beside the fire. A tumult of fear, awe and relief intertwined within them, culminating in a profound sense of submission. Thud. Shui was the first to kneel, her forehead striking the icy ground. Amu and Jinzi swiftly followed suit, bowing before Lu Yao in the most reverent manner. They finally understood. They were not merely aligning themselves with a stronger tribe, but with a person wielding incomprehensible power. Lu Yao's gaze swept over them, and he could distinctly feel their bodies tremble more violently as his eyes fell upon them. This was the power of basic intimidation. From a nearby pile of captives, a suppressed sob broke the silence. It was Amu's companion, who had spotted his beloved younger brother lying lifeless in a pool of blood, his body already cold. In the chaos, he had been inadvertently slain by their own fleeing kin. As for Xiao Ye's brother, Xiao Yan, he too lingered among the captives, staring blankly at Lu Yao. Lu Yao's expression remained impassive. War has never been about luck. Just as the strange atmosphere of victory and death intertwined, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced through. A captured woman abruptly raised her head. Despite the bruises on her face and blood at the corner of her mouth, her eyes were strikingly calm, devoid of any sorrow or fear characteristic of a defeated foe. She met Lu Yao's gaze squarely and spoke coldly. I am you. Now that the scarred face is dead, how do you intend to deal with this tribe? Chapter 52. Tribe expansion. Skill acquired. Bloodthirst. Yu's voice rang clear, cutting through the crackling of the flames. The air inside and outside the cave tightened once more with her words. The recently bound captives paused, lifting their heads, their eyes reflecting confusion mixed with a glimmer of lingering hope as they looked towards the man who would decide their fate. Shui, Amu, and Jinzi were so tense that they seemed to have ceased breathing. Mu Hong furrowed his brow, his hand gripping the spear thrower turning pale. Yet, Lu Yao did not regard her. He did not entertain the intention of answering her question. The victors never explain themselves to the vanquished. His eyes calmly traversed the faces marked by fear or numbness, ultimately resting upon a man slumped in the cave, lost to unconsciousness. The man's calf had been pierced by a spear, the wound a gruesome mess, frozen in the harsh cold to a dark red, the breath of life as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind. Mu Hong, Lu Yao's voice shattered the stillness. Bring him to the fire. Mu Hong's large hand grasped the man's arm, dragging him like a ragged sack to the warmth of the bonfire. Under the uncertain gazes of all present, Lu Yao approached the dying captive and knelt before him. He placed one hand on the gaping wound. Then, a burst of emerald light burst forth from his palm. This radiance did not emerge from thin air but seeped from beneath his skin, gentle yet imbued with an indescribable, raw vitality that instantly dispelled the chill surrounding the fire. The captives, including the previously calm Yu, were left with expressions frozen in astonishment. Their pupils constricted sharply, their mouths instinctively agape, and a dry, rasping sound emanated from their throats, rendering them speechless. A miracle. This was the sole term within their barren cognition that could elucidate the scene before them. In their world, such grievous wounds invariably culminated in infection, decay, and a demise fraught with endless suffering. But what were they witnessing now? Beneath the radiant emerald glow, the contorted flesh and shattered bones began to writhe, coalesce, and heal at a pace that utterly upended their worldview. The bleeding ceased. The swelling subsided. What had once been a ghastly wound, in the span of mere breaths, transformed into a faint pink scar. As the luminescence faded, Lu Yao withdrew his hand and retrieved a small wooden bowl from his garments, containing a dark medicinal paste mixed with purple flower essence that had been prepared in advance. He scooped some with his fingers and evenly applied it to the scar, finally producing a charred piece of tree bark, which he carefully wrapped around the wound like a bandage. It would prevent contamination and facilitate a swifter recovery. He softly explained this to the still unconscious man. The healed man's eyelids fluttered, and he slowly regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, the first sensation he felt was not excruciating pain, but rather a warm comfort emanating from his legs. Struggling to sit up, he gazed down at his calf. The wound had vanished. In its place was a neatly wrapped layer of black bark. He stared in disbelief, then looked up at the young man before him, the one responsible for this miraculous change. Confusion, bewilderment, and shock eventually collapsed into a profound sense of reverence and fervor. Thud! He fell to his knees, his forehead pressed firmly into the snow at Lu Yao's feet, his body trembling violently with emotion. Lu Yao stood, surveying the kneeling captives, his gaze sweeping over each individual. The power of basic intimidation descended upon them like an invisible mountain, weighing heavily on their hearts. His voice, though not loud, penetrated each ear with clarity. The war is over. The instigator of the conflict was the greed and brutality of the scar-faced man. Not you. We are all victims. Lu Yao articulated each word with a cold, clear resonance. Indeed, now you are liberated from his tyranny by my hand. Liberator? Those 3 words echoed in the minds of all the captives. Lu Yao did not afford them time to ponder. He gestured to the silent, poised figure of you beside him. She is the chieftain of this tribe. From this day forth, you too shall become her kin. By joining sincerely, you will receive warm shelter, ample food, and the dignity of survival. You will live a life tenfold better than under the scar-faced man's rule. You stepped forward. Her icy gaze swept over the crowd, and without uttering a word, she inclined her head slightly, affirming all that Lu Yao had stated through her actions. The authority of the chieftain intertwined with Lu Yao's promises, creating an undeniable sway. To dismantle their final psychological barrier, Lu Yao nodded toward he within the cave. He promptly placed the last, most plump marmot of the tribe upon the bonfire. Sizzle. Golden fat dripped into the flames, erupting into a shower of sparks. An intoxicating aroma of meat, rich enough to drive one mad, engulfed the entire cave and its surroundings. The stomachs of all the captives rumbled uncontrollably. Their eyes instantaneously reddened, fixated on the marmot rolling in the flames, gradually turning golden and crisp, as they swallowed their saliva in a frenzy. Observing their reactions, Lu Yao uttered his final words. Those who wish to join may come forward to take the meat. Those who do not may leave at once. I shall not impede you. As his words echoed, a deathly silence ensued. Would they step into the unknown, cold darkness, where starvation and death loomed? Or would they remain and savor a bite of the succulent, dripping roasted meat? This was hardly a choice. The first to rise was you. She struggled and stumbled her way to the bonfire. He tore off a juicy marmot leg and offered it to her. Trembling, you accepted it, glanced at Lu Yao, then stuffed the scalding meat into her mouth. She winced in pain but paid it no mind, devouring it ravenously. 2 streams of hot tears rolled silently down her dirt-streaked cheeks. With the first one, there came a second. The remaining 6 captives could no longer suppress their primal instinct for survival and scrambled toward the fire. As the warm roasted meat graced their lips, all of them wept. These were not tears of sorrow, but rather of euphoric relief, as they tasted the essence of hope. Except for one, Xiao Yan, the brother of Xiao Ye. He did not move. He fixed his gaze upon the scar-faced man, impaled by 3 long spears in the earth, then turned to the distant snow where his sister's lifeless body lay, already cold. In his eyes burned a searing hatred, mingled with an inescapable confusion. He took a piece of roasted meat from he, but hesitated, glancing at the morsel, then at the snow where Su stood, offering warmth to the captives. Abruptly, he shoved his hand away, and amidst the complex gazes of all present, without a word, he turned and staggered into the boundless darkness and snow. Lu Yao watched his vanishing figure, making no attempt to stop him. A forcibly ripened fruit is never sweet. The seeds of hatred cannot be assuaged by a mere morsel of meat. At that moment, the voice he had long awaited finally resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully incorporating the remnants of the mountain wolf tribe, 10 individuals. The tribe's population has expanded to 18 for the first time. Congratulations, host, for successfully eliminating the power wielder, the scar-faced man. Unlocking new skill. Bloodthirst LV1. Bloodthirst LV1. Passive skill. When you are injured and bleeding, your strength and speed will receive a slight boost, while pain perception will be significantly diminished, plunging your spirit into a state of mild frenzy. The effect intensifies with the severity of the injury. Lu Yao's brows lifted slightly. So that's how it is. Chapter 53. A New Order. The acrid scent of war gradually dissipated in the cold morning breeze. Lu Yao opened his eyes. The cave was no longer empty. The ground was littered with bodies. Old tribesmen and new faces intertwined, their breaths rising and falling in unison. Yet, a distinct space devoid of bodies lay between the two groups. The tribe's population had surged overnight from 8 to 18. This was the fruit of victory. Yet it was also a burden. As the population surges, issues concerning sustenance, shelter, and management gradually come to the fore. Lu Yao did not rise immediately. His consciousness sank deep into his mind, reflecting upon the greatest gains from the previous night. Name, Lu Yao. Race, human. Strength, 11. Constitution, 10. Agility, 11. Spirit, 7. Charisma, 11. Divine power, none. Skills, flame manipulation LV1, ice manipulation LV1, sleep induction LV1, basic healing LV1, stag call LV1, cow moo LV1, throwing LV2, rough hide LV2, resistance LV1, sound perception LV1, basic intimidation LV1, bloodlust LV1. Free attribute points, 0. The three fundamental attributes of strength, constitution, and agility had all temporarily reached the limits of a mortal. The enhancement of his spirit attribute rendered his thoughts remarkably lucid, as if the entire world had shed a veil of frosted glass, becoming strikingly transparent. Moreover, the newly acquired ability brought a profound insight to his gaze. Bloodlust LV1, passive skill. When you are injured and bleeding, your strength and speed will experience a slight increase, while your pain perception will be significantly diminished, plunging your mind into a state of mild frenzy. The effect intensifies with the severity of the injury. The divine power of the scarred man had now become his passive skill. However, Lu Yao sensed that, compared to the scarred man, his version of bloodlust seemed to be a diluted variant. Awake, the voice of Yu drifted from beside him. She had long been awake, leaning against the cave wall, her stone spear, which had accompanied her for many years, resting across her lap. Even in the safest of places, she maintained the vigilance of a warrior. Lu Yao nodded and sat up. One by one, the inhabitants of the cave began to awaken. The newly joined members huddled together, gazing at the flickering campfire in the center with expressions filled with uncertainty about the future and fear of the old clan members. Lu Yao rose to his feet and clapped his hands together. The crisp sound drew everyone's attention. All of you come forth. His voice was not loud, but under the influence of basic intimidation, each word resonated clearly in the hearts of the crowd, imbued with an irresistible weight. The newcomers hesitated, exchanging glances, but ultimately, under Snow's guidance, they cautiously approached. From this day forth, you shall be members of our tribe. Lu Yao's gaze swept across the assembly, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. For the sake of effective management, I require someone who can relay my commands and report your circumstances back to me. His eyes finally settled on Snow. Snow, you shall take on this role. Snow was momentarily taken aback, then frantically shook her head, nearly prostrating herself on the ground. No, Lord Lu Yao, I cannot. I am merely a scout. I know nothing, and the others will not heed me. You can. Lu Yao's voice was calm yet resolute. You are the first to choose to trust me and to bring crucial intelligence to the tribe. This merit is sufficient for you to be competent. Moreover, you possess divine power. Snow paused, lifting her gaze to meet Lu Yao's eyes, and behind him, she saw the expectant and dependent glances of her new companions. Taking a deep breath, she firmly pressed her forehead against the cold stone floor. Yes, Lord Lu Yao, I will do my utmost. The first issue was resolved. Mu Hong, with a booming voice, raised the second question. Lu Yao, where will they stay? They cannot continue to crowd in the main cave with us. Perhaps we should let them occupy the adjacent side chamber. It would also allow us to keep an eye on them. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the newcomers turned subtly uneasy. Being treated differently and monitored was not an auspicious sign. Snow's face also reflected embarrassment and anxiety, her newly lifted chest sagging once more. Just as Lu Yao was about to speak, Yu stepped forward. She walked to the center of the group, her icy gaze sweeping across each individual, both old and new. No, the two words were spoken with unyielding finality. Mu Hong was taken aback. Why not? This is the safest option. We do not require such safety. Yu's voice was cold yet radiated an undeniable strength. The tribe is a whole. It is not you versus them. She pointed to Mu Hong and the other old clan members, then gestured towards the anxious newcomers. During the day, everyone shall work and engage together in the main hall. It is only at night, when it is time for rest, that the newcomers shall return to the side chamber. I want you all to remember, once you enter this cave, There is no distinction between new and old. The only differentiation should be based on who contributes more to the tribe. I will not tolerate isolation or the formation of cliques within my tribe. Whoever dares to do so shall be considered an enemy of the tribe. Her words struck each individual like red-hot stones, embedding themselves into their hearts. The newcomer's eyes sparkled with disbelief, while even the old clan members, such as Shur and Lin, displayed contemplative expressions, their gazes towards the newcomers softening considerably. A faint smile curved the corners of Lu Yao's lips. He was transforming from a mere warrior into a visionary leader with true insight and compassion. With Yu's firm stance, the subsequent matters became significantly simpler. Lu Yao swiftly reorganized the tribe's responsibilities in accordance with the newly expanded group. Snow, you will lead the 7 newcomers. Today's primary tasks are twofold. First, gather sufficient firewood from the forest to fill that vacant side chamber. Second, tan all the remaining animal hides we possess. Shur, Lin, you 3 shall teach them how to do it and supervise. This is foundational, yet labor-intensive work. It serves both as an assessment and a means for them to integrate. As he assigned the tasks, Lu Yao's gaze inadvertently fell upon a woman named Yu. Unlike the other newcomers, she exhibited a striking calmness. Her movements were swift and efficient, devoid of any superfluous words. She was an astute woman, yet intelligence can often breed independent thoughts. A sense of caution arose within Lu Yao. As Yu inspected weapons, he approached her and whispered, "Keep a close watch on that woman named Yu." Following his gaze, Yu glanced at her for just a moment before retracting her gaze and nodding. She did not inquire further. She trusted Lu Yao's judgment. That evening, all arrangements were finalized. A new order began to take shape amidst some stumbles, and for the first time, the 18 members of the tribe peacefully slumbered beneath the same roof. The warm glow of the campfire and the sturdy wooden door dispelled all fatigue and anxiety. However, in the dead of night, as everyone succumbed to slumber, a sudden thud echoed through the cave. A resounding and thunderous crash suddenly emanated from the direction of the cave's entrance. The sound was reminiscent of a battering ram striking a door. An enemy attack. Mu Hong was the first to spring up from the ground, his muscular arms seizing a spear as he roared and charged towards the cave entrance. Instantly, everyone was jolted awake, and the atmosphere within the cavern grew tense to an almost unbearable degree. Lu Yao and Yu reacted the fastest. They exchanged a knowing glance, yet both discerned a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. They understood that it was not an enemy. In the far corner of the cave, a white yak, its size nearly rivaling that of an adult ox, innocently swished its tail. It had merely turned around in the cramped space of the cave, resulting in its burgeoning body colliding heavily with the wooden door. Dabai. Lu Yao rubbed his temples. This sweet burden was growing at an alarming rate. The cave could no longer accommodate it. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the survival manual in his mind. A brand new blueprint materialized clearly at his behest. Item: wooden fence. Effect: enclose livestock. Establish a safe zone. Unlock conditions: construct the first segment of the wooden fence. Unlock rewards: 1 free attribute point. Unlock living skill: taming LV1. Your will be more easily understood and accepted by animals, significantly increasing taming success rate and loyalty. Taming LV1. A spark of brilliance suddenly ignited in Lu Yao's eyes. The first step towards the tribe's expansion would commence with this fence. Chapter 54. Wooden fence. Cattle shed. All eyes were fixated on the enormous creature. Dabai. This young highland white yak had already swelled in size to nearly that of an adult ox. Its snow-white coat gleaming, with its horns having developed into 2 formidable curved blades, exuding an aura of primal strength. It seemed utterly oblivious to the chaos it had caused, having merely bumped against the wooden door due to the cramped conditions. At that moment, it gazed at the group of startled humans with its clear, innocent eyes. Mu Hong, spear in hand, looked at the heavy wooden door that was now buzzing from the impact, then back at Dabai, his anger dissipating in an instant, leaving behind a bemused expression. This behemoth was growing far too quickly. As the commotion settled, an urgent problem loomed before everyone. The cave, which served as their sanctuary, could no longer accommodate this rapidly developing divine beast. Lu Yao massaged his temples, contemplating this sweet burden, and a resolution began to form in his mind. It seemed they needed to build Dabai a new home. He clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Today, we shall construct a cattle shed using wooden fences. Wooden fences? Cattle shed? This unfamiliar terminology left everyone, including you, momentarily dumbfounded. Observing their confusion, Lu Yao began to elucidate. Essentially, we will create walls from wood to enclose Dabai, providing him with a home. Among the newly joined members, Jean Z could not help but ask softly, Lord Lu Yao, there are so many of us now, and food is already scarce. Do we really need to expend effort building a house for a single cow? No sooner had he spoken than Shui nervously tugged at his newly donned animal skin garment, signaling him to remain silent. This question echoed the sentiments of many new members. In their past experiences, the status of livestock paled in comparison to that of humans. The idea of dedicating the tribe's resources to serve a single cow seemed an unfathomable waste. Lu Yao was not angered. He sought not blind obedience but rather to fundamentally reshape their perceptions. His gaze swept over Jean Z, then over the faces of all the new members, which were a tapestry of confusion, fear, and hope. The power of basic intimidation quietly activated. It is not an ordinary cow. Lu Yao's tone was calm yet imbued with an enchanting vision of the future. What you see is a home for it. What I see is the future of our tribe. He paused, then pivoted his approach, directly challenging their primal desires with a series of questions. You have also observed that this creature is no ordinary cow. At present, it is merely in its juvenile form. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Juvenile form? It is already this large? War never truly disappears. Dubai's existence is our assurance. If more formidable foes arise in the future, it shall assist us in driving them away. Upon hearing this, Dubai raised its head and let out a proud moo. Moreover, our construction of wooden fences is not solely for Dubai. Understand that only with fences can we tame more animals. Hunting relies on luck. Today we may catch a deer, but tomorrow we could come up empty-handed, leaving our lives in the hands of fate. Lu Yao's voice grew solemn. But taming is different. Today we build a fence for Dubai. In the future we shall construct 10, 100. Let them provide us with milk and wool. This is taming. It is also the first step for our tribe to break free from hunger and march toward strength. His words reverberated like thunder in the minds of all present, enclosing wild beasts, transforming them into a resource. Shui, Amu, Jean Z, and others stared at Lu Yao in disbelief. Everything they had done in the past was merely a struggle for the next meal. Yet Lu Yao was orchestrating a long-term vision. We understand. Shui was the first to respond, bowing deeply to the ground. We shall get to work immediately. Yes, let us build the fence. The enthusiasm of the new members was ignited, and any lingering confusion or hesitation dissipated like mist. You stood quietly by, watching Lu Yao. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Soon, the entire tribe surged forth. Under Lu Yao's guidance, a grand logging operation commenced. Mu Hong and several strong men were tasked with felling the sturdy fir trees, while the others were responsible for dragging and clearing branches. Lu Yao did not permit them to use vines for binding. Instead, he produced a stone axe and began chiseling at the joints of two logs, producing a rhythmic sound. He demonstrated a simple mortise and tenon structure. A concave and a convex joint interlocked seamlessly. As two hefty logs connected without any external support, gasps of astonishment filled the air. This construction method, far beyond their comprehension, once again reshaped their perception of Lu Yao's wisdom. Amid the labor, a woman named Yu once more caught Lu Yao and Yu's attention. She required little explanation from Lu Yao. After merely a single glance, she swiftly grasped the nuances of crafting mortise and tenon joints, even demonstrating the ability to extrapolate and proactively refine the edges of some irregular wooden pieces for a more precise fit. Her movements were nimble and efficient, her demeanor taciturn. Yet her capacity for learning was astonishingly formidable. Yu's gaze narrowed slightly, and her recognition of Lu Yao's earlier admonition deepened. This was undeniably no docile woman. As dusk fell, the setting sun bathed the snow-covered ground in a golden-red hue. Not far from the cave entrance, in a sheltered hollow, a massive wooden enclosure composed of dozens of sturdy logs rose majestically. Lu Yao personally led the great white yak into this enclosure, filling it with a thick bed of dry grass. The yak appeared quite fond of its new abode, nuzzling Lu Yao affectionately before beginning to munch heartily on the hay. At the moment the gate to the enclosure closed, a voice echoed in Lu Yao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully constructing the wooden enclosure. The illustration has been unlocked. Unlock reward, 1 attribute point in freedom, and the skill. Animal Training LV1 has been unlocked. Animal Training LV1, your will shall be more easily understood and accepted by animals, significantly enhancing the success rate of domestication and loyalty. Spirit. Without hesitation, Lu Yao allocated this precious attribute point to Spirit. Spirit, 78. A refreshing sensation swept through his mind instantly, rendering the world remarkably clearer, with his thoughts processing at an accelerated pace. Even the faint sound of the wind rustling through the treetops became acutely perceptible. He turned to face the leisurely grazing yak within the enclosure. Concentrating intently, Lu Yao issued a rather intricate mental command. Stay here, do not wander, and wait for my return. If danger approaches, bellow with all your might. This invisible intent, empowered by Animal Training LV1, transformed into a stream of information transmitted to the yak. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all present, the grazing white yak abruptly ceased its chewing. It lifted its head, its enormous eyes directed toward Lu Yao. Then, with remarkable human-like expression, it emitted a solemn and resonant moo in Lu Yao's direction. Moo! The sound was not loud, yet it brimmed with a sense of affirmation and commitment, akin to the establishment of a vow. This spectacle nearly caused the eyes of all the new members to bulge in disbelief. This esteemed Lu Yao could truly converse with the divine yak. The last remnants of doubt in their hearts dissipated entirely with that moo, transforming into profound reverence. The cohesion of the tribe reached a pinnacle. Yet, no matter how high their morale soared, it could not satiate their hungry bellies. Just as the crowd was still basking in joy, Mu Hong, responsible for procuring food, returned from the icy lake in the west, dragging his weary body alongside Shi and the others. He approached Lu Yao, his expression grim. Lu Yao, today we only caught a dozen fish. Worry filled Mu Hong's voice as he gestured towards the equally despondent group behind him. With 18 of us, if we share, no one will even receive a single fish. This statement extinguished the recently ignited fervor in an instant. A far graver, more pressing issue lay before everyone. The tribe was on the verge of running out of food. Chapter 55. A Vision of the Future. All gazes instinctively converged upon that man, Lu Yao. The original tribe members, including Mu Hong and Yu, had developed an almost blind trust in Lu Yao. While the food shortage was undoubtedly disheartening, they believed that for Lu Yao, it was not an insurmountable dilemma. Snow and the new members behind her also turned their eyes to Lu Yao, though their expressions bore not only reverence but also a hint of uncertain bewilderment. Lu Yao's face revealed no discernible emotion as he refrained from speaking immediately. He bent down, scooping a handful of black soil from the ground. The earth, soaked with moisture amidst the wind and snow, presented a glossy black hue reminiscent of oil. He brought the soil to his nose and inhaled gently. A unique fragrance, emblematic of fertile earth, brightened the depths of his gaze. He had long been aware of the black soil on this mountain. Although uncertain of how long it would take for crops to mature in this world, the richness of this land was, in itself, a source of confidence. Look, Lu Yao opened his palm, displaying the handful of mixed soil and snow to the group. They exchanged perplexed glances, utterly bewildered by his intent. It is soil, Lu Yao stated flatly. In winter, the sources of food diminish. This is an unavoidable natural law. However, if we can endure, once spring arrives, we will be able to hunt more animals and gather more fruits. He paused, infusing his voice with an unusual charm. Moreover, we can use this soil to grow food. Food? This term was utterly foreign to everyone present. Even including you, all displayed expressions of confusion. What is food, Lord Lu Yao? A new member, Jean Zi, mustered the courage to inquire softly. A type of delicious sustenance. Lu Yao's voice was low, reminiscent of reminiscing about a distant flavor. In any case, as long as we can survive this winter, once the ice and snow melt, everything will improve. He painted for them an unprecedented picture. By that time, we can comfortably gather in the warm cave, roasting fires and engaging in conversation, no longer needing to struggle daily against the biting cold. No longer needing to struggle in the cold, to pass the winter in peace. Is this truly possible? Yet, the undeniable conviction on Lu Yao's face compelled them to believe involuntarily. Observing the shift in the crowd's expressions from confusion to yearning, Lu Yao knew that the seeds of hope had been sown. He was acutely aware that such behavior in a previous life would be termed as drawing illusions. Yet, to guide this group, who were striving on the precipice of survival, toward a path called civilization in this brutal primordial world, he must paint this vision, and it must be grand and round. Even if, hypothetically, this black soil proved unfit for cultivation, he possessed alternative means to procure sustenance. However, those methods would entail greater uncertainty. Contemplating this, he abruptly shifted his tone, like cold water splashed on the face, jolting the crowd back to harsh reality. However, that matter is for after spring. Now, we must first resolve the immediate predicament and survive. His gaze swept across the crowd, his eyes as frigid as ice. Starting tomorrow, we will reassign tasks. Lu Yao extended 3 fingers. The tribe is divided into 3 groups. The first group is the fishing team. His gaze fixated on Mu Hong. Led by Mu Hong, Shi and 4 newcomers followed closely. Your task is singular, to fish at the ice lake. Remember, you are the last bastion of sustenance for the tribe. I do not demand a substantial catch, but there must be something brought back every day. We may endure temporary hunger, but we absolutely cannot allow anyone to starve. Charged with this grave responsibility, Mu Hong straightened his chest, the worry on his face replaced by a profound sense of mission, and he bellowed with all his might. Yes, the second group is the hunting team. Lu Yao turned to you beside him. Led by you, Lin and 2 other newcomers accompany her. Your objective is the groundhog of the eastern mountain. The meat of the groundhog serves as a food supplement, but more importantly, their pelts are crucial. Winter has not yet fully descended upon us. We require more animal skin clothing, and even animal skin blankets. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yu's bright, beautiful eyes as she nodded emphatically. The third group is the gathering team. Lu Yao's gaze finally settled on Shui, that woman, possessing an astonishing ability to learn. Led by Shui, together with the remaining newcomers. Your mission is the most complex. He paused momentarily to ensure that everyone was listening attentively. You are to gather everything useful. Sufficient wood for burning and construction, sturdy stones for crafting tools, and flexible vines for binding. Moreover, Lu Yao looked at Shui and added deliberately, go to the water's edge and retrieve as much fine mud as possible. Mud? Shui was taken aback, and the others wore expressions of bewilderment. Lu Yao met their puzzled gazes and introduced a novel concept. We cannot continue to drink icy snowmelt, as it will make us ill during the winter. I intend to use the mud to create vessels capable of holding water over the fire. Vessels for boiling water. This previously unheard term struck the group with astonishment. While everyone was still immersed in Lu Yao's grand vision, he stepped back to stand beside you. He slightly bowed, addressing her with a clear and respectful tone. You are the chieftain. My plan has been presented. What are your thoughts? The newcomers felt a clarion call within, instantly reinforcing their understanding of the tribe's power structure. You gazed deeply at Lu Yao. In her eyes, trust was now accompanied by an unnoticeable hint of softness. She stepped forward, surveying the group. The authority of the chieftain was fully unleashed at that moment. Lu Yao's plan is the tribe's plan. Her voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable resolve. Has everyone understood? Understood. 18 individuals, both new and old, roared with all their might, their voices echoing through the cave. The fear and confusion that had arisen from the shortage of food was utterly crushed and dissipated under Lu Yao's clear planning and Yu's commanding presence. What replaced it was an invigorated spirit and a fervent desire for the future. As Lu Yao observed the transformed scene before him, the tension in his nerves began to ease slightly. A stable power structure and a unified goal for struggle had solidified the foundation for the tribe's ascent to strength. His gaze traversed the crowd, looking toward the cave entrance, still beset by wind and snow. While a fixed cave may offer safety, it also connotes confinement. In his mind, a bolder plan was quietly brewing. Once they endured this winter, and with the arrival of spring, he would construct a true encampment, made of stone and wood. Beyond this cave, an encampment that would belong solely to them. It would be the first landmark of this nascent tribe, standing resolutely in this vast mountainous expanse. The next day, at dawn, before the light of day broke, the cave was already alive with the sounds of its inhabitants. The 18 tribe members, organized according to the previous night's divisions, quickly assembled and prepared to set forth. Mu Hong, leading his fishing team, hefted his sharpened stone spear and carried a woven basket, charging first into the swirling snowstorm. Following closely was the hunting team under Yu's command, with several women moving through the woods like phantoms, soon vanishing into the depths of the eastern forest. Shui, leading the largest gathering team, began a comprehensive search of the snow-covered ground surrounding the cave for all useful resources. Chapter 56. The First Drop of Spring Water. On the second day after the orders were issued, the entire tribe gradually awakened. Mu Hong's fishing team was always the first to venture into the snow before dawn. By sunset, they returned with their baskets. Although the catches had dwindled due to the biting cold, their baskets had never returned empty. The dried fish hanging from the cave walls, smoked to a golden brown by the campfire's smoke, stood in rows, a steadfast reassurance in the hearts of all. Yu's hunting team also frequently returned with spoils. Almost every couple of days, plump game would be brought back to the cave. The pelts, once stripped, were entrusted to the deft hands of he to be tanned. Warm animal skin clothing and thick animal skin blankets allowed every tribe member to indulge in the luxury of furs during the long winter nights. Meanwhile, Shui's gathering team was the busiest presence in the tribe. They scoured everything beneath the snow layers. Piles of firewood formed small mountains, sufficient to sustain the flames in the cave until the ice and snow melted away. Sturdy stones were continuously transported back, and under Lu Yao's guidance, they were crafted into new spearheads, stone axes, and knives, replacing the worn-out tools from their struggles for survival. Inside the cave, Lu Yao's focus shifted entirely. Each day, he would expend some of his energy to perform basic healing spells for the injured tribe members. Shui returned with ample amounts of riverbank soil, fine and moist. Lu Yao grasped a handful, feeling its cold, pliable texture against his palm. The first cornerstone of civilization. What we are going to create is called pottery. As he spoke, Lu Yao mixed the soil with fine sand and water, kneading it repeatedly until the clay became uniform and resilient. He demonstrated to he and you how to shape the clay into bowls. With this, we can boil water and make soup. Boil soup? This entirely new term filled He's large eyes with curiosity and confusion. Yu, beside her, simply observed quietly. She hardly needed Lu Yao to repeat himself. She could replicate each of his actions with ease. Even in the shaping process, her fingers exhibited precision in strength and angle that surpassed Lu Yao, the teacher. The first bowl she crafted was well-shaped, with even thickness, making Lu Yao's own creation seem inferior in comparison. This woman possesses an astounding capacity for learning. However, the first batch of fired pottery was, without exception, a complete failure. The clay bowls placed at the edge of the fire either cracked under drying or exploded violently in the flame's embrace. The newly arrived tribespeople gazed sorrowfully at the precious clay disintegrating into fragments, their faces etched with pain and frustration. However, Lu Yao remained remarkably composed. He understood that this was an inevitable path. Without a kiln and relying solely on the flickering warmth of a campfire, the chances of success were exceedingly slim. Calmly, he picked up a shattered shard of pottery and displayed it to the crowd. Too much moisture in the clay and an overly fierce fire can lead to such outcomes. We shall try again. His voice bore no trace of despondency. Rather, it exuded an unwavering certainty of eventual success. The repeated failures did not diminish the tribe's confidence. In addition to his pottery endeavors, Lu Yao steadfastly went out every day to tend to the great beast. Dabai was growing at an astonishing rate, having transformed into a veritable giant. Its coat, a brilliant white, shimmered in the sunlight, and when it stood still, it resembled a formidable moving mountain. Yet, this colossal creature was gentle in nature, particularly fond of trailing behind Lu Yao like a clingy cat. Each afternoon, during the warmest hours of the day, Lu Yao would take it for a stroll in the woods near the cave. This served as both a respite for Dabai and a chance for Lu Yao to unwind. It was during these leisurely outings that Lu Yao discovered another remarkable ability of Dabai. It possessed an innate sensitivity towards plants. One day, Dabai halted in front of a cluster of low shrubs nearly buried beneath a thick blanket of snow, persistently digging through the snow with its massive horns. Curiously, Lu Yao approached. On the bare branches, he spotted several hard, deep purple fruits frozen in place. He plucked one, feeling the bone-chilling cold seep into his fingertips. Ding! Edible plant discovered. Snowberry. Snowberry. A plant that withstands extreme cold. Its fruits are sweet and sour, rich in energy, and its seeds possess remarkable vitality, suitable for cultivation in harsh, frigid soil. Lu Yao's pupils constricted suddenly. His heart raced. Was this not a crucial element of the grand blueprint he had envisioned for the tribe's future? He immediately gathered all the snowberries, savoring the sweet and sour flesh, and meticulously stored each seed as if it were a precious treasure. From that day forth, tending to Dabai transformed into a treasure hunt. Dabai appeared to revel in this new game, frequently unearthing peculiar items from unexpected corners. Sometimes, it would dig up ice crystals left by vines beneath the snow. Other times, it would uncover roots of trees that could be ground into powder for sustenance. Although the quantities were modest, most were identified by the system as cultivable. Lu Yao categorized these precious seeds into small leather pouches and hung them in the driest chamber of his dwelling. They represented hope, the tribe's pathway to escape a life of primal survival and embrace an agricultural future. Time passed quietly in this bustling and fulfilling rhythm. The harshest phase of winter finally receded. Inside the cave, the massive snow-capped elk meat was nearly consumed, having sustained the tribe during their time of crisis. This colossal beast, which had saved them, had its blood and flesh thoroughly woven into the foundation of this nascent tribe. The end of one era heralded the dawn of another. The snowstorm subsided. The chilling dampness that seemed to seep into one's bones had significantly diminished. The snow outside, basking in the long-awaited sunlight, glimmered with a crystalline sheen, no longer the oppressive, lifeless white. Lu Yao stood at the cave's entrance, extending his hand. A drop of melted snow water fell from the rocky ceiling. Plop! It landed in his palm, cold, yet brimming with vibrant life. He lifted his gaze to the expanse of the azure sky. Turning back, he surveyed the neatly stacked, ample provisions of smoked fish and jerky sufficient to last the tribe over a month. He noticed the tribespeople gathered around the campfire, their faces devoid of hunger and fear, occasionally engaging in quiet laughter and discussing whether they might enjoy a meat broth that evening. A genuine smile finally graced Lu Yao's lips. He inhaled deeply. The breeze, imbued with the essence of melting snow, felt warm for the first time. Spring. At long last it was approaching. Chapter 57. The cost of cooking without salt. Lugu. We can no longer go to the ice lake. Shue's voice trembled slightly as he handled a fish, his movements less deft than usual. I went to take a look yesterday. The ice is starting to melt, with several large cracks forming. I almost stepped through. His gaze towards Lu Yao had shifted from the initial formality of Sir Lu to a warm familiarity and admiration of Lu Gu. This was Lu Yao's preference, as being called Sir felt somewhat odd. Nevertheless, Lu Yao nodded in acknowledgement of the thawing ice. He was not surprised. Spring had arrived as expected. The ice and snow were melting, and everything was reviving. This was the natural order. With the ice lake thawed, does that mean we can no longer fish as we did before? Shue's tone was filled with melancholy and unease. Although they had grown somewhat weary of the fish after days of consumption, the thought of no longer being able to catch them instilled a sense of insecurity. Lu Yao patted his shoulder reassuringly. Fear not. With spring's arrival, our food supply will only increase. Shue recalled Lu Yao's earlier words about cultivating crops and even raising livestock. Could these truly be realized? Lu Yao pushed open the heavy wooden door at the cave's entrance. Warm sunlight enveloped him, dispelling the last remnants of chill within the cave. He casually grabbed a handful of tender new leaves sprouting from the ground and walked towards the nearby enclosure. Moo! Dabai was already waiting there, and upon seeing Lu Yao, its large ears flapped joyfully, emitting a low, happy moo. Dabai had now grown to a staggering size. Standing still, it resembled a small mountain draped in white armor, exuding an overwhelming sense of raw power, its size nearly rivaling that of an elephant Lu Yao had seen at the zoo in his previous life. The original shelter built for it had long since been dismantled. Otherwise, this behemoth would struggle to rise. Lu Yao's gaze fell upon Dabai, and a line of data quietly appeared in his field of vision. Highland White Yak, subadult. Strength, 65. Agility, 21. Constitution, 39. Lu Yao gazed at this formidable attribute panel, unable to suppress a twinge of envy. This was merely a subadult stage. Once it reached full maturity, its strength attribute could potentially surpass the 100 mark. What a terrifying, mobile fortress it would be, traversing the mountains and forests. Since unlocking the taming skill, communication between him and Dabai had become increasingly seamless, deepening the bond between man and beast. He withdrew his thoughts and gazed at the weighty manual of survival that resided in his mind. The gray, unknown illustrated tome stretched endlessly before him, like a vast starry sea awaiting his illumination. At that moment, Yu approached, balancing a coarse earthen bowl in her hands. The bowl contained warm water, gently exhaling wisps of steam. She sipped delicately, her demeanor graceful, her bright eyes shimmering with an enchanting glimmer in the morning light. This was one of the surviving pieces from the first batch of pottery crafted by Lu Yao. Upon unlocking the pottery-making guide, the system rewarded him with 1 point of free attribute. Without a moment's hesitation, he allocated it to mental. Mental. 89. Just then, Mu Hong returned with members of the fishing team, their faces alight with relief. Brother Lu, it's not feasible anymore. The ice is too thin, and we dare not tread upon it, Mu Hong recounted, still shaken. Today's fish were all caught patiently along the edges of the ice. Lu Yao turned his attention to the cave's rock wall, where rows of smoked fish hung abundantly, enough to sustain the tribe for over a month, prompting Mu Hong and the others to pause their fishing efforts for the time being. Next, we shall have more sources of food, Mu Hong said with a hearty smile, scratching his head. To be honest, Brother Lu, I'm starting to tire of these dried fish. No sooner had he spoken than Yu cast him a playful yet reproachful glance. What? Have you forgotten how you nearly swallowed your tongue the first time you caught a fish? Her words were half jest, half a gentle admonition regarding the tribe's attitude towards food. Mu Hong's face flushed crimson, and he laughed awkwardly, hastily changing the subject. I don't know what is happening, but lately, I've been feeling off, empty, and lacking strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Shue, who was nearby, chimed in, me too. I thought I was the only one feeling this way. This revelation stirred a ripple of agreement from several other members, all expressing similar sensations of weakness. Listening to their discussions, Lu Yao furrowed his brow slightly. Weakness and fatigue plagued them all. His gaze swept over the group and then landed on the well-cured jerky. A term, long overlooked by modern society yet crucial in the present context, slowly emerged in his mind. Salt. In the past, the tribe subsisted on raw meat and blood, which contained trace amounts of salt necessary for maintaining bodily functions. However, under his guidance, all game was bled and thoroughly cooked. While this method significantly enhanced the flavor and safety of the meat, it also led to a drastic decrease in salt intake. Prolonged salt deficiency could result in weakness, lethargy, and potentially more severe illnesses, even death. Yet, he could not allow the tribe to regress to the barbaric era of consuming raw flesh. Thus, only one choice remained. Lu Yao's gaze pierced through the crowd, fixating on the distant, snow-capped mountains that rolled majestically in the horizon. We must find a natural source of salt. He turned to the side, where the large white creature, Bai, was quietly munching on tender leaves. Through the ability granted by domestication, a clear thought accompanied by a vivid image was conveyed to Bai. Bai, could you do me a favor? Have you ever encountered a special kind of stone when you were in the mountains? Lu Yao mentally constructed the image of a salt rock, envisioning it covered with a layer of white crystals, the taste of which was uniquely stimulating when licked. Suddenly, Bai paused mid-chew. His large, clear eyes reflected an almost human-like contemplation, as if sifting through an extensive archive of memories. After a brief moment, it lifted its head and emitted a resounding and affirmative moo. It had seen it. Chapter 58. The Chief, 18 years old? Lu Yao held a coarse earthen bowl in one hand and swiftly mounted Bai. Yu's figure was as light as a breeze as she leaped up, landing steadily behind him. Bai's broad back was covered with a thick layer of fur, resembling a moving blanket, warm and secure. It moved with heavy hooves, disregarding its surroundings, leisurely grazing on the fresh, tender branches that peeked out along the path. Yu sat quietly behind Lu Yao, her hands gently resting on Bai's back for balance. The new shoulder cape made from marmot skin clung closely to her form, revealing the athletic and wild curves honed through years of hunting and training. Lu Yao could distinctly feel the warmth and elasticity of her back against him, momentarily disrupting his breathing. Spring has arrived, bringing forth the revival of life? The thought flickered through Lu Yao's mind, which he quickly rationalized through his understanding of physics. It must be thermal expansion and contraction. Yes, that must be it. What exactly is this salt you speak of? Yu's voice floated from behind, warm and imbued with pure curiosity. She had listened to Lu Yao's explanation regarding the cause of the tribe's fatigue, lack of salt. In this world, many things are as vital as food and water. Feeling the gentle mountain breeze, Lu Yao spoke steadily. However, without water, a person will perish in 3 days. Without food, perhaps 7. But the absence of salt may extend over a long duration, possibly 50 days or even 100, yet the conclusion remains the same, death. He paused, adding a concluding remark. Salt is one of the essentials for our survival. Yu fell into contemplation. She was far more astute than Lu Yao had imagined, almost instantly grasping the underlying principle. I understand now, her voice carried a hint of realization. When we were on the grasslands, my father indeed mentioned that even if we ate cooked food every meal, we still needed to drink some animal blood regularly. He said it was a tradition passed down by our ancestors, vital to maintaining our strength. For the first time, Yu's voice revealed a genuine understanding of ancient traditions. So, what we were consuming was not merely blood, but the salt you spoke of. Exactly, Lu Yao affirmed with a nod of approval. Your father is a man of great wisdom. The smile at the corner of Yu's lips brightened with a heartfelt pride. Her laughter was lovely, no longer the usual cool demeanor, but rather infused with a youthful exuberance. After a moment of silence, she suddenly spoke softly. That woman named Yu seems to have developed a good relationship with he. Lu Yao responded with an Yu is a clever individual, he remarked calmly. She knows what she requires and how to achieve it. Sometimes, wisdom itself is a power more formidable than divine strength. Yu nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly resonating with Lu Yao's perspective. She casually plucked an unknown red berry from a passing bush and popped it into her mouth, the sweet and sour juice causing her to comfortably squint her eyes. However, she mumbled, recalling the words spoken by the scarred face before his demise, which her father had also mentioned. Divine power, it seemed, could be devoured. This term instantly tightened Lu Yao's thoughts. He uttered an "oh" without turning back, gesturing calmly for her to continue. Father said that even if one possessed divine power, the intensity varied greatly among individuals. Yu strained to recall her father's words, as if piecing together those vague fragments in her mind. Lu Yao felt puzzled, But the types of divine power differ fundamentally. Some are combat-oriented, while others, like Mu Hong, are pure strength, and then there are those like Shui who manipulate airflow. How could one compare their strengths? You shook her head. I am also unclear about the specific distinctions. But Father provided examples. He said my divine power is exceptionally strong, but it has yet to awaken fully. Lu Yao's eyebrows involuntarily raised. This was the first time he had heard you speak of her divine power unprompted. Suppressing the tumult within, he smoothly inquired. So, what exactly is your divine power, chieftain? You fell silent. This silence lingered longer than any prior. She seemed to be organizing her thoughts. Eventually, she leaned forward, her body drawing nearer, her warm breath almost brushing against Lu Yao's ear. I call it, her voice soft yet imbued with an inherent pride, the power of all beings. The leaping of rabbits, the strength of tigers, the speed of leopards, even the ability of fish to breathe underwater. As long as I have seen and understood them, I can briefly possess their strength. Lu Yao's mind momentarily short-circuited. This ability was nothing short of a glitch. The tribe that had once driven them from the vast grasslands. Their chieftain bore a similarly formidable divine power. Yu's tone turned somber, laced with an indelible hatred and fear. His divine power was also strength, but entirely different from Mu Hong's. With a single punch, he had slain another warrior from our tribe who possessed a strength-based divine power. Lu Yao sensed the weight of this topic and was about to shift the conversation when you abruptly lifted her head, her clear eyes seemingly penetrating his shoulder, gazing directly into his soul. However, I now believe that your divine power surpasses that of that individual. Her words came without a hint of hesitation. Lu Yao could only respond with a wry smile. He possessed no divine power, merely acting as a purveyor of knowledge. He then asked, You mentioned that your divine power has yet to fully awaken. What does that mean? You are unaware? You looked at him with a hint of surprise. Divine power is only considered fully awakened around the age of 20, truly unleashing its full potential. Some particularly potent divine powers may not fully awaken until 23 or 24. So that's how it is. Much like skills in a game, bound by levels and proficiency. Lu Yao gazed at Yu's exquisitely radiant face under the sunlight, her eyes reflecting both the brilliance of youth and a maturity that seemed out of place for her age. He suddenly asked impulsively, So, how old are you this year? This question left Yu momentarily stunned. She blinked, and for the first time, her usually cool or authoritative eyes revealed a glimmer of pure bewilderment typical of her age. She answered matter-of-factly, I am 18. Lu Yao felt his worldview gently shattered by this statement. 18? The one who led her tribe through peril in the snowy wilderness. The one who commanded respect and instilled fear in all who had just discussed survival and death with him, was merely 18? As they exchanged banter, half a day had passed. The immense form of the great white ox finally came to a gradual halt. They had arrived at a mountainside on the northern slope, where jagged rocks loomed and vegetation grew sparse. Moo! The great white ox emitted a low moo towards a massive, dark red rock ahead. Lu Yao was taken aback, then swiftly dismounted. They had reached their destination. Chapter 59. Potatoes, Agricultural Civilization. Lu Yao's gaze fixated on the enormous dark red rock before him. The surface was rough, riddled with deep cracks born of time's erosion. Within those jagged crevices lay a thin layer of white crystals. Under the sunlight, they sparkled with a fragmented yet enchanting radiance. Ding! Discovered natural mineral. Salt crystal. Salt crystal. A naturally occurring crystalline salt formed through geological movements, rich in various minerals, can be consumed directly, an indispensable substance for life activities. Indeed, it is salt. The corners of Lu Yao's mouth could no longer suppress their upward curve. With this, the greatest health hazard for the tribe would be alleviated. He reached out, carefully scraping some crystals from the stone crevice, rolling them between his fingertips. The texture was delicate and dry. Yu, curious, leaned closer. She mimicked Lu Yao's actions, dipping her slender fingers into the white powder, first placing it near her nose to inhale. A peculiar aroma, a blend of minerals and earth, filled her nostrils. Tentatively, she extended her rosy tongue to taste it. In the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. An intense flavor she had never experienced before exploded on her palate. Salty, bitter, yet carrying an indescribable deliciousness. Is this salt? She looked up, her usually clear eyes now brimming with astonishment and wonder. Yes, Lu Yao confirmed with a smile, this is salt. That evening, the two returned laden with their bounty. The great white ox bore 4 heavy coarse pottery bowls, brimming with the white salt crystals scraped from the rock. Upon returning to the cave entrance, the flickering firelight illuminated each tribe member's face. All eyes were riveted on the unfamiliar white powder in those bowls, filled with confusion and curiosity. Over the fire, a plump marmot sizzled, the fat dripping and bursting into rich, meaty aromas. Lu Yao approached the fire, grabbing a handful of salt crystals and decisively sprinkling them over the golden-brown marmot meat. The white crystals melted instantly upon contact with the heat. They seemed to possess a life of their own, swiftly penetrating every fiber of the meat. Boom! A scent even more overpowering than before silently enveloped the entire cave. Gulp! Everyone instinctively swallowed. As the first piece of salt-encrusted roasted meat was placed into Mu Hong's hands, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. Yet, the tantalizing aroma that wafted into his nostrils, akin to an invisible hand, seized his reason. He tore off a sizable chunk of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. After just a few chews, Mu Hong's actions abruptly halted. His large, copper-ringed eyes widened in astonishment. The meat remained the same, yet the flavor had undergone a remarkable transformation. The inherent savoriness of the meat was fully awakened, and the unique salty umami perfectly countered the richness of the fat, turning each bite into an exquisite pleasure that surged straight to the crown of his head. So delicious, absolutely divine. Mu Hong bellowed incoherently, devouring the large piece of meat in mere bites, his eyes ablaze with a primal yearning as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Yao. Could eating this restore their strength? He asked eagerly while gobbling down the meat. Lu Yao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, after a few days of feasting, everyone's strength would return. Oh, how the entire tribe erupted with excitement. Without a trace of hesitation, the people surged toward the bonfire, eagerly sharing the salt-laden roasted meat. In an instant, the cave was filled only with the sounds of satisfied chewing and uncontainable, sob-like exclamations of admiration. Witnessing the genuine joy radiating from his kin, Lu Yao felt an immense sense of accomplishment swell within him. After dinner, the tribe gathered around the bonfire, fatigue swept away, their faces glowing with contentment. You quietly tugged at Lu Yao's clothing, leading him to a secluded corner at the cave entrance. The evening breeze was cool, brushing against their faces. When can we begin the planting you mentioned? She asked, looking up at Lu Yao, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Lu Yao's gaze drifted beyond her, surveying the gentle hillside outside the cave. The snow had melted, revealing the moist and fertile black soil beneath. The time had come. Right now. Lu Yao's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable strength. Let's get to work. He turned and returned to his living quarters, carefully retrieving several small pouches wrapped in animal hides. These were the treasures he had accumulated during this period. As he displayed the seeds of blood peaches, fragrant pears, citrus fruits, and various unknown fruit kernels before everyone, confusion once again clouded their faces. If we plant them in the soil, in a few months we shall have fruit trees and endless fruits. Lu Yao's voice resonated in every ear. Under his direction, the entire tribe was mobilized. Stone axes and wooden sticks broke open the slumbering earth, and in the glow of the bonfire, the people reverently buried each seed, symbolizing their future, into the moist soil. This land marked the tribe's very first field. You also planted a blood peach seed with her own hands. As she gazed at the soil, her eyes sparkled with dreams of the future. But Lu Gu, you said it would take a few months for these fruit trees to grow? Came the voice of Shui. So during those months, won't we only be able to hunt groundhogs? Lu Yao shook his head and pulled out two items from his pocket. The surfaces of these two objects were a yellowish brown, and tiny green shoots had stubbornly emerged from them. You noticed what he held and curiously asked, "What are these?" Lu Yao smiled, cradling them in his palm with a gentleness as if holding two rare treasures. These are what Dabai found, initially intended as a snack. I coaxed and tricked him into relinquishing them from his mouth. He raised the two sprouted potatoes, scanning the hopeful faces illuminated by the bonfire. Potatoes. They are easy to cultivate, have a short harvest cycle, are rich in nutrition, and resilient. More importantly, this stable crop that can be consistently cultivated and harvested marks the beginning of the tribe's journey into agricultural civilization. When I promised not to let anyone go hungry, my confidence stemmed from these. Lu Yao's voice resonated with an unprecedented assurance and conviction. With these, he paused, his voice cutting through the night air word by word. We shall never have to worry about food again. Chapter 60. The Triceratops Family. The night receded. The first light of dawn pierced through the clouds, casting a soft golden hue upon the newly awakened world. Within the cave, most of the tribe remained in slumber, their faces adorned with the satisfaction of a hearty meal of salt-roasted meat. Yet Lu Yao was already awake. Sound sleep LV1 rendered his nightly rest exceedingly efficient, allowing him to rise refreshed, with a clarity of thought unparalleled. Sitting cross-legged on his animal skin bed, he began to sketch a new blueprint in his mind. The potatoes had been planted, but the primitive farming methods were woefully inefficient. Tilling the earth with stone axes and wooden sticks consumed time and energy, and the depth of cultivation was far from adequate. He needed a tool. Plow. Lu Yao silently repeated this ancient term in his mind. A Y-shaped hardwood, sharpened at the bottom, paired with a horizontal beam that could be pressed down with one south foot to drive the wooden tip deep into the soil. Simple yet effective. This is how farming should be. As he immersed himself in visions of the future, the soft sound of Yu's footsteps approached the cave entrance. She had returned from her rounds, bearing the morning chill upon her. Dabai has wandered off again. Yu's tone was calm. The tribe had long grown accustomed to Dabai's frequent disappearances. The increasingly massive white yak seemed to regard the entire forest as its personal playground, wandering off to graze at leisure before ambling back when satiated. Lu Yao nodded, not particularly concerned. He was about to share his plow concept with Yu, asking her to arrange for the search of suitable timber, when a peculiar crackling sound suddenly echoed from outside the cave. The sound was faint, reminiscent of some creature gnawing on crisp plant roots. Yu's expression sharpened instantly. Mu Hong also heard the noise and swiftly grasped his spear, his taut muscles coiling like a spring, ready for confrontation. Lu Yao raised a hand to signal for silence, stealthily moving towards the wooden door at the cave entrance, peering through the crack to glimpse outside. Just one glance, and his breath hitched for a moment. Outside the entrance, in the very field where they had sown all their hopes, several unfamiliar figures emerged, one large and three small. Their sizes were not particularly vast, with the largest barely reaching shoulder height of an adult, yet their shapes were strikingly peculiar. Covered in thick grayish-brown carapaces, their heads bore three short, sturdy bony spikes. They resembled diminutive versions of some prehistoric behemoth. At that moment, the largest triceratops lowered its head, curiously prodding the freshly disturbed, soft earth where the potatoes had just been planted, seemingly intrigued by the scent of the newly turned soil. Behind him, the three little creatures had already opened their mouths, ready to gnaw at a tender sprout that had just emerged nearby. That was the fruit tree seed they had planted. Stop! Lu Yao exclaimed sharply, halting Mu Hong, who was poised to rush out. Almost simultaneously, the alert sound of the survival manual echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected level 1 creature. Triceratops. Triceratops. Herbivorous creature. Gentle in nature. The bony plates on its back naturally shed as it grows, and their tough texture makes them excellent material for crafting primitive armor. Armor. Lu Yao's eyes suddenly sparkled. Although the tribe members had acquired spears and shields, their bodily protection remained inadequate. Against the claws and fangs of wild beasts, the defense of leather garments was nearly non-existent. These triceratops were essentially walking bundles of materials. Just as the little triceratops were about to take a bite, Lu Yao wasted no time, flung open the wooden door, and strode out. His actions startled Yu and Mu Hong behind him. The adult triceratops was also startled by the sound of the door, raising its head warily, exhaling 2 puffs of white vapor from its nostrils, and pointing its bony horn at Lu Yao with a low, threatening growl. Yet, there was no trace of fear on Lu Yao's face. Meeting the triceratops's vigilant gaze, he slowly extended his hand and walked directly towards the largest one. Lu Yao, Shui and Yu exclaimed in unison. Nevertheless, Lu Yao's footsteps did not falter. Under the suffocating gaze of everyone, his palm gently and steadily pressed against the rough, hard bony plate atop the adult triceratops's head. Ding! Contact with level 1 creature Triceratops has unlocked the life skill. Dragon Roar LV1. Dragon Roar LV1. You can communicate simple emotions and intentions with Triceratops-like creatures through a special tone. It worked. A peculiar sensation coursed from his palm into Lu Yao's mind. He could distinctly sense the Triceratops's emotions. Vigilance, hunger, yet with little hostility. Lu Yao emitted a series of strange, deep syllables from his throat. In response, the previously cautious adult Triceratops gradually lowered its horn, tilted its head, confusion flickering in its enormous eyes. Lu Yao uttered another series of syllables, simultaneously pointing at the few uprooted potatoes and shaking his head vigorously, wearing a serious expression. Then, he gestured towards the dense fir forest at the foot of the distant slope. These cannot be eaten. There is food. Simple intentions were clearly conveyed through Dragon Roar. The Triceratops leader blinked, then lowered its head to sniff the potatoes exuding the scent of earth, seemingly confirming whether they were edible. Seeing this, Lu Yao promptly returned to the cave and fetched a large bundle of fresh fir needles from the food storage prepared for Dubai. He placed the needles before the Triceratops. The leader hesitated momentarily, extended its tongue to taste, and then began to chew heartily, producing satisfying crunching sounds. The three little ones immediately surrounded it, clamoring for food. Seizing the moment, Lu Yao once again communicated with the Triceratops leader using Dragon Roar. He gestured and spoke, promising that as long as they did not damage this plot of land, once the saplings grew and bore fruit, they would be able to eat to their fill. After finishing the bundle of fir needles, the Triceratops, having just awakened from hibernation and famished, finally filled its belly for the time being. The leader cast a deep glance at Lu Yao, then looked at the freshly turned soil before emitting a low growl, leading the three little ones to leisurely depart. Thus, a crisis was averted. It was only when the Triceratops's figures disappeared into the woods that Mu Hong and the others let out a long sigh of relief. Spring had arrived, and not just for the Triceratops. His gaze swept over everyone. All hibernating beasts would awaken, and in search of food, they could appear anywhere. Our current defenses are insufficient. Indeed, today it was the docile Triceratops. What about tomorrow, if it were a pack of wolves or a giant bear? Although the tribe's combat capability had significantly improved, combat inevitably incurs casualties, something everyone wished to avoid. Lu Yao turned and looked at the survival manual. Blueprint. Wooden wall. Description. Constructed with tightly arranged sturdy wooden stakes, it forms a defense strong enough to withstand the assaults of medium to small-sized beasts. It serves as the first line of safety for the settlement. Unlock conditions. Completion of construction. Unlock rewards. 1 free attribute point. New skill. Barrier LV1. This is it. From today onward, Shui, you and your group, set aside your current tasks. We are going to build a wall. Shui nodded in agreement. As evening approached and the tribe began planning to dig the foundation on the hillside and prepare lumber, a familiar and leisurely figure appeared at the foot of the slope. It was Dubai. Striding with an air of nonchalance, chewing on an unknown plant, it returned at a leisurely pace. However, trailing behind it were 4 sneaky little tails, the very family of 4 Triceratops from this morning. They seemed to find the environment here quite agreeable, and that bipedal creature was remarkably generous, so they had followed Dubai back. From their demeanor, it appeared they intended to settle down here, making themselves at home. Chapter 61. The First Territory. Divine power reigns over the land. Before dawn, the morning light barely pierced through the distant mountain peaks. Lu Yao stood at the cave entrance, the cold wind stirring the edges of his animal skin attire. In his hand, he grasped a charcoal pencil that had cooled after being burned, and descended the slope to personally delineate the boundaries on the flat ground. It formed a massive rectangular outline, encompassing the cave, the newly cultivated fields, and an area spacious enough for 100 people to run and play, marking the future core zone of the tribe, spanning over 300 square meters. Everyone, dig along this line. Lu Yao's voice resonated through the chilly morning air, steady and imbued with an unwavering resolve. How deep should we dig? Mu Hong, wielding a newly polished stone axe, inquired, his voice rumbling like thunder in his throat. 1 meter. Lu Yao raised a finger. Jin Zi's brow immediately furrowed as he knocked on the hard ground beneath his feet, producing a sharp sound. 1 meter. Lu Gu, this frozen earth is harder than stone. How long will it take to dig? His question echoed the thoughts of all present. Working the frozen ground at the onset of spring was a grueling task. Lu Yao's gaze fell upon Jin Zi, calm as still water. Jin Zi, what are we building the wall for? To fend off wild beasts. Jin Zi replied without hesitation. Indeed, but it is far from merely that, Lu Yao replied, shaking his head. This wall, today, serves to fend off the claws of beasts. Yet tomorrow, it may be tasked with repelling the stone axes of our foes. Should the foundation be insufficiently deep, a few wild boars could easily overturn it. And what if we face an adversary like the scarred-faced man? Lu Yao's voice lowered, yet it struck each heart like a heavy hammer. They could even kick our wall down. At that point, even if we triumph, what of the lives lost? What meaning does victory hold for them? These words silenced the murmurs that had filled the air, leaving only the sound of the wind. Mu Hong, in silence, nodded gravely. He ceased to inquire further and turned to the dark line, becoming the first to raise the stone axe. With all his strength, he brought the axe down forcefully upon the hard ground. Under the grand vision painted by Lu Yao and the stark reality, the entire tribe erupted with remarkable resolve. The division of labor was swiftly accomplished. Mu Hong, the embodiment of strength within the tribe, led the majority of the men, including Shui, Amu, and Jin Zi, to form the most arduous gathering team. They ventured deep into the mountains, seeking straight and resilient cedar trees. Amidst the forest, only the sounds of chopping thud, thud, and the heavy, repressed breaths of men remained. The dexterous he and the wise Yu took charge of another crucial task, guiding the other spirited sons and daughters of the tribe. They wove sturdy ropes, as thick as a thumb, from the newly gathered flexible vines, preparing to bind the wall structure. Meanwhile, Lu Yao remained at the center, personally overseeing the most critical procedure of processing the wooden stakes. As massive logs, requiring 2 men to embrace, were transported back to the camp, he extended his palm. Whoosh! The azure flames danced in his hand, akin to a compliant fire serpent, precisely licking each piece of wood. The even carbonization not only augmented the stakes' hardness, but also endowed them with properties of preservation and resistance to pests, ensuring that this wall would stand for decades. The construction of the tribe was in full swing. Yet, the scenery down the hill was entirely different. Debayich, now crowned the king of children, roamed the woods daily with a family of 4 ceratopsians. The ceratopsian family obediently followed him, as if a band of endearing little brothers. At times, Debayich would even use his massive head to deliberately snap off some ferns, the ceratopsians' favorite delicacy, then bellow a low call, signaling them to come feast. This warm yet amusing scene became the best reprieve for the tribe amid their arduous labor. The woman named Yu was truly astute. During a break, Yu approached Lu Yao and spoke in hushed tones. Following her gaze, Lu Yao observed the critical juncture where the horizontal beams were being laboriously bound to the vertical posts with vine ropes, yet the structure remained insufficiently stable. Yu merely watched for a moment before identifying the issue at hand. She even proactively suggested to Lu Yao that they could carve grooves into the posts, allowing the horizontal beams to interlock and then be secured with ropes. This approach would not only conserve a significant amount of vines but also enhance the structural stability several-fold, forming the perfect prototype of a mortise and tenon joint. Lu Yao immediately adopted her suggestion, with results that were instantly evident. His curiosity about this woman deepened. Her wisdom and insight, surpassing the bounds of her era, were no less than those of an ordinary member of a primitive tribe. 3 days. A full 3 days of toil. When the final carbonized stake was driven into the foundation's trench with the roars of a dozen men, a magnificent wall, towering to 1.5 men high and composed of hundreds of tightly interlinked wooden stakes, finally came together. It stood silently upon the hillside, like a colossal giant, firmly cradling the entire tribe's camp within its embrace, exuding a reassuring and substantial aura. Ding! Illustration. Wooden wall. Unlocked. You have constructed the first settlement with defensive fortifications, deepening your understanding of territorial concepts. Reward: 1 free attribute point. New skill. Barrier LV1. The familiar notification echoed in Lu Yao's mind. Without hesitation, he allocated that precious point of free attribute to Spirit. Spirit? 910, human limit. Boom! In that instant of allocation, Lu Yao felt as if his brain had been pierced by a cool bolt of lightning. The entire world was utterly reconstructed in his perception. Name: Lu Yao. Race: human. Strength: 11. Constitution: 10. Agility: 11. Spirit: 10. Charm: 11. Divine power: none. Skills: Flame manipulation LV1, Freezing LV1, Sleep LV1, Basic healing LV1, Deer call LV1, Cow moo LV1, Throwing LV2, Rough skin LV2, Resistance LV1, Sound perception LV1, Basic intimidation LV1, Bloodlust LV1, Dragon roar LV1, Barrier LV1. Free attribute points: 0. Thus, his 4 fundamental attributes, strength, constitution, agility, and spirit, had all reached or surpassed the 10-point threshold. This signified that his bodily capabilities had finally attained the true limits of humanity. The clarity of the feedback from achieving a spirit level of 10 was unmistakable. Lu Yao felt his thought processes accelerating to an astonishing degree, with chaotic notions no longer disordered, but rather flowing like clear streams of data that he easily captured and organized. He could hear the faint sound of a squirrel gnawing on a pine cone 50 meters beyond the wall, the delicate scraping of its teeth against the shell. He could see, 100 meters away, a leaf trembling ever so slightly upon the treetop, stirred by the gentle caress of the wind, suppressing the tumultuous waves within. Lu Yao focused his attention on the newly acquired skill. The barrier LV1 creates a temporary invisible energy barrier within a designated area, maximum 10 square meters, for 10 seconds, capable of withstanding pure physical impacts not exceeding 100 kilograms. Cooldown time: 24 hours. A purely defensive skill. while it carries numerous limitations, in critical moments, could be a matter of life and death. All fatigue was washed away in an instant by the exhilaration of heightened spirit. Lu Yao took a deep breath, exerted his legs, and leaped onto the freshly completed wall with the grace of a monkey. He stood atop, surveying below. Every face was smeared with dirt, yet each pair of eyes sparkled with joy. Mu Hong Yu Shui He Yu. Children, men, women, new tribesmen, old tribesmen. All gazes converged upon him, filled with exhaustion, joy, and an ardent reverence and expectation. Lu Yao spread his arms wide, stretching lazily, as the bones in his body emitted a series of crisp cracks. His voice traversed the winds that swept through the mountains, resonating in the ears of every clansman. From this day forth, within these walls lies our territory. A fleeting silence enveloped the air. In the next moment, a thunderous howl erupted, a cacophony of cheers soaring skyward, reverberating through the valleys and startling countless birds into flight. At that very instant, an ancient and grand voice echoed deep within Lu Yao's soul. Detected hosts' bodily functions have transcended mortal limitations, and the concept of territory has been established for the first time, significantly advancing the course of civilization. Divinity begins to sprout. Divine power awakens. Rate of land LV1. Lu Yao's pupils constricted sharply. Divine power. Chapter 62. Special variety of potatoes. Ready in 3 days, one at a time. As the last sturdy log was firmly pounded into the earth, the tribe's first line of defense, a humble yet resilient wooden barrier, was finally completed. It enclosed the cave and the newly cultivated land before them, marking out a true sanctuary that belonged to them. In that moment, an unprecedented system notification reverberated in Lu Yao's mind. Ding! Detected the formation of tribal territorial consciousness. The camp has begun to take shape. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the unique divine power. Rate of land LV1. Lu Yao's heart constricted violently. This was not merely a skill. It was divine power. He immediately focused his mind, directing his gaze to the newly revealed entry. Rate of land LV1. Under heaven all lands belong to the king. Within your territory, your majesty and strength shall be met with the land's response. Strength 5, agility 5, constitution 5, spirit 5. The moment the words fell, a tremendous warmth surged from the earth beneath him, coursing through his body. This was no ordinary enhancement of power. Lu Yao experienced a peculiar illusion, as though the land enclosed by the wooden barrier had become an extension of his own being. He clenched his fist, the joints cracking with a series of sharp sounds. An overwhelming sensation of strength surged forth, akin to an instantaneous increase of 5 points in power. Lu Yao opened his attribute panel. Within the territory defined by the wooden barrier, a prominent 5 appeared next to each of his 4 basic attributes. An astonishing increase of 20 points in attributes. This was divine power, awakened by the system in response to his establishment of the camp and formation of territory. It was a true manifestation of power, born from nothing, uniquely his own. Name, Lu Yao. Race, human. Strength, 11, 5. Constitution, 10, 5. Agility, 11, 5. Spirit, 10, 5. Charm, 11. Divine power. Rate of land LV1. Skills. Ember technique LV1. Freeze technique LV1. Sleep LV1. Basic healing LV1. Deer call LV1. Cow moo LV1. Throwing technique LV2. Rough skin LV2. Resistance LV1. Sound perception LV1. Basic intimidation LV1. Bloodthirst LV1. Dragon roar LV1. Barrier LV1. Free attribute points. 0. This panel was undeniably splendid. Lu Yao's thoughts returned to the present. He gazed at the wooden wall forged by the collective effort of his clansmen. Approximately 300 square meters of space, nestled against the mountains, formed a semicircular camp. The cave served as their nest, while the camp's entrance was adjacent to the cowshed, with the gentle giant serving as their gatekeeper. Perhaps, in the future, they could construct actual wooden houses and watchtowers within. Lugu, we have walls now. Shui caressed the rough logs, her voice trembling with barely contained emotion. For those who had once been displaced, struggling to survive in the wilderness, a wall represented more than just a barrier against beasts. It also stood as a division from the past, those days and nights shrouded in fear and uncertainty. Lu Yao nodded, his gaze drifting over the others, resting upon the freshly turned black soil within the enclosure. Potatoes. In just a day, the tubers he had buried had already sprouted tender green shoots, defiantly stretching their delicate leaves. According to the survival manual, This special variety of potato had an exceptionally shortened growth cycle. From sprouting to harvest, it took less than 3 days. The only drawback was that each plant yielded only a single tuber. But that was sufficient. For a tribe in dire need of sustenance, nothing was more crucial than the rapid turnover of resources. Ahu! Mu Hong strode in, carrying 2 groundhogs impaled by his spear, his face alight with the joy of a successful hunt. Lu Go, we had good luck today. Lu Yao accepted the catch, though his brow furrowed slightly. Only 4 groundhogs remained in the cave's stored provisions. It had taken Mu Hong 3 men and a good part of the day to procure these 2. With spring's arrival, the groundhogs' range had expanded, significantly diminishing their hunting efficiency. The manpower expended was excessive, yet the returns were unstable. If this continued, the tribe would inevitably fall into hardship. At that moment, a gray rabbit poked its head curiously from the nearby grass, eyeing the newly erected wooden wall with caution. It twitched its nose, then darted back into the underbrush. Lu Yao's eyes brightened suddenly. Groundhogs were elusive, but what about rabbits or wild chickens? They were abundant in the mountains, with their numbers vast. If only there could be an efficient hunting method that didn't require extensive manpower traps. A series of intricate and lethal trap designs materialized in his mind: snares, pressure stones, animal traps. 2 days later, dawn broke in all its glory. The entire tribe paused their labors, gathering spontaneously around the small potato patch. Each face bore a complex expression of anticipation, tension, and skepticism. Lu Gu, will this really work? Shui crouched on the ground, gazing at the potato seedlings that had grown to half a foot tall, lush and verdant, unable to restrain her voice. A tuber buried in the soil can grow anew in 3 days? This far exceeds our understanding. Lu Yao remained silent, merely smiling as he picked up a nearby wooden spade, aiming it at the sturdiest potato seedling, and deftly began to dig. The moist black earth was turned over. Everyone held their breath, fixated on Lu Yao's movements. The wooden spade loosened the soil, and Lu Yao reached in, feeling around below. Moments later, he slowly extracted a cluster of roots from the earth. Among the tangled roots was a round, golden potato. The object was not large, slightly smaller than Lu Yao's fist, its surface still coated with fresh soil. Yet, it stood there, remarkably, before everyone's eyes. A collective gasp of astonishment resonated through the crowd. Lu Yao raised the newly unearthed potato high, basking in the morning sun. Its exterior was unadorned, yet it refracted a golden halo in the sunlight. This was not merely a potato. It was the first cornerstone for this tribe's escape from hunger and their march towards civilization. Chapter 63. The cultivation of potatoes. Treasures abound in the forest. The crowd's cheers eventually subsided, yet the fervent joy continued to flicker in the depths of their eyes. This soil-stained potato had utterly shattered their anxieties regarding sustenance. Lu Yao handed the potato to He, the young girl, who washed it meticulously with clean water. Soon, the first batch of over 30 potatoes emerged from the earth. They were solemnly arranged on a clean groundhog pelt, the sunlight bestowing upon them a layer of rustic brilliance. Mu Hong's Adam's apple bobbed violently. He could almost taste the soft, sweet flavor of the roasted delicacy. Are we going to eat them all? His voice trembled with an unrecognized yearning. Lu Yao smiled. Of course we will eat. He bent down, picked up the largest potato, gauging its weight in his hand, then selected 5 others that were equally round and plump. Yet, these 6 were not meant for consumption. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Brother Lu, why not? Jinzi scratched his head in confusion. These look the best. Lu Yao's gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately resting on the 6 potatoes he had chosen. He offered no explanation, but instead posed a question through his actions. Why? A cool voice interjected. You had approached without anyone noticing. She picked up an ordinary potato and then one chosen by Lu Yao, placing them side by side in her palm. The size and weight were starkly evident. The tribespeople followed her movements and fell silent. But what did this signify? In their world, the harvest was left to fate. Food varied in quality, relying solely on luck. A glimmer of contemplation illuminated Yu's eyes as she raised her head, locking her gaze with Lu Yao's. Is it because the roots from which they sprang are inherently superior? Her tone was both inquisitive and resolute. A subtle smile graced Lu Yao's lips as he nodded emphatically. Indeed, only the finest seeds can yield the best fruits. By retaining the best from this harvest, we aim for a future where we can enjoy more and better potatoes. He took a sharp bone knife and skillfully divided a large potato into 5 segments, each bearing eye buds, ready to be replanted. As long as we persist through generations, our potatoes will grow increasingly plump, and yields will soar. This is called survival of the fittest. The phrase survival of the fittest seemed to possess a certain magic, striking deep into Yu's mind. She understood in an instant. This wasn't merely about potatoes. It was a principle, a rule that could liberate the tribe from ignorance and lead them to strength, retaining the best while discarding the weaker, whether it be potatoes, weapons, or perhaps people. Yu's heart tightened sharply. But should people be subjected to survival of the fittest? Or was she overthinking? She shook her head, dismissing the thought. The remaining potatoes became the centerpiece of the tribe's grandest feast that evening. As the salt-crusted roasted potatoes were distributed into everyone's hands, the intense warmth, the tantalizing aroma, and the tender, melt-in-the-mouth texture filled the cave with heartfelt praise and satisfaction. The potatoes had resolved the tribe's immediate food scarcity, yet the looming shortage of meat remained an ever-present shadow. The following day, Lu Yao, accompanied by Mu Hong, delved into the forest. "Brother Lu, is this it?" Mu Hong gazed skeptically at the rudimentary contraption Lu Yao had fashioned from vines and sticks. "This seems far too flimsy. Even a rabbit could easily dislodge it." "It's a trial worth undertaking," Lu Yao urged, clapping his hands, though uncertainty gnawed at him as well. These traps were cobbled together from fragmented knowledge buried deep within his memory. A resilient branch bent by brute force, a fragile balancing mechanism made from slender sticks, a noose concealed beneath fallen leaves. The theory was robust, yet the animals of this world were endowed with extraordinary strength and size. Most critically, when he completed the first trap, his mind fell into silence. No diagrams unlocked, no system rewards. This implied either the trap was too simple to catch the system's eye, or the system did not recognize it as a trap at all. No more pondering. He would set more traps, and surely a hapless rabbit would wander into one. Lu Yao dismissed his distractions, directing Mu Hong to lay the second, third, and 10th traps along the beast paths. After a full afternoon of labor, the setting sun painted the forest in warm golden hues. Since his mental prowess had surpassed 10 points, Lu Yao felt as if the entire world had transformed. Whenever he desired, the mingled scents of earth, decaying leaves, and wildflowers could be precisely captured and distinguished by his heightened senses. His gaze unconsciously swept through the forest. Suddenly he halted. By an inconspicuous thicket, a plant adorned with petite purple flowers intruded into his field of vision. His mental focus sharpened. Everything around him faded into the background, blurring, while the plant magnified vividly in his sight. Ding! Discovering a useful plant. Name: Purple Cloud Pea. Function: the crushed flowers and leaves applied externally can swiftly stop bleeding, reduce inflammation, and are remarkably effective for cuts. Lu Yao's breath caught in his throat. Stop bleeding. Reduce inflammation. Was this not akin to a natural first aid kit and antibiotic? Given its efficacy, it seemed similar to the purple-flowered herb he remembered. He immediately uprooted it. Next, Lu Yao began to consciously utilize this novel perceptual mode to scan his surroundings. Before long, beneath a damp rock face, he identified another green grass resembling mint. Name: throat-clearing herb. Function: chewing its leaves invigorates the mind and alleviates throat discomfort. A natural gum and throat lozenge. Mu Hong, try this. Lu Yao plucked a leaf and handed it over. Mu Hong, half convinced, chewed on it, and an explosive wave of refreshing coolness surged, dispersing the fatigue and drowsiness of the entire afternoon. Hey, this is invigorating. Subsequently, Lu Yao discovered several more varieties of flora. The leaves of the chill-dispelling herb can treat wind-cold ailments. The powdered fruits of the thorny vine enhance the flavor of roasted meats. Furthermore, he has even discovered a root that can be ground into powder, offering an extraordinary sense of satiety, known as stone tuber. This forested mountain is evidently not a barren wilderness. It is a vast, untapped, infinite treasure trove. With the arrival of spring, the gates of this treasure trove have finally begun to open to him. Chapter 64. The Birth of the Great Wilderness Tribe. Lu Yao meticulously conveyed the characteristics of the newly discovered plants to Shui. He particularly emphasized the importance of the purple vetch and the stone tuber. The former serves as a natural hemostatic agent, while the latter presents a potential source of starch, the significance of which to the tribe is self-evident. Your task is to lead the foraging team to seek out as many of these two plants as possible in the forest, based on the samples I have provided. Lu Yao's gaze was earnest. Remember, dig them up carefully, roots and soil included. We must see if we can cultivate them at the camp as well. Shui nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Planting. Although he did not fully grasp the underlying principles, he understood Lu Yao's intent. If successful, they could, much like possessing potatoes, obtain an array of plants that previously required foraging. The next evening, The sunset cast a warm orange hue over the woods. Lu Yao and Mu Hong walked side by side along the familiar beast path, checking the traps they had set the previous day. The first one was utterly empty. The triggering mechanism was intact. The second, similarly. The third. Upon reaching the 10th and final trap, the cleverly concealed vine snare lay quietly beneath the fallen leaves. Not even a single rabbit hair left behind. The air was thick with an indescribable silence. Lu Yao rubbed his nose. He had anticipated a low success rate, but the complete absence of catches still left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Beside him, Mu Hong, initially stifling his laughter, began to shake with mirth. Finally, unable to contain himself, he erupted into thunderous guffaws. Ha ha ha, Brother Lu, looks like you've met your match today. He slapped Lu Yao on the shoulder with such force that Lu Yao nearly stumbled. His honest face bore no trace of mockery, only pure, heartfelt schadenfreude, akin to the simple joy of witnessing an infallible friend finally falter. I thought you could do anything. Turns out this wretched snare is useless. Lu Yao could only shake his head in resignation. The animals of this world were far more cunning and vigilant than he had imagined, and they were also considerably stronger. Such rudimentary traps proved inadequate even for the wild rabbits of this realm. He contemplated the need to upgrade and modify the traps. Perhaps a more intricate triggering mechanism was necessary. Lost in thought, the two men had already exited the woods and returned to the camp. It seemed they would have to make do with the last two groundhogs for dinner, stretching their rations. However, as they crossed the expansive cow shed and entered the camp, both were taken aback. You had returned. She sat quietly by the campfire, meticulously cleaning her bone spear with a piece of pristine animal hide. At her feet lay a veritable mountain of game. 6 plump wild rabbits and 2 brilliantly feathered wild chickens. Mu Hong's laughter abruptly ceased. Lu Yao stood frozen. He gazed at the pile of prey, then at his empty hands, a sense of absurdity washing over him. The human figure loomed large, terrifying in its prowess. But upon reflection it seemed entirely reasonable. Before his arrival, when Mu Hong's divine powers had yet to fully awaken, this small tribe had barely survived in the harsh wilderness, relying almost solely on you and her spear. Her strength was an undeniable fact. You seemed to sense their gaze and looked up. Her eyes swept over their empty hands, and she paused for a moment. Then, a faint yet genuine smile blossomed in her usually icy gaze, devoid of mockery, purely intrigued, as if observing an unexpected novelty. Lu Yao stared into Yu's eyes, momentarily taken aback. Just then, Shui returned with the foraging team. Their baskets were filled with stone tubers and purple vetch, still bearing fresh soil. Shortly thereafter, another hunting party led by Shi and Lin appeared at the camp entrance. Though their haul was modest, they managed to drag back a half-grown groundhog. Instantly, the camp buzzed with activity. Those processing game, those organizing plants, and those reinforcing the wooden walls were all busy. Every face radiated a sense of grounded satisfaction. Lu Yao surveyed the scene before him, a rush of warmth swelling within his heart. This tribe had finally found its footing. No longer did it rely solely on his tireless efforts, nor did it place all its hopes on his repeated miracles. It began to resemble a true living entity, possessing its own heartbeat and breath. That night, the tribe's bonfire ignited for the first time not within the oppressive confines of a cave, but in the heart of the camp, safeguarded by wooden walls. The warm glow illuminated every face. 18 individuals formed a circle, sharing an unprecedented feast. The crispy yet tender groundhog meat, the sizzling rabbit legs, the aromatic roasted chickens, and the soft, sweet, subtly salty roasted potatoes. Never had food been so abundant. Never had a sense of security felt so fulfilling. "We've made it," Jean exclaimed, munching on a rabbit leg. His words muffled yet tinged with emotion, his eyes glistening. This sentiment struck a chord with everyone present. From the despair of war, through the biting cold of winter, to now, gathered around the bonfire feasting in tranquility. It felt like a lifetime ago. You handed Lu Yao the best piece of roasted meat. Then, she rose to her feet. In the firelight, her figure elongated, her gaze sweeping over each tribe member. "We have our own home now with an abundance of food. We are no longer wanderers hiding in caves." Her voice was cool yet imbued with a steadfast strength. "This is a significant step for our tribe. From this day forth, we should have a name of our own." Everyone nodded in agreement, their faces alight with enthusiasm. A name. Indeed, they should have a name. What shall it be? Mu Hong scratched his head and spoke first. "How about we still call ourselves the Spirit Tribe? Our former tribe bore this name," he explained. The venerable chieftain, who was also Yu's father, possessed a divine power known as spirit summoning, which allowed him to briefly let the souls of animals inhabit his body, thereby granting him formidable strength. However, Yu shook her head. Her gaze swept over Shui, Yu Amu and Jinzi. No, this tribe belongs not solely to the 8 of us, but also to our companions from the Mountain Wolf tribe. To continue using the previous name would be unfair to them. We are a completely new entity. Upon hearing her words, genuine gratitude flickered in the eyes of Shui and the others. Yu's declaration dispelled the last remnants of estrangement lingering in their hearts. They began to suggest names, each one seeming inadequate. Eventually, all eyes unconsciously turned toward Lu Yao. Meeting their gaze, Lu Yao pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. How about we call ourselves the Great Wilderness? Great Wilderness? Shui inquired with curiosity. What does that mean? Lu Yao's gaze traversed the campfire, resting upon the vast, shadowy forest beyond the wooden walls. His voice was soft yet resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The land beneath our feet is a desolate and remote wilderness. Here, winters are long, wild beasts lurk, and the unknown abounds with peril. Yet now, united, we have established our foothold here. We have erected walls, created a home, and ensured that everyone has enough to eat. The great wilderness represents our past, as well as our future. One day, this barren expanse shall no longer be our prison, but rather our pasture and fields. We shall become the true masters of this land. Therefore, our tribe shall be named the Great Wilderness. Great Wilderness. The very utterance reverberated like thunder, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. It was imbued with power, ambition, and an infinite yearning for the future. Great Wilderness. Great Wilderness. Awu! 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 Mu Hong was the first to raise his arm in fervent cheer, followed swiftly by the entire assembly, their voices soaring into the sky. Yu observed the exhilaration of the crowd, then glanced at the flames of determination burning in Lu Yao's eyes, her heart swelling with emotion. Suppressing her feelings, she stepped forward and raised Lu Yao's hand before everyone. I, Yu, the chieftain of the Great Wilderness tribe, hereby declare that from this day forth, Lu Yao shall be our prophet. Chapter 65. Acquisition of Armor Plates. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have attained the tribal position. Prophet. Tribal cohesion significantly enhanced, civilization progression accelerated. Reward. 1 free attribute point. New identity privilege unlocked. Word of command. Basic. Word of command. Basic as the spiritual symbol of the tribe. Your words possess an innate persuasive and inspiring power over all tribe members, making it easier for them to unconditionally trust, understand, and execute your directives. Lu Yao's heart thumped vigorously. Word of command. This was truly a divine skill tailored for tribal governance. With it, any new concepts or plans he sought to implement would yield remarkable results. Without hesitation, he allocated that precious point of free attribute to Spirit. Spirit. 1011. In an instant, an indescribable coolness surged from the depths of his consciousness, enveloping his entire being. Lu Yao exhaled slowly, calming the tumult within. At that moment, a figure approached his side. It was Yu. Today, she donned a newly sewn rabbit fur vest, accentuating her upright posture. She did not look at Lu Yao but instead gazed at the mountain forest bathed in morning light beyond the camp. My father was the chieftain of the spirit tribe, and also a prophet, she said softly, tinged with nostalgia. He told me that a tribe requires not only the meat to fill bellies and the spears to conquer foes, but also a spark that enables all to see the path and hope amidst darkness and despair. Yu turned her head, her clear eyes locking onto Lu Yao with unprecedented seriousness. You are the spark of the Great Wilderness tribe. You are our hope. Only you can occupy the position of prophet, ensuring the peace of all. Lu Yao understood the profound meaning in her gaze. She was both elucidating and imparting the weight of responsibility this identity entailed. He nodded, remaining silent. The silence between them carried an unspoken understanding. After breakfast, Lu Yao gathered everyone. His gaze swept over each tribe member, ultimately resting on Mu Hong's eager face. Lu Gu, shall we venture out to set the snares today? We missed catching a rabbit yesterday, but today will surely be different. Mu Hong declared confidently, thumping his chest. His words elicited laughter from everyone, lightening the atmosphere. However, Lu Yao shook his head. He stepped before the assembly and spoke calmly. The traps from yesterday were unsuccessful. The simple 6 words caused smiles to freeze on their faces. They had not anticipated that the seemingly omnipotent prophet would so readily admit to failure. I am not a deity. I too can err. Lu Yao's voice was soft yet clear to all ears. What I create may also bear flaws. Therefore, we must identify the issues and strive to improve. There was no feigned profundity. No attempt to mask embarrassment. He laid the problems bare before everyone with genuine candor. The effect of word of command subtly activated. His words not only did not diminish his authority, rather, they fostered a sense of closeness and trust among the crowd. Indeed, the prophet is also human. He will guide us toward strength, but he will also need our assistance. A glimmer of approval shone in Yu's eyes. Where did the problem lie? She inquired proactively. The vines, Lu Yao replied, picking up a leftover vine from yesterday and pulling it forcefully. It snapped readily. It lacks resilience and sufficient elasticity. In the face of the formidable beasts in this world, such vines cannot even ensnare a rabbit. We require stronger, sturdier materials to craft our ropes. Materials that can tighten instantly and withstand the struggles of larger prey. Lu Yao's gaze swept over the assembly. Animal tendons, perhaps, could suffice. The term tendons struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. All breaths momentarily halted, and some tribesmen instinctively glanced toward the outside of the camp. There, a colossal adult triceratops leisurely grazed on a type of fern, accompanied by 3 juvenile counterparts. Their massive physiques, adorned with powerful muscle contours, conveyed an unmistakable message. Their tendons were undoubtedly exquisite materials for crafting robust ropes. A flicker of desire ignited within the eyes of some observers. The atmosphere grew delicate in that moment. On one side lay a formidable weapon within reach, while on the other, gentle creatures coexisted amicably with the tribe. How should one choose? Just as this fragile balance was on the verge of being disrupted, Lu Yao's voice resonated once more. He shook his head, his tone firm yet gentle, exuding an undeniable conviction. No, they are not prey. His gaze swept over the flickering eyes of several tribesmen, his voice deepening. These docile animals linger here because they sense our goodwill. Their presence embodies the tranquility and peace of our tribe. Should danger ever arise, they may even stand as our comrades in battle. We must never direct our weapons at our friends. The power of his words, imbued with unwavering belief, resonated clearly with everyone present. The burgeoning malice within them was extinguished as if doused by a bucket of cold water. Mu Hong nodded earnestly. Yu's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Yu gazed at Lu Yao's silhouette, and for the first time, her profound eyes revealed genuine acknowledgement and trust. The strength of a tribe lies not solely in its martial prowess but also in its core principles, which must remain steadfast and unyielding. Lu Yao was establishing the first tenet of benevolence for this nascent tribe. Having resolved the internal discord, Lu Yao did not pause. He turned and strode directly toward the family of triceratops outside the camp. Everyone's hearts raced, uncertain of his intentions. Approaching the largest adult triceratops, he halted before it. Without a trace of fear, he slowly extended his hand. A peculiar, low tone resonated from his throat. Dragon's Roar LV1, activated. The sound was imbued with a soothing and friendly aura. The previously cautious triceratops leader lowered its massive head, allowing Lu Yao's hand to caress its rough, resilient skin. His gaze lingered on the creature's broad back, where he noticed a patch of grayish-brown armor roughly the size of a palm, its edges slightly raised. Seemingly no longer tightly affixed to the body, it resembled an old scale about to be shed. Through Dragon's Roar, he conveyed a simple yet clear intention to the triceratops leader. This old armor of yours is beautiful and powerful. Would you be willing to part with it? The triceratops blinked its enormous amber-like eyes, as if comprehending his request. Moments later, it emitted a low growl, seemingly in response. Then, it turned its massive body towards a nearby protruding rock and rubbed its back against the raised armor piece with a sudden force. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The grayish-brown armor fragment fell away. The triceratops leader turned back, gently nudging the fallen piece toward Lu Yao's feet with its colossal head. Lu Yao bent down to pick up the armor. The piece felt slightly heavy in his grasp, remarkably hard yet possessing a peculiar resilience, unlike a mere stone. He examined the sizable armor fragment, recognizing it as prime material for crafting protective gear. Success! The tribe's defensive equipment finally had a direction for enhancement. Lu Yao raised the armor piece high, addressing all his tribesmen. Behold, this is the reward we receive for upholding kindness. A thunderous cheer erupted, resounding throughout the valley. Chapter 66. The Hunt. The issue of the armor was resolved, yet the tendons required for crafting powerful traps remained elusive. We must go hunting, Lu Yao declared, his gaze fixed on you, his resolve unwavering. We need to hunt sufficiently large prey. Large-scale hunts are vital for a tribe's vitality, as they provide not only sustenance and materials but also maintain a tribe's combat readiness. You nodded without hesitation, grasping her impeccably sharpened bone spear, exuding an aura of formidable resolve. Soon, a hunting party of 6, comprising Lu Yao, Yu, Mu Hong, Shui, Amu, and Jin Zi, assembled. They ventured along the slopes of the eastern mountain, delving deeper into the denser primordial forest. Ever since his psychic power surpassed 11, Lu Yao's sensory perception of the environment had reached unprecedented heights. The scents carried by the wind and the traces left in the forest formed a dynamic map within his mind. This way, Lu Yao pointed in a direction, and the group promptly followed. They arranged themselves in a loose fan shape, maintaining a distance that allowed for immediate support, advancing cautiously. Deep within the mountain forest, the light dimmed as towering treetops obscured the sky, and the air was thick with the scent of decaying leaves and damp earth. Suddenly, Yu, positioned at the forefront, halted and made a signal. Instantly, everyone crouched low, their breathing slowed. Following Yu's gaze, they beheld a vast clearing about 100 meters ahead, where a colossal elk bent down to nibble at a patch of moss. Its antlers were formidable, muscles rippling with power. Indeed, the perfect quarry they sought. Excitement ignited within their eyes, with Mu Hong gripping his spear tightly, muscles coiled, ready to charge. However, just as they prepared to strike, 3 dark shadows stealthily emerged from the forest's shadows on the opposite side of the clearing. These silhouettes, comparable in size to the previously encountered Icefield wolves, bore a more aggressive gray-black coat. Their limbs were long and powerful, and their eyes radiated an intelligence that starkly contrasted with the Icefield wolves, filled with cunning and cruelty. Lu Yao's heart raced. Ding! Level 1 creature detected. Terror Wolf. Strength, 8. Constitution, 7. Agility, 9. Spirit, 5. Description: pack hunters, cunning and cruel, skilled in teamwork, possessing a strong territorial instinct. They were terror wolves, and there were 3 of them. Although the individual prowess of the 3-headed wolves may not rival that of the Icefield wolf, the combined threat they pose is undeniably formidable. The enormous moose, currently indulging in its meal, has evidently sensed their presence and immediately emits a warning snort, turning to flee. Yet it is already too late. The 4 fearsome wolves spring into action in an instant. They form a flawless formation, attacking simultaneously from 3 directions with astonishing speed. In a mere moment, the colossal moose is firmly grasped by the hind leg of one of the wolves. The other 3, in seamless coordination, target its neck and abdomen. Blood swiftly saturates the ground. Once a powerful creature, the moose struggles for less than half a minute against the onslaught of the 3 wolves before it collapses, its throat savagely torn apart. The gruesome yet efficient scene of the hunt leaves the members of the hunting party gasping in shock. So swift, so brutal. The faces of Jinzi and Amu turn pale. However, in stark contrast, Mu Hong's eyes blaze with unyielding battle fervor. Howling fiercely, he pounds his chest, unleashing a torrent of ferocity. Mighty Strength LV1 activated. He seems to swell in size, roaring like an uncontrollable war chariot as he charges towards the 3 wolves feasting on the moose. Mu Hong, come back! Lu Yao's expression shifts, desperate to intervene. But it is too late. Such impulsiveness. The 3 wolves, alerted by the commotion, cease their feeding and turn in unison. Instead of fear, a glint of bloodthirsty excitement flickers in their eyes upon seeing the approaching Mu Hong. As he hurls a massive bone spear, the lead wolf attempts to evade, but is pinned to the forest floor by the spear. The tremendous force translates into equally immense speed. The spear strikes with a sickening thud, embedding the lead wolf deep into the earth. In that fleeting moment, the other 3 wolves spring into action. They dart like bolts of lightning, 2 from the left and 1 from the right, flanking Mu Hong. A flawless tactical maneuver. Having just unleashed his attack, Mu Hong finds himself momentarily drained, unable to fully defend against the pounce of the left wolf. With a sickening slice, the wolf's sharp claws rake across his sturdy arm, leaving 3 deep gashes. Pain surges through him, causing Mu Hong to emit a muffled grunt. Meanwhile, the wolf on the right seizes the opportunity, opening its gaping maw to viciously bite into his thigh. However, just as the rancid jaws are about to make contact, a blindingly swift white figure appears beside him like a phantom. It's you. In that instant, her speed reaches its zenith. The seemingly unremarkable bone spear in her hand transforms into a streak of white lightning, arriving just in time. With a dull thud, the spear strikes true. The wolf, on the verge of sinking its teeth into Mu Hong, lets out a heart-wrenching howl as its body is hurled away by a tremendous force. Impaled against the trunk of a large tree, the spear pierces through its eye socket and exits from its brain, delivering a swift death. This sudden turn of events momentarily stuns the remaining 2 wolves. Shui, Amu, Jinzi, don't just stand there. Attack! At Yu's command, the three awaken from their stupor. Without hesitation, they draw their spears from their backs, aiming at the wolf still engaged with Mu Hong. Kill! The three figures, accompanied by a not-so-mighty battle cry, effectively seal off all escape routes for the wolf. The creature, now aware of its peril, attempts to retreat, but it is already too late. It can only emit a reluctant howl before a spear pierces its chest and abdomen, the immense force flipping it onto the ground, where it convulses a few times before falling still. In the blink of an eye, 3 out of 4 remain. The lone wolf, witnessing its companions meet their gruesome fates, finally reveals a flicker of fear in its eyes. No longer willing to fight, it emits a howl laced with rage and terror, turning to flee into the depths of the dense forest. You think you can escape? Lu Yao snorts coldly. He has long since locked onto its position. The spear thrower in his hand is primed and ready. With a swift motion of his arm, a dark shadow streaks through the air. The wolf seems to sense the impending threat and desperately twists its body to evade capture. Yet Lu Yao's strike is executed with such precision. The spear narrowly glances its hind leg, carving a deep trench in the ground. Missed! A pang of disappointment washes over Lu Yao. The wolf seizes this chance, plunging into the thick underbrush, nearly disappearing from view. At that moment, the previously silent Yu springs into action. Her gaze fixates on the shifting direction of the bushes. In the next instant, her entire demeanor transforms, as if she has melded with the very forest itself. She lunges forward, launching her second bone spear at an astonishing angle towards the seemingly empty thicket. A chillingly piercing howl echoes from deep within the underbrush. Then silence descends. Chapter 67. The Return. Shui, Amu, and Jinzi part the damp underbrush before them, their trembling hands making their movements appear somewhat stiff. In the next moment, they behold the scene within. Their steps seem to freeze in place, their pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Deep in the thicket, the ground is a chaotic mess of soil and broken branches. The last wolf that attempted to flee lies sprawled on the ground in a grotesque, twisted position, utterly silent. A simple wooden spear has penetrated its thick neck, flawlessly piercing its spine and pinning the massive body to the moist earth. Fatal. Precise. The blood flowing from it has already stained the surrounding ground a dark crimson. Beside the lifeless wolf, Yu stands quietly. Her breath is steady, as if the earth-shattering throw was merely a casual toss of a pebble by the roadside. She does not glance at the wolf's corpse. Instead, she calmly turns, her gaze sweeping over Shui, Amu, and Jinzi. This is the power of a leader. This is the warrior of their tribe. In an instant, the minds of the three blank out, the earlier discomfort at the sight of blood being completely engulfed by a more fervent and intense emotion. Awe, a profound reverence for absolute power. And what fervor it is to follow such a formidable individual. Why do you remain in a daze? Yu Qing's cold voice shattered the stillness of the forest. Dispose of the prey and bring it back. Yes, Chief. The three men suddenly awoke, instinctively straightening their chests. In their eyes, there was no longer a trace of hesitation or confusion, only a fervent admiration that blazed like fire. Meanwhile, Mu Hong clutched his bloodied arm, keeping his head bowed in silence. He gazed at the corpses of the wolves scattered across the ground, and at the enormous elk lying nearby, already cold, his face devoid of any joy in victory. Instead, he was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of shame and a hint of fear that seeped from his very bones. A fear he had yet to recognize. Had he truly won? No. It was his companions behind him who had secured the victory for him. Without Yu's swift support, his thigh would likely have been bitten off by that fearsome wolf. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Snow and the others, he might have been exhausted to death in a struggle with another wolf. For the first time, he acutely realized how fragile the strength and courage he prided himself on were in the face of a true hunt. His recklessness had not only nearly cost him his life but could have jeopardized the entire team. A tumultuous wave of regret surged within his chest. Just then, a warm hand gently rested on his shoulder. Mu Hong jolted and looked up, meeting Lu Yao's calm and profound gaze. Lu Yao. Mu Hong's lips moved. His face suddenly flushed crimson, yet he could not utter a single word. Lu Yao said nothing. He merely placed his palm over the claw marks. A soft, verdant light suddenly radiated from Lu Yao's palm. Basic healing technique activated. Mu Hong felt a refreshing and invigorating warmth surge into his wound, causing the pain to swiftly dissipate. Lu Yao retracted his hand without a word of reproach and patted his shoulder once more. His voice was calm, yet bore a weight that struck at the soul. Remember this feeling, Mu Hong. For a warrior, living is more important than slaying the enemy. Living is more important than slaying the enemy. He stared blankly at Lu Yao, repeatedly savoring this phrase. When the silhouettes of the hunting team appeared outside the camp, the entire great wilderness tribe erupted in excitement. They have returned. Goodness, what is that? Fearsome wolves. 4 of them. 4 whole fearsome wolves. And such a massive elk. We shall never run out of meat. As the 4 fearsome wolves and the giant elk were collectively lifted over the walls and unceremoniously dropped onto the open ground, the visual impact of the mountainous pile of flesh and blood plunged everyone into a state of ecstatic jubilation. The tribe erupted into thunderous cheers. This is the great wilderness tribe, a powerful tribe capable of effortlessly hunting 4 fearsome wolves, a home where they can feast and be warm, free from fear. At this moment, every last bit of hesitation and unease within the hearts of the new members dissipated like mist. The cohesion of the tribe reached unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, you stood quietly beside Lu Yao, observing the genuine smiles on the faces of her kin. A subtle arc formed at the corners of her mouth, unnoticed by herself. Chapter 68. Not hunters, but an army. That night, the entire great wilderness tribe was immersed in a sea of revelry. The bonfire crackled. The enormous elk sizzled on the spit, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. The rich scent of meat mingled with the wild essence of fearsome wolf flesh, permeating every corner of the campsite. Each individual received generous portions of roasted meat, their faces gleaming with the purest joy. Even the horned dragon family was permitted to enter the walls and share a generous heap of their favorite cedar branches and leaves. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The feast continued deep into the night. When the tribesfolk, filled with contentment, returned in small groups to their wooden huts or side rooms to rest, only a few silent figures remained by the bonfire in the center of the camp. Lu Yao, Yu, Mu Hong, and the voluntarily lingering Snow, Amu and Jin Zi. As the crowd dispersed, the air grew increasingly solemn. Today we won the battle, but many issues have been exposed. Lu Yao spoke calmly, his voice resonating clearly in the stillness of the night. He glanced at Mu Hong, then at Snow and the others. Mu Hong, your impulsiveness nearly cost you your life and disrupted our original plan. Mu Hong's face instantly turned crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp, as he bowed his head deeply in shame, wishing he could vanish into the ground. And you 3. Lu Yao's gaze shifted to Snow, Amu, and Jin Zi. The moment Mu Hong charged out, you hesitated. The 3 stiffened, their faces burning. I am not blaming you. Lu Yao's tone softened. I understand that facing 3 ferocious wolves can evoke instinctive fear and hesitation. However, on the battlefield, even a moment's hesitation can cost a comrade their life. Though Lu Yao's voice was not loud, each word struck like a hammer on the hearts of everyone present. We were able to win today solely because our individual strengths surpassed those of the 4 fearsome wolves. Use speed, Mu Hong's strength. But what if next time we face 5 or 10 fearsome wolves? Or an enemy more cunning and formidable than the wolves? Lu Yao surveyed the group, emphasizing each word. Can we continue to rely on luck every time? No one could answer. Indeed, if the enemy's numbers doubled, today's outcome might have been entirely different. Observing the solemn expressions on the faces around him, Lu Yao knew the moment had arrived. He stood up, his gaze fierce, sweeping across everyone present. With an unprecedented seriousness, he declared, from tomorrow onward, all hunting team members will undergo tactical training. Tactical training? Mu Hong and Snow exchanged puzzled glances, grappling with a term they had never encountered before. Precisely, Lu Yao's voice rang out with conviction. We can no longer rely solely on individual valor to hunt as we have in the past. What I need you to learn is cooperation, trust, and to entrust your back to your comrades. I want to transform you from a group of brave hunters into a cohesive unit. An army. Army. When that word escaped Lu Yao's lips, it seemed to carry an extraordinary power, causing the hearts of everyone present to leap. Though they did not fully comprehend the term's meaning, they could sense the grandeur and solemnity in Lu Yao's tone. It is a presence far more formidable, disciplined, and exhilarating than the hunting team. The following morning, as dawn broke, all members of the hunting team were summoned by Lu Yao to the open ground of the camp. In addition to the 6 from the previous night, several strong young newcomers had joined. Curiosity and anticipation flickered in the eyes of all as they gazed at Lu Yao, who stood at the forefront. Without indulging in excessive words, Lu Yao approached Mu Hong and handed him the carbonized wooden shield, impervious beneath its icy layer. Mu Hong, present. Mu Hong instinctively straightened his posture. From this day forth, you shall be the first shield guardian of the great wilderness tribe. Lu Yao's voice resonated through the crisp morning air. He raised the shield high, showcasing it to all. The duty of a shield guardian is not to slay the enemy, but to use your body and the shield in your hands to shield your comrades from all danger. You are the vanguard of the team, the most steadfast cornerstone of the tribe. Your existence signifies that your companions can unhesitatingly thrust their lethal spears from behind you. Mu Hong, can you do this? Mu Hong stared blankly at Lu Yao, his gaze fixed on the shield that glimmered with a frigid sheen. He recalled the excruciating pain of being clawed by a wolf the day before, and remembered Lu Yao's teaching that living was far more important than killing the enemy. An unprecedented sense of mission and responsibility surged from the depths of his heart. Strength is not merely for reckless charges. It is also to safeguard one's companions. I can. Mu Hong's eyes erupted with brilliant light as he solemnly extended his hands and received the shield from Lu Yao. Excellent. Lu Yao nodded in satisfaction. Snow, Amu, Jin Zi, and the others looked at Mu Hong, who now stood as reliable as a mountain with the massive shield in hand, their eyes reflecting envy and admiration. And what about us? What is our position? Snow eagerly inquired. Lu Yao smiled slightly and began to divide the group. Mu Hong, along with you three, shall form the first row, creating a shield wall. Snow, Amu, Jin Zi, you will stand behind the shield wall as spear bearers. Your task is to thrust your spears accurately into the enemy's body through the gaps in the shield. Lu Yao demonstrated personally, guiding Mu Hong to raise the shield while he brandished a spear, thrusting it fiercely from the side of the shield. A fundamental yet highly effective infantry tactical formation was clearly laid out before all the primitive people, simple, direct, yet imbued with deadly efficiency. Chapter 69. Upgraded Traps, Divine Capture. The tribe's tactical training progressed vigorously, finding its rightful course. Mu Hong seemed to have discovered his calling, practicing blocking and positioning with the shield daily, utterly absorbed in the task. His strength transformed from reckless charges to a steadfast guardian. Snow, Amu, Jin Zi, and the others practiced coordinated thrusts under Lu Yao's guidance, their camaraderie growing by the day. Meanwhile, the tribe's life flourished at an astonishing pace. In the cultivated fields, Lu Yao had personally selected high-quality seed potatoes that matured astonishingly every 3 days, consistently providing the tribe with a bountiful supply of food. Golden roasted potatoes and soft, sweet mashed potatoes liberated everyone from their singular dependence on meat. Hunger, once a nightmare casting a shadow over all primitive people, had become a distant memory in the great wilderness tribe. With the fundamental food issue resolved, Lu Yao finally had time to address the most valuable treasures, the tendons from the 4 dire wolves and the giant deer. These resilient materials were ideal for crafting powerful traps and bowstrings. He entrusted this task to the dexterous He and the quick-learning Yu. Under Lu Yao's guidance, the 2 girls soaked the blood-streaked tendons in water, repeatedly pounding them with stone hammers to remove the attached fat and impurities, before air-drying them. The entire process was intricate and meticulous, yet He and Yu executed it with unwavering diligence. A few days later, bundles of incredibly resilient, light yellow high-quality sinews were completed. Lu Yao nodded in satisfaction as he examined the processed tendons. He immediately began crafting new snare traps. This time, he eschewed the frail vines, utilizing the processed tendons as the core material for the ropes. The resilience and strength of the tendons far surpassed that of the vines. Lu Yao also made minor modifications to the triggering mechanism, enhancing its sensitivity. When he successfully crafted the first entirely new snare trap using a tendon rope paired with a bent branch, the long-awaited system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully crafting a snare trap, unlocking a new illustration. Snare trap. Utilizing animal tendons as core material, significantly enhancing resilience and strength, with a more sensitive trigger mechanism, making it an efficient hunting tool. Unlock reward. 1 free attribute point. Unlock new skill. Capture LV1. Capture LV1. Your traps or attacks have a very low probability of causing critically endangered creatures to abandon resistance and develop a desire to follow you. Note, the higher the intelligence of the creature, the lower the success rate. A new skill, and a divine capturing ability. Lu Yao's eyes sparkled instantly. This skill seemed tailor-made for him. With it, he would have the opportunity to directly tame special creatures like the great white or the horned dragon in the future. This was worth countless times more than mere hunting. Without hesitation, Lu Yao allocated that precious attribute point to strength. Strength? 11-12. Filled with excitement, Lu Yao led several tribesmen to set up the newly crafted improved traps along the paths frequented by the wild beasts in the forest. The results were immediate. The following morning, when they checked the traps, they were delighted to find that 3 of them had been triggered. 2 traps each held a plump wild rabbit still struggling futilely, while another ensnared an unfortunate wild boar. The impressive success rate sent everyone into cheers of joy. With the trap issue resolved, Lu Yao felt considerably lighter in spirit. Standing atop the camp's walls, He gazed at the vibrant scene within the tribe, his heart swelling with a sense of achievement. In the fields, the potato sprouts thrived. In the open space, the hunting team engaged in tactical drills, their rallying cries harmoniously synchronized. Not far away, in the wooden shed, he and you were processing new pelts. Everything was progressing toward a brighter future. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the feet of his kin, who were engaged in training. With the arrival of spring, the snow had melted, leaving the ground muddy and slick. Although the campsite had been leveled, the journey outside was fraught with numerous challenges posed by the scattered stones, grass roots, and wooden splinters in the forest. He observed a young tribesman, unsteady on his feet while attempting to turn, who was cut on the sole by a sharp stone, grimacing in pain. Despite the presence of his basic healing technique, these were merely minor injuries. Nonetheless, they hindered movement and posed a risk of infection. Lu Yao's gaze shifted to the corner, where several freshly stripped and drying dire wolf skins lay. These hides were robust and thick, representing excellent material. A thought began to crystallize in his mind. It was time to procure a new piece of equipment for his people. He intended to craft each individual a proper pair of shoes. Chapter 70. The first pair of shoes, swift steps. Lu Yao's gaze ultimately settled on the drying direwolf skins in the corner. These hides, having undergone initial processing, displayed outstanding material quality. A notion became thoroughly clear in his mind. It was time to provide every member of the great wilderness tribe with a new piece of equipment, one that would safeguard their feet and enable them to move more steadily and securely through the forest. Shoes. This seemingly mundane item in later eras was, for the people of this time, an unheard of luxury. The following day, Lu Yao refrained from participating in the hunting team's training and instead sought out the two most skilled individuals in the tribe, he and you. When Lu Yao presented a processed direwolf hide and a bundle of resilient tendons before them, both girls wore expressions of confusion. What is this for? New leather armor? He curiously inquired. Not armor, but shoes, Lu Yao replied, picking up a piece of charcoal and sketching a rudimentary outline on a flat stone slab. It was the side profile of a high-top boot. I intend to make this. He and you leaned closer, and after a moment's observation, they began to grasp Lu Yao's vision. Previously, some tribesmen would wrap their feet in animal hides for protection while traveling, but such luxury was reserved for those of high status, as the resource of animal hides was scarce, leading to inevitable wear and tear. It appeared that Lu Yao aimed to provide everyone with animal skin footwear. He instructed he to fetch a wooden ruler and meticulously measured Yu's foot length and ankle height, recording every measurement with precision. He then took a sharp stone shard and carefully began to cut the hide, dividing it into several parts: the sole, the upper, and the shaft. Each component's dimensions were calculated roughly. Yu, utilizing a bone needle, began threading the tendon. Lu Yao handed her the cut leather pieces. Like this, so along the edges. He personally demonstrated a double-stitch technique, which would ensure the seams were robust. Yu exhibited astonishing learning ability. Having watched once, she grasped the essence and promptly picked up the bone needle and tendon to commence sewing. Her fingers danced deftly, each stitch swift and steady, with even pressure. He, meanwhile, was tasked with preparing the shoe soles. Lu Yao directed her to layer 2 pieces of wolf hide, with a layer of densely packed hemp fabric made from plant ash sandwiched in between to enhance the thickness and shock absorption of the sole. Under the sunlight, the shadows of the 3 figures elongated. Curious tribesmen gathered around, watching as the fragmented leather gradually transformed into an unusual 3-dimensional shape under the guidance of the seer and the 2 girls. Their intrigue piqued. Mu Hong scratched his head and quietly asked Shui beside him, "What is the seer doing? What purpose will this serve?" Shui shook his head, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lu Yao and Yu, engrossed in their focused endeavor. He sensed that a momentous change for the tribe was unfolding. The entire day slipped away in this meticulous and laborious task. By evening, as the final tendon was tightened and secured with a sturdy knot, a pair of perfectly shaped, finely stitched dark gray leather boots finally revealed themselves to all. They boasted a resilient sole, a snug fit around the ankle, and laces woven with thin leather cords. The seamless lines and solid texture exuded an aura of craftsmanship and reliability. "It's complete," he exclaimed in joyous celebration. A chorus of astonished sounds erupted from the onlookers. Though they did not comprehend the function of this item, its flawless appearance was enough to captivate them. Under the envious and curious gazes of the crowd, Lu Yao picked up the pristine pair of leather boots and walked directly to Yu. She gazed at him quietly, a subtle glimmer in her cool eyes. "Here, give it a try," Lu Yao said, his voice laced with warmth. Yu blinked in surprise, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. "Is this for me?" "Of course," Lu Yao replied matter-of-factly. "This is the first pair, naturally intended for the tribe leader. The surrounding tribesmen erupted in good-natured laughter. Yu's heart raced inexplicably. She did not hesitate, calmly sitting down and extending her elegant, ivory-like feet. Lu Yao's gaze fell upon her feet. He crouched down, lifting her ankle in the midst of her bemusement. A warm sensation radiated from her ankle, causing her body to stiffen momentarily, a peculiar tingling sensation spreading rapidly from the point of contact throughout her being. Unaware of her reaction, Lu Yao focused intently as he slipped the leather boots onto her feet. Upon completing the task and lifting his head, he met Yu's gaze, her eyes flickering with a mix of shyness and brilliance. "Stand up and take a few steps to test them," Lu Yao urged, rising to his feet and clapping his hands. Taking a deep breath, Yu suppressed her fluttering emotions and complied. As her feet touched the ground, an unprecedented sensation coursed through her. Solid, stable, yet soft. She attempted to walk a few steps, then broke into a light jog. The soles perfectly insulated her from the sharp stones beneath, while the high-top design securely enveloped her ankles, granting her unparalleled stability and assurance while turning and jumping. This protective footwear, compared to her previous method of merely wrapping her feet in animal hide, was infinitely more convenient and comfortable. Ding! Congratulations! The host has successfully crafted direwolf leather boots, unlocking a new entry in the codex. Direwolf leather boots. They will enhance the survival and combat efficiency of tribe members. Unlock reward. 1 free attribute point. Unlock new skill, Swift Step LV1. Swift Step LV1, passive. Your movement speed and stamina receive a slight enhancement, while the noise produced during your actions is significantly diminished. Another formidable passive skill. A surge of joy welled up within Lu Yao as he allocated that single point of free attribute to Spirit. Spirit. 1011. A refreshing sensation exploded in his mind, rendering his thoughts remarkably sharper and clearer. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A piercing cry of agony shattered the jubilant atmosphere of the camp. Not far away, a tribesman, previously engaged in transporting potatoes, had turned crimson and was now seated on the ground, appearing somewhat faint. "Jinzi, are you all right?" Shui inquired, her hand pressing gently against his forehead. Jinzi lay sprawled on the ground, his body alarmingly hot, his jaw clenched tightly. The joyful ambience of the camp was abruptly supplanted by a wave of unforeseen panic. Chapter 71. Ineffectiveness of the basic healing technique. Panic descended like an invisible shroud, enveloping the camp in an instant. Everyone halted their actions, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed upon the fallen Jinzi. His face was flushed, lips cracked, his body twitching intermittently, and beads of sweat were forming on his forehead. What is happening? What is wrong with him? Is it a curse? Or have we angered the mountain deity? He is burning up. The more timid tribesmen turned pale with fear, instinctively retreating a few steps. They were no strangers to such symptoms, as there were always individuals each year who experienced inexplicable fevers. Some would recover within a couple of days, yet others would perish as a result. "Everyone, remain calm." Lu Yao's voice resonated as he swiftly approached, kneeling beside Jinzi and placing his palm on his forehead. The astonishing heat radiated through his hand. A high fever. This is not an external injury. Without hesitation, he immediately invoked the basic healing technique. A gentle emerald light suddenly emanated from his palm, cascading over Jinzi like a flowing stream. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixated on that orb of light representing life and hope. However, 1 second passed, then 2, and 10 seconds elapsed. The emerald glow ebbed and flowed around Jinzi for a brief moment before gradually dissipating into the air. Jinzi remained with his eyes tightly shut, the heat of his body showing no sign of abating. His breathing had become even more rapid and labored. Ineffective. The divine art has utterly failed. Lu Yao was not particularly surprised. The basic healing technique was indeed only capable of healing wounds, physical traumas. But what lay before him was an ailment. A systemic collapse originating from within the organism. My heavens! Even Brother Lu's divine art is of no use. A tribesman gasped in despair, his voice laden with hopelessness. This statement fell like a boulder into the already panicked crowd, stirring up a tempest of dread. If even Lu Yao is at a loss, what does that signify? It signifies that Jinzi is doomed. The entire camp was engulfed in a paralyzing silence of fear. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yao slowly rose to his feet. Basic intimidation activated. An invisible mental pressure instantly spread outward. "Everyone, do not panic." His voice was not loud, yet it penetrated the ears of each individual clearly. Jinzi has merely contracted an illness. He will not perish. Stay calm. Absolute calmness. There was no hint of chaos on his face. only an unwavering confidence that brooked no dissent. It was as if Jinzi's affliction was of no consequence to him whatsoever. Observing Lu Yao in this light, the burgeoning fear within the tribesman was forcibly quelled. With the immediate concern of stabilizing morale addressed, Lu Yao promptly began issuing commands. Mu Hong, Shui, quickly carry Jinzi to the innermost independent side chamber. Hurry, leave him alone? Mu Hong hesitated. Is that feasible? The tribesmen wore expressions of confusion. Jinzi was ill, yet they were to place him in isolation. Did this imply that Lu Yao intended to abandon Jinzi? Yes. Let Jinzi be by himself, Lu Yao patiently elucidated. Jinzi's illness may be contagious. Anyone who has had contact with him could contract the same disease. Therefore, we are not abandoning Jinzi. From this moment forth, no one is permitted to approach that side chamber without my express permission. I will personally deliver food and water each day. This was his first order. Then, he turned to all the tribesmen, raising his voice slightly. The second command. From today onwards, all members of the tribe are to consume only boiled water. No one is allowed to drink the raw water from the mountain stream. Boiled water? The crowd was even more perplexed. Water is simply water. What difference does it make whether it is boiled or not? Yet no one dared to question him. Thirdly, Lu Yao's gaze finally settled on you. I will seek out medicinal herbs. Isolate the sick, sever the transmission pathways. Boil water to eliminate pathogens. Search for remedies to treat the ailment. This constituted a basic preventive protocol that would be common knowledge in later generations. Under Lu Yao's guidance, the disarrayed tribe swiftly regained its order. Mu Hong and Shui promptly lifted the unconscious Jinzi, transporting him to the innermost side chamber and sealing the entrance with a massive stone. To maintain a stable supply of boiled water, more fuel was required. Lu Yao turned to Mu Hong, noting that the existing firewood was insufficient and too inefficient for combustion. I need you to gather people to craft sturdier tools. He approached the stone slab and sketched the design of a stone pickaxe. Utilize the fire-water tempering method I taught you to process the hardest stones, then sharpen the tip. Use it to excavate the mountains. Mu Hong's eyes sparkled with realization as he beheld the drawing of the pickaxe. He abruptly recognized that his seemingly boundless strength might be far more valuable in quarrying stone than merely chopping wood. Leave it to me. He nodded vigorously, discovering newfound purpose. Brimming with energy. Shui. Lu Yao turned to her, intensify the setup of traps. We require a greater stockpile of meat to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Understood. Your task is to swiftly craft leather boots for everyone. They are essential for foraging medicinal herbs. Got it. The two girls responded in unison. The tasks were clearly delineated one after another. The entire De Huang tribe under Lu Yao's command began to operate like a finely tuned machine. Panic was supplanted by industriousness. As evening approached, while Yu was preparing to lead a team into the woods in search of the herb known as cold-repelling leaf. Based on Lu Yao's description, he called out to her. He emerged from his wooden cabin, retrieving an object of intrigue. It was a trio of palm-sized, glistening blackish-green scales from a triceratops. They had been polished to an exquisite sheen, with numerous small holes drilled along the edges, intricately woven with resilient tendons into a wearable knot. This was. Yu gazed at the breastplate, his breath momentarily caught. Crafted from triceratops scales. Lu Yao handed it to Yu, urging him to try it on. If it proves useful, I shall create one for Mu Hong and the others as well. Yu accepted the breastplate, still warm from Lu Yao's touch, feeling its weight in his hands. Chapter 72. Coal. As night deepened, by the bonfire at the heart of the camp, Mu Hong excitedly brandished a brand new tool, his face radiating pride. It was a rugged yet sharp stone pickaxe. The pickhead, crafted from the hardest stones, had undergone a process of firing and quenching, rendering it significantly harder than ordinary rock. The strongest men in the tribe took turns striking and refining it with stones, ultimately shaping it into a sharp, conical point. A wooden handle was then fashioned, with a notch at the top to securely fit the pickhead. With the stone pickaxe in hand, Mu Hong approached a massive boulder typically used for smashing bones, inhaling deeply as his muscular arms tensed with strength. With a fierce shout, the pickaxe carved a heavy arc through the air, propelled by tremendous force, and struck the boulder with a resounding crash. Clang! The sharp sound echoed, sparks flying. To the astonishment of all present, the seemingly indomitable boulder bore a fist-sized deep dent, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. What an incredible tool! How fearsome! This surpasses the stone axe by far. Everyone was awestruck by the pickaxe's might. Mu Hong, flushed with excitement, looked at his hands and then at the pickaxe, for the first time feeling that his great strength had found its most perfect outlet. Using this tool to quarry stone was simply ideal. Meanwhile, Lu Yao and Yu, fully equipped, had ventured deep into the forest. The passive effect of Quick Step LV1 enabled Lu Yao to traverse the dry twigs and leaves with scarcely a sound. After an indeterminate duration, they arrived at a familiar location, the first cave. Remnants of wood from their previous habitation still littered the ground. Turning left, behind a patch of bushes, Lu Yao suddenly spoke. Without hesitation, Yu altered their course, and together they pushed through the damp foliage. Before them appeared a plant with serrated leaf edges, exuding a faintly spicy aroma. Chill-repelling leaf, level 2 herb, warm in nature. When crushed and boiled, it effectively treats symptoms of wind cold and fever. Toxic when ingested raw. We found it. A glimmer of joy flickered in Lu Yao's eyes. The two carefully gathered a considerable quantity of chill-repelling leaves, securing them in a leather pouch. The task was complete, yet Lu Yao hesitated to return immediately. His gaze drifted toward the cave they had once inhabited. Let us venture further in. He vividly recalled seeing exposed coal while activating the manual in the cave. Yu, without question, followed silently behind him. They stood at the cave's entrance, peering inside. Indeed, the patch of exposed black stone remained undisturbed. Lu Yao stepped forward, focusing his mind. Coal. Primary combustible or evolved from ancient plants. It releases immense heat when burned and serves as the spark for industrial civilization. Firewood burns inefficiently, producing limited heat while depleting the forest significantly. But coal is different. It represents a more efficient energy source, essential for smelting metals and crafting advanced pottery. Previously, he had only known of coal's existence here, without the means to extract it. But now the situation had changed. When the two returned to the tribe, laden with a bounty of chill-repelling leaves and several chunks of coal or broken off by Lu Yao's sheer force, it was already past midnight. Lu Yao promptly handed the chill-repelling leaves to He, instructing her to brew them into a dark brown medicinal concoction in a clay pot. The bitter, spicy aroma of the medicine soon wafted through the camp. Lu Yao carried the first bowl of medicine to Jinzi's secluded chamber. With Snow's assistance, he pried open Jinzi's lips, gradually pouring the scalding medicinal broth into his mouth. As night passed, the following morning, when Lu Yao re-entered the chamber, he was elated to find that Jinzi had awakened. His severe fever had subsided significantly. Though his body remained weak, his eyes regained clarity. Lu, Jinzi, his voice rasped as he struggled to rise. Stay still, rest comfortably, Lu Yao urged, gently pressing him back down while offering a warm bowl of medicine and a roasted potato. In the days that followed, Lu Yao diligently delivered medicine to Jinzi at scheduled intervals, and Jinzi's condition gradually improved. However, the situation did not end there. Just as the tribe celebrated Jinzi's recovery, Mu Hong, having just completed a round of training, suddenly shivered, feeling lightheaded. Soon after, Yu, who had been closely accompanying Lu Yao, also furrowed her brow slightly. The transition between winter and spring marked the peak of flu season. Even though the physical resilience of the primitive tribespeople surpassed that of ordinary humans, the lack of effective protection inevitably led to cross-infections. Observing the mountain of potatoes and smoked meat piled in Lu Yao's storage, and seeing his kin's weary yet determined faces, Lu Yao made a resolute decision. Everyone, cease training and outings. Starting today, the tribe shall rest for 2 days. Restoring health is of utmost importance. After the crisis passed, the tribe finally welcomed a brief respite. During the 2 days, with the aid of the chill-repelling leaf broth and ample food, everyone's cold symptoms were alleviated. The comprehensive strength of the great wilderness tribe achieved an unnoticed qualitative leap following this crisis. All 18 members of the tribe donned brand new, well-fitting, wolfskin boots, significantly enhancing their mobility. The team led by Shui set more improved traps in the forest, consistently providing additional meat for the tribe. The mining team led by Mu Hong crafted over a dozen sharp stone pickaxes, ready to extract from the exposed coal mine at any moment. Meanwhile, he and Yu, after completing everyone's boots, began researching how to use triceratops scales to custom-make sturdier armor for core shield bearers like Mu Hong. Food, weapons, gear, energy. Everything necessary for a formidable tribe was developing at an astonishing pace. Chapter 73. The First Torch, the Mysterious Black Bear. The exposed coal mine lay quietly deep within the cave. Previously, Lu Yao had the knowledge but lacked the tools and manpower for extraction. Now, however, the great wilderness tribe stood strong, armed with a dozen stone pickaxes, ready to unlock this slumbering treasure. This is the place. Lu Yao spoke to Mu Hong and several robust tribesmen behind him, urging, let us excavate these black stones with the stone picks we possess. The more we gather, the better. Mu Hong gazed at the black rock straight before him, then at the stone pick in his hand, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. Ha! Mu Hong bellowed, the first to swing his pick. His muscular arms unleashed an astonishing force, the sharp pickaxe slicing through the air before crashing heavily onto the coal seam. Clang! A resounding echo reverberated, more profound than striking ordinary rock. Large chunks of coal broke away, tumbling to the ground. So brittle? Mu Hong was momentarily taken aback, then elated. This is far easier than chopping wood. With the success of the first, the other tribesmen quickly followed suit. Soon, the once silent cave was filled with the rhythmic sounds of clang, 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 and the excited breaths of the tribe. The path from the open coal mine to the campsite was not short, yet after 3 days of relentless excavation, a small mountain of coal had amassed in the tribe. These black stones lay quietly by the campfire. Though the tribesmen were puzzled, their unwavering trust in Lu Yao prevented anyone from questioning further. That night, Lu Yao did not rest. He sought out he and Yu, who were deft with their hands. Before him lay several items. A mound of viscous yellow resin scraped from pine trees, a roll of coarse cloth woven from fine hemp fibers, and several straight wooden sticks. "Brother Lu, what are we going to make?" he asked, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Lu Yao took a wooden stick, tightly wrapping the hemp cloth around its top, then evenly coated it with the sticky pine resin until the entire cloth was saturated. Thus, a rudimentary torch took shape. Ignite! Lu Yao held the torch above the campfire. With a whoosh, flames licked the resin-soaked cloth, instantly producing a bright blaze, far more vigorous than ordinary firewood. A rich scent of pine wafted through the air, accompanied by waves of heat. The entire cave was illuminated as if it were day. Everyone was stunned by this sudden brilliance. They were accustomed to the campfire, which was fixed and heavy. But now, what Lu Yao held was a portable sun, graspable in hand. This creation was called a torch. Lu Yao raised the torch high, his voice echoing in the cavern. "From now on, when patrolling at night, you can wield this to guard against ambushes by wild beasts." Roar! Mu Hong was the first to raise his arms in fervent cheer, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. The rest of the tribesmen joined in the celebration. The birth of the torch signified that they truly possessed the power to conquer the night. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully mining coal, unlocking a new illustration. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully crafting torch, unlocking a new illustration. Civilization progress accelerated, double illustration unlock rewards compounded. Rewards, 2 free attribute points. Skill, Fireball, level increased. Fireball LV1 to Fireball LV3. A series of system notifications resonated in Lu Yao's mind. Without hesitation, he opened his attribute panel. Strength, 11. Constitution, 10. Agility, 11. Spirit, 11. Charm, 11. Free attribute points, 2. He silently resolved to allocate all points to strength. Strength, 13. Boom! He clenched his fist, the joints cracking audibly. He felt as though he could easily dispatch his former self with a mere punch. This was the terrifying enhancement brought by 13 points of strength. Even more exhilarating was the upgrade of Fireball. He opened his palm, and with a thought, a fist-sized, blazing orange fireball materialized in his hand, pulsating with energy. This was no mere flame. It was a true fireball. Its temperature and power far surpassed that of the previous flickering flame. This was a qualitative leap. The joy of achievement permeated the entire tribe. However, just as everyone reveled in the excitement brought by new tools and newfound strength, the sky unexpectedly darkened. Thick clouds gathered, heavy as lead. The air turned damp and oppressive. A drop of icy rain fell upon Lu Yao's cheek. Soon, a gentle spring rain began to descend, gradually intensifying. Spring rain is as precious as oil. For the De Huang tribe, which had just sown their crops, this rain should have been a heavenly blessing. Yet, at that moment, Lu Yao's brow furrowed deeply. The rain was too heavy. Large raindrops fell in a torrential downpour, quickly pooling into murky streams on the ground. "Oh no, the potatoes!" Shui exclaimed. The others turned to see the gentle slope where the precious potato seedlings were buried, being ruthlessly washed away by the rushing rainwater. The rich black soil was swept away, and several fragile potato seedlings were uprooted, swirling in the mud. This was the tribe's hope for the future. "Quick! Bring the stone slabs and grass mats. Cover the fields," Lu Yao decisively commanded. The tribe members sprang into action, braving the downpour to retrieve the stone slabs they usually sat on and the grass mats they hung out to dry, hastily assembling a temporary shelter for the vulnerable potato seedlings. The entire camp was enveloped in a flurry of activity. The sounds of rain, wind, and the shouts of the tribesmen intertwined. However, Amidst the chaos, Lu Yao suddenly paused. He lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as lightning, directed toward the pitch-black forest shrouded in rain outside the camp. Surpassing 10 points of spirit granted him extraordinary perception. Just moments ago, he had sensed an ominous presence. A dangerous aura mingled with brutality, hunger, and madness. Moreover, there was more than one. They were rapidly approaching. Something is coming. Lu Yao's voice was low but clear, reaching the ears of Yu, who was nearby, directing the tribesmen in salvaging the fields. Yu froze in her actions. She listened intently. The sound of rain drowned out all noise from the forest. Yet she trusted Lu Yao's judgment. Following his gaze, she beheld the forest, which loomed like a silent giant in the rain, exuding a chilling stillness. Everyone, cease all actions. Grab your weapons. Retreat behind the walls. Lu Yao's voice suddenly rose, imbued with an undeniable authority. Activate basic deterrence. The industrious tribespeople trembled involuntarily. Though they were unaware of the reason, they instinctively abandoned their tasks, seizing nearby throwing spears and stone axes, swiftly retreating behind the wooden barricade. The camp fell into an eerie silence, save for the sound of the rain pattering down. Everyone held their breath, anxiously gazing into the inky darkness of the forest. Moo! The large white bull in the barn uneasily scraped its hooves, emitting a low, ominous warning. The 4 gentle triceratops ceased their grazing, instinctively shielding the 3 smaller triceratops behind them, their vigilant gazes fixed in the same direction. They're coming. Thud, thud. The heavy footfalls finally pierced through the curtain of rain, ringing clearly in everyone's ears. The very earth seemed to tremble slightly. Then, 7 colossal shadows emerged slowly from the woods. As they fully entered the glow of the torches, a collective gasp escaped the lips of all present. Bears. A total of 7 exceptionally large black bears. Each of them was larger than an adult triceratops. Their bodies draped in glossy, rain-soaked black fur, their robust limbs resembling stone pillars, radiating explosive power. Level 2 creature, Mountain Bear. Strength, 27. Constitution, 18. Agility, 5. Skills, Mighty Charge, Frenzy. A flurry of data materialized before Lu Yao's eyes. Each bear was no less formidable than the Icefield Wolf King of yore. Bears are solitary beasts. Yu stood beside Lu Yao, her expression grave, her voice lowered to a whisper. They could never act in such a coordinated manner. Lu Yao too sensed the anomaly. The bear's eyes glinted with an unsettling, otherworldly red glow in the firelight. This was not the ferocity of beasts hunting. It was an illumination filled with chaos, madness, and aggression. Their objective was unmistakable. The camp of the great wilderness tribe. Yu squinted closely, a flicker of unusual color flashing in her cold eyes. She leaned closer to Lu Yao, speaking in a tone meant only for their ears. The scent is off. Their divine energy is faint, yet highly volatile. Divine energy. Lu Yao's heart sank sharply. The bear's abnormality was indeed linked to divine power. Roar! The most imposing of the black bears rose up on its hind legs, unleashing a deafening roar. It seemed enraged by the wooden barricade, which stood as tall as a person and a half. In the next instant it crashed down, its powerful limbs propelling it like a runaway battering ram toward the wall. Bang! A thunderous crash resounded. The resilient wall, crafted from cedar wood and buried a meter deep in frozen earth, shuddered violently from the terrifying impact. The vines at the connections creaked under the strain. One bear's charge nearly brought the wall to collapse, and there were 7 such bears. The newcomers in the tribe had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. Their faces turned pale with fear, their hands trembling around their weapons. Panic began to spread. Do not panic. Arm yourselves. Lu Yao's booming voice rang like thunder in everyone's ears. Standing on the lookout platform behind the wall, rain-soaked hair and animal skin attire clinging to him, he stood tall and resolute, akin to a spear. His voice, bolstered by the power of basic deterrence, reverberated throughout the area, instantly dispelling the fear within the tribespeople and reuniting their scattered resolve. Ready your throwing spears. Mu Hong. You, arm yourselves and take your positions as we trained. Yes. Mu Hong was the first to raise his shield and spear, letting out a beastly roar. The rest of the tribespeople were ignited with fighting spirit, joining in a unified battle cry. Lu Yao calmly assessed the situation. Rain was the greatest adversary of fire. They could easily retreat into the caves. Yet doing so would relinquish their initiative. If the bears were clever, they would lie in wait at the cave entrance, making it impossible for them to remain hidden indefinitely. Lu Yao furrowed his brow. By contrast, in the open camp they had throwing spears, plate armor, and a measure of defense. Moreover, The large white bull could potentially assist them. He needed to make everyone understand that safety was not achieved through hiding, but through combat. Bang, bang, bang. The 7 black bears, led by the foremost one, began their frenzied assault. The entire section of the wall trembled under the relentless onslaught of their colossal charges. Chapter 74. Fireball Technique. Beast Tide. Mu Hong. Lu Yao's voice rang out clearly amid the thunderous impacts. Gather your shield bearers and brace against that section of the wall. We must not allow them to break through. Understood. Mu Hong roared, unwavering as he raised the massive shield reinforced with triceratops hide and hardwood, leading 3 other tribespeople, also armed with shields, to brace against the area most heavily assaulted by the bears. Bang! Another violent impact struck. Mu Hong felt an overwhelming force surge through his shield, numbing his arms and pushing him back half a meter. Yet he gritted his teeth, firmly planting his feet in the mud, summoning every ounce of strength to withstand the onslaught. Lu Yao issued another command. Let all archers and prepare to throw your spears. Do not act until I give the signal. You nodded, having donned her fearsome wolfskin boots, standing steadily on the muddy ground. She and the 7 archers behind her raised their throwing spears and launchers, the cold spear tips glinting with a bloodthirsty sheen in the firelight, locking on to the bear horde outside the wall. The large white bull and the 4 triceratops charged out from the pen, growling low, positioning themselves behind Mu Hong and the others, ready to confront any enemies that might breach their defenses. Under Lu Yao's command, the entire tribe formed a well-organized and clearly defined battle bastion. Roar! One black bear, frustrated by its inability to breach the wall, became increasingly agitated. It abandoned its charge, instead using its massive forelimbs to claw at the top of the barricade. Its sharp claws embedded deeply into the wooden posts, producing a grating sound. Its gigantic form was climbing over the wall with sheer brute force. A massive, menacing bear head appeared above the barricade, eyes glowing red, fixated intently on the people within, foul saliva dripping from its fangs. Now's the moment. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Yao's eyes. He chose not to hurl a spear but instead seized 3 freshly crafted torches from the nearby brazier. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, his muscular arm suddenly tensed, unleashing a terrifying force of 13 points in an instant. Whoosh! The first torch soared through the rain like a blazing meteor, slicing the air with a chilling sound, striking precisely upon the face of the black bear that had just poked its head out. Crack! The torch shattered. The burlap soaked in pine resin exploded, splattering the bear's head and face with scalding oil. The torrential rain could not extinguish the flames ignited by the oil. Roar! The black bear emitted a heart-wrenching howl. The fire instantly engulfed the fur on its face, scorching its eyes and flesh. Overcome by excruciating pain, it could no longer cling to the wall, its massive body toppling backward, crashing down and knocking over another companion that was preparing to climb. But that was not the end. Lu Yao did not pause for a moment. With a thought, he invoked Flame Technique LV3. He spread his right hand and a fist-sized, even more intense and solid orange-red fireball materialized out of thin air. Go! With a flick of his wrist, the fireball flew forth, tracing a brilliant arc through the air, crossing over the wall and precisely landing in the densest part of the bear group. Boom! The fireball struck the ground, exploding outward. This was no ordinary flame, but an indomitable fire summoned by the system. Even released, it burned longer than common flames. Several black bears were immediately engulfed by this orange-red fire. The flames ignited their dense fur in an instant. With the wind aiding the flames, the inferno surged. Within moments, 3 or 4 enormous black bears transformed into colossal torches, sprinting through the rain while howling in agony. The air was soon filled with the nauseating scent of charred flesh. This hellish scene utterly shattered the ferocity of these beasts. It also stunned all the tribespeople within the great wilderness tribe's walls. Amidst the pouring rain, summoning flames to incinerate formidable foes, Lu Yao, a force to be reckoned with. Now is the moment. Release. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lu Yao issued the final attack command. Kill. A remarkable killing intent erupted in Yu's eyes. Her spear flew forth like a bolt of black lightning, the first to strike. Thud! The spear pierced through the eye socket of a black bear that was rolling on the ground, engulfed in flames, impaling it to the hilt. The bear's wailing abruptly ceased. In that instant, the remaining archers unleashed their pent-up power. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of spears, enhanced by the spear-throwing devices, whistled through the air like a deadly storm, crashing down upon the chaotic throng of bears. The battle instantly transformed into a one-sided slaughter. The surviving black bears, stripped of their previous ferocity, dragged their scorched bodies in terror, attempting to flee back to the woods. But what awaited them was yet another merciless barrage of spears. In less than a minute, the battle was over. 7 once mighty mountain bears lay fallen in pools of blood and mud. Some were reduced to charred remains, while others were pinned to the ground by multiple spears. The walls stood intact. The great wilderness tribe suffered no casualties. Chapter 76. The Frenzied Berries. A new mystery. The rain continued to fall. Yet, an eerie silence enveloped both inside and outside the camp. Lu Yao exhaled slowly, raindrops trickling down his cheeks. The battle had concluded. However, his heart was far from at ease. He leaped down from the watchtower, disregarding his tribe's warnings, and strode directly towards the breach in the camp's defenses. Just moments ago, the Great Bai had been stationed here, which likely deterred the black bears from attacking this side. Yu immediately brandished her spear, closely following him, vigilantly guarding his side. Lu Yao paid no heed to the charred or impaled corpses. He approached the body of a black bear, its eye socket pierced by Yu's spear, appearing the most intact among the carnage. He unsheathed his bone dagger and crouched down. Lu Yao, what are you doing? Yu asked, puzzled. I wish to ascertain their condition. Lu Yao replied with a calm tone, though his gaze was strikingly sharp. Ignoring the overwhelming stench of blood and the foul odor emanating from the corpse, he skillfully sliced open the bear's thick belly. The fetid entrails, mingled with undigested food remnants, spilled onto the ground. The tribespeople watching from a distance felt a wave of nausea. Yet Lu Yao seemed oblivious. He meticulously rummaged through the stomach contents, which emitted a sour, rotten smell. Soon, he halted his movements. From a mass of chewed-up roots and leaves, he extracted a peculiar item. They were some oddly shaped berries, not yet fully digested, about the size of a fingernail. The berries glowed with a strange dark red hue, emitting a faint, visible red aura even in the dim rain-soaked night. A subtle scent, akin to the frenzied divine power described by Yu, wafted from the berries. This is it. Lu Yao picked up several berries and held them in his palm. Ding! Unknown energy item detected. Frenzied berry, undetermined, contains chaotic and violent energy, causing biological consumers to enter a bloodthirsty frenzy, significantly enhancing strength and aggression but resulting in the loss of rationality. Prolonged consumption will cause irreversible harm to the body. Just as suspected, was it the consumption of these bizarre berries that caused the bears to behave so erratically? Roar! At that moment, a thunderous bear roar erupted from deep within the dark woods. This roar was louder and more ferocious than any previous bear's cry. It was the true Bear King, unleashing its fury. Following that, roars echoed one after another. Dozens, even hundreds of bear roars resonated from all directions, merging into a terrifying wave of sound that engulfed the entire valley. It was as if all the bears in the forest had been awakened, thrown into a frenzy. The tribespeople, who had just celebrated their victory, felt their faces drain of color. An expression of indescribable fear and despair etched itself upon everyone's features. Facing 7 bears was already a formidable challenge. If dozens emerged, it would amount to a beast tide. In the past, the appearance of a beast tide signified death, even the annihilation of the tribe. Yu's expression grew grave as she tightened her grip on the spear in her hand. Lu Yao, we must retreat to the cave. Chapter 75. The beast tide approaches, constructing the brick kiln. Amidst the curtain of rain, the terrifying roars of the beasts silenced the breaths of every member of the great wilderness tribe. Despair, the bloodlust and pride that had recently ignited from repelling the mountain bears were utterly crushed in this moment, leaving nothing but emptiness. Some tribe members' legs buckled, nearly collapsing into the muddy water, their eyes vacant. Dozens, even hundreds of such monsters. It was the beast tide, a calamity. Lu Yao, we must retreat to the cave. For the first time, Yu's voice carried urgency as she grasped Lu Yao's arm, the cold rain failing to mask the heat radiating from her palm. This was the most rational, indeed the only choice. Yet Lu Yao stood firmly in place, unmoving. His mental energy transformed into an invisible net, piercing through the chaos of the rain and reaching into the distant mountains and forests. The roars of those bears sounded earth-shattering, but it was too chaotic, wild, yet devoid of order, angry yet lacking a unified direction. Lu Yao glanced at the others, shaking his head to signal them to remain silent. Gradually, the cacophony of roars began to thin. After an interminable silence, the beast tide did not arrive, but Shui could no longer hold back, crouching on the ground with her head in her arms, emitting a whimper of survival. The sound ignited a fuse, and everyone released the tension that had been stretched to its limit, gasping for breath, many collapsing directly to the ground. They had survived. Mu Hong leaned against the crumbling wall, his chest heaving violently, unable to distinguish whether it was rainwater or cold sweat on his face. He let out a hoarse laugh, attempting to mask the fear that had just engulfed him. The others also wore relieved smiles, and the camp was filled with a lightness of having survived. Only Lu Yao. His expression was even graver than when he faced the bear's roar. He approached the section of the wall that had been most severely battered by the bear horde. The resilient cedar posts were riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, and in the most damaged areas, several posts had already fractured, barely held together by vines. He extended his hand, lightly touching those fissures. Cold, fragile. We were merely fortunate. Lu Yao's voice extinguished the warmth that had just risen in the camp. All eyes instantly focused on him. These bears currently lack a mature leader, which is why a beast tide has not formed. However, we cannot place our hopes on mere luck. Lu Yao understood well that the animals in this world possessed considerable intelligence. For a group of carnivores just emerging from hibernation, their camp was an obvious meat storehouse. The emergence of a leader for the beast tide was merely a matter of time. This wall. He pointed to the dilapidated wooden barrier behind him, speaking slowly, is still insufficient to protect us in the face of true danger. The faces of the tribe members, who had just been basking in joy, froze. Lu Yao's eyes glowed with an astonishing brilliance in the rain-soaked night. We must construct a more robust defense. Mu Hong instinctively inquired, with stones? But transporting and stacking them is too slow, and stones cannot be piled high. No. Lu Yao shook his head, his gaze transcending the crowd, landing on the heap of black coal excavated from the cave, reminiscent of the clay by the lakeside. We will use fire and earth. He began to speak, his voice imbued with an undeniable enchantment. We shall use them to forge something stronger and more uniform than stone. It is called brick. Brick? A term utterly foreign to this era. Confusion spread across every face, including the astute Yu and Yu. To create something stronger than stone from mud? How is that possible? Amidst the murmurs of the tribe members, Lu Yao's consciousness sank into his mind. The survival manual automatically flipped open. A vividly clear, three-dimensional blueprint unfolded before his eyes. It depicted a structure built from earth and stones, featuring a unique dome and venting chimney. Brick kiln. Description: a semi-permanent structure used for the mass firing of pottery and bricks. And beneath the blueprint, a line of golden text shimmered. Illustration: unlock reward. 2 free attribute points. This was not only the tribe's lifeline but also a path for his own empowerment. He lifted his head, observing the expressions of skepticism and confusion etched across the faces of his people. Yet the process of firing bricks could not be demonstrated. Firstly, firing bricks requires a lengthy timeline. Whether in sourcing the clay, forming the molds, or drying them, it is exceedingly time-consuming. If he were to forcibly grab a lump of earth to burn now, the result would only yield a failed brick. Everyone, trust me. Although I cannot demonstrate this at present, the earth can indeed be harder than stone. The crowd appeared momentarily stunned, with Yu being the first to step forward. I believe in Lu Yao. Yes, believe in Lu Yao. The others exchanged glances. Their survival thus far, untroubled by hunger or cold, was a testament to their unwavering faith in Lu Yao. The following day, the rain passed, and the sun broke through the clouds, casting a golden hue over the rejuvenated mountains and forests. Yet, the camp of the great wilderness tribe was busier than ever before. All tribe members were driven by an unprecedented fervor and sense of mission, immersing themselves in this grand endeavor. Here, they dug a pit 3 meters long and 2 meters wide to serve as the kiln chamber. The ratio of earth to water was 3:1, filled into molds and then poured out. They would first place them in the side chamber of the cave to dry. Lu Yao stood on a high ground, holding a piece of charcoal, sketching the structure of the brick kiln on a massive stone slab, continuously issuing commands. Under his guidance, the entire tribe sprang into action. Mu Hong led the strongest men to excavate and transport heavy stones for constructing the kiln's foundation. He, Yu, and Yu were responsible for the clay, utilizing molds to create a large number of clay forms. The entire camp was ablaze with activity. However, as they began constructing the kiln's structure, difficulties arose. The crux of the brick kiln lay in how to allow flames and heat to circulate evenly within, ensuring that every brick form was thoroughly fired. Although Lu Yao had the blueprint provided by the system in his mind, the blueprint was two-dimensional, and many details needed to be explored through practice. Prophet, is this vent too small? Chapter 76. Shall I help you press it? Prophet, is this vent too small? As Lu Yao pondered over a pile of clay, deeply contemplating how to construct the most rational arch and flue, a chilling voice resonated behind him. It was Yu. She had been standing silently at a distance, quietly observing. Rarely speaking, yet she had committed every line Lu Yao had drawn on the stone slab to memory. Turning back, Lu Yao was somewhat taken aback. "What are your thoughts?" You approached the stone slab, her delicate fingers lightly tapping an inconspicuous corner of the blueprint. "If the hot air enters from here, it will directly rush out through the flue at the top, potentially leaving the brick molds at the bottom of the kiln on both sides undercooked." Pausing for a moment, she picked up a small stick and sketched a simple cross-section in the adjacent muddy ground. "We could add 2 inclined fire channels along the inner wall of the kiln, allowing the flames to spiral up from the bottom. This way, the heat would be more evenly distributed." As she spoke, she illustrated those 2 additional fire channels with the stick. A simple yet ingenious improvement. Lu Yao's eyes instantly lit up. He had only considered the main flue and had overlooked the circulation path of the hot air within the kiln. Yu's suggestion addressed the very core of the problem. This was no mere display of learning ability. It was a gift, a natural intuition for space and structure. "Genius!" Lu Yao exclaimed, his gaze towards Yu filled with awe. Yu smiled confidently. "I just thought it could be done this way." "Your idea is outstanding." Lu Yao generously praised her, seizing a piece of charcoal to amend the blueprint on the stone slab, then loudly declared to everyone, modify according to Yu's method. Add fire channels to the kiln walls." The workers, engrossed in their tasks, halted in surprise and turned to gaze at the woman who had remained so quiet. Mu Hong scratched his head, bewildered. He had previously perceived her as calm, unaware of her sharp intellect. Under Yu's pivotal improvement, the construction of the brick kiln accelerated significantly. While the tribe's defenses were being upgraded, Lu Yao understood that passive defense could never truly resolve the issue. During a break in the kiln construction, he summoned Shui, Amu and Jin Zi to his side. "From today onward, the 3 of you will form the tribe's first patrol team." Lu Yao's expression was grave. The trio instantly straightened their backs, their faces reflecting excitement and pride. "Your mission is not hunting, but reconnaissance." Lu Yao drew a circle on the ground to represent the camp. "Every morning and evening, you will patrol a circle around the camp within a 5-kilometer radius. I want you to note down anything unusual that you observe, any fresh tracks or droppings from large beasts, or, as we encountered yesterday, the violent berries. If you discover any, do not approach, do not disturb, and return to report to me immediately. This is a direct order." "Yes, Brother Lu." Shui, Amu, and Jin Zi responded in unison, their voices resonant and firm. This was not merely a task. It was a profound trust. In that moment, the tribe's defense system underwent a metamorphosis from passive to proactive. The effectiveness of the patrol team was immediate. The following evening, Shui returned with unsettling intelligence. "Prophet, in the valley to the east, we have discovered even more of those berries." Shui's face had paled. The ground there was terrifying. Tracks were everywhere. Bears, wolves, and large footprints resembling those of pigs, all intermingled, with several areas showing signs of struggle and blood. We dared not approach. This news cast yet another shadow over the tribe, which had only recently endured an invasion. Lu Yao's heart sank. The violent berries were spreading extensively, disrupting the ecological balance of the entire mountain. What had once seemed a bountiful forest was becoming perilous. Yet, from where did these berries originate? In the memories of his former self, he recalled never encountering such berries in the old land. Regardless, they needed to expedite the construction of the walls. As night fell, within the cave, the bonfire blazed brightly. The weary yet satisfied tribe members gathered together, their exhausted faces illuminated with contentment. Each held a steaming baked potato, the sweet and soft flavor serving as the finest reward for their diligent labor. 3 small ceratopsians affectionately nestled among the crowd, occasionally receiving morsels of potato from children, eliciting their joyful coos. It was a scene of warmth and harmony. You sat beside Lu Yao, having joined in the mud and transport work today, her fair cheeks smudged with a bit of clay, adding an authentic beauty to her appearance. She seemed somewhat fatigued, leaning against the cave wall and unconsciously rotating her neck. A faint crackling sound of bones rubbing together filled the air. Lu Yao paused, glancing over, only to see you frowning slightly, seemingly uncomfortable. This gesture, this sound. A long-buried term sprang forth from the depths of his mind. Cervical spondylosis? In this era, whether hunting or laboring, the strain on the cervical spine was immense, and issues were not uncommon. "Is your neck uncomfortable?" he casually inquired. You replied, her voice somewhat muffled. "A bit sore." Gazing at her elegantly contoured neck, Lu Yao, almost instinctively, blurted out, "Shall I give you a massage?" The moment those words escaped his lips, He wished to slap himself. What had he just said? Offer her a massage? You appeared equally taken aback. A hint of confusion flickering in her cold eyes, her cheeks quickly flushed with warmth. The gazes within the cave drifted over, some lingering in the air. Under the collective scrutiny, Lu Yao felt as though he were being thrust into the flames, compelled to press on, extending his hand, albeit with a sense of attempting to rectify his blunder, gently resting it on her rounded shoulder. The touch was warm, soft, and surprisingly elastic. He steadied himself and recalled the massage techniques he had seen in his past life, channeling strength through his arm, gradually applying pressure along the contours of her shoulder muscles. His strength was a formidable 13 points. Even though he exerted great effort to control it, the pressure on Yu's shoulder and neck remained significant. A brief, suppressed cry, tinged with an odd tremor of pain, escaped Yu's lips. The sound was not loud, yet in the quiet cave, it resonated like thunder. In an instant, the entire cave fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the tribe members, previously engaged in eating potatoes and chatting, froze mid-action. Mu Hong, with half a potato still in his mouth, stared wide-eyed, resembling a petrified statue. He and Yu nearly dropped their potatoes, their faces painted with astonishment. Snow, Amu, and Jean Z wore expressions of sheer terror, as if they had witnessed something they ought not to have seen. All gazes were fixed intently upon the corner of the cave. There, Lu Yao had his hands resting on the shoulders of their equally powerful and aloof chieftain. Their chieftain, blushing profusely, with color radiating from her neck to her ears, had parted lips, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lu Yao's hand hung awkwardly in mid-air. Chapter 77. The brick kiln is completed, and Dabai is missing. The cave was enveloped in a deathly silence, broken only by the faint crackling of wood in the bonfire. Everyone's movements were frozen in time. Mu Hong, with a potato stuffed in his mouth, had forgotten to chew, his wide eyes filled with bewilderment. He and Yu's mouths formed round O's, their faces etched with disbelief. Snow, Amu, and Jean Z were so frightened they nearly lost their wits, wishing fervently to dig a hole and bury themselves within it. What is indecent should not be seen or heard. All eyes remained glued to that corner of the cave. There, the tribe's prophet had placed a hand upon their powerful and aloof chieftain's shoulder. Yet, at this moment, her usually impenetrable icy facade was flushed like a searing iron, the heat radiating from her delicate collarbone to her petite earlobes. Her lips were slightly parted, and a veil of moisture clouded her cool, serene eyes, obscuring whether it was pain or embarrassment that she felt. Lu Yao's hand was suspended in limbo, caught between action and inaction. He swore he merely intended to alleviate her neck discomfort. His cheeks burned with heat. This was a grave misunderstanding. Yu finally broke free from the prickling sensation that had enveloped her, her entire being springing back like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, creating a distance of 3 meters between her and Lu Yao. She kept her head down, unable to meet anyone's gaze, her hands nervously clasped behind her back, knuckles whitening. I am fine. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. This explanation proved more damning than silence. Mu Hong struggled to swallow the potato in his mouth. His gaze toward Lu Yao suddenly filled with a peculiar hue. He and Yu exchanged a swift glance, both recognizing the blazing spirit of gossip igniting in each other's eyes. Lu Yao felt as though his illustrious name was about to be tarnished. He cleared his throat, attempting to salvage the situation. Is there enough potato left? We can continue digging tomorrow. No one acknowledged him. All eyes bore the same look that said, we understand. You need not elaborate. The atmosphere was fraught with ambiguity and awkwardness, yet it could not hinder the tribe's grand construction efforts. For the next 3 days, the entire De Huang tribe was engulfed in a fervor for building the brick kiln. Thanks to Yu's meticulous improvements and the collective efforts of the tribe, by the evening of the 3rd day, a rugged yet remarkably well-structured brick kiln stood proudly on the high ground beside the camp. Did we really create such a magnificent structure out of mud? Mu Hong circled the brick kiln, touching and tapping, his face a canvas of astonishment. Prophet, can we ignite it now? Yu gazed at her masterpiece, her eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement. Lu Yao shook his head with a smile. He walked to the side chamber of the cave, where hundreds of preliminary air-dried brick molds were neatly stacked. Don't be hasty. These molds have merely completed the first step to prevent them from cracking. He picked one up and explained, next, we need to move them into the sunlight for at least 10 days to let all the moisture escape. Otherwise, when we ignite the fire, the water in the clay will expand with heat, causing our painstakingly crafted bricks to explode into a heap of useless mud. The crowd listened, half comprehending, but the gravity of explode was enough to extinguish any thoughts of igniting the kiln. At that moment, the survival manual flipped silently in Lu Yao's mind. Illustration unlocked. Brick kiln. Description: a semi-permanent structure for mass-firing pottery and bricks, one of the cornerstones of civilization. Reward: 2 free attribute points. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yao focused his thoughts. All points allocated to spirit. Spirit: 1113. In that instant, it was as if a storm had erupted in Lu Yao's mind, only to settle into profound clarity. The tribe was suffused with joy. The members gathered around the brick kiln, excitedly envisioning how it would not only produce sturdy bricks, but also bring warmth during the frigid winter months. Lu Yao too smiled, relishing this moment of accomplishment and warmth. Yet soon, a slight furrow creased his brow. Something felt amiss. His heightened perception sensed an underlying dissonance. His gaze swept over to he, who was feeding 3 small horned dragons with root vegetables. "Where is Dabai?" he inquired, his voice barely above a whisper, yet it halted the surrounding chatter. He looked up in confusion, surveying his surroundings, gradually coming to a realization. Dabai went out early this morning to forage for food. But now, her words trailed off. He hasn't returned. The air, once vibrant with joy, momentarily chilled. Though Dabai was gluttonous, he possessed a strong sense of territory and an instinct to return home, never having been known to not come back before nightfall. A sense of foreboding arose. "I'll take a group to find him." Mu Hong was the first to react, seizing a stone spear and preparing to charge out. "Stop!" Lu Yao raised his hand. Halting him, he stepped into the center of the camp. In the next moment he activated the Mu skill. Mu, a distinct bovine call, infused with a call of mental power, tore through the night, echoing into the dark wilderness. This was his unique signal of communication with Dabai. He was calling for his companion. The entire camp fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible. Everyone held their breath, ears perked, faces etched with tension. A minute passed. In the valley, only Lu Yao's call echoed in solitude. 2 minutes passed. The familiar, resonant response was conspicuously absent. Lu Yao's heart sank inch by inch. His fists clenched silently at his sides, knuckles whitening from the force. Dabai had truly gone missing. Yu, unbidden, had approached his side, observing his furrowed brow, extending her hand to gently touch his arm. "Don't worry," she softly reassured. "Dabai is strong. He won't easily find himself in trouble." Yet, her hand gripping the spear also betrayed her inner turmoil, knuckles pale from the tension. Lu Yao took a deep breath. "We can't wait any longer." His gaze swept over the crowd, his voice resolute and unwavering. "Mu Hong, Shui, equip yourselves with the finest weapons and the newly crafted torches. The 3 of us shall venture forth. You and you remain here, safeguarding the camp with the others." Understood. The command was issued, and the tribe operated with remarkable efficiency. Soon, 3 resinous torches blazed brightly, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Lu Yao crouched down, his senses heightened to an extraordinary degree, allowing him to effortlessly discern the massive hoofprints left by the great white beyond the camp in the damp earth. In the flickering firelight, the prints were strikingly clear, leading deeper into the mountain's darker recesses. Chapter 78. The Herd of Highland White Yak. The torches tore through the veil of night, casting elongated shadows in a warm orange hue upon the slick mud beneath. Mu Hong led the way, torch and stone spear in hand, his robust frame taut with tension as each step he took splashed mud around him. Shui's complexion turned pale, closely trailing Lu Yao, his other hand gripping the spear tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. The midnight forest was inherently a forbidden realm, and the rustling sounds of the unknown in the darkness, coupled with the shadows of trees swaying in the wind, felt like lurking monsters, continually tugging at his frayed nerves. Lu Yao walked in the center, his demeanor the most tranquil among the trio. With a mental attribute of 13, his perception of the environment had ascended to an inconceivable level. Suddenly he halted. "Wait." Mu Hong and Shui immediately stopped, warily scanning their surroundings. Lu Yao's gaze did not venture into the shadowy woods, but instead fell upon a cluster of low bushes to his left. He delicately nudged aside a few damp leaves with his toes, revealing several dark red fruits in the torchlight. It was the ferocious berries. In the flickering glow, the surface of the berries seemed to shimmer with an eerie crimson light. Mu Hong's pupils dilated sharply, his breathing becoming labored. This cursed thing. Shui took a half step back in fright, recalling the abnormal mountain bears. Lu Yao crouched down for a closer examination. The soil around the berries bore signs of trampling, yet the berries themselves remained untouched, showing no signs of having been gnawed. A sense of relief washed over him. This at least indicated that the Great White had not mistakenly ingested this fruit. Let us proceed. Lu Yao rose, his tone steady. The Great White is more astute than we presumed. The journey ahead seemed to affirm his assessment. They soon uncovered 7 or 8 more clusters of ferocious berries, and as they ascended the mountains, these peculiar fruits became increasingly abundant, confirming that their presence was no mere coincidence. Mu Hong's anxiety peaked. He could vividly imagine the gentle giant, the Great White, transformed into a monstrous creature should it consume these berries. Yet Lu Yao remained composed, soothing the frayed nerves of his companions with his calm demeanor while meticulously observing the hoofprints on the ground. Look, he pointed downwards. Although the Great White's hoofprints were deeply embedded in this region, the strides remained steady and evenly spaced, devoid of any chaos. This did not resemble the behavior of something out of control or being pursued. His words carried an undeniable authority, acting as a tranquilizer, gradually calming the racing hearts of Mu Hong and Shui. The two instinctively turned their gaze towards Lu Yao. Illuminated by the torchlight, the contours of their young prophet's profile were sharply defined. His deep-set eyes devoid of panic, exuding absolute rationality and confidence. A sense of reassurance quietly spread within them. As the terrain continued to rise, the air grew thin and frigid. After laboriously navigating a steep rock face, they were greeted by a breathtaking vista. An expansive alpine meadow unfolded beneath the cool moonlight, resembling a silver carpet that stretched to the horizon. In the meadow, shadowy figures moved slowly, accompanied by a chorus of deep, resonant moos that resonated through the vast wilderness. Mu Hong and Shui instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, their bodies rigid with shock. The sight before them was overwhelmingly staggering. Under the moonlight, the sheer size of the creatures, at least 100, was evident. Each was larger than any wild buffalo they had ever seen, with robust limbs akin to stone pillars, and their curved horns gleamed with a chilling light in the moon's glow. This force could easily flatten their entire tribe. The enormity of the beast herd left them in a state of awe, rendering them momentarily breathless. Yet Lu Yao's gaze functioned like a precise spotlight, swiftly scanning the entire herd. Before long, he spotted a familiar silhouette. On the periphery of the colossal herd stood a figure that, though smaller than its counterparts, still appeared remarkably robust, none other than the Great White. At that moment, the Great White affectionately nuzzled a mature cow almost twice its size, emitting a contented rumble, exuding an air of bliss and tranquility. It was unscathed, and under the moonlight, its coat gleamed with vitality, appearing even more vibrant than when it had departed. We have found it. An overwhelming wave of joy and reassurance surged through Lu Yao, dissipating all his previous concerns. His taut nerves, strained throughout the night, finally relaxed. It is the Great White. Mu Hong also spotted it but dared not rush into the herd, merely whispering to Lu Yao and Shui. Shu. Lu Yao seized him firmly. At that very moment, the hundreds of grazing giants began to turn their gaze towards them. Countless pairs of enormous eyes fixated on the 3 uninvited guests at the base of the rock face. The air seemed to solidify in that instant. An indescribable pressure, mingled with a primal aura, surged forth like an avalanche. Mu Hong and Shui's faces turned ashen, their legs trembling as if they might collapse at any moment. Under the terrifying collective gaze, they felt like 3 leaves tossed in a tempest, on the verge of being crushed. The herd slowly parted, creating a pathway. From the depths of the group emerged the largest of the highland white yaks, striding forward steadily. Its size dwarfed any creature Lu Yao had ever encountered, even surpassing the combined imposing presence of the 7 mountain bears from earlier. Its fur was a pure, pristine white, flowing like moonlight, while its massive, curved horns gleamed with a metallic luster, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. Level 5 creature. King of the Highland White Yak. Strength, 435. Vitality, 100. Agility, 20. Mental, 100. Divine Power. Sovereignty of the Mountains LV4. Passive. Skills. Bull Roar LV3. Earth Tremor LV3. Charge LV4. Lu Yao's heart thudded violently. A level 5 creature. Before he could fully recover from his shock, the White Yak King had already approached within 20 meters of them. Its enormous eyes, imbued with the wisdom of ages, gazed calmly at Lu Yao. In the next moment, a unique, bull roar resonated in Lu Yao's mind, transcending the barriers of language. I can sense the essence of kin emanating from you, strange biped. Has my child been saved by you? It spoke in the voice of Dabai. Lu Yao suppressed the tumult within him and activated his own bull roar skill, responding with his mental energy. His name is Dabai. He is my companion. He arrived at my cave during winter, and I welcomed him inside. The White Yak King's massive head nodded slightly, seemingly in understanding. Its gaze swept over the trembling Mu Hong and Shui beside Lu Yao, before returning to focus on him. The ancient and weighty voice echoed once more in Lu Yao's mind. A biped capable of communicating with the bovine race. My child tells me that you seem to be experiencing a calamity. Chapter 79. Calamity. Berserk berries. Calamity. To be deemed a disaster by a level 5 creature. A sovereign commanding hundreds of colossal beasts. It could not merely be a snowstorm or a mere dozen mountain bears. Lu Yao recalled the frenzied berries. He forcibly quelled the surging emotions within, focusing his mental energy to respond. What kind of calamity? The White Yak King's deep-set eyes mirrored the cold moonlight, also reflecting Lu Yao's remarkably composed face illuminated by the fire. It is a curse. The voice of the Yak King carried the weight of time. Approximately half a winter ago, this mountain range underwent a transformation. Certain plants began to mutate, producing the red fruits you just witnessed. Any beast that consumes them experiences a surge in power for a brief period, only to lose all sense of reason, reduced to mere instincts of slaughter and destruction, until it ultimately perishes from exhaustion. Lu Yao's pupils contracted sharply. He instantly recalled the 7 mountain bears that fearlessly charged against the walls. He remembered the mixed tracks and bloodstains discovered by the patrol team in the Eastern Valley. You all. Lu Yao struggled to articulate his thoughts. Why are you unharmed? In this alpine meadow, the berserk berries were nearly ubiquitous. Yet, the hundreds of highland white yaks stood serene, leisurely grazing on the harmless grasses, as if those deadly temptations were non-existent. Because we are favored by the divine. A hint of innate pride laced the White Yak King's voice. The bloodline of the Highland White Yak is inherently immune to various curses. Favored by the divine? Lu Yao contemplated for a moment, arriving at a conclusion. The Highland White Yak clan might possess an innate ability to awaken some divine power. And those species endowed with divine power are impervious to the influence of the berserk berries. Did this imply that he, Mu Hong, and Shui could consume such berries? Just as Lu Yao pondered this, Mu Hong beside him was nearing his breaking point. He could not comprehend what Lu Yao and that terrifying Yak King were communicating. All he knew was that since the Yak King's appearance, he had been under immense mental strain every second. The weighty pressure, akin to a mountain, caused his arms, gripping the stone spear, to tremble uncontrollably. Sweat soaked his back. Shui fared even worse, her complexion pale as paper, her lips quivering, nearly collapsing to the ground. They could not fathom how Lu Yao could maintain his composure in the face of this mountain deity-like beast. My child told me that you provided it with a warm sanctuary and delightful sustenance. The Yak King's voice drew Lu Yao's thoughts back. The Highland White Yak tribe repays its debts of gratitude. Its gaze swept over Lu Yao, seemingly assessing something. However, whether it returns with you is a decision it must make for itself. Lu Yao's heart sank. He looked into the distance, where Dabai nestled beside its mother, emitting satisfied purrs. Suddenly Lu Yao understood. Dabai had returned home. He remained silent for a moment, sending forth a gentle thought through his mental energy. I understand. It belongs here by nature. This response seemed to take the Yak King by surprise. A glimmer of approval flickered in its immense eyes. You comprehend very well. Each descendant is one of the hopes for our clan's future. The Yak King's voice resonated again, imbued with undeniable authority. However, as a token of gratitude for your rescue and nurturing of it, and as a testament to the friendship between our two clans, it slightly tilted its head and let out a low, rumbling call towards the depths of the herd. The herd parted once more. A similarly massive adult white yak emerged, carrying an unimaginably large pure white object. It was a horn nearly 2 meters long, its base thicker than an adult's thigh, exuding a texture as smooth as jade, yet its tip gleamed with a piercing cold brilliance. Moonlight cascaded upon it, as if absorbed into the horn, bestowing it with a faint, sacred glow. This is a relic left by a departed ancestor. The Yak King's voice was filled with solemnity. Its resilience surpasses any rock you can conceive. Accept it, biped. This is my token of gratitude. The colossal horn was gently placed on the grass before Lu Yao, producing a resonant thud. Mu Hong and Shui's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Lu Yao's heart skipped a beat. He extended his hand, with a touch of solemnity, and slowly caressed the massive horn. It felt icy yet smooth, akin to the finest mutton fat jade. The moment his palm made contact with the horn, Survival Manual turned a page with a resounding thud. Warning. High-level energy residue detected. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Congratulations. You have successfully unlocked the entry. Ancestor's Horn. Description. a relic infused with the essence of the Highland White Yak clan's bloodline, recognized as one of the most resilient natural materials, possessing attributes of armor-piercing and indestructibility. Reward: 1 free attribute point. Lu Yao's breath caught in his throat, and then, even more exhilarating notifications appeared. Ding! Deep interaction detected between you and the level 5 creature, the White Yak King. Determination successful. Congratulations. You have unlocked the active skill, Mountain's Guardian LV1. A torrent of system notifications surged through Lu Yao's mind, stirring tumultuous waves of excitement. Chapter 80. The Divine Technique of the Mountains, the Sovereignty of the Peaks. Sovereignty of the Peaks LV1. Lu Yao's heart raced with fervor. He immediately focused his mind to examine the newly acquired active skill. Sovereignty of the Peaks LV1. Active skill. Consumes a portion of mental energy to significantly enhance one's strength and defense for a duration of 30 minutes. When the user is situated in a mountainous environment, the effects of this skill are doubled. Cooldown time: 24 hours. Doubled effects. Lu Yao's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Wasn't the area they occupied the quintessential mountainous terrain? This implied that once he activated this skill, his strength and defense would surge to an extraordinarily formidable level in a brief span. It was a divine technique tailor-made for him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yao allocated the single point of free attribute he had just received to strength. Instantly, his attribute panel transformed before his eyes. Name: Lu Yao. Divine Power. Sovereignty of the Land LV1. Strength: 14. Constitution: 10. Agility: 10. Spirit: 13. Skills: Ember Technique LV3. Basic Healing LV1, Freezing Technique LV1, Throwing Technique LV2, Moo LV1, Deer Call LV1, Dragon Roar LV1, Basic Intimidation LV1, Sound Perception LV1, Capture LV1, Barrier LV1. Sovereignty of the Peaks LV1, New. Passives: Deep Slumber LV1, Coarse Skin LV2, Resistance LV1, Bloodthirst LV1, Swift Step LV1. Divine Power. Sovereignty of the Land LV1. Under the territorial enhancement of Sovereignty of the Land, his 4-dimensional attributes could astonishingly reach Strength 19, Constitution 15, Agility 15, Spirit 18, within the territory. Coupled with the combat boost from Bloodthirst and the instantaneous explosion of Sovereignty of the Peaks, Lu Yao took a deep breath. Regardless of what challenges lay ahead, it was the strength of oneself that served as the greatest reliance. However, I did not prevent him from returning to your side. The voice of the White Yak King interrupted Lu Yao's thoughts once more. Lu Yao lifted his gaze to find a glimmer of what resembled affection in the immense eyes of the Yak King. My child is still young, with an unsettled temperament, drawn to the wonders of the outside world. In the future, it may traverse freely between your territory and my kin. But please remember, it must never be taken beyond the bounds of this mountain range. It belongs here. Lu Yao was momentarily taken aback, quickly responding, I promise you. Having spent an entire winter with Dabai, he had already formed a bond. The elder of the Highland White Yaks clearly understood this. With the agreement reached, Lu Yao cast a final glance at Dabai, who was frolicking joyously between its mother and companions. It appeared so blissful, so carefree. Lu Yao refrained from intruding upon this warmth. Instead, he conveyed a farewell sentiment to Dabai from afar using the Mu skill. Dabai, I shall return first. Do come to play when you have the time. Dabai, engaged in play with another calf, paused, lifted its head, and looked towards Lu Yao, responding with a clear and resonant moo. In that sound, there was joy and trust. Lu Yao smiled. He turned to the still dumbfounded Mu Hong and Shui beside him and said, Let us depart, back home. Oh right, good. Mu Hong, as if awakening from a dream, glanced at the bovine king, then at the enormous horn on the ground, feeling utterly bewildered. Lu Yao, this is a gift from the Yak King. Lu Yao stated succinctly. Can we carry this? Mu Hong looked apprehensively at the horn, which was longer than his entire body. Lu Yao stepped forward, grasping the thinner tip of the horn with one hand, exerting a slight force. To his astonishment, the incredibly heavy horn was lifted effortlessly at one end. You two support the back and keep up. Lu Yao hoisted one end of the horn and turned to depart, his stride steady and unlabored. Mu Hong stared in awe, hastily joining Shui to clumsily lift the thick end of the horn. Together, they exerted all their strength just to keep pace with Lu Yao. Lu Yao, when did you become so strong? Mu Hong's voice brimmed with disbelief. Lu Yao chuckled, remaining silent. Leverage principle, how could there be no strength? The three of them, bearing the massive horn, soon vanished behind the steep cliffs. On the alpine meadow, the white yak king watched them depart, a complex, inscrutable light flickering in its vast eyes. To communicate with all beings but not be a chosen one of the gods. This era is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. It let out a long sigh, turned, and its colossal form gradually melded into the herd under the moonlight. Chapter 81. The transaction with the horned dragon, the emergence of the horned dragon armor. The journey back was significantly more subdued than the journey there. Mu Hong and Shui were filled with immense shock and reverence, existing in a state of daze throughout the return. They occasionally stole glances at the figure ahead, effortlessly shouldering the majority of the horn's weight alone. To converse with a deity like Yak King, to receive a treasure from such a terrifying being. Lu Yao seemed to be growing ever more formidable. What did that Yak King say to you, Lu Gu? Ultimately, Mu Hong could no longer contain the curiosity that nearly overflowed from his chest, stammering his question. Shui immediately perked up, eager to listen. He said that Dabai has found its family and will henceforth be an ally of our great wilderness tribe. Lu Yao's voice remained calm and unruffled. He also mentioned that a calamity sweeping across the entire mountain range is impending, urging us to prepare. Calamity? Both Mu Hong and Shui's hearts jolted simultaneously. Is it those red fruits? Mu Hong quickly made the connection. Yes. Lu Yao provided no further explanation. Those fruits will incite animals to become ferocious, leading them to attack us. As he spoke, Lu Yao mentally strategized. Upon returning to the tribe, in addition to routine production, they should take proactive measures to eradicate the nearby violent berries, artificially creating a safety zone. When 3 flames flickered once more at the perimeter of the camp, Yu and Yu, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately approached. Lu Yao. Yu's voice carried a barely perceptible urgency. Upon seeing Lu Yao safe and sound, and bearing an unimaginably large horn, her anxious heart finally settled. Where is Dabai? She inquired immediately. It's fine. It has found its kin, Lu Yao replied, gently setting down the horn from his shoulder, causing a muted thud that reverberated through the ground. All the tribespeople awakened in the camp gathered around. As they listened to Mu Hong and Shui embellish and recount the scene involving the 100 mountain deities and the king of the cattle, everyone fell into a stupor. Ultimately, all gazes converged upon the magnificent white horn in the center of the camp, radiating a faint aura. Its texture was as smooth as jade, exuding an indomitable presence, and its shape was both sacred and majestic. This is a gift from the high mountain White Yak clan to our great wilderness tribe, Lu Yao announced with a resonant voice. A roar of excitement erupted from the tribe, instantly igniting their spirits to a fever pitch. The crowd cheered and rejoiced, celebrating not only the safety of the Great White but also this divine treasure. Only Yu keenly noticed Lu Yao's expression. Amidst the collective euphoria, although he bore a smile, a hint of melancholy seemed to linger in the depths of his eyes, as if touched by the sorrow of impending parting. She refrained from asking further questions. Silently, she stepped forward and took the nearly extinguished torch from Lu Yao's hand. That night, Lu Yao did not rest. After the revelry, the tribespeople fell into a deep slumber, leaving the camp enveloped in the crackling sounds of the burning bonfire. Alone, he sat beside the fire, retrieving a palm-sized, aged scale acquired from the adult Triceratops leader. The scale was grayish-white with slightly worn edges, yet its overall hardness remained astonishing. He awakened Yu and he, who had been sleeping not far away. The 2 young girls rubbed their sleepy eyes, looking at him in confusion. Come and see this, Lu Yao urged as he handed them the scale. Yu took the scale, curiously tapping it and scraping it with her nails, her lively eyes shimmering with contemplation. He was more concerned with the material itself, feeling the texture and thickness of the scale with her hands. Prophet, is this a scale from a Triceratops? He whispered. Indeed. Lu Yao's voice resounded particularly clear in the stillness of the night. I would like you to study how to transform this into armor that can be worn by people. Armor? The 2 girls were taken aback. In the face of the impending disaster, we must become stronger. Lu Yao's gaze swept over the enormous horn resting quietly in the center of the camp, his expression turning resolutely determined. Weapons and armor must undergo a comprehensive upgrade. This is our only chance for survival. Yu looked at the scale in her hand and then at Lu Yao's serious profile. She seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, nodding emphatically. I understand, Prophet. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Lu Yao resolved to mass-produce the Triceratops armor. One single scale, of course, could not suffice to create armor. He required more, a considerable quantity of scales. He quickly ventured to the familiar gentle slope outside the camp, where he found a family of Triceratops leisurely grazing. The 3 young Triceratops, upon seeing Lu Yao, immediately approached him affectionately, nudging their still soft heads against his shins. Lu Yao chuckled as he patted their heads, then turned his gaze toward the imposing adult Triceratops. He activated the dragon's roar skill to convey his needs. I require more of your shed scales to protect my tribespeople. However, this time, the adult Triceratops's reaction was unexpectedly contrary. It did not lie down submissively as it had before. Instead, it emitted a low, discontented growl. A wave of irritation surged through the connection established by Dragon's Roar. There are none left. You took all that had recently shed. Our scales are not grass. They do not grow back daily. Your demands are excessive. We cannot provide so many. The Triceratops matriarch appeared quite displeased, feeling as if it were regarded merely as a tool for endless extraction, which it vehemently resisted. Lu Yao was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. He immediately recognized the flaw in his approach. He had taken too much for granted. The Triceratops family was not his subordinate, nor were they mere machines for producing materials. Any relationship, once it devolves into a one-sided demand, is destined for fracture. I apologize, it is my fault. Lu Yao swiftly adjusted his strategy, softening his mental intent to convey sincerity. He refrained from mentioning the scales again and returned to the camp. Moments later, he returned with several fragrant pears and citrus fruits he had foraged days earlier, which he had yet to consume. These were the fruits discovered through the Great White's talents, cherished and preserved as valuable reserves within the tribe. He offered a pear to the mouth of the Triceratops leader. The adult Triceratops sniffed it, then extended its tongue to taste it. A delightful, sweet, and juicy flavor immediately burst forth. It swallowed the entire pear in one bite, letting out a satisfied rumble from its throat, and its gaze toward Lu Yao shifted. The three young Triceratops eagerly encircled Lu Yao, emitting eager cries. Lu Yao smiled as he divided the fruits among them. For a moment, the gentle slope was filled with the sounds of the Triceratops family indulging in their feast. I will exchange these delectable fruits for all the naturally shed scales you produce over the next month. Lu Yao sent forth his mental declaration. I will also instruct my tribespeople to safeguard this area, ensuring no beasts harm you. This is a fair trade. The Triceratops leader, having tasted the sweetness, showed no hesitation this time. It glanced at the three young Triceratops. Compared to the fruits, Lu Yao's protection was of greater importance. It willingly extended its massive head, affectionately nuzzling Lu Yao's chest as a gesture of complete agreement. Thus, he established a sustainable trade model for the tribe. With the issue of materials resolved, the military factory of the Great Wilderness Tribe officially commenced operations. Yu and he meticulously honed the edges of each Triceratops scale with sturdy stone pieces, ensuring they were smooth and would not injure the skin. Then, using the bone awls crafted by Lu Yao, they drilled tiny holes into the scales. Finally, they threaded and stitched the polished, perforated scales together with the flexible yet robust tendons of the direwolf. This was an exceedingly laborious task. By evening, through Yu's ingenious design and the collaborative effort of all, the first simple Triceratops armor was finally born. It primarily protected the chest and back of the human body. Although its design was somewhat crude, it exuded an unyielding sense of weightiness. Let me try it on. Mu Hong volunteered, excitedly donning the heavy armor. The scales conformed to his muscular physique, making him appear like a human beast. Here, use this. Lu Yao handed Shui a freshly sharpened wooden spear. Shui hesitated, gazing at the imposing Mu Hong, unsure of how to proceed. Lu Yao stood to the side, chuckling softly. Let us first try with the three-pronged spear, Snow. Strike with all your might. Fear not. Mu Hong pounded his chest plate, creating a series of resonant thuds. Gritting her teeth, Snow took a deep breath and gently thrust the wooden spear towards Mu Hong's chest. Clang! A sharp sound reverberated. Under the tense gaze of all, the spear's pointed tip, upon contact with the ceratopsian armor, was deflected aside. Meanwhile, Mu Hong merely swayed slightly, and scathed. Oh 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 oh! After a brief silence, the entire tribe erupted into a cacophony of cheers akin to a roaring tsunami. Success. Chapter 82. Disaster Warning. The following morning, the dawn sun pierced through the clouds, casting a delicate golden hue upon the wooden walls of the Great Wilderness Tribe. In the central clearing of the tribe, all the clansmen had gathered. However, the atmosphere was far from the usual lightheartedness. Each face bore a hint of relief from having survived a calamity, coupled with the gravity of an uncertain future. Their gazes were fixed upon the man standing alone beside the immense horn of an ancient bull, Lu Yao. I believe Mu Hong and Snow have already informed you. Lu Yao's voice was calm yet resonated clearly in every ear. A disaster, sweeping across the entire mountain range, was brewing. He did not indulge in theatrics, directly revealing the existence of the frenzied berries, their capacity to taint the minds of beasts, driving them to madness, ultimately leading them to attack all living beings. As his words settled, a collective gasp emerged from the crowd. Many recalled the 7 fearless mountain bears from a few days prior, reminiscent of their reckless charge against the walls. Despite their countless spears and the presence of 4 divine power wielders, the consequences were unimaginable. Lu Yao, what should we do? Snow stepped forward, his eyes brimming with unreserved trust. Quite simply, Lu Yao's gaze swept over the assembly, his tone resolute. We purify. From our camp as the center, we shall advance outward for 5 kilometers. We must uproot and incinerate all frenzied berries within this range. We will carve out a secure haven in these perilous woods with our own hands. This plan was straightforward, yet the crowd exchanged uncertain glances. Indeed, by eliminating the berries near the camp, the likelihood of being attacked by frenzied beasts would diminish significantly. As the chieftain, you stepped forward the moment Lu Yao concluded, raising her voice in response. I will lead the team myself. Her gaze was sharp as a spear, sweeping over all the able-bodied clansmen. Snow, you will be my second in command. All members of the hunting team, accompany me. While we eradicate the frenzied berries, everyone should prepare their backpacks. Remember to collect any edible fruits you find. Yes, chieftain. Snow, Amu, Jin Zi, and others responded in unison, their spirits ignited. Mu Hong, Lu Yao turned to the other side. Here, you remain behind, leading the rest to fortify the walls, process the game, and guard the camp. Understood. A few simple sentences delineated clear roles, resulting in astonishing efficiency. The entire tribe functioned like a finely tuned war machine, rapidly set in motion by the core duo of Lu Yao and Yu. The purification team, led by Yu, swiftly vanished into the forest. Before long, they witnessed the grim reality of the disaster. In a valley, the carcasses of over a dozen beasts lay scattered: elk, wild boars, and even several fearsome wolves. Their deaths were horrific, many bodies mangled beyond recognition. Surrounding these remains were clusters of bright red frenzied berries, grotesquely thriving as if nourished by death. All clansmen present felt a shiver run down their spines. Within the camp, Lu Yao's gaze fell upon the immense ancestral horn. This was the true treasure. He grasped the hardest stone axe newly forged by Mu Hong, swung his arm vigorously, and struck the base of the horn with all his might. Clang! Sparks flew. A terrifying recoil reverberated through the axe handle, causing Lu Yao's palm to throb painfully, nearly wrenching the axe from his grip. He looked closely. The sharp axe had already chipped a conspicuous notch, yet the massive horn showed no sign of damage whatsoever. Its hardness was beyond imagination. Lu Yao, undeterred, switched to a stone spear and stone drill, exhausting various methods. The results remained the same. This ancestral horn seemed an indestructible divine artifact. Reluctantly, Lu Yao temporarily abandoned the endeavor. He directed Mu Hong and others to respectfully carry the colossal horn into the largest main cave, erecting it in the center of the cavern. In an instant, the dim cave appeared to be illuminated by the sanctity of the horn. It stood like a silent totem, quietly guarding the tribe. In the ensuing days, life within the tribe was tense yet orderly. Yu's purification team returned daily with the latest intelligence, having cleared nearly 3 kilometers of territory, steadily expanding the tribe's safety zone. Another eagerly anticipated event finally arrived. The first batch of sun-dried brick molds was ready. Before the watchful eyes of all the clansmen, Lu Yao personally ignited the brick kiln. He tossed a burning pine resin torch into the kiln's flue. The flames surged, licking the neatly stacked brick molds within. For safety, Lu Yao placed only 10 of the 100 molds into the kiln. Anticipation beamed on everyone's faces. They eagerly awaited the walls described by Lu Yao. However, reality delivered a chilling blow. After a day and a night, when the flames of the kiln extinguished and the temperature gradually cooled, Mu Hong was the first to rush forward, extracting the first brick from the kiln. It was scalding to the touch, yet crack. The brick, upon which so many hopes were pinned, crumbled in his hands like a fragile biscuit. One by one, defective pieces were retrieved. Some were riddled with cracks, others bore uneven colors, and some were nothing more than soft clumps of mud. Out of 10 brick molds, not a single one was fit for use. Anticipation instantly morphed into silence. Cheers froze on every face. The morale that had just surged from the purification of the mountains was doused like a bucket of cold water, plummeting to the depths. Just as the oppressive atmosphere threatened to spread, Lu Yao's voice rang out once more. We have failed. He acknowledged the setback with composure, showing no signs of discouragement. He picked up a cracked piece of scrap, scrutinizing it intently for a moment, before explaining to the gathered crowd. The fire is not yet vigorous enough, and the heat is insufficiently uniform. As he gazed at the extinguished flames of the brick kiln, he fell into deep contemplation. Something essential was still lacking. What exactly was it? Just then, a gust of mountain wind swept through, lifting a few fallen leaves from the ground and sending them swirling into the air. In an instant, Lu Yao's eyes sparkled with realization. The wind. He turned around to observe the complete animal hides stacked in the camp, stripped from the mountain bears and dire wolves. A familiar term surfaced in his mind. I know where the problem lies. We need to create a tool that can amplify the fire's strength. A tool that can blow wind. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Lu Yao pointed at the animal hides, his voice clear and resolute. Let us craft a windbag from the hides.